1. To my beloved mother. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Chen Zui, and I am an artist. My talents encompass singing, dancing, basketball, and a myriad of musical instruments. In the consulting room, the psychologist, clad in a white lab coat, interrupted the young man's discourse with a raised hand, saying, "Did you not just claim to be a student?" Chen Zui nodded, his expression earnest, striving to render his words more compelling. "Indeed, but that was in a previous life. I have traversed Timido. You comprehend the concept of traversing? This world possesses parallel dimensions. Initially, I was a skeptic until..." The psychologist furrowed her brows, picking up her pen to strike through the already inscribed words schizophrenia in the symptoms section of the registration form, replacing it with multiple personality disorder. "Are you even listening to me?" "I am listening," Chen Zui replied, locking eyes with the psychologist as he intently inquired, "What was I just saying?" You mentioned that you debuted in your past life?" Chen Zui exhaled in relief and continued, "Correct, I did debut. Not long after I enrolled in university, talent scouts discovered me. Becoming a star is lucrative, and without much thought, I signed a contract. Subsequently, I participated in a talent show and entered the entertainment industry, in an effort to exhibit his professionalism." The psychologist feigned deep concern, probing further in what transpired thereafter. "After my debut, I engaged in various programs and attended numerous appointments. You might find it hard to believe, but when I was merely a second or third-tier star, I hastily married Miffy." The psychologist's expression turned peculiar. "Are you referring to the current rising star, Miffy?" "Oh, from the perspective of the present timeline, she's indeed still a newcomer in the industry." The psychologist nodded, appending severe delusions next to multiple personality disorder. She continued her inquiry. "And then what happened?" Chen Zui replied calmly, "Initially, life was quite delightful. Her status surpassed mine, and her fee for appearances was more than tenfold of mine. Consequently, I passively withdrew from the limelight, becoming a house husband, writing songs for her to maintain her popularity. However, later on, what happened afterward? Later on, she cheated. This was not the sole reason, but it ultimately culminated in our divorce. Furthermore, as I had signed with the agency she belonged to after our marriage, I was subsequently shelved by the company post-divorce. I recognized that this was her doing." The psychologist smiled and inquired, "If what you say is true, your current age should be." "This is precisely why my parents brought me here. After being shelved, I lost all financial support, and my life plummeted. Thus, I resorted to drinking excessively. To clarify, I do not take pleasure in alcohol itself, rather, I crave the numbness it brings. You, as a woman, may not understand. In short, my drinking ruined my stomach, and during my last visit to the ICU, I vividly remember the day my heartbeat was nearing cessation, with my parents and my wife weeping beside me with agonizing cries that I genuinely believed I was on the brink of death. Yet when I opened my eyes, I found myself back at 19. Wait a moment. Who is Yuan?" "Oh, strictly speaking, we are not related, but I have always regarded her as a sister. Her parents died in a car accident, and she is only her grandmother for companionship. We grew up together, one might say we were childhood sweethearts. But that's not the point. Did you not hear my earlier words? I am dead, yet upon closing and reopening my eyes, I find myself back at 19. What on earth is happening?" The psychiatrist regarded Chen Zui as if he were a lunatic, yet internally mused that, given the nature of his condition, psychological counseling might be futile, and a comprehensive examination by a psychiatrist would be more appropriate. "Why are you staring at me? Speak." Upon entering, Chen Zui immediately sensed the untrustworthiness of this individual. The gaze she directed at him during their conversation was not that of normal human interaction, but rather the clinical scrutiny of a doctor examining a patient. Have you recently sustained any significant head trauma?" "Damn you." Chen Zui sprang upright, kicking the chair back, and snatched the registration form from the woman's hands. Upon seeing the symptoms listed as multiple personality disorder and severe delusions, he ripped the form to shreds. Then, under the astonished gaze of the woman, he declared, "Just pretend I said nothing," and strode out of the consultation room. Outside, upon hearing the commotion, Chen Jianjun and Wu Xiulan immediately stood up. Seeing their son emerge, Wu Xiulan hurried forward, linking her arm through Chen Zui's, and inquired, "Son, are you all right?" Chen Zui shook his head, his mood considerably improved compared to that morning. It was hardly surprising anyone would be emotionally disturbed after experiencing rebirth. Wu Xilan had been alarmed by Chen Zui's reaction that morning, prompting her desperate measure to coax him into seeing a psychologist. However, the moment he stepped out of the consultation room, Chen Zui suddenly grasped many things. Better to endure life than to die. Since fate had granted him another chance, there was no reason for him not to embrace life wholeheartedly. Moreover, his parents were still young, and he himself was merely 19, yet to enter the entertainment industry or meet Miffy. Given the opportunity to start anew, many of his past mistakes could be rectified. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zui observed the worried expressions on his parents' faces and placed his hands on their shoulders, smiling. "Dad, Mom, I'm truly fine. Perhaps it's just the pressure of studies. Your college entrance exam results are out. Where is this study pressure coming from?" Chen Zui replied awkwardly, "I suppose I had a nightmare last night. In any case, please don't overthink it. I'm really okay." The elderly couple exchanged glances, and old Wu sighed. "It's good to hear you're fine. This morning, your rambling nearly frightened your mother to death." Haha. The July sky was clear and cloudless, draped in a veil of soft blue. Yet the sun remained relentless, casting its fierce rays upon the rooftops and the streets, seemingly bestowing a beautiful filter upon this small mountain city, in a past life. The small city that Chen Zui once dreamed of escaping now appears to be remarkably warm and endearing. Son? What are you daydreaming about?" "Oh, nothing. Get in the car, we are heading home." "Dad, why are we still driving this old Wuling?" "You rascal, I bought this car just last year." "What do you mean by still driving this old Wuling?" Chen Zui quickly corrected himself. "This car is quite uncomfortable to ride in. Once I have money, I will buy you a grand BMW." "You cheeky brat, focus on completing your university studies first." Chen Zui smiled and turned to Lao Wu. "Say, Mom, shall we have steamed spare ribs for lunch today?" "Huh, didn't you just say you were tired of it a few days ago?" "How could that be? My mom's culinary skills are unparalleled." "Cut out. Love you, Mom. Get lost. You're being so mushy." "Is it a crime to be handsome?" The scenery on both sides of the street rapidly recedes, akin to a film reel spinning backward at an astonishing pace. Memories of the past flash through Chen Zui's mind like lightning, each moment an event stirring a complex mix of emotions within him. However, he quickly regains his composure. It is now July 2018. At the age of 19, he stands on the threshold of becoming a university student at Zhejiang Media College. Lao Chun, his father, is an ordinary bus driver who, during his downtime, also uses his Wuling Hongguang to assist with deliveries. Lao Wu, a cashier at a supermarket, earns a modest monthly salary of 3,600 yuan. Although the pay is not substantial, it comes with the perk of always being able to purchase discounted vegetables and fruits. It was only after his debut that the family's circumstances underwent a significant transformation. Lao Chun acquired a BMW, and Lao Wu retired early. However, after his rise to fame, Chen Zui found himself unable to return home even once a year. Despite consistently sending money back home, Lao Chun and Lao Wu seem to age more rapidly with each passing year. After settling in the big city, Chen Zui had contemplated bringing them to live with him, but as a married man, he found himself lacking any authority in front of Mai-Fi. This seemingly glamorous national goddess had only met his parents once before marriage, and thereafter, they had never crossed paths again. Chen Zui is acutely aware that Mai-Fi looks down on his parents, and in her eyes, he is merely a tool with acceptable looks. Reflecting on these past events, a sorrow not befitting his age briefly graces Chen Zui's countenance, until the vehicle enters a small courtyard, at which point his furrowed brow finally relaxes. Before him stands an unremarkable three-story villa, modest in size, its exterior merely coated with a layer of cement. To the left was originally a garage and a storage room, which had been rented to Su Yuan's grandmother over a decade ago. Despite the passage of many years, Chen Zui vividly recalls Su Yuan's first day moving in. She was small and slender, hiding behind her grandmother, peeking out to observe her surroundings with a somewhat dazed expression. At the age of 7, she lost her parents in a tragic car accident. Since then, she had relied solely on her grandmother for companionship. Lao had often expressed pity for the duo, and after they moved in, the rent had never increased over the years. Chen Zui is a year older than Su Yuan, yet due to having repeated a grade, They have always been classmates in different sections. Growing up together, it would not be an exaggeration to call them childhood sweethearts. However, this very bond led Chen Zui to regard Su Yuan as a younger sister. He remembers lying in a hospital bed as this sister, who had shared his childhood, wept more sorrowfully than either Lao Chun or Lao Wu. "Stupid boy, why are you dazed? Hurry and get out of the car." Seeing his son lingering in the vehicle, Lao Chun opened the door and playfully slapped Chen Zui's thigh. Coming back to his senses, Chen Zui stepped out of the car. As he closed the car door, Su Yuan rushed out of the house. She first choked out a cry of brother, then hastily approached Chen Zui, standing before him while wiping her tears incessantly. Lao Chun and Lao Wu were both taken aback. Neither of the couple could have anticipated that the usually obedient and sensible Su Yuan would behave so unusually today. Lao Wu was particularly surprised whenever she joked about Su Yuan being her daughter-in-law, while Su Yuan washed clothes in the yard. The young girl's face would turn beet red. Chen Zui, observing the tearful Su Yuan before him, was reminded of the scene where she wept uncontrollably while holding his hand beside the hospital bed. He forced a smile and gently inquired, "Why are you crying?" Su Yuan sniffed but did not reply, merely shaking her head. Lao Wu, puzzled, turned to the elderly man who had accompanied Su Yuan and asked in confusion, "What has gotten into your granddaughter today?" The elder explained, "She immediately asked me where Xiao Chan had gone, and when I told her he was at the doctor's, she just broke down like this." Lao Wu couldn't help but grumble. What a strange day for everyone. Noticing the smoke rising from the neighboring chimney, she hurriedly pulled Lao Chan inside to prepare lunch. Su Yuan was quite slender, standing at 162 meters and weighing just over 80 pounds. She wore a grayish-white t-shirt paired with faded denim jeans. Her skin on her face and arms bore a slight yellow tint, although her natural complexion was quite fair. Having relied on her grandmother since childhood, she had taken on many household chores early on, and her skin, exposed to the sun and wind, had naturally darkened. After entering the entertainment industry, Chen Zui had encountered countless female celebrities, from those hailed as rare beauties of 4,000 years to pure goddesses adored by countless otaku, and even the visual representatives of idol girl groups. Aside from a few exceptions, most female stars appeared rather ordinary without makeup. In truth, Su Yuan's beauty surpassed that of many female celebrities, yet she rarely adorned herself. After a long interval without seeing her, when Chen Zui finally laid eyes on her again, he almost failed to recognize her had she not called out brother first. All right, my parents have deemed me a lunatic today. If you keep crying, I'll have to take you to see a psychologist as well," he said. Su Yuan wiped her eyes, tears still streaming down the corners. Seeing her pitiful demeanor stirred something within Chen Zui. He managed a smile and said, "Go wash your face. After we finish eating, I'll take you out to have some fun." Su Yuan nodded earnestly, seeming to realize her earlier display of emotion was a bit excessive. She quickly turned and headed back to her room. The small villa had 3 stories. Chen Zui's room was on the 3rd floor, which was originally the master bedroom. But since he had entered the 6th grade, it had become his sanctuary. Lao Chun and Lao Wu, like most parents, spared no expense in ensuring their only son had the best of everything. Upon returning to his room, Chen Zui entered the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he suddenly broke into a smile. Youth truly is a beautiful thing. At the age of 19, one is often at the pinnacle of their attractiveness. Following the trajectory of a previous life, in 2 months, I would perform a song at the university's welcome party, subsequently filmed and uploaded online. Through the viral nature of the internet, this video would gain immense popularity across various short video platforms, leading to my discovery by a talent agency. By October, I would participate in a talent show named Emerging Singers, ultimately debuting with a commendable 2nd-place finish. Chen Zui was acutely aware that his signing with the agency and his debut ranking were not solely attributed to talent, but also to his looks. After his debut, many within the industry had mocked him for this very reason, particularly after his acquaintance with Miffy, with whispers suggesting he was merely a pretty face hanging onto a superstar. Yet, Chen Zui never took these remarks to heart. After all, what was wrong with being handsome? In an age where popularity reigned supreme, Chen Zui was beckoned for dinner. He hastily wiped his face dry with a towel and dashed downstairs. On the table lay 3 dishes, a plate of steamed ribs that Chen Zui had specifically requested, seasonal vegetables, and a generous bowl of tomato egg drop soup, complete with slices of ham. After scooping a full bowl of rice, he took a couple of bites before breaking into a sweat. Glancing up at the old ceiling fan, he decided to remove his t-shirt. The couple, accustomed to such behavior, thought nothing of it. It was perfectly normal for a young man to be shirtless at home during the sweltering summer. Old Wu, having just served himself a bowl of rice, barely settled in before rising again. Old Chen inquired, "Where are you off to?" "I'm going to check what those two are having for lunch," Old Wu replied, stepping outside. The grandmother and granddaughter had just taken their seats at the dining table, which held only 2 dishes, stir-fried sweet potato leaves and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Old Wu glanced at the spread and immediately exclaimed, "You old hag, your granddaughter is growing, and you keep feeding her vegetables. Look at her, she is so thin for a young lady." Before she finished her tirade, Old Wu seized Su Yuan and commanded, "Come with me." Following the passing of Su Yuan's parents, the insurance company had compensated them handsomely. However, the elderly woman, accustomed to frugality, believed the money should be saved for Su Yuan's college education and her future dowry, thus refraining from spending generously on daily meals. Old Wu, with a sharp tongue but a tender heart, would always check in when a sumptuous meal was prepared next door. Upon witnessing the meager fare of the grandmother and granddaughter, she would insist on taking Su Yuan to her home for a proper meal. Although Su Yuan felt embarrassed each time, Old Wu's commanding presence made it impossible for her to decline. Seeing Old Wu once again pulling Su Yuan over, the father and son exchanged knowing smiles. This had become routine. "Sit down. Serve yourself." As Su Yuan timidly took her seat, reaching for the vegetables, Old Wu cast her a sidelong glance, sighed softly, and then picked up her chopsticks, placing 2 pieces of ribs into Su Yuan's bowl. Su Yuan glanced up at Old Wu, who irately exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Eat quickly." With her head lowered, Su Yuan picked at her food. "This afternoon, I'm heading to the supermarket for a shift change, and your father will be out driving. Tonight, you'll either have to heat up your own meal or boil some noodles. You're not to go to the internet CAF, do you understand?" "Got it," she replied. "Next month, when your father receives his salary, I'll have to buy you a laptop. The internet CAF is filled with unsavory characters." "You, Mom," Chen Zui quickly interjected, "I understand." Old Wu hesitated, ultimately swallowing her words before rummaging through her bag and placing 20 yuan on the table. Chen Zui intended to take a nap before heading out, but no sooner had Old Wu left than he received a phone call. After a brief conversation, he hurriedly grabbed his car keys and departed. Soon, the living room was left with only Chen Zui and Su Yuan. The admission letters had yet to arrive, but Chen Zui was aware that he had been accepted into the Media College of Zhejiang Province, while Su Yuan had been accepted into Hangzhou Normal University. The 2 institutions were in close proximity. During the college application process in his previous life, Chen Zui had reasoned that since his scores didn't qualify him for institutions in the capital or the metropolis, he would opt for universities in Suzhou or Hangzhou. It was a sufficient distance from home, and both cities boasted considerable prestige. In youth, one often wishes to venture far from home, yet upon completing their studies, the desire shifts toward being closer. Su Yuan's scores could have secured her a spot in a more prestigious school, yet she ultimately chose the normal university. Chen Zui understood this was largely due to him. She had always been timid, never having left the mountain city in her 18 years. For a girl like her, the thought of venturing alone to a strange city was daunting. Not only would her grandmother worry, but even Chen Zui felt uneasy about it. However, after signing with the agency, he spent little time in school, and their meetings became increasingly infrequent. When one is at the pinnacle of their life, they're surrounded by good people, yet when one is at a low point, they find themselves among less savory company. It was only at the end of his previous life that Chen Zui realized the 3 most important individuals in his life, aside from his parents, were Su Yuan, his non-biological sister. Sensing the atmosphere had turned awkward, Su Yuan quickly stood to clear the dishes, intending to wash them. Observing this, Chen Zui playfully placed his hand on her head, laughing. "What is this? Helping with housework again?" With her head bowed, Su Yuan's expression remained hidden from Chen Zui. Despite his teasing, she did not put down the dishes but proceeded straight to the kitchen. Chen Zui chose not to follow her. Instead, he slipped on his t-shirt once more. Sitting down on the long bench in the living room, he pulled out his phone and began scrolling through Weibo. The top trending topics read, actor Wang Yang's scandal, popular young star Miffy's new drama premieres, and Song Fei and Sun Miao Miao go public with their relationship. It was quite normal for the top 3 trends to revolve around the entertainment industry. In this era where popularity reigns supreme, the profession of an artist can undoubtedly be regarded as one of the fastest routes to wealth. A single advertisement can yield millions, while the copyright fees for a popular song can soar into the tens of millions. The remuneration for a film or television series can even exceed 100 million. However, the risks associated with this profession are equally substantial. Firstly, one must guard against exploitation by talent agencies. Presently, many agencies sign dozens of trainees. For them, as long as one individual manages to debut successfully, they incur no losses, and those who do not debut can still generate income through breach of contract penalties. Secondly, after debuting, newcomers without connections must be wary of being coerced by capital interests, often being forced into actions they would rather avoid, which can later be wielded against them as leverage. Furthermore, one must consistently be mindful of their public image. A common person uttering a profanity may go unnoticed, but if an artist does so, the repercussions can vary dramatically based on their status, while a minor celebrity may not attract much attention. A prominent figure could face widespread backlash for a single utterance. In summary, pursuing a stable career in this industry is no small feat. Chen Zui possesses little talent in other realms. His sole proficiency lies in music, and having lived as an art student on Earth for over 20 years. His mental catalog of songs encompasses hundreds, if not thousands. Each piece within his library is a masterpiece. Thus, Chen Zui is determined to tread this path, albeit with a different approach this time. 4. I can take charge of her affairs, Su Yuan. Su Yuan, huh? After calling Su Yuan out of the house, Chen Zui mounted his small electric scooter and waved, saying, "Let us go for a ride." Oh. Due to her personality, Su Yuan had few friends at school. Even after the college entrance examinations had concluded, no classmates had visited her home. Chen Zui, however, was quite the opposite. Throughout his 3 years of high school, he was the campus heartthrob, with not only his classmates frequently surrounding him, but also students from other classes visiting him from time to time. Naturally, with his charm, he had 2 close friends. One was Fan Mingyuan, who lived just around the corner. His family owned a tobacco shop. They had been classmates since first grade, and their families had known each other for years, making them childhood friends. The other was Jiang Mufan, whom he met in high school. He was quite a character, and his story cannot be succinctly summarized. A significant reason Chen Zui applied to the Media Academy was due to Jiang Mufan, who first participated in the art examinations for the university before taking the cultural exams. It was under Jiang's encouragement that Chen Zui decided to apply to this institution. Su Yuan quickly approached Chen Zui, climbed onto the scooter, and grasped the hem of his shirt with her slender hands. "Are you secure?" "Uh-huh." Chen Zui twisted the throttle, and the scooter surged forward, causing Su Yuan's forehead to bump against Chen Zui's back due to the sudden inertia. Chen hurriedly slammed the brakes, unable to contain his frustration. "Damn it, it's been ages since I rode this thing. Why does it accelerate so swiftly?" Su Yuan pauset momentia. A faint smile gracing her lips. Her laughter was enchanting, yet due to her perpetual shyness, only a handful of people, aside from her family, ever beheld her radiant smile. "Don't tug at my clothes, just hold on to me." "Oh." Su Yuan cautiously extended her hand, her palm resting gently against Chen's abdomen. Chen adjusted his posture and turned the throttle, the electric scooter gliding steadily out of the yard and heading towards the street corner. At the entrance of Delay's boutique tobacco shop, Chen immediately spotted the middle-aged man behind the counter and called out, "Uncle, is Mingyuan home?" Fan Delay responded affirmatively and soon summoned his son. Fan Mingyuan was slightly shorter than Chen, standing at approximately 176 centimeters. Sporting rectangular glasses that lent him an air of scholarly gentility, truly embodying a straightforward demeanor. Among the trio of Chen, Jiang Mufan, and Fan Mingyuan, Ming Yuan boasted the best grades, ultimately gaining admission to Hangzhou University of Electronic Science and Technology, separated from the media college by merely a street. Didn't we agree on just the three of us? Why did you bring family along? Quit the chatter, let us get going. Though the high school was not far from home, evening classes extended until 10 o'clock. Chun, Fan Mingyuan, and Jiang Mufan were all-day students, each possessing their own electric scooters for commuting. The three swiftly rode their scooters to a milk tea shop on the street. Once they parked, Chun led Su Yuan into the quaint establishment. The hour was only 2 in the afternoon, and the sweltering sun, at 36 or 7 degrees Celsius, rendered the cicadas on the poplar trees incessantly lamenting, while the streets were sparsely populated. Inside the milk tea shop, only a couple and 2 girls whispering in a corner broke the silence. "Hello, 2 cups of lemonade. I'll cover the cost." Chen gestured towards Fan Mingyuan, who had just entered. The latter mouthed a curse, yet obediently paid. After settling the bill, Fan Mingyuan, now seated opposite Chun, grumbled, "Damn it, I'm not some wealthy Jiang Mufan. Why must I foot the bill again? You could wait for Jiang Mufan to pay. I don't have that kind of audacity." Chun deftly shifted the topic, smiling as he inquired, "When do you plan to head to Hangzhou?" I checked on the forum. Typically, freshmen report from the 20th to the 22nd, followed by 2 weeks of military training. "I should be going on the 20th, Fan Mingyuan replied, before quickly asking, "Will your dad accompany you? Or your mom?" "I can manage alone. It's just registration." "Why should they go?" "The round-trip fare isn't trivial, and they would need to take leave. I'll take Su Yuan with me." "Hey, your lemonade is ready." Fan Mingyuan stood, retrieved 3 cups of lemonade, and handed 2 of them to Chun, continuing, "Isn't it customary for parents to accompany their children on their first day of university?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuan lowered her head once more. Chen Zui forcibly placed a glass of lemonade into her hand, smiling as he remarked, "They haven't even attended university. Why should they join us? Besides, we are not 3-year-olds anymore." Fan Mingyuan refrained from responding. After approximately 5 minutes, another young man entered, clad in light blue jeans, white canvas shoes, and a short-sleeved white shirt. His skin was remarkably fair, glowing under the sun. Upon entering, he quickly fanned his face with his hand, complaining, "So hot. So hot." He was Jiang Mufan, a peculiar individual who insisted on dragging Chen Zui along even to the restroom. "When did you 2 arrive?" As Jiang Mufan approached the table, Chen Zui furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is that delightful fragrance?" Jiang Mufan smiled gently, extending a hand more delicate than that of any girl, lightly tapping Chen Zui's arm, and giggled, "I spritzed a bit of perfume before heading out." Chen Zui rolled her eyes, too disinterested to engage further. Fan Mingyuan, accustomed to such antics, shifted slightly to allow Jiang Mufan to sit beside him. Once seated, Jiang Mufan immediately retrieved a small mirror from his pocket, admiring his reflection and adjusting his bangs before rising to order a cup of half-sweet mango sago. After Chen Zui's debut, she maintained contact with both Fan Mingyuan and Jiang Mufan, though their opportunities to meet diminished due to work commitments. Chen Zui was aware that Fan Mingyuan, after graduating, secured a well-paying job at a software company in Hangzhou, though he often had to work overtime. She recalled the last time they met. Fan Mingyuan's hair had already turned half gray, and they were barely in their 30s. Meanwhile, after graduating, Jiang Mufan opened a dance training center in the mountain city, focusing on teaching children, which was quite sizable and lucrative. Chen Zui, often away from home, frequently entrusted the care of old Chun and old Wu to the 2 of them. Seeing their youthful selves again stirred a sense of nostalgia within Chen Zui. After all, everyone experiences youth only once, and his was different. "Mufan, is your family restaurant busy during the summer?" Chen Zui inquired. "It's manageable. Why do you ask?" Jiang Mufan replied. Chen Zui smiled. "If you find yourselves short-staffed, can my sister work at your restaurant for the summer? There's still a month before school starts." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan looked up, intrigued by Chen Zui's profile. Jiang Mufan glanced at Su Yuan, then nodded. "I'll ask my father tonight. But I see Su Yuan's expression. Please don't make decisions on her behalf." Chen Zui chuckled. "I can decide what's best for her." Turning to Su Yuan, she added, "Don't you agree?" "Yes." Su Yuan nodded earnestly, a smile spreading across her face, her dimples subtly appearing, and her eyes sparkling with an unintentional sweetness and warmth. Apologies, but I must clarify that Jiang Mufan's father is the proprietor of a chain of dining establishments, with 3 locations in the mountain city alone. His mother holds the esteemed position of chief physician at a private hospital, placing their family in a rather affluent position. The primary reason Chen Zui has forged a close friendship with him is that Jiang Mufan possesses an admirable charm with the opposite sex. However, the two differ in nature. Chen Zui's appeal stems from his handsome appearance, attracting females who are primarily drawn to his physical allure. In contrast, Jiang Mufan's charisma arises from his ability to engage in numerous conversations with female classmates, discussing gossip for hours on end and sharing beauty tips. Whenever he ventures out, he carries 2 essential items, his mobile phone and a mirror. He could easily forego his phone for an entire day, yet he cannot go a single day without checking his reflection. During their initial year of high school, when they were desk mates, Jiang Mufan had a penchant for resting his hand on Chen Zui's thigh during class. Chen Zui once boldly inquired whether he had an inclination towards men. Jiang Mufan swiftly slapped Chen Zui's arm and exclaimed, "Impossible." Chen Zui felt relieved, but Jiang Mufan followed up with, "How could I possibly like smelly boys?" It remained unclear whether he was speaking sincerely or jesting. Nevertheless, after Chen Zui firmly asserted his orientation, Jiang Mufan refrained from placing his hand on Chen Zui's thigh again, though he frequently dragged him to the restroom after class. It is commonly accepted that girls visiting the restroom together during school breaks is entirely normal. However, when boys accompany each other, it tends to appear rather peculiar. Consequently, Chen Zui often enlisted Fan Mingyuan to join them, thereby solidifying their friendship over the years. Presently, in mid-July, with over a month remaining before university commences, Su Yuan spent her time at home, primarily assisting with household chores. Chen Zui has requested Jiang Mufan to help find Su Yuan a summer job, not only to allow her to earn some pocket money, but also to prevent her from languishing in boredom at home. Chen Zui understands Su Yuan's character intimately. She is timid, shy, and tends to keep her troubles to herself. Whenever he inquires about her experiences at school, she consistently responds with positive tidings, omitting any mention of difficulties. This cannot be blamed on her, as she has grown up alongside her grandmother, never truly experiencing a sense of security. It is only now that Chen Zui realizes that he may be her sole pillar of support. Given the opportunity to start anew, he is determined to make amends for the debts of the past. The 3 friends engaged in delightful conversation, envisioning the adventures of university life. Su Yuan sat quietly beside them, occasionally glancing at Chen Zui. Initially, 2 girls seated at a different table had noticed Chen Zui upon his entrance, mistakenly believing Su Yuan to be his girlfriend. They exchanged furtive glances, signaling to one another that a handsome young man had entered the establishment. However, upon overhearing Chen Zui affectionately call Su Yuan's sister, their eyes widened in realization. Having finished their juice, the 2 young women discreetly took out their phones to touch up their makeup, then simultaneously rose to their feet and approached Chen Zui. One of the girls, dressed in a short skirt, boldly initiated conversation. "Hey there, handsome. Can we add each other on WeChat and be friends?" Chen Zui glanced up, his heart unperturbed by the familiar encounter. Being handsome was a double-edged sword. It came with the constant attention from women. Throughout his 3 years in high school, he had lost count of such instances. As he pondered how to politely decline, Jiang Mufan, seated opposite him, reached out to grasp Chen Zui's hand and, with a cheerful smile, addressed the 2 girls. "I'm sorry, but he might not be available." The girls stared wide-eyed at their intertwined hands, and one, recovering from her shock, quickly apologized before pulling her friend away. No sooner had the 2 girls departed than Chen Zui jerked his hand away, exclaiming indignantly, "Jiang Mufan, you scoundrel, could you not disgust me?" "I was just helping you out," Jiang Mufan replied, shaking his head in exasperation. "It's truly a trial being out with you 2. The 4 friends lingered in the milk tea shop until past 5 before heading to the gym. At that hour, the sun still blazed overhead, though the outdoor basketball court was already dotted with a few players. A summer evening at the basketball court was one of the most populated scenes. Besides those playing, vendors were selling drinks nearby, accompanied by some elderly folks collecting bottles. Among sports, basketball was Chen Zui's favorite and greatest strength. Despite the heavy academic load of high school, he would always rally his friends, Fan Mingyuan and Jiang Mufan, for a game whenever time permitted. Shall we play a 3v3? As soon as they arrived at the court, they were invited to join a game. Chen Zui readily agreed, shedding his t-shirt and handing the 20 yuan given by Lao Wu at noon to Su Yuan. Go buy 4 bottles of mineral water for us to drink later. Su Yuan nodded, clutching Chen Zui's discarded shirt, and made his way to the vendors. Soon, Chen Zui, Fan Mingyuan, and Jiang Mufan were running on the basketball court. Among them, Chen Zui was the tallest, standing at 1.8 meters, followed closely by Jiang Mufan, who measured around 1.78 meters. In terms of basketball skills, Chen Zui excelled, with Fan Mingyuan trailing behind, while Jiang Mufan primarily played a support role, often passing the ball. Within 20 minutes of play, Jiang Mufan was already clamoring for a break. Chen Zui and Fan Mingyuan had to recruit a passerby to continue their game until they were thoroughly exhausted and drenched in sweat. Jiang Mufan, you're utterly useless. My small frame can't withstand your antics. Chen Zui, what is up with you today? Why did you miss so many shots at the start? I just needed to adjust. Adjust? It's been a while since you played, hasn't it? Chen Zui accepted the bottle of mineral water handed to him by Su Yuan, taking a hearty gulp. After resting for about 10 minutes, he returned to the game. As the sun began its descent, the group prepared to head back. Mufan, what is it? Don't forget about the summer job. I know. I'll give you an answer tonight. All right, I'll head back first. Chen Zui waved his hand, riding off with Su Yuan ahead of the others. The sun was on the verge of setting, casting a gentle glow upon the lake's surface, where the shimmering light danced like scattered gold, rippling dreamily across the water. A warm breeze brushed against them, cool and pleasant. Su Yuan, yes, I'm all sweaty, so don't come too close. Oh, I don't foresee any major issues with the summer job. If it gets too tiring, just let me know, and we can skip it. Okay. A few minutes later, Chen Zui was suddenly uttered without warning, I'm sorry. Su Yuan shook her head, it's fine. Do you even know what I'm apologizing for? You just say it's fine? As long as it's from you, it's all fine. Later that evening, Chen Zui received a reply from Jiang Mufan. The message informed him that a summer worker had just resigned, and Su Yuan could start the next day. However, the restaurant's peak hours were during lunch and dinner. So the working hours would be from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. The restaurant would provide meals for both lunch and dinner, with a monthly salary of 800 yuan, plus a 200 yuan attendance bonus. Upon hearing this, Chen Zui promptly agreed on behalf of Su Yuan. A salary of 800 yuan for a summer job was quite substantial, especially considering the meals would be provided, which would certainly be better than home-cooked fare. The only concern Chen Zui had was the late working hours, but he rationalized that he had little to do at home, and the commute on an electric bike would only take about 15 minutes. Thus, he resolved to pick Su Yuan up every evening. After replying to Jiang Mufan, Chen Zui descended the stairs and shared the news with Su Yuan. Her grandmother sat nearby, smiling benevolently. Both Chen Zui and Su Yuan had grown up under her watchful eye, and the elderly woman understood Chen Zui's character well. The conditions are set. I've already accepted on your behalf. I'll take you there tomorrow morning. Okay, get to bed early, Chen Zui added, turning to the kindly old lady, Grandma. You should also sleep early. The grandmother nodded with a smile. Returning to his own room, Chen Zui lay in the dark, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing with thoughts that refused to quiet. He was afraid that once he closed his eyes, he might not awaken again. Yet perhaps the day had been too long, and after an evening of basketball, he eventually drifted off to sleep. He dreamt of struggling in the entertainment industry, of the duplicity of its veterans, and of the misfortunes that followed after meeting Mi Fei. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. As the curtains were drawn and the window swung open, a refreshing breeze swept in. Chen Zui lifted his shirt, revealing the defined contours of his abdominal muscles, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. Ah, it truly feels like a return of form. Old Wu had worked the night shift yesterday, not finishing until 10 in the evening. Old Chen had taken on a distant private job in the afternoon and returned late as well. Upon descending the stairs, Chen Zui noticed that neither Old Chen nor Old Wu had yet risen, so he ventured into the kitchen and prepared a pot of congee in the pressure cooker. Just as he stepped outside, Yuan appeared, carrying a laundry basin and washboard, ready to wash clothes in the courtyard. "Brother, why are you up so early?" Chen Zui stretched lazily and casually replied, "I slept well last night." Yuan adeptly placed the laundry basin by the well and set down a small stool, preparing to fetch water. Chen Zui stepped forward, saying, "Let me do it." Yuan hesitated, then ultimately took a step back. Riding an electric bike to Zhang Mufan's restaurant would take about 15 minutes. It was the first day of work, so they decided to leave a bit earlier, around 10:30. "All right, just remember, don't bury yourself in work while others slack off. You're the most vulnerable to being taken advantage of in such situations." "Why are you looking at me? Do you think I would harm you?" Consider this. If your colleagues are slacking off and you're diligently working alone, what do you think they'll think of you? In any case, just focus on fulfilling your own responsibilities. Chen Zui filled 2 buckets with water and poured them into the basin, then fetched another bucket to place by the well before stepping out of the yard. After approximately half an hour, he returned, as if he had been for a run, beads of sweat dampening his forehead, and in his hands were steamed buns and fried dough sticks purchased from the morning market. "These 2 buns are for you." Chen Zui offered Yuan the 2 meat buns he had set aside. Yuan hesitated, not reaching out for them. With a sigh, Chen Zui pressed the buns into her hands, stating firmly, "Listen, you may refuse what others give you, but you must accept what I offer." Yuan looked down at the buns in her hands, feeling a bit aggrieved. Old Chen and Old Wu had just come downstairs and, upon hearing the sound of the pressure cooker in the kitchen, exchanged surprised glances. When they saw Chen Zui returning with the buns and fried dough, realization dawned upon them. The kanji in the kitchen was indeed prepared by their son. "Why are you up so early today?" Old Chen inquired. "I woke up early and got up directly," Chen Zui replied. Old Chen chuckled. "Well, this is quite a surprise, like the sun rising from the west." "Don't be ridiculous." Old Wu playfully smacked Old Chen's back, laughing as he scolded. "Our son is growing up and becoming responsible." Hearing this, Chen Zui felt a stir within him. After marrying Mai Fai, he had retreated from the limelight, becoming the silent supporter behind her. Back then, he naively believed he had found happiness. In the first 2 years of marriage, he poured his efforts into making Mai Fai happy, writing songs for her and preparing various delightful dishes. But the responses he received were always lukewarm. "It's okay, not bad, or just average." And at this very moment, having merely prepared a pot of porridge and purchased some buns and fried dough sticks from outside, Chen Zui managed to bring unrestrained joy to Lao Chen and Lao Wu. Thus, it is only through showing kindness to those who love us that we can receive love in return. "Mom, Dad, I have something to tell you." Chen Zui placed the buns and fried dough sticks on the table, then went to the kitchen to serve himself some porridge, continuing, "Next month, when I report to university, I will go with Yuan. You both need not take leave to accompany me." "How can that be?" Lao Wu immediately raised an objection as soon as Chen Zui finished speaking. "Back and forth, the tickets will cost quite a bit. I have already inquired. There will be a bank card included with the admission notice. As long as I transfer the tuition in advance, I can simply swipe the card when I get to school. Your presence won't be of any assistance. Can you manage alone?" Lao Chen expressed concern, as it was Chen Zui's first time traveling far without company. Chen Zui sat down at the dining table with his bowl, smiling reassuringly. "Don't worry, I am an adult now." Lao Chen glanced at his wife, and seeing her silent, he pressed further. "What do Ming Yuan and Mufan's family say?" "I've already told them I'll be going alone. They haven't made up their minds yet, but I reckon they wouldn't want to impose on their families either." Chen Zui quickly added, "However, let's be clear, Lao Chen, you must reimburse me the money saved. I have no money. It's all with your mother. Not even a little stash? What nonsense. When have I ever hidden money?" Chen Zui nodded, taking a bite of a bun. "Mom, this morning I found over 200 yuan in the drawer beneath the coffee table. Can I keep it for myself?" With a loud bang, Lao Wu slammed his chopsticks on the table, calling out Lao Chen's full name. "Chen Jianjun." Silently, Chen Zui sipped his rice soup, while Lao Wu berated Lao Chen for being irresponsible, then scolded himself for his poor judgment, and ultimately cursed the matchmaker who had introduced them. Lao Chen remained silent, refraining from retorting. For Chen Zui, the sense of home returned vividly in that moment. At 10:30 a.m., Chen Zui rode his electric bike with Yuan to the entrance of the restaurant. The establishment was named Friends Come Jianghu Cuisine, the first restaurant opened by Jiang Mufan's father, and now the flagship of 3 chain stores in the Mountain City. The location was quite favorable, with 2 stories, the first for dining and the second for private rooms. As the hour was still early, the staff busied themselves with preparations, anticipating Chen Zui's arrival. Jiang Mufan had arrived early to wait at the restaurant. "Where's your dad?" "My dad is upstairs. He'll be down shortly." This was not Chen Zui's first visit, as he had previously interacted with Jiang Ping, Mufan's father, and Qin Yuan, his mother. However, it was Su Yuan's first time here, and she appeared somewhat reserved, standing beside him. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Jiang Ping descended from the building. Jiang Mufan promptly called out Dad, and Jiang Ping immediately approached, devoid of any airs befitting a boss, his face radiant as he inquired, "Is Chen Zui here?" "Yes." Chen Zui then introduced Uncle Jiang. "This is Su Yuan, my sister." The previous evening, Jiang Mufan had informed his father about the relationship between Chen Zui and Su Yuan. Jiang Ping was aware that his son shared a close bond with Chen Zui at school and that they would soon attend the same university. In truth, there were no vacancies for summer workers at the shop. He merely wished to extend a kindness, as the shop scale allowed for 1 more person without any detriment. "Mufan has already told me about it," Jiang Ping remarked with a smile. "It's rather late to be finishing work. Is it safe for a young girl like her?" Chen Zui quickly responded, "I will come to pick her up in the evening." "That's good to hear." Jiang Ping swiftly summoned the head of the restaurant staff, instructing her to show Su Yuan around and explain the job details. He made sure to add, "She is my own child." Upon hearing this, the head waitress's expression indicated that she took his words to heart. After she led Su Yuan away, Chen Zui graciously expressed, "Thank you, Uncle Jiang." Jiang Ping patted Chen Zui on the shoulder, advising them to nurture their relationship well at school, before excusing himself to attend to his own matters. Chen Zui then affectionately put his arm around Jiang Mufan's shoulder, saying, "This silly girl Su Yuan never confides in anyone when she encounters difficulties. Keep an eye on her and message me if anything arises. You're only a year older than Su Yuan. Why do you still call her silly girl? As for you, just remember what I said. Relax, relax. My dad frequents this place. No one would dare plot under his watchful gaze. Speak plainly, why the flamboyant gestures?" Jiang Mufan promptly retorted, "This is merely a graceful gesture. I simply raised my hand." Chen Zui raised his middle finger playfully and sought out Su Yuan, who had already donned her work uniform. "You focus on your work, I'll head back now." "All right, I'll pick you up in the evening. Don't wander off alone." Watching Chen Zui depart, the head waitress smiled and remarked, "It's rare to see a brother so concerned for his sister these days." Su Yuan smiled gently, refraining from further elaboration. Life began to adopt a more rhythmic routine. Chen Zui's primary responsibility became escorting Su Yuan to and from work each day. In his spare time, he would either play on his phone, keeping up with entertainment news, or visit Fan Mingyuan or Jiang Mufan, engaging in light-hearted banter at their homes. In the evenings, they would often gather to play basketball at the gym. By late July, all 4 received acceptance letters sent by mail. Chen Zui and Jiang Mufan were admitted to Zhejiang Provincial University of Media, with one pursuing a degree in journalism and the other in dance choreography. Fan Mingyuan was accepted into the University of Electronic Science and Technology, majoring in the highly sought-after field of computer science and technology. Su Yuan, as anticipated, was admitted to the normal university. Due to the mandatory military training at the beginning of their freshman year, the registration date typically falls around the 20th. 3 individuals had agreed to travel to Hangzhou together on that day. Initially, both Fan Mingyuan and Jiang Mufan had intended for their parents to accompany them, but upon hearing that Chen Zui would be going alone, they too decided to make the journey independently. On August 18th, after a long day of work, Su Yuan finally received her salary. In addition to her base salary of 2,800 yuan and a perfect attendance bonus of 200 yuan, Jiang Ping generously awarded her an additional 300 yuan as a reward for her diligence and meticulousness. This was not simply an excuse concocted by Jiang Ping. It was a genuine acknowledgement of her efforts. Despite Chen Zui's earlier advice to Su Yuan that one should take the opportunity to be lazy, Su Yuan remained dedicated. Or rather, she had never been one to shirk her responsibilities, orphaned before the age of 10. She grew up with her grandmother and took on many responsibilities from a young age. Though she was reserved, her inner maturity far surpassed that of her peers. Consequently, Chen Zui always felt that the saying children from poor families mature early was one of the most cruel statements in existence. During the day, the temperature soared to 35 or 36 degrees Celsius. However, the evenings brought a refreshing coolness of only about 20 degrees. Riding her electric scooter against the wind, weaving through the streets, helped alleviate the day's worries. On usual occasions, when Chen Zui came to pick up Su Yuan, she would still be busy in the shop. Today, however, she stood at the entrance, and upon seeing Chen Zui approaching on his bike, she eagerly raised her hand and waved. "Why are you here so early today?" "My boss gave me my salary and said I could leave work early," Su Yuan replied. Chen Zui dismounted, retrieved a safety helmet from beneath the seat, and handed it to Su Yuan with a smile, asking, "After a month of continuous work, are you tired?" "I'm not tired." Su Yuan, having just received her salary, appeared quite joyful. Once on the bike, she shared the news of her bonus with Chen Zui. Upon hearing this, Chen Zui chuckled. "I understand that earning money is not easy, but once you're in college, you must spend on the things that matter. Being overly frugal makes it difficult to make friends. I only need my brother. Isn't that enough? Can't I always stick with you? Is that not possible?" Su Yuan's voice was soft, but Chen Zui caught the words. He paused momentarily and replied, "I'll try my best." After saying this, Chen Zui furrowed his brow and remarked, "Su Yuan, why do I feel that something is off with you today? Is it?" "A little. I'm just happy because I got paid." Su Yuan smiled, her eyes shimmering with a lively glint. "This is your first paycheck. Isn't it?" "Yes." Su Yuan nodded. Expressing her delight, "The boss said I could come back next summer." Chen Zui shook his head. "We want to be coming back next year." "Why not?" Chen Zui grinned. "Because by this time next year, my brother will have money." "Does your brother lack money? Who in this world isn't short of cash?" Just as the words left his mouth, Su Yuan presented a stack of 100 yuan bills she had just received to Chen Zui. Chen Zui glanced at it, half amused and half exasperated. "What are you doing? Giving this to me?" "Yeah, just keep it safe. Be careful, or I might hit you." Yuan quickly retracted her hand, and upon witnessing this, Chen Zui couldn't help but chuckle. Their figures swiftly passed under the streetlight as a gentle breeze caressed them, and the moonlight, like water, tenderly embraced the entire mountain city. On the afternoon of the 19th, Chen Zui took Yuan for a stroll in the city. He purchased 2 sets of clothing for himself, then led her to a women's clothing store. Initially reluctant due to the prices, Yuan was persuaded by Chen Zui to negotiate, resulting in her selecting 2 t-shirts, a pair of thin denim jeans, and a skirt. Rarely did she wear skirts. Most of her childhood attire consisted of hand-me-downs from relatives. In fact, her first bra was discovered by the river while she was doing laundry. She cleaned it thoroughly, but when old Wu found out, he forced her to take it off and later bought her 2 new ones from the supermarket. The garments Yuan chose were quite simple, devoid of any embellishments. Even the skirt. The t-shirts were initially priced over 80, while the jeans and skirt were quoted at 150. However, Chen Zui was well aware of the customary practice in this commercial street. After the initial price was given, one could simply offer half. Consequently, the total expenditure for all 4 pieces amounted to just over 200. After completing the purchase, Yuan emerged from the store, laughter bubbling within her. Chen Zui handed her the helmet and, feigning ignorance, inquired, "What are you laughing about?" "I'm amused by what the shop owner just said," she replied. "Which remark?" With a cheerful demeanor, her lips curled into a slight smile, revealing dimples as she mimicked the owner's tone, saying, "I've never seen such a young person bargain like you, who starts at 80 and negotiates down to 30. The cost of a pure cotton t-shirt was indeed around that amount, and lowering the price provided room for negotiation. Chen Zui felt no shame in haggling. In a previous life, he might have stubbornly purchased an item priced beyond his expectations out of pride. Now, however, he might have retorted, "If it's so expensive, why not just rob it?" Upon returning home, Chen Zui was summoned into the living room by old Wu, who had brought back 2 large suitcases, one black and one white, along with various toiletries from the supermarket. Take a look and see if anything is missing. I will buy whatever is needed later. This side is yours, and that side is for Yuan. Make sure to give it to her, and remember to pack your bags tonight. Don't forget your ID and documents. Sure, Chen Zui replied promptly. Jiang Mufan's father will drive us to the train station. If we take the high-speed train, it will take all day. Jiang Mufan and I plan to stay at a hotel for the night, and then head to school for registration the following morning. Old Wu, displeased, remarked, "You didn't even consult the family when choosing your major. Why did you have to go so far away?" Chen Zui discerned Lao Wu's displeasure and promptly approached her. Intertwining his arm with hers, resting his head upon her shoulder, and smiling ingratiatingly, "Mom, rest assured, I will call you the moment I arrive." Lao Wu rolled her eyes and, with a hint of proud defiance, replied, "At your age, what is there for me to worry about?" Yet, the age-old adage resonates. A mother's concern persists, especially as Chen Zui is her sole child. Although she professed otherwise, her heart harbored unease. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, she could only silently wish for a smooth journey. Pointing to the facial cleanser on the table, she remarked, "Youngsters today use this for washing their faces. This tiny bottle costs 60 yuan, enough to buy a large bottle of body wash. I purchased 2 bottles. You must give one to that girl later. A big man like me has no use for it. Just give it to her." Upon hearing this, Lao Wu playfully slapped Chen Zui on the head, scolding, "Yes, yes. All for her. You're not even this good to your mother." "It's different," he retorted. Go on, just seeing you annoys me." With a suitcase in hand and a bag of toiletries, Chen Zui made his way next door, where Yuan had changed into a dress she had bought earlier that day. Their grandmother sat nearby, praising her granddaughter's beauty. "Yuan, this is something my mother bought. Remember to pack your belongings tonight. We depart at 6:30 tomorrow morning." Yuan glanced at her grandmother, who grasped Chen Zui's hand and quietly inquired, "Xiao Chun, how much did it cost?" Chen Zui chuckled, "My mother didn't tell me, Grandma. It's best not to concern yourself with it. That simply won't do. Consider it a portion of the betrothal gifts my mother intends for Yuan," he added. Upon hearing this, Yuan shyly lowered her head. The elder then placed Chen Zui's hand in her palm and gently patted the back of it several times, repeating, "Good, good, good." On the eve of departure, Fan Mingyuan, Jiang Mufan, and Yuan found themselves slightly restless, while Chen Zui felt remarkably calm. In his previous life, he had been accompanied by Lao Wu to university registration, and to avoid delays, they had set off on the evening of the 19th, only arriving by noon the next day. This time, however, was different. The butterfly effect suggested that upon his arrival in Hangzhou, the people and events he encountered would be entirely transformed. Chen Zui retired early, and when the alarm rang the following day, he promptly rose from bed. At 6:30, Chen Zui and Yuan stood at the gate, each carrying a suitcase and a backpack. A Volvo XC90 swiftly turned the corner and approached. Lao Chen assisted in loading the luggage into the vehicle before rushing to the driver's seat to hand Jiang Ping a cigarette, exchanging a few brief pleasantries. "Mom, I'm off now. Take care of yourself outside. Don't worry. Grandma, take care of your health. I'm getting in the car now. Xiao Chun, look after Yuan for me." "All right." After their farewells, the two quickly boarded the vehicle, and within mere seconds, it vanished from sight. Lao Wu wiped her eyes and turned to return home. Grandma Yuan stood at the gate, gazing anxiously in the direction the vehicle had departed. The atmosphere inside the car, however, was entirely different. Chen Zui remained outwardly calm, while Fan Mingyuan and Jiang Mufan, embarking on their first journey to university, were filled with excitement, chattering animatedly. Chen A noticed Yuan beside him, her small face etched with concern. He understood her worry for her grandmother, yet he playfully teased, "What's on that little mind of yours?" Yuan gently shook her head. "There's nothing to worry about. If anything happens to your grandmother at home, my mother will inform me. But you, I must admit, do cause me some concern. My brothers and my school is merely 7 kilometers away. A bike ride of only 25 minutes or a car ride of just 12. Well, if anything comes up, just give me a call or come find me." "All right. Do you remember my phone number?" "I do, 136 Chung A whispered. Yuan, listen closely. In this world, you are not alone. Aside from your grandmother, you have me now. But don't get involved in a romance at university." Chen Zui, what is it?" Do you know what the gender ratio at our school is? How many? 1, 3, meaning for every 4 people, 3 are girls. You'll be able to make plenty of new female friends at university. Jiang Mufan rolled her eyes. You're so annoying. She then turned to Fan Mingyuan. Is there a scarcity of girls in your major? Fan Mingyuan nodded, replying, well, let's just say female students in computer science are like national treasures. Haha, how pitiful. What is pitiful about it? I never intended to pursue a romantic relationship. He quickly added, besides, nothing beats a computer for entertainment. You're such a stereotypical guy. Listening to their conversation, Chen Zui couldn't help but smile. Whether to engage in romance at university was a personal choice, often merely an experience, as most campus romances rarely endure. During his freshman year, Chen Zui had signed with a talent agency and shortly after took a leave of absence, spending very little time at school. Later, he became involved with MiFi, and while many envied him, he was left with painful memories. Now, he had no thoughts of romance. His sole focus was making money, and yet more money. In the morning, the train carriage was quite noisy, but by the afternoon, it had settled into a tranquil silence. After having a cup of instant noodles for lunch, Fan Mingyuan and Jiang Mufan lost their initial excitement of going far for the first time, with one engrossed in a mobile game and the other preening in a mirror, adjusting her bangs. Chen Zui stifled a yawn, resting his head gently on Su Yuan's shoulder. She tucked her long hair behind her ear, sitting upright in her seat, remaining perfectly still. Attention, travelers. Please be advised that this train is about to arrive at Hangzhou East Station. Please prepare to disembark. After traversing a significant portion of the map, the bullet train finally arrived at 6:38 p.m., the moment the announcement was heard. Fan Mingyuan and Jiang Mufan immediately stood to retrieve their luggage, while Chen Zui remained unhurried, only taking down the 2 suitcases from the overhead rack once the train had decelerated and come to a complete stop. As they disembarked with the throng of passengers, each of the 4 felt a different emotion. Fan Mingyuan surveyed his surroundings, seemingly eager to immerse himself in the essence of this city. Jiang Mufan, filled with excitement, tugged her suitcase ahead, frequently glancing back to urge the others to hasten their pace. In contrast, Su Yuan, walking closely beside Chen Zui, felt a sense of bewilderment and unease in this unfamiliar environment. Chen Zui gently held Su Yuan's small hand, moving at a steady pace toward the exit. This city remained as he remembered, youthful compared to the established first-tier cities. Which way should we go? Jiang Mufan halted, a look of confusion on her face. Fan Mingyuan looked up, searching for directional signs. Chen Zui smiled and stepped forward, saying, follow me, don't wander aimlessly. Seeing Chen Zui's confident stride ahead, Jiang Mufan and Fan Mingyuan exchanged glances and promptly followed. After a bumpy 45 minutes on the crowded Line 1 subway, the 4 once again emerged from the station, dragging their suitcases behind them. I'm so hungry. I'm so tired. I really need to use the restroom. This area boasts numerous universities, with commercial establishments surrounding nearly every institution. Upon exiting the subway station, various hotels, supermarkets, and convenience stores were immediately visible. Chen Zui scanned the vicinity and quickly pointed to a budget hotel, suggesting, let us check into 2 rooms first, drop off our luggage. Tomorrow morning, I'll take Su Yuan to her school for registration while you 2 decide whether to wait for my return or head to the school on your own. Sound good? After securing 2 rooms and placing their luggage inside, Chen Zui made a phone call home. Observing this, Fan Mingyuan and Jiang Mufan also called their families to assure them of their safety. Mom, we'll leave it at that for now. We're heading out to find a place to eat. I'll call you again once I reach the dormitory tomorrow. Oh, and please let Grandma know she's nearby, right? All right, I'll hang up now. Once Chen Zui ended the call, Fan Mingyuan glanced at the 2 single beds in the room and asked, Chen Zui, how are we going to sleep tonight? Chen Zui understood the implication behind Fan Mingyuan's question. Among the 4, Su Yuan was the only girl, and each standard room featured 2 single beds. If Chen Zui, Fan Mingyuan, and Jiang Mufan shared a room, it would undoubtedly be a tight squeeze. Chen Zui hesitated. Although he had always regarded Su Yuan as a younger sister, they were not related by blood and were merely a year apart in age. At the moment when Chen Zui found himself in a predicament, Su Yuan took the initiative to say, "Brother." Chen Zui nodded and articulated the latter part of her sentence. "Then I shall share a room with Su Yuan, and you too can have your own." Jiang Mufan and Fan Mingyuan, aware of their relationship, saw nothing unreasonable in this arrangement, especially since the two had grown up together, with Su Yuan always trailing behind Chen Zui during their school days. After settling their luggage, the four of them ventured to a bustling eatery near the hotel, casually ordering several dishes. Chen Zui and Fan Mingyuan devoured their meals voraciously, prompting Jiang Mufan to cast a sidelong glance at them and silently remark, "Two brutes." After a long day of travel, the four lost interest in exploring the new city post-dinner. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Zui deliberately lingered in Jiang Mufan and Fan Mingyuan's room, waiting for Su Yuan to finish her shower before he finally moved to the adjacent room. "Make sure you get to bed early. We have to report first thing tomorrow." "Okay." After taking a refreshing shower and drying his hair in the bathroom, Chen Zui lay down on the bed in the next room. "Is it cold?" "No, it's fine. If you feel tired during military training, just report to the instructor. Don't push yourself. Also, if your roommates have any activities or gatherings, you should join them. Life in the girls' dormitory is far more eventful than in the boys'. Since you've never lived on campus, be careful not to feel excluded. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, just message me." "Okay. How much pocket money does your grandmother give you each month?" "She gave me her card." "What about your parents' compensation?" "Yes." "Take good care of your bank card and never disclose the password to anyone." "Brother." "Yes. I've already linked the card number to my phone. Could you keep the bank card for me?" "No. I'm afraid I might lose it." Chen Zui then relented, saying, "Fine, give it to me tomorrow, and just let me know when you need it." "Okay. But don't get involved in a relationship at university. You're too naive and might get deceived." "Will you?" "Will I what?" "Date. Date someone." "Absolutely not." "Why not?" Chen Zui paused for a moment, then replied earnestly, "If I were to fall in love, what would happen to you? Who cares about you?" Roleplay Hangzhou Normal University is situated alongside the Qiantang River, boasting a remarkably beautiful environment. During the enrollment season, the campus is adorned with banners welcoming new students, and numerous senior students are present at the entrance to assist with the orientation. In late August, the weather is swelteringly hot, and by 7 in the morning, the sun hangs high in the sky. Receiving new students at the gate during this time can be quite a taxing task, yet some individuals willingly volunteer for this duty. However, the motivations of these volunteers are often less than pure, primarily driven by the desire for personal gain. The gender ratio at the university is even more staggering than that of the media college, reaching an astonishing 1:4, which means that among every 10 students, 8 are female. At the university, it appears that any male student with a decent appearance is likely to have a girlfriend. If such a student is without a partner, one might begin to question his orientation. Chen Zui, accompanied by Su Yuan, took the subway to the vicinity of the campus. As they dragged their suitcase to the entrance, beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Su Yuan attempted several times to take the suitcase herself, but was thwarted, observing the perspiration on Chen Zui's brow. She rummaged through her pocket, tore off 2 pieces of tissue, and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking up at the welcoming banner at the entrance. Chen Zui shook his head in disbelief, remarking on the unexpectedly large crowd present so early in the term. "Stop wiping. Let us first handle the enrollment procedures." Together, they strolled into the university. Unbeknownst to them, several senior female students who were responsible for orientation had already taken notice of Chen Zui as he arrived at the gate. Handsome young men are a rarity at the university, particularly someone of Chen Zui's caliber. Just as they stepped onto campus, 3 senior girls approached briskly from different directions. "Are you here to register?" one inquired. Chen Zui nodded. The 3 seniors exchanged glances, their eyes silently communicating a message. "Don't compete. I saw him first." Sensing the competitive atmosphere, Chen Zui quickly took Su Yuan's hand and added, "To be precise, I am here to help my sister register." Sister? This seemed implausible. In normal families, siblings typically maintain an adversarial relationship. How could they be holding hands? A short-haired senior quickly sensed the discrepancy and probed. "Your biological sister?" "Huh?" The short-haired girl quickly clarified, please don't misunderstand. It's uncommon for brothers to accompany their sisters for university registration. Usually, it's the parents. Oh, I see. The three girls collectively realized that they were mistaken. So, you're not biological siblings? I see, it's a role play. One senior had already envisioned a romantic scenario of a domineering brother falling for his sister. Chen Zui did not mind their misunderstanding, though he noticed that Su Yuan's palm was clammy, whether due to the heat or otherwise. After entering through the south gate, they completed the enrollment procedures in just half an hour. After collecting military training uniforms and bedding, they proceeded to the female dormitory. The student accommodations at the university are distinct from the academic areas, which are centered around the library, with teaching and laboratory buildings arranged in a circular configuration nearby, while the dormitories are located across a main thoroughfare. During the initial days of the semester, as many parents accompanied their children, the dormitory supervisors were largely indifferent to the proceedings. Chen Zui smoothly guided Su Yuan to her assigned dormitory without hindrance. On the third floor, room 305. He knocked twice, and the door was promptly opened by a girl whose face still bore some baby fat. However, upon merely catching sight of Chen Zui, she quickly slammed the door shut. Then, voices from inside the dormitory could be heard. What is happening? There's a guy outside. So what if he is a guy? Why do you look so nervous? He is very handsome. How handsome is he? Please hold on a moment. I need to wash my face. 3 full minutes passed before the dormitory door swung open once more. This time, it was another girl who entered, tall and likely between 165 and 175 centimeters. Her hair was short, just reaching her shoulders, and she exuded an air of competence. She scrutinized Chen Zui with curiosity and inquired, "You are?" "Oh, I brought my sister for her registration." The girl inside the dormitory slightly pushed the door open, then noticed Su Yuan, who was hiding behind Chen Zui. "I see. Is it convenient for us to enter?" "Yes. We just arrived." At this moment, only 2 individuals occupied the dormitory. After Chen Zui moved her luggage inside, she took the initiative to introduce herself and Su Yuan, naturally obtaining the names of Su Yuan's 2 roommates. The girl with a round face was named Li Xiqing, a local from the bustling metropolis, while the short-haired girl was named Xiangnan, also a local resident. Having completed her task of escorting Su Yuan to the dormitory, Chen Zui prepared to leave. However, before departing, she conversed briefly with Su Yuan's 2 roommates, informing them of Su Yuan's introverted nature and requesting they look after her. Li Xiqing and Xiangnan readily agreed, and Chen Zui left her WeChat information with them, hoping to ensure that should Su Yuan encounter any issues at school, she would not hesitate to reach out. "I'll head back now. Mu Fan and Ming Yuan are still waiting for me at the hotel. If you need anything, just call." As Chen Zui stepped out of the dormitory, Su Yuan noticed a bottle of mineral water still on the table and promptly called out, "Brother, the water." After Chen Zui accepted the bottle, she swiftly departed from the girls' dormitory. Su Yuan quietly closed the door and turned around, only to find her 2 roommates staring at her, which made her feel a sudden wave of nervousness. Xiangnan was the first to break the silence, asking, "Su Yuan, he can't possibly be your real brother, right? You have the surname Su, and he has the surname Chen." Li Xiqing, equally curious, looked at Su Yuan with wide eyes. Su Yuan stammered, struggling to articulate a response. Li Xiqing chuckled mischievously. "I see. You 2 are in a romantic relationship, and he just wants you to call him that, right?" "And no, that's not it." Xiangnan interjected. "Li Xiqing, you're being ridiculous." "Oh, come on, I was just joking." Li Xiqing replied with a laugh. "But honestly, your brother is quite handsome, like a celebrity." When he opened the door, I nearly lost my train of thought. "If you 2 aren't dating, does he have a girlfriend?" Su Yuan was at a loss for words. Xiangnan noticed Su Yuan's reluctance to answer and quickly placed her hand on Li Xiqing's shoulder, saying, "All right, enough with the infatuation. Let us clean up together." The previous seniors left the place in quite a mess. There are several pairs of stinky socks under the bed. "Su Yuan, you start making your bed, and we'll take care of the floor. If you need help, just let us know." However, reflecting on the past, Chen Zui had encountered a myriad of individuals and experiences in his previous life. This transcendent wisdom, unbound by age, allowed him to glean insights into a person through mere fleeting interactions. Although he exchanged only a few words with Su Yuan's roommate earlier, he could surmise their personalities with reasonable accuracy. Xiang Nin exhibited a rather assertive demeanor, likely one of the more opinionated individuals among the female cohort. In contrast, Li Xiqing appeared significantly more naive. Despite being a university student, she still exuded a high school vibe. Su Yuan, with her accommodating disposition, would likely not be disliked unless she crossed paths with someone malevolent. Yet, one of their roommates had yet to arrive, and the nature of this remaining individual would depend on future interactions. After reuniting with the two at the hotel, they split into pairs and headed to their respective universities. Unlike the teacher's university, the School of Media, bolstered by its arts department, showcased a unique flair. As Jiang Mufan pulled her suitcase alongside Chen Zui, they approached the entrance of the media school, where a senior, clad in a short skirt and high heels, emerged, revealing a hint of her cleavage. She seemingly cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Zui, but fortunately did not approach him for conversation. As they brushed past one another, Jiang Mufan turned her head back and leaned towards Chen Zui, whispering, "That is quite bold. With a skirt that short, a gust of wind could reveal everything." Chen Zui responded calmly, "Jiang Mufan, our purpose in education is to cultivate sound values and possess good character, not to critique a girl's attire in private. While the notion of dressing freely is commendable still, but what?" Jiang Mufan interjected. "But then again, that outfit is indeed rather provocative," Chen Zui conceded. Jiang Mufan rolled her eyes, clearly uninterested in engaging further with him. As they entered the campus, the number of seniors welcoming newcomers was noticeably fewer than at Teachers University. However, many were stationed beneath the shade, advertising various offers. Mobile campus cards for a monthly fee of 19 Yuan, with an additional 10 gigabytes of campus data. A special deal at Lei Gym, offering annual memberships for just 399 Yuan during the start of the semester, and warnings against telecom fraud, urging vigilance against unknown calls. University is eternally a realm brimming with enthusiasm, and as Chen Zui returned, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, evoking a sense of change. Jiang Mufan curiously surveyed her surroundings and, noticing Chen Zui lost in thought, playfully punched him on the arm. "What are you daydreaming about? Let us get registered." Entering through the southern gate of the school, the first building to the right was the administration building of the media school. Further ahead lay the various academic buildings, with the dormitory area to the east and the teaching area to the west, divided by an athletic field and a soccer pitch in between. Chen Zui expertly guided Jiang Mufan through the registration process before they parted ways to collect their dorm keys and the freshman handbook. At the foot of the teaching building, a long row of tables draped in red cloth displayed information for different classes. Chen Zui quickly located the area designated for the journalism and communication major and made his way over. The middle-aged woman seated behind the desk was indeed the class advisor of the journalism department. Due to limited interactions and the passage of time, Chen Zui could only recall her surname, Zhang, while her given name had escaped his memory. However, the young woman beside her, a girl named Shangwan Hong, was vividly etched in his mind. She was their class counselor, likely in her early 20s. Chen Zui's impression of her was largely due to the numerous occasions he had approached her for leave requests. This counselor, who was quite strict with other students, was rather lenient with him. "Hello, teacher. I am here to collect my dormitory key and the freshman handbook," he announced. The class advisor nodded, preparing for Shangwan Hong to record his information. But unexpectedly, Shangwan Hong seemed momentarily stunned. Ahem. Upon hearing this cough, Shangwan Hong snapped back to reality, quickly turning the registration form around and handing Chen Zui a pen. "Please fill this out. I am Shangwan Hong, and I will be your counselor from now on. This is our advisor, Zhang AI." "All right, Sister Hong," Chen Zui replied. "Sister Hong?" Shangwan Hong was taken aback, and even Zhang AI's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Chen Zui swiftly filled out the registration form and looked up at Shangwan Hong. Once she regained her composure, she hurriedly handed him the key and a freshman orientation handbook. "Room 206, Building 19. All three of your roommates have arrived. Scan the code to join the class group, and you can head to your dormitory. Any future announcements will be made in the group." "Thank you." Chen Zui accepted the key and handbook, quickly turning to leave. Zhang Ai glanced at his departing figure and remarked with a smile, "This student seems quite intriguing." Shangguan Hong chuckled. "He is the first to call me Sister Hong, as if we have known each other for ages." "You just made a bit of a fool of yourself," Zhang Ai teased. "Not at all." Jiang Mufan had been assigned to Building 1, situated at the southern edge of the dormitory area, while Building 19 was centrally located. After Chen Zui and Jiang Mufan collected their keys, they walked from the academic area to the dormitory, encountering mainly female students along the way. At this moment, Chen Zui's physical appeal became evident, as he attracted a considerable amount of attention, with some bold individuals even taking pictures of him openly. This left Jiang Mufan feeling quite pressured. "How annoying. Can't these girls be a little more reserved?" he exclaimed. "Do you really think girls are any less infatuated?" Chen Zui replied casually. In his previous life, during the third year after his debut, many female directors and producers had reached out to invite him to hotel meetings to discuss scripts, gaze at the moon, and share life philosophies. Upon reaching the entrance of Building 19, Chen Zui paused and said, "I'm here. I should have lunch with my roommates today, so message me if you need anything." "Okay." Chen Zui dragged his suitcase to the second floor and noticed that the door to room 206 was ajar, so he walked over directly. Indeed, all three of his roommates were present, currently tidying up the dormitory. The moment Chen Zui appeared at the door, he quickly drew the attention of the three inside. Due to the differing arrival times at school, the roommate allocations were also varied. In his previous life, Chen Zui had only a mediocre relationship with his three dormitory mates, and his interactions with other students were even less significant. "Are you from this dormitory?" asked a boy wearing a short-sleeved white shirt, standing by the foot of the door. Chen Zui nodded. The boy's eyes widened as he scrutinized Chen Zui, exclaiming in astonishment, "With looks like yours, I thought you were from the art department." Chen Zui shrugged, carrying his suitcase and entering with a smile. "I'll take that as a compliment. Hello, I am Jiang Wenhua. In the South, it is not common for someone born in the 90s to exceed 180 centimeters in height." As Chen Zui walked from the school gate, he hardly encountered anyone taller than himself. Yet the young man named Jiang Wenhua stood almost at the same height. "Chen Zui. Chen Zui? Which Zui?" "The best say." The boy who had just praised Chen Zui's looks quickly introduced himself. "I'm Su Fei, from the bustling metropolis." "Chen Fui Froneth? Su Fei?" Su Fei rolled his eyes, evidently having been misidentified by his name before, and emphasized, "It's Fei as in take off, not the Fei from Miffy." Chen Zui was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Su Fei mentioning the name Miffy. Clearly, her fame had already reached significant heights at that time. After all, she was a rising star, debuting as a child actress at 14, earning admission to Beijing Film Academy, and by her second year, becoming the lead in a renowned director's film. Within 2 years, she had triumphed across the realms of film, music, and variety shows, becoming a goddess in the eyes of many young men. The final roommate appeared quite mature, had he not disclosed his age. No one would suspect he was merely 18 or 19. After Jiang Wenhua and Su Fei introduced themselves, he added, "I'm Li Yi, from Inner Mongolia." After they had acquainted themselves, Chen Zui began to organize his bed. Among the four, Su Fei had arrived the earliest. He had tidied up the dormitory the day before and was now seated in his spot, engrossed in his phone, without anyone finding it out of place. Once Chen Zui had finished arranging his bedding, he headed to dispose of some trash. Upon returning to the dormitory and preparing to send a message to Fan Min Yuan, Su Fei suddenly banged on the table and stood up, exclaiming loudly, "Chen Zui!" All three roommates paused their activities, looking at him with puzzled expressions. Su Fei thrust his phone screen towards Chen Zui, brimming with excitement. "You've been posted on the confession wall." The confession wall was originally intended for college students to anonymously express their affections, but due to its immense popularity, it gradually evolved into a platform for students to exchange emotional information. Chen Zui remained unfazed, yet Jiang Wenhua and Li Yi gravitated towards Su Fei, and the three of them huddled together, intently examining the content of the confession wall. Wall. Chen Zui. JPG, candid photo. "Is this handsome guy a new student at our school? Just now, I spotted someone of my preferred type by the athletics field. I'm curious about which class he belongs to." The content was shared on WeChat Moments via the official account of the Media College's confession wall. However, Sufei has yet to add any alumni, so many of the comments remain unseen. After reviewing it again, Sufei exclaimed with fervor, "To be featured on the confession wall on my very first day at school is utterly absurd." Jiang Wenhua patted Sufei on the shoulder and chuckled. "I suspect such occurrences will happen frequently in the future. You shall soon grow accustomed to it." Sufei immediately inquired, "Chen Zui, do you have a girlfriend?" Chen Zui hesitated, fearing that admitting he was single might invite unwelcome trouble. After weighing his options, he nodded and replied, "Yes." "How many?" "Huh?" Chen Zui was perplexed. "What do you mean by how many? Do I strike you as someone particularly flirtatious? So, you only have one girlfriend?" "Of course." Jiang Wenhua adjusted his glasses, glanced at his watch, and stated, "It's already past 11. Shall we go for a meal together?" "Where to eat?" "I am flexible." "What about you, Chen Zui?" Chen Zui responded with a smile. "How about we first dine at the cafeteria for lunch? I am curious about the taste of the food there, and we can find a restaurant to gather at for dinner later." "Agreed. Agreed." Seeing this, Sufei waved his hand. "All right then, let's head to the cafeteria." Yesterday, the school was not too crowded, but today it seems quite bustling. The cafeteria is probably filled with students. Most newcomers should have arrived by now. Military training is expected to commence the day after tomorrow at the latest. The four of them tidied up briefly. Before leaving the dormitory, Sufei specifically washed his face with facial cleanser and changed into a pair of branded shoes adorned with a swoosh. Judging by the personal items displayed on his desk, it seems Sufei hails from a comfortable background, though not from an affluent family. Although Jiang Wenhua's clothing lacks brand labels, he wears an Omega mechanical watch on his wrist, valued at approximately 40,000 yuan. He appears understated. Yet he is likely the one with the most advantageous family background among the residents of dormitory 206. As for Li Yi, he is an earnest individual, and his circumstances remain somewhat indiscernible. The main cafeteria at Zhejiang University of Media and Communications is called Lychee Garden, spanning 3 floors. Students typically dine on the first and second floors, while the third floor requires faculty to pay via facial recognition. Today is the 21st, and based on past experiences, military training is set to begin as early as tomorrow, meaning nearly all new students have arrived. It is mealtime now, and the cafeteria is bustling with people. After obtaining their meals, Chen Zui and his 3 roommates found an unoccupied spot to sit. Sufei, filled with excitement, grinned lewdly before even taking a seat. "There are so many girls at our school. A friend of mine, who studies electromechanical engineering, told me that there are hardly any girls in his entire department. It's like entering a monastery." Jiang Wenhua laughed. "The abundance of girls has nothing to do with you. Finding a partner is quite an effortless endeavor for the ladies. Our school is brimming with stunning beauties, particularly from the Department of Arts. Over the summer, I joined a freshman group chat. Do you all know who our school's belle is?" "I'm not sure. I'm not as idle as you are. It's Zhao Ruo, a broadcasting and hosting major from the arts department, a year ahead of us, and she possesses an ethereal beauty that is truly captivating. Without visuals, it's hard to believe. Nonsense, of course, I have pictures. Take a look. Call me brother. Get lost." Sufei and Jiang Wenhua bantered back and forth, thoroughly enjoying their conversation. Chen Zui and Li Yi remained silent throughout. Li Yi was listening but couldn't find the right moment to interject, while Chen Zui was simply uninterested. He had encountered countless beauties of such caliber in his past life. Not to mention, he had been with the national goddess, Miffy. Although the memories she left him were painful, in terms of sheer beauty, Miffy could undoubtedly overshadow numerous celebrities. As the saying goes, one who has grown accustomed to fine rice cannot eat coarse grains. It is indeed a challenge to find a woman who can truly catch Chen Zui's eye now. Eventually, Sufei pulled out his phone and shared some photos saved in his gallery with Jiang Wenhua. The two admired them for a while when, suddenly, all 4 of their phones buzzed with a notification. Chen Zui fished his phone out of his pocket and glanced at it. Counselor Shangwan Hong had just tagged everyone in the group chat with a succinct announcement. "Dear students, please wear your military training uniforms and gather in classroom 302 of the first teaching building at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Kindly reply upon reading this message." The responses flooded in. "All reading received." After replying in kind, Chen Zui slipped his phone back into his pocket. Have you all eaten? Nearly. Should we take a stroll around the campus? Chen Zui chuckled. You all go ahead. I run around all morning and feel a bit fatigued. I'll head back to my dorm for a rest. Oh. Chen Zui quickly stood up and left. Once he was gone, Su Fei furrowed his brow and asked, Don't you think he seems a bit odd? What do you mean? Let us take this morning-esque confession wall as an example. A normal person would surely have some emotional reaction upon seeing their name posted there. However, Chen Zui seemed utterly unaffected. What does that imply? He is handsome, so he must often experience such attention. I noticed many girls stealing glances at him during lunch. Damn it, I can't go out with him anymore. All the girls' eyes are on him. It's infuriating. Upon returning to his dorm, Chen Zui first called Old Wu, informing him that he had registered earlier in the morning and had lunch at the school cafeteria, expecting to commence military training the following afternoon. Old Wu rambled on for quite a while, treating Chen Zui as if he were still a child. After hanging up, Chen Zui exchanged a few words with Fan Ming Yuan, who was dining out with his roommates, so Chen Zui refrained from further inquiries. As Chen Zui lay on his bed, preparing for a midday nap, Su Yuan proactively sent him a message. Brother, have you eaten yet? Chen Zui did not type a response, but instead sent a voice message. I've eaten, ran around all morning, and now I'm lying in bed. Has your other roommate arrived? Su Yuan replied, yes. He has. We have the freshman orientation meeting tomorrow morning, and it seems we will have military training in the afternoon. Chen Zui responded, same here. We won't have any breaks during military training. I'll come find you afterwards, so behave yourself at school. Su Yuan agreed. She added this morning, the counselor sent a registration form in the group, asking for emergency contact numbers. I filled in my brother's. Chen Zui reassured her, no worries, just fill in mine next time. In the dormitory, the camaraderie among the boys developed swiftly. After sharing 2 meals together, the bonds between the 4 roommates grew significantly closer. Among them, Chen Zui was the eldest, with Jiang Wenhua just 2 months younger, making him the second oldest in the group. Su Fei and Li Yi were both approaching 18. One would turn 18 in October, and the other in November. Surprisingly, the one who appeared most mature, Li Yi, was actually the youngest in the dormitory. The following noon, after having lunch in the cafeteria, the 4 of them, like other freshmen, made their way to the designated classroom. When Chen Zui entered, the room was already bustling with activity. After a lengthy 3-month summer break, this vibrant group of youth was filled with anticipation for university life, with some arriving as early as noon. As Chen Zui entered the classroom, having arrived later, he found that there were few vacant seats left. He scanned the room from the doorway and made his way towards the last row. During this moment, the previously noisy classroom inexplicably fell silent. Some female classmates instinctively tucked their hair behind their ears, while others shyly lowered their gazes. Most girls were adept at concealing their inner thoughts, yet with keen observation, one could easily discern their feelings. To gauge a girl's impression of oneself was rather straightforward. Observe her appearance, note her subtle movements, and consider the topics of conversation. If a girl dresses up with colored contact lenses, manicured nails, full makeup, and a stylish outfit for a date, it indicates at least a lack of disdain towards you. Furthermore, repeated gestures like tucking hair behind the ear or shyly biting her lip also affirm this sentiment. A deeper understanding could be gleaned from her subconscious body language, whether she instinctively leans away when you draw near, the angle of her body while speaking, or whether her legs remain together when seated beside you. Ultimately, the conversation itself serves as the clearest indicator. A girl who is genuinely interested will not frequently resort to perfunctory responses such as oh, or okay. Chen Zui had suffered similar disappointments in the past, convincing himself that Mi Fei was merely too busy and exhausted from work to be so distant. However, the reality was far from that. Love is always a mutual endeavor, where both parties take 50 steps toward a shared destination, rather than one-sidedly pursuing another. Chen Zui settled into a seat in the middle of the last row, and after Su Fei took a seat beside him, he whispered, Chen Zui, why don't you consider dropping out? Why? Chen Zui replied, it seems you have become the enemy of all the boys in the class. Chen Zui smiled faintly, choosing not to engage further. The class comprised a total of 45 students, with 12 boys and 33 girls. The most coveted career path after graduation from this major would be working at a television station, followed by positions in the public relations or marketing departments of large corporations, or perhaps roles in new media companies focusing on operations or editorial tasks. Chen Zui was uncertain if he would graduate smoothly from Zhejiang Media University, so he had not contemplated changing his major. At 12:55, Zhang Ai entered the classroom, accompanied by Shang Wanhong. As they approached the classroom door, Shang Wanhong furrowed her brow and remarked, "Why is our class so quiet when others are so noisy?" Zhang Ai shared her curiosity and hurried into the classroom, quickly realizing that nothing was amiss. She soon took to the podium to deliver some well-worn words of wisdom. Following this, she handed the stage over to Shang Wanhong, stating, "The military training instructor will arrive at 2 o'clock. We have half an hour left. Next, everyone will come to the stage in order of their seats for a self-introduction." Self-introductions are an indispensable part of the university experience. Whether one is an extrovert or introvert becomes apparent during this segment. As the first girl took the stage to introduce herself, Chen Zui suddenly chuckled, not at her, but pondering whether Yuan would simply state her name and promptly bow her head to exit the podium. One by one, classmates approached the stage for their introductions. After the girls had finished, it was soon the turn of the boys seated in the back row. Su Fei, eager to impress, rambled on the stage, listing his hobbies and even detailing his gaming rank, anxious that others would overlook his status as a peak player with 1,900 points in King of Glory. Shang Wanhong stood at the doorway, listening to Su Fei's inane chatter, unable to suppress a smile, thinking, how childish. Once Su Fei stepped down, Chen Zui rose to his feet. The previously whispering classmates suddenly ceased their conversations, as it was now their opportunity to scrutinize Chen Zui openly. While beauty may be subjective, Chen Zui's attractiveness undeniably fulfilled the fantasies of many girls. He stood at an ideal height, with a physique that complemented the military training uniform, which appeared tailored for him rather than awkward as it did on others. Beneath his slightly tousled hair lay a flawlessly structured face, characterized by deep-set eyes and a prominent nose. His demeanor radiated a blend of aloofness and elegance, coupled with a maturity that surpassed his peers. As he approached the podium, a subtle smile graced his lips, and he introduced himself with poise. "I am Chen Zui, hailing from the mountain city." Having finished speaking, he picked up a piece of chalk and inscribed his name upon the blank blackboard, then gracefully descended from the podium. Shang Wanhong was momentarily taken aback. Was that it? This was the conclusion? Many female classmates below shared a lingering sense of anticipation, wishing fervently that Chen Zui would remove his shirt and perform a lively dance. Among the 45 students in the class, only Chen Zui had written his name on the board, thus becoming the sole individual who would be remembered by all. Su Fei seethed with frustration from below. Damn it, why didn't I think to write my name on the board? After the self-introduction segment concluded, the military training instructor swiftly entered the classroom. He briefly introduced himself, uttered a few stern remarks, and then instructed everyone to gather downstairs. The military training in the School of Media was not particularly arduous, primarily due to the predominance of female students. The only discomfort arose from the necessity of standing under the sun for most of the day. Nearly every girl had prepared sunscreen, yet none could entirely escape the sun's harsh rays. Surprisingly, Chen Zui found enjoyment in the experience. While the days were taxing, the nights brought joy. Evening training was merely a formality. Most of the time was spent engaging in games among the squads, followed by selecting a few individuals for talent showcases. This routine continued until September 1st. With the arrival of many upperclassmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors, the campus buzzed with renewed life. The first-year students, still undergoing military training, naturally became the focal point of these upperclassmen's attention. Some mischievous seniors would deliberately stroll past the training squads, holding half a watermelon. Meanwhile, passing upperclasswomen flaunted their long, fair legs and short skirts, teasing the boys within the squads. Concurrently, a post on the school's forum garnered an astonishing 999 likes. A review of the attractive freshmen of the class of 2018, strong contenders for campus beauty and handsomeness. The last one is undeniably the best. Upon clicking the post, one would find not only information about the freshmen, but also photographs. First up is Wang Qiui from the Broadcasting and Television Class 2 of the Journalism Department, standing at 160 centimeters, hailing from Suzhou, with unspecified measurements. Reportedly a girl with a sweet voice, accompanied by 2 selfies with her consent. The second is Deng Yingzi from the Music Performance Major of the Art Department, standing at 158 centimeters, weighing 86 kilograms, with a talent for the violin, a very artistic girl, accompanied by a candid photo with her consent. Thirdly, from the same art department, specializing in dance choreography, is Wang Mengqi, standing at 171 centimeters, weight confidential, boasting a stunning figure with long legs, accompanied by 2 photos. In total, 11 freshman girls were highlighted. If there are any omissions, please contribute. Next, it is time for the boys. This year, the universally acknowledged most handsome freshman is none other than Chen Zui from the Journalism Department, Class 1. Height estimated at 182 centimeters. Weight unknown. Hobbies unspecified. Relationship status unclear. Attached are 17 photographs, all candid shots without the subject's consent. The post has garnered significant attention, particularly among a group of eager women. Numerous intriguing responses have emerged below. I've seen Chen Zui in the cafeteria once. His looks are undeniably impressive. He is undoubtedly the campus heartthrob. Several girls are merely using misleading photos. The reality is somewhat disappointing. This wave of attention is sweeping through the journalism department. Is anyone planning to catch him at the athletics field tomorrow night? Our club is recruiting tonight. Which team is he part of? As the new semester commenced, club recruitment activities were set into motion. Starting from the first of the month, various clubs began to promote themselves on the playground each evening, with some even explicitly seeking out Chen Zui by name. Chen Zui found this quite bothersome and politely declined each invitation, until the eve of the military training graduation ceremony, when a group of instructors decided to hold a gala, selecting a few talented individuals to showcase their skills. This event has become a tradition, nearly every year. The celebration is organized as military training comes to a close. The format is quite simple. Several teams form a large circle to engage in games such as rock, paper, scissors, pass the drum, or other playful activities. The losing team must choose a member to perform a talent. That evening, aside from the freshmen, many upperclassmen who relish the spectacle gathered to watch, as university students are known for their entertaining antics, often presenting remarkably amusing acts. For instance, male students performing pole dance routines or inviting tone-deaf individuals to sing. At times, the performances orchestrated by university students surpass those of popular entertainment shows. Being tall, Chen Zui had stood at the back since the first day of military training. Now, as several teams formed a circle, the instructors instructed everyone to sit down. Jiang Wenhui sighed, reflecting, military training is finally coming to an end. This half-month feels longer than the entire summer break. I actually think it went by quite quickly. If there were female classmates handing me tissues to wipe my sweat and asking if I wanted a drink, I would also perceive time as fleeting. Can you blame me? Of course. Who told you to have such a punchable face? Chen Zui had no retort. The saying remains, is it my fault for being handsome? As the crowd on the playground swelled, the instructors quickly agreed on the evening's activities, opting to participate themselves rather than simply directing the freshmen. Chen Zui showed little interest in the unfolding events and took out his phone to message Su Yuan. When does military training conclude? Su Yuan replied promptly, ends tomorrow morning. Chen Zui responded, I'll find you the day after tomorrow, don't wander off. Su Yuan, okay. Chen Zui replied to 2 messages and conveniently searched online for information related to new generation singers. As expected, the show had begun recruiting contestants. In a previous life, he had been recommended by a talent agency, but now, Chen Zui had no intention of signing with any agency. He was troubled by the thought that without an agency's recommendation, could he still be selected for the show through the open application process? New Generation Singers is an original music program produced by Potato Video, featuring predominantly young, original singers, most of whom are newcomers from talent agencies, along with a small number of internet singers. However, Without exception, they all have their own management teams behind them. While only the artist might appear on camera, a vast team supports them, including agents, makeup artists, stylists, assistants, cameramen, bodyguards, and drivers. Those with higher profiles often have dedicated public relations and promotional teams, who also manage the artist's social media accounts. The entertainment sector in this world has developed remarkably, with a dazzling array of variety shows, new generation singers. As a return to basics original music program has overwhelmingly surpassed other talent shows on competing platforms since its launch. Just as Chen Zui was lost in thought, Jiang Wenhua suddenly lowered his head and said, "Oh no, our instructor lost. It's finally your turn to perform. What should we have him do? As long as there's a show, we're not picky. Hurry up." The instructor, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Don't keep your head down. If anyone has talent, step forward. Singing or dancing is fine. If you truly have no talent, just recite a poem." Hey, Lao, Chung, a poem one to do. With so many of you, how can there not be someone who can sing or dance? He continued, "All right, who will volunteer? Don't be shy." Just as a girl in the front row was eager to step up, a voice suddenly rang out from the art department. "Instructor, we want to see Chen Zui." As soon as she said this, the crowd erupted in excitement. In a setting dominated by females, there was no need to adhere to propriety. That's right. We want to see Chen Zui perform. Chen Zui. Chen Zui. The girls on the playground chanted his name in unison. In the crowd, Jiang Mufan, upon hearing his buddy being called out, could not help but smirk and mutter to himself, "What a bunch of thirsty women." The instructor, with no other option, shouted to the back row, "Chen Zui, are you deaf? Get over here." Jiang Wenhua patted Chen Zui's thigh and sighed, "Good luck." Su Fei turned her head, reveling in his misfortune, and said, "Haha, you're finally going to embarrass yourself." Chen Zui felt a sense of helplessness in such a setting. No matter how much he wished to remain inconspicuous, it seemed impossible to evade attention. After a brief internal struggle, he rose to his feet, and the girls in the front row instinctively parted to create a path, watching as he made his way to the open space ahead. "Is that Chen Zui? He's so tall, but it's too dark to see his face. Turn on your phone's flashlight." This felt rather excessive, didn't it? What are you afraid of? Amidst the crowd, one girl took the lead, activating her phone's flash, prompting several others seated opposite to follow suit. Thus, the light spread like wildfire, illuminating the area as bright as day. Jiang Mufan, one of the few boys in the class, observed the enthusiastic gazes of the girls directed towards his good friend and couldn't help but lament inwardly, "What a pity." Su Fei chuckled, watching Chen Zui standing there like a monkey, the center of attention. Look at Chen Zui today." Jiang Wenhua inquired, "What has you so amused?" Opportunities to witness Chen Zui make a fool of himself are rare. How can you be so certain he'll embarrass himself? Haven't you heard? When God opens a door, he closes a window. His looks are beyond reason. Surely, he must be lacking in talent. Jiang Wenhua replied with a grin, "Rest assured, even if Chen Zui merely walks around in front of the crowd, the number of girls who admire him will far exceed those who favor you. You bastard." The reactions of those around him reminded Chen Zui of the time he stood on stage in his past life, basking in the spotlight, the focus of all eyes. Had he continued his career in the entertainment industry, in a mere decade, he might have risen to unparalleled heights. Yet, he had been ensnared by that woman, who had even obstructed his path to a comeback. After their divorce, she had the audacity to turn against him, spreading rumors of infidelity. By that time, Chen Zui had long since withdrawn from the industry, stripped of all resources, left to silently endure the online harassment from Yifei's fans. Chen Zui was unafraid of criticism, but he never anticipated that this incident would involve his family. If it hadn't been for Fan Yuan's message informing him that their home had been vandalized by haters, he might have remained oblivious. Contemplating these memories, he instinctively clenched his fists, a wave of uncontainable anger surging within him. "Chen Zui, what would you like to perform?" the instructor asked, microphone in hand. The crowd gradually fell silent, all eyes converging upon him. As he surveyed the expectant faces surrounding him, his tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. He softly suggested, "I'll sing a song." "All right, what song will you sing? I can arrange for the accompaniment." Chen Zui shook his head. "No need for accompaniment. Surely someone here has a guitar. I heard it earlier. Yes, from the art department. A female student from a music performance class immediately rose to her feet. She had already performed earlier, and although Chen Zui was engrossed in his phone, he could discern that her guitar was out of tune. Nonetheless, it was evidently a very expensive instrument, as its timbre was exquisite. Indeed, the guitar in her hands was a Martin OM-28, currently valued at approximately 30,000 yuan. Students from the arts department typically hail from more affluent backgrounds. May I borrow it? Of course. The female student hurried forward and handed the guitar to Chen Zui. Su Fei, observing this, wore a perplexed expression. What on earth is happening? Why does this scoundrel need a guitar? Jiang Wenhua was equally astonished. Had the divine fate already opened a door for Chen Zui, and now a window as well? Moments ago, several girls from the dance choreography program had performed a piece involving chairs, yet none had been removed. Chen Zui selected a chair and sat down, deftly tuning the guitar. After cradling the instrument in his arms and strumming a few chords to test the sound, he unexpectedly began to play the introduction. His elongated fingers danced across the strings like exquisite works of art, and the melancholic, lilting melody began to fill the air. The instructor, who was assisting with the microphone, was left dumbfounded, having never anticipated Chen Zui possessed such talent. But what was this song? It was unfamiliar to everyone. Curiosity flickered in the eyes of those surrounding him, as whispers began to circulate. Yet, the moment Chen Zui opened his mouth to sing, the entire crowd fell silent within mere seconds. After a whole summer, the sorrow has not eased. Apart from Chen Zui's voice, there was a profound stillness in the atmosphere. His voice was rich and magnetic, imbued with deep emotion, as if it held the power to penetrate the hearts of all who listened, capturing their sentiments in an instant. Su Fei, seated second to last, widened his eyes, feeling a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. As the verse concluded, it seamlessly transitioned into the chorus. Chen Zui closed his eyes, his mournful voice melding with the guitar's accompaniment, reverberating across the entire playground. Those seniors taking a stroll on the nearby track, upon hearing the song, quickly gathered around. I still remember you saying goodbye, resolute as iron, in the dimness, a sensation akin to the sun scorching the skin. Chen Zui had long grown accustomed to being the center of attention, immersing himself in the music. The trials of his past imbued his singing with a narrative quality. It was precisely this sense of storytelling that greatly enhanced his performance. After completing the first verse, those classmates seated behind him disregarded decorum, instinctively moving to the front. Some swayed their flashing lights in time with Chen Zui's melody, while others recorded the moment on video. What had initially been a simple military training social event now bore the atmosphere of a concert. In the end, the horizon at dusk severs happiness and joy, and love has already faded into oblivion. Chen Zui finished the last note, soothing the quivering strings of his guitar, and raised his gaze to the throng of admirers before him. Ah, so handsome! Chen Zui! Chen Zui! The girls were in a frenzy. Being handsome alone is enough to captivate hearts, but when coupled with talent, it becomes utterly irresistible. The playground seemed to transform into a fervent fan meeting. The instructors struggled to regain control of the situation, taking considerable time to coax the students back to their seats. Chen Zui returned the guitar to the girl and prepared to make his way back to his spot. However, the girl boldly inquired, "What is the name of this song?" "Dusk," he replied. "Whose song is it?" "Mine." "Yours? An original?" Chen Zui smiled and stepped back to his position. To the girls, his demeanor was an implicit affirmation. He can even compose songs. Why not join our music performance major? "Congratulations," Jiang Wenhua remarked with a grin. Chen Zui frowned. "Congratulations for what?" Jiang Wenhua responded. "Congratulations on gaining priority in choosing a partner." "I don't seem to lack that," Chen Zui retorted. "Stop it already." Su Fei is practically gnashing his teeth in envy. Once the song concluded, no one had the inclination to watch others perform. The military training social gathering that evening came to a hasty end. After dispersing, Chen Zui walked back to the dormitory with a few roommates, surrounded by a throng of followers. Upon returning to his dorm, Chen Zui first took a shower. Upon emerging, he was bombarded with Su Fei's excited chatter. "Wow, Chen Zui, you're about to become famous. Someone posted a video of your performance on Douyin, and our school's official account has shared it. The likes have surged by hundreds, and it has now surpassed 10,000. Jiang Wenhua, intrigued, pulled out his phone to look it up. When he opened the video, the comments had exceeded 2,000. Su Fei began reading some of them aloud. Is this the campus heartthrob of Sichuan this year? So handsome, and his song is beautiful. I'm completely smitten. To be frank, based solely on the quality of this song, he surpasses over 95 of the artists in the domestic entertainment industry, and that is no exaggeration. Everyone should know that the sound system at the venue is the same as that used by Square Dance Andes. The audio quality is quite poor. This guy could debut right on the spot. Wait, how can a freshman sing such a heart-wrenching song? What has he experienced? Chen Zui remained silent, merely downloading the video from Douyin. The new generation singer program had an open application process, requiring a resume and a video of an original performance to be sent to the production team's email. This video had garnered attention, making it a perfect fit to send to the show. Moreover, Chen Zui had another task to attend to. This entails extracting the audio track from the video using software and initially registering the copyright on the Huaxia Music Copyright platform. Chen Zui devoted 20 minutes to securing the copyright for the song, subsequently downloading some template online. After filling in several essential details, he packaged the sum along with the video and sent it to the program's email. The night passed uneventfully. The following morning, the 4 dormitory residents were roused from their slumber by Su Fei's alarm clock. With the military training graduation ceremony scheduled for that morning, Chen Zui arose and, as per his routine, brushed his teeth and washed his face. Meanwhile, Su Fei sat up in bed and immediately opened Douyin on his phone. Goodness! Jiang Wenhui was taken aback, exclaiming, Su Fei, are you out of your mind? Why are you making such a fuss all the time? Su Fei, too excited to explain, replied, the video from last night has garnered over 500,000 likes. Can you believe it? You all need to see this. Douyin employs its own algorithms. The more popular a video becomes, the greater the traffic it receives. However, Chen Zui was astonished that the video had amassed such an impressive number of likes overnight. Considering it had been uploaded past 10 o'clock the previous night, and it was now merely 6:40 in the morning. Undoubtedly, the video's popularity would continue to soar. This was fortuitous for Chen Zui, as variety shows thrive on viewership. The higher the video's exposure, the more attention the production team would bestow upon it. Indeed, Jiang Wenhui glanced at his phone and chuckled. Chen Zui, you have truly become a sensation now. Chen Zui glanced at the time and remarked, I only know that if you don't hurry, we will be late. The military training graduation ceremony followed a straightforward format. After the formation display concluded, school officials delivered speeches in succession, followed by the presentation of certificates to outstanding instructors and students, culminating in a summary address from the principal. Perhaps sensing the impending conclusion, the first-year students, despite the lengthy and tedious speeches from the officials, remained eagerly attentive. Finally, the principal proclaimed, I hereby announce the official conclusion of the 2018 opening ceremony and military training summary and commendation conference. As the sun reached its zenith, this eagerly awaited announcement was made, and the first-year students, having endured 2 weeks of confinement, burst forth like birds released from their cages, racing back to their dormitories. After enjoying lunch in the cafeteria, the 3 roommates each had their own plans. Li returned to the dormitory for a nap. Hailing from Inner Mongolia, he had struggled to adapt to the southern climate, losing considerable weight during the military training, and now sought a restful slumber. Su Fei went to a barbershop to get a haircut, claiming he was to attend a welcome event for the literature club that evening. As for Jiang Wenhui, he received a text message during lunch and vanished without a trace after finishing his meal. After Chen Zui exited the cafeteria, he did not return to his dormitory, but instead headed to Building 1, where Jiang Mufan resided on the ground floor. On the very first day of the semester, they were already aware of each other's dormitory locations. However, due to the rigorous military training, which required them to rise early and return late each day, they had only encountered each other a few times in the cafeteria without exchanging a single word. Knock, knock. Chen Zui rapped twice on the door. which was promptly opened by a dark-skinned young man who looked at him with curiosity, inquiring, "Chen Zui, who are you looking for?" Chen Zui was taken aback that anyone could recognize his name at this moment. Just as he was about to respond, Jiang Mufan approached, saying, "He is here to see me." The fellow had a facial mask on, his gaze vacant and hollow, as if he had been drained of vitality. "Jiang Mufan, you two know each other?" the young man asked. "We were high school classmates," Jiang Mufan replied, an expression of understanding crossing his face. "That makes sense," the young man acknowledged. Chen Zui stepped inside, noticing that aside from Jiang Mufan and the one who had opened the door, the other two roommates had already departed. Jiang Mufan quipped sarcastically, "You've become quite the sensation. In less than half a month since the semester began, everyone in school knows you. The girls in my class practically light up with excitement at the mere mention of your name. Is it really that exaggerated?" Chen Zui questioned. Jiang Mufan's roommate immediately chimed in. "It's even more exaggerated than that. It's as if they've taken an aphrodisiac." Jiang Mufan raised his thumb in approval, saying, "Wang Yang, your description is spot on." "Huh, what brings you here?" Chen Zui asked. "All three of your roommates are busy with their own affairs, and I had nothing better to do, so I thought I'd check on you. Do you have any more of those facial masks?" Jiang Mufan frowned, responding, "Why do you ask that? Didn't you once say you were too lazy to even use cleanser?" Chen Zui opened a drawer and, upon seeing it brimming with skincare products, pulled out a few facial masks. "I'm going to visit Yuan tomorrow. I'll bring a few for her. That girl must have gotten sunburned. How presumptuous of you, treating me like a wealthy benefactor. You are one, after all." After Jiang Wenhua left the cafeteria, he did not walk far, but instead stood in a shaded area and quickly dialed his mother's number. "Hello, Wenhua. I just finished eating at the cafeteria. Is everything all right? I just wanted to check how you're doing at school, whether your roommate is suitable, and if you still want me to rent you a place outside like we discussed during the summer." "So far, so good. I have a rather interesting roommate." "What do you mean by interesting?" Jiang Wenhua chuckled. "He is quite popular at school, handsome and talented." "So you want me to rent a place outside, then?" "Not for now. You've always lived alone. If you can't get used to it, just tell Mom. I can find someone to rent a place nearby for you. If it's too much trouble, you could buy a flat outright since you'll be in Hangzhou for 4 years. We can discuss that later." "All right. I won't keep you any longer." "Okay." In the barber shop, after Su Fei had his hair washed, he settled into a chair as a young stylist approached him with enthusiasm, asking, "Hey there, handsome. What hairstyle would you like today?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Fei took out his phone, located a photo of Chen Zui, and handed it to teacher Tony, saying, "Cut like this. A micro-layered hairstyle, right?" "Yes, exactly." Teacher Tony promptly picked up the scissors and commenced his work. Upon the conclusion of military training, Su Fei, who had anticipated indulging in university life, cheerfully entered the barber shop. However, as the haircut progressed, the smile on his face gradually faded. Observing his reflection in the mirror becoming increasingly unrecognizable, Su Fei could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Isn't this the micro-layered style?" "Indeed, that's the cut. However, different face shapes yield different results." Half an hour later, in the 206 dormitory group chat, Su Fei exclaimed, "What a disaster." He warned, "Avoid the barber shop at the south gate of the school. I can't believe it. 30 yuan for a haircut that looks like a dog chewed it. He told me it was a micro-layered style, but this is clearly a traitorous cut." He shared a selfie, lamenting, "This hairstyle has ruined my handsome appearance. How am I to face anyone in the future?" The next day, Chen Zui had not lingered long in Jiang Mufan's dormitory, as Fan Mingyuan called to invite them out. Upon meeting, Fan Mingyuan immediately insisted on taking a photo with Chen Zui, leaving him bewildered. It turned out that a female classmate from Fan Mingyuan's class had seen a video of Chen Zui singing Dusk. Fan Mingyuan claimed they were childhood friends, but none of the girls believed him, prompting him to want a photo to prove it to them. That evening, the three dined together, sharing their experiences since the semester began. Jiang Mufan noted that their class had only 6 boys, unable to fill 2 dorms, with the other 2 roommates being from the music performance major. Meanwhile, Fan Mingyuan complained that of his 3 roommates, 2 snored at night, and one even talked in his sleep. In comparison, Chen Zui's 3 roommates seemed relatively normal. Jiang Wenhua came from a well-off family, but was rather low-key. while Yi was quiet and honest. Only Su Fei sought attention, yet having someone to liven up the atmosphere was not entirely unwelcome. The following day, Chen Zui arrived early at Normal University, navigating effortlessly to the girls' dormitory. After sending Su Yuan a message, he waited for approximately 2 minutes. Su Yuan soon emerged from the dormitory, not as tanned as Chen Zui had imagined, though she had lost some weight. "Brother," Chen Zui said, playfully pinching her cheek. "Have you not been eating well at school? You seem a bit thinner." "It's summer," Su Yuan replied, glancing around as many people were watching her. She then looked at Chen Zui with a pitiful expression, prompting him to release her and continue asking, "How have you been getting along with your roommates?" "Pretty well," she replied. "Here you go. I obtained this from Jiangmu Fan. Take it. Every university student uses cosmetics." Su Yuan lowered her head and meekly replied, "I'm not that pretty." "Who says that?" Chen Zui instinctively placed his hand on Su Yuan's head and said, "Those who are attractive have merely applied makeup. If you were to wear makeup, you would likely surpass them in beauty. Furthermore, do not constantly keep your head down. Possess a bit more confidence, and your appearance will transform entirely." "Brother, what's wrong? If you continue like this, others might misinterpret our relationship." Chen Zui withdrew his hand and laughed heartily. "No worries, let them misunderstand. After his brother had left last time, my roommate asked me if I had a girlfriend. What did you say?" "I said nothing." "Then in the future, just say that I do. I told my own roommate the same thing. It alleviates a lot of trouble." "Trouble?" Chen Zui sighed. "It has only been half a month since the semester began, and nearly 100 people have added me as friends on WeChat. I have no idea who in the class group leaked my WeChat ID." After leaving school, the two walked together to Baolong City Square, where there are more universities. Above is the University of Finance. Beside it are the Financial Vocational College and the Economic and Trade Vocational College. And below the city square are the Economic Vocational Technical College and Business University. Every weekend, it is particularly crowded, and today is no exception. After strolling for quite a while, they bought 2 cups of freshly squeezed orange juice at Mishue Bingshue, and, as mealtime approached, Chen Zui led Su Yuan into a stir-fry restaurant. He ordered 3 dishes, a big plate of chicken, a 3-flavor soup, and a plate of sour and spicy shredded potatoes, which totaled over 100 yuan. As Chen Zui took out his phone to pay, Su Yuan tugged at his sleeve, looking at him with hopeful eyes. Chen Zui understood her unspoken request, but did not acquiesce. After completing the payment, he chose a table and sat down. "Brother, I have money. Save it for yourself. When eating in the cafeteria, do not only eat vegetables. If you continue to lose weight, I will have to scold you." Su Yuan remained silent, head bowed. After Chen Zui finished speaking, he added, "From now on, take a photo of your meals before you eat and send it to me." Su Yuan did not respond. Chen Zui raised his voice. "Did you hear me?" Only then did Su Yuan reluctantly reply, with a soft "oh." Before long, 2 plates of dishes and a bowl of soup were served by the waiter. Chen Zui picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. After about 10 minutes, he suddenly slammed his chopsticks down heavily on the table. Su Yuan instinctively shivered. Chen Zui gazed at Su Yuan, who sat opposite him. After taking a deep breath, he began, "During the summer when you turned 14, your grandmother was taken in by your uncle, and you followed her there. Your uncle had 2 children, the younger of whom was still in elementary school. Upon your arrival, not only did you have to assist him with his studies, but you also aided your aunt with household chores. One afternoon, they prepared a pot of rib stewed with potatoes, and after indulging in a couple of extra pieces of meat, your aunt remarked sarcastically, 'All you do is eat meat.' From that day forth, regardless of where you dined, whenever there was a dish like scrambled eggs with tomatoes, you would only consume the tomatoes, and with spicy meat and peppers, you would only eat the peppers. And now, with this plate of big plate chicken, since it was served, you have been solely eating the potatoes within. Do you perceive me as someone akin to your aunt?" Su Yuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her lashes quivering, and she gently shook her head, murmuring, "I do not." "No kurain." Su Yuan lowered her head in silence, resembling a child who had erred. Chen Zui picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of chicken leg meat in her bowl, his tone softening once more. "No more of this in the future." "Understood. Eat quickly. After you're done, I shall escort you back to school." Yuan nodded and also picked up her chopsticks, quietly beginning her meal. In the office of the program team for New Generation Singers at the Zhejiang International Film and Television Center, Chen Lin was idly perusing the emails in his inbox, perplexed as to why the director had entrusted this task to him. The production team had already coordinated with various talent agencies in advance and even finalized the participants for the show. Why was he still responsible for sifting through resumes? Wasn't the public recruitment merely a formality? Why complicate matters unnecessarily? Within the inbox, 90% comprised spam. The remaining legitimate applications were rather mediocre, with some being downright dismal. This task felt like a torment for Chen Lin. Fine, I'll finish this page and then clock out. He took a sip of water and clicked on the next email. This one appears to be a genuine application. There was a resume and a video. Chen Lin moved his mouse to open the resume. Name, Chen Zui. Age, 19. Home address, Mountain City affiliated agency. None not signed with an agency. Then it's probably a lost cause. Chen Lin closed the resume and casually opened the talent video. Wait a moment. I just came across this video this morning. Could it really be him? Chen Lin quickly took out his phone, typed in Sichuan military training in the search bar, and clicked search. Instantly, a video of Chen Zui singing Dust from the previous night appeared. It is him. His name is Chen Zui. Fearing that this might be a random video downloaded by a netizen, he swiftly reopened the resume, located the contact information, and dialed the number. Beep, beep, beep. 18. I'm going to record program. Hello. The voice on the other end of the line was melodious. Chen Lin quickly introduced herself, saying, Hello, I am a staff member of the New Generation Singers program. I came across your resume and video in the email. May I ask if the person in the video is you? Yes, came the reply. The New Generation Singers is an original music program that consists of 9 recording sessions. Apart from this song, do you have any other original works? Yes. The program begins recording in early October. Do you have time? Yes. Chen Lin thought to herself how this person spoke in such a stilted manner. Yet she maintained her politeness, saying, All right, I need to confirm with the director. Please be patient for our notification. Goodbye. After hanging up, Chen Lin downloaded the resume and video from the email and opened the video once more before sending it to director Lu Dan via WeChat. At that moment, Lu Dan was at the venue, observing the staff as they constructed the stage. Hearing her phone ring, she picked it up to take a glance. First, she opened a voice message from her assistant, Chen Lin. Dan Jia, I've been reviewing for several days, and this one stands out. I've verified the information with him over the phone. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Lu Dan swiftly clicked on the video. Her gaze immediately fixed upon Chen Zui, but the venue was too noisy for her to discern the singing. So she stepped outside into a quiet corridor and rewound the video to the beginning. After a whole summer, the sorrow hasn't diminished. He looks good. His vocal quality is excellent. Lu Dan listened patiently until the video concluded, and then she eagerly sent a voice message back. Chen Lin, did this person just start university? Yes, Chen Lin replied. His resume indicates he is a freshman at Zhejiang Media College, which isn't too far from us. However, he hasn't signed with a management company. That doesn't matter. His vocal talent is remarkable, and he has a strong presence on camera. The video bears a TikTok watermark. How is its popularity on TikTok? It was posted last night, and it has nearly 1 million likes as of now. Excellent. Having popularity is sufficient. Please send him the detailed schedule and necessary information. If he has no objections, add him to the contestant list. Understood. Chen Zui did not anticipate things would unfold so smoothly. The day after military training concluded, he received a call from the program team. After hanging up, Chen Zui felt a weight lift off his shoulders. After all, opportunities are significant. This program was the most popular talent show of the latter half of 2018, and director Lu Dan had successfully established herself in the industry through it. Many contestants gained a measure of fame after participating. Chen Zui distinctly remembered that in his previous life, he had only secured second place, as the first place, Liu Yuan, was the contestant the sponsors wished to promote. It was only long after the show had concluded that Chen Zui learned this from Mi Fei. In the realm of domestic talent shows, the operations are predominantly shrouded in secrecy. Some investors even exert control over the behavior and speech of mentors, steering the audience's attention towards specific contestants. If an artist lacks a certain level of popularity and influence within the industry, they become merely a pawn in the hands of capital. The most unfortunate female artists may even find themselves obliged to engage in drinking companionship. Male artists fare little better, as this sphere is rife with older women and homosexual individuals. That evening, Chen Zui added Chen Lin on WeChat and received from her the schedule for the recording session along with some precautions for the filming period. Chen Zui did not disclose this information. Instead, he retired early to bed, attending class the next day with 3 of his roommates. The curriculum in communication studies is quite diverse, encompassing courses in news, interviewing and writing, broadcast journalism, advertising, and media management, most of which are theoretical in nature. In the initial days, Chen Zui managed to keep up, but as time wore on, his attention began to wane. Fortunately, university instructors seldom monitor whether students are attentive. Even if someone dozes off at their desk, they're typically ignored. The initial excitement of starting university gradually faded, and the repetitive nature of daily life rendered the experience increasingly mundane. September slipped by in the blink of an eye. For the first National Day holiday, unless one is a local, few return home. Most prefer to explore the attractions of their current city. What are your plans for National Day? Jiang Wenhua shrugged. Among the 4 of us, only your home is in Shanghai, the closest. Chen Zui hails from the mountain city. I'm from the capital. And Li Yi is from Inner Mongolia. It takes 2 days just to travel. What plans could we possibly make? Su Fei quickly suggested. How about we take a trip to West Lake? Sounds good. I'm in, Jiang Wenhua and Li Yi agreed, and soon all 3 turned their attention to Chen Zui. What do you think, Chen Zui? Chen Zui responded. Are you certain you want to go during National Day? It will be incredibly crowded then. If you all wish to go, I have no objections, but I want to be available on the 6th and 7th. The show New Generation Singers is set to begin recording on the evening of October 6th, with the first episode requiring the longest filming duration due to the large number of participants, each of whom must receive feedback from the mentors. Chen Zui recalled that the first session would run from 8 in the evening until the early hours of the following morning, and by the time they returned, the subway would have already ceased operations. Not available on the 6th and 7th? Have you made plans with your girlfriend? No, I'm going to record a show. The program is scheduled for recording on Saturday, and it will air on the following Friday night on Tudo Video. This matter will inevitably come to light. So Chen Zui decided to be forthright. However, upon hearing this, his 3 roommates were left dumbfounded. What? Su Fei exclaimed, I must have misunderstood. You're going to record a show? What show? Oh, that military training video went viral online, and then a talent show contacted me. I saw that the location was in Shaoshan, which isn't far, so I agreed. Wow. Jiang Wenhua could not restrain himself, nudging Su Fei with a knee to his backside, before stepping forward to inquire, what show is this? The New Generation Singers. Recorded at the International Film and Television Center in Shaoshan, Chen Zui replied with a smile. Before the show airs, you mustn't spill the beans, especially you, Su Fei, the loudmouth. Brother, you can't seriously be aiming to become a star. That would be more unbearable than killing me, Su Fei retorted. Chen Zui shrugged and chuckled. Who knows? It's quite possible I might be eliminated in the first episode. After all, I lack any influential backing. Jiang Wenhua pondered this thoughtfully. Is there reimbursement? Chen Zui ultimately chose not to join them for an outing. The reasons were twofold: the holiday crowds and his financial constraints. The living expenses provided by Old Chen and Old Wu were substantial, amounting to 2,000 a month. If solely spent on food and drink, 1,000 would suffice. However, participating in the show required a guitar and several trips to the recording studio for pre-recording the accompaniment. In his previous life, being under a management company spared Chen Zui from these concerns, but now he had to prepare for everything himself. He had already ordered a beginner's Yamaha guitar online. As for the recording studio, although there were many in the big city, the costs were steep, charging dozens per hour, which made Chen Zui wince at the thought of spending such money. Nevertheless, the prospect of debuting after this show kept him from dwelling too much on the expense. In truth, he possessed a bank card containing a 7-figure sum, a resource he had never considered touching. His grandmother, when she was alive, had always insisted on preserving this money, saying she would rather deplete her own savings than touch that fund. Chen A understood, while that his grandmother felt that with Su Yuan lacking parents and him growing older, should anything happen to him, Su Yuan would be left all alone in this world. The money was meant for her, ensuring her well-being in life. Since his grandmother would not touch it, neither would he. On October 6th, upon receiving a delivery notification in the morning, Chen Zui called Su Yuan. "Brother, a package is arriving today. It's the winter quilt and clothes sent from home. Could you pick it up from the delivery station?" "Sure." "What are you doing during the holiday at school?" "Preparing for the Mandarin certification and the English Level 4 exam." Chen Zui chuckled. "Not going out for fun?" "No, two of my roommates have gone home. Only Li Xiqing is in the dorm." "Are you going out, brother?" "No, I have some matters to attend to." "Oh." At 4 in the afternoon. At the Zhejiang International Film and Television Center, the recording site for new generation singers, the crew had been busy since 9 in the morning. Tonight marked the beginning of the first episode's recording, and to ensure everything went smoothly, director Lu Dan was instructing his team to refine various details. Shaolin, I'm here. Please confirm the schedules of the 4 mentors and check their arrival status. I have made a phone call. Teachers Wu Zhe, Zhang Zihan, and Dan Mengmeng have already checked into a nearby 5-star hotel. Teacher Tan Zhu's flight arrives at 5 this afternoon, and I have arranged for a vehicle to pick her up. As for the contestants, they were sent over by the agency, most of whom checked into the hotel yesterday. Oh, wait, there is one exception. I sent him a message inquiring about his whereabouts. Chen Lin quickly stepped aside, picking up her phone to message Chen Zui. "Where are you?" Chen Zui replied, "I'm still in the dorm." Chen Lin exclaimed, "Still in the dorm?" In a fit of anger, she pressed the voice key, unleashing a torrent of words. "We're starting the recording tonight. What are you still doing in the dorm?" Chen Zui responded, "It's only 4 o'clock. Aren't we starting at 8? Chen Lin retorted angrily, "You need to come here right now. I will take you through the stage shortly and show you where the cameras are located." Other contestants are already here, nervously testing their microphones. "Aren't you the least bit anxious?" Chen Zui replied nonchalantly, "What is there to be nervous about? By the way, it takes me an hour and a half to get there by subway, but only 20 minutes by taxi. Will the production team reimburse the taxi fare?" Chen Lin's face flushed with anger. "Yes, just get here now." Chen Zui replied cheerfully, "All right then." After sending the voice message, Chen Lin took several deep breaths to calm herself. The contestant list had already been submitted, and Chen Zui was someone she had selected publicly. If anything were to go awry today, Lu Dan would surely scold her mercilessly. Thus, despite her anger, she typed another message. "Just take a taxi over. If you're not here by 5, you're in big trouble." Upon Chen Lin's return, Lu Dan casually asked, "How is it going?" "Oh, he's already on the way. He will definitely arrive before 5. Lu Dan nodded in approval and picked up the intercom, announcing, "Attention all departments. To prevent any unforeseen incidents during the recording, all department heads should gather in the conference room at 4:30 to discuss emergency plans." The lighting team acknowledged. The camera crew acknowledged. The coordination team acknowledged. Chen Zui hailed a ride-sharing vehicle, arriving at the Film and Television Center within just half an hour. At present, only one program was preparing for recording, and Chen Zui easily followed the signs to the recording site. Hey, you there. What are you doing?" Contestants should head to the backstage first. A staff member shouted as they noticed Chen Zui at the back, blocking the way with his guitar. Chen Zui replied, "I'm looking for Sister Lin." The staff member quickly grabbed the intercom and called out, Chen Lin, there's a contestant looking for you." Upon hearing the call, Chen Lin rushed over and immediately spotted Chen Zui. In the video, Chen Zui was seated, making it difficult to gauge his height. Today was Chen Lin's first time seeing Chen Zui in person, and she was surprised to find him not only tall, but also remarkably handsome. She was internally praising her discerning eye when Chen Zui approached with his phone in hand, revealing the ride-hailing order details. "Sister Lin, the taxi cost a total of 47 yuan. Could you please help me with the reimbursement?" Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback. "Really? You expect me to cover this?" After a brief surge of indignation within her, she suddenly lifted her leg and aimed a stomp at Chen Zui's foot, but he was quick to retreat. With an innocent expression, Chen Zui exclaimed, "Sister Lin, didn't we agree on reimbursement? What does this mean? Follow me." Chen Lin, fuming, led Chen Zui backstage. He was the last to arrive. The other contestants were already gathered, numbering at least 50. However, apart from Chen Zui, everyone else was adorned in extravagant attire, while he alone wore clothes and shoes that totaled less than 300 yuan. Once we start recording, you should sit down like everyone else and pick a spot. The host will cut the process, and when it's your turn to perform, you'll walk from this side. Just be careful not to step outside this area, as the cameras won't capture you. Once on stage, introduce yourself briefly, and when the mentors say it's time to sing, you can begin. Also, what is going on with you? Can't you at least tidy yourself up a bit for the show? I'm still a student. I don't have the funds to spruce myself up. After your video of singing Twilight went viral, didn't any agencies reach out to you? Yes, quite a few actually. Besides agencies, nightclubs invited me to work as a male model, offering a monthly salary of 30,000. Chen Lin chuckled. Then why haven't you signed with an agency? If I sign with an agency, I lose my freedom. Chen Lin paused, surprised that Chen Zui had considered this aspect. Signing with an agency would provide resources for promotion and development, but it would also come at the cost of personal liberty. Wait here. I'll call a stylist to give your hair a quick fix. No need, just reimburse me for the taxi fare. Shut up. Indifferent to the surrounding commotion, Chen Zui took a seat in a secluded corner after stylist Chen Lin had fashioned a simple hairstyle for him. Among the competitors, many were familiar with one another. Some even signed under the same agency, engaging in casual conversations in small clusters. Chen Zui, seated at the periphery, felt somewhat out of place among the group. Yet he found no discomfort in his solitude. The competition was structured into 4 distinct phases. The first episode served as an audition where 4 mentors would determine the fate of each contestant after their performances. Episodes 2 through 4 would introduce music critics and a music exploration panel, alongside the mentors, to cast their votes, culminating in a tally that would eliminate the lower-ranking participants. The 5th to 8th episodes represented the most formidable challenges for the contestants, featuring themed assessments. Given the tight schedule, recording on Saturday and airing the following Friday, only truly talented original musicians could possibly compose a stage-worthy song within such a brief time frame. The 9th episode would culminate in the grand finale, where despite the distinctions of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place, such talent shows often render the ranks nearly indistinguishable, save for the victor. As time slipped away, tension mounted among the contestants backstage, particularly as the hour of 8 approached. Several individuals made multiple trips to the restroom within a mere 2 hours, as if afflicted by an ailment. Throughout this whirlwind, Chen Zui remained silent, having not exchanged a word with anyone, largely because he knew no one and deemed it unnecessary to make acquaintances, knowing they would likely part ways after the recording. He donned his headphones and drifted into a light slumber. Suddenly, a voice broke through the veil of his dreams. Hey. Chen Lin had returned to the backstage area, reminding the contestants that they had half an hour until recording commenced. Spotting Chen Zui asleep in his corner, she approached and playfully nudged his shoe. Chen Zui opened his eyes, puzzled. What is up? Is it starting? Not for another half hour. Oh, are you nervous? Not really. Then why are you wearing headphones? Chen Lin presumed he was rehearsing his song. However, Chen Zui raised his phone and replied, I'm listening to a comedy skit. Comedy skit? Chen Lin squinted in disbelief, realizing he indeed was engrossed in a comedic performance. She pointed at him, momentarily a loss for words. You're slacking off at time like this? Not all, he reassured her. Anyway, I won't bother you more. Do as you please. Wait, Chen Zui interjected hastily. Can I go back to school right after my performance? Chen Lin was taken aback. Go back to school? What do you think this is? This is indeed a talent show, and even if one remains backstage, there will undoubtedly be moments when the camera shifts its focus. Other contestants eagerly anticipate more opportunities to be in the spotlight, yet you, on the other hand, wish to return directly to school. Chen Zui earnestly explained. The subway stops running at 11. Taking a taxi is too expensive, and you won't reimburse me. Enough. Chen Lin retorted with a laugh. Once you finish singing, do as you please. I couldn't care less. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Chen Lin departed after her outburst. At merely 24 years of age, Chen Lin had embarked on her career shortly after graduating from university, interning in the planning department of Potato Video. Her efficiency caught the attention of Lu Dan, who took her under her wing. Chen Lin's concern for Chen Zui was not solely due to the fact that he was her chosen contestant. There were two additional reasons. Firstly, Chen Zui was exceptionally handsome, and attractive young men tend to garner admiration effortlessly. Secondly, they shared the same surname, which made her feel a sense of kinship with him. She found the name pleasing to the ear. Half an hour passed swiftly, and just 1 minute remained when Chen Lin hurried back to remind the contestants backstage. A group of them quickly adjusted their postures, akin to elementary school students instructed to fold their hands. Chen Zui couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Meanwhile, Lu Dan stood before a row of monitors, observing the live footage and announcing, "All departments, prepare for the countdown. 10-9, action." The initial 15 minutes of the program were allocated for the mentors' performances. Among the 4 mentors, Wu Zhou enjoyed the highest popularity, while Tanjua had the most experience. Zhang Zihan and Dan Mingming were considered second-tier singers within the industry. A large screen backstage displayed the ongoing scenes from the front stage. As the 4 mentors began their performances, some contestants backstage started to adopt exaggerated behaviors to capture the camera's attention, gasping in awe or displaying expressions of astonishment as if they had never witnessed such grandeur. These antics were precisely what the program required, ensuring they would be seamlessly edited into the final cut. Amidst this flurry, Chen Zui remained the most composed, his expression unchanged throughout, as if all of this were of no consequence to him. Authentic yogurt, original music. Welcome to the original music program, New Generation Singers. Proudly presented by the leading yogurt brand Mengyo. After the mentors took their seats, Hosta Jian approached the stage with a smoothly delivered opening statement, signaling the imminent transition to the musical assessment segment. The contestants who had been so expressive backstage moments ago now found themselves gripped by anxiety. The 60 contestants backstage had been meticulously selected by the production team, representing a new generation of singers. Among them were established online artists with released works, popular singers who had participated in music festivals, and those who had spent 3 years performing in bars, including a university student singer fresh from military training. Next, we will enter the assessment phase, which contestant backstage is willing to be the first to take the stage for evaluation. In the directing room, Lu Dan immediately commanded, "Cut to the backstage." A total of 60 contestants were seated anxiously, each one fidgeting with unease. The first to take the stage faced an immense risk. The pressure was palpable, having just heard the 4 mentors sing. Stepping onto such a daunting stage was no small feat, moreover. If the performance faltered, the production team was likely to edit out the entire segment, as it was impractical to include every contestant's performance in the final cut with 60 individuals present. Naturally, the first performer needed to be someone who could secure a pass from the mentors. At that moment, the contestants in the backstage exchanged glances, none showing any intention of rising. Even when the cameraman approached, they deliberately averted their gaze from the lens. Lu Dan furrowed her brow, poised to speak into the intercom, when in a corner of the backstage, Chen Zui stood up, guitar in hand. Almost simultaneously, all eyes were drawn to him. The cameraman hurried over, directing the camera towards him. However, perhaps due to the prolonged waiting, Chen Zui felt a tingling in his legs, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He yawned and sleepily made his way toward the front stage. Chen Lin, standing beside Lu Dan, observed the scene on the monitor, her small eyes wide with astonishment. How could it be him? At the age of 21, Chen Lin could hardly have anticipated that the first contestant to take the stage would be Chen Zui. It is worth noting that among the 60 participants, he was the only one devoid of any connections, and he was also the youngest among all the competitors. Prior to the recording of the show, Chen Lin had inquired on multiple occasions whether he had prepared any original compositions. Despite receiving assurances each time that he was ready, Chen Lin remained skeptical. After all, he was merely 19, a recent high school graduate, and not even an art student, which implied he had limited exposure to music, let alone composition. Yet, why did he dare to take the stage first when so many well-connected singers hesitated to be the pioneers? Chen Zui did not ponder this too deeply. After all, he had to sing whether it was now or later. He had already confirmed with Chun Lin that once he finished singing, he could return home directly, perhaps even catching the subway. As Chen Zui walked along the contestant corridor towards the stage, his personal information appeared on the big screen. Name: Chen Zui. Age: 19. Representative work: Dusk, agency: none. The four mentors were also reviewing Chen Zui's information, and in the far right column, a note read: the video of this contestant singing Dusk during military training in college has exceeded 20 million views on Douyin, with 2.7 million likes. However, the mentors did not find this achievement particularly impressive. In this era of the internet, even a random internet celebrity could garner millions of likes with a simple video. Moreover, Dusk only had a live version available on music platforms and had not even made it onto the new song charts. None of the mentors had heard it before. Nevertheless, having received their appearance fees, they were obliged to follow the necessary procedures. With a smile, Wu Zhi remarked, "You are only 19? Chen Zui nodded in affirmation. In the director's room, Chun Lin watched Chen Zui on the screen and muttered softly, "This guy really looks good on camera." Lu Dan was also observing the close-up shot and quickly instructed the crew to zoom in a bit more. "Teacher Tan, what were you doing at 19? "I was studying in my second year at the Music Academy. I officially debuted at 24. At 19, I doubt many people recognized me." "I'm curious. Had you studied music before university? Does attending interest classes as a child count?" "Haha, so you are entirely self-taught in music?" "One could say that." "Very well. The first contestant to take the stage must possess great courage. I eagerly anticipate your performance." Teacher Tan concluded with a nod. "Please begin your singing." Chen Zui slung his guitar over his shoulder and placed a microphone on the stand. Observing this, Lu Dan, seasoned and knowledgeable, promptly instructed the staff to bring up a high stool. Meanwhile, the contestants backstage focused intently on the screen, much like an audience reveling in the spectacle. In truth, they were all hoping for Chen Zui to be passed over. If the preceding contestants deliver an outstanding performance, it only amplifies the pressure on those who follow. They all hope that the first performer, Chen Zui, serves as a mere brick to spark inspiration, rather than being the coveted jade. Under the spotlight, Chen Zui exudes an impressive calmness, even surpassing the nervousness of Chun Lin in the control room. In the gaze of the audience, he swiftly adjusts his posture, having tuned his guitar prior to his performance. He strums a simple chord and clears his throat. The lighting crew focuses a spotlight on him. With a soft click, most of the stage lights dim, leaving a gentle spotlight illuminating Chen Zui. His slender fingers deftly dance across the strings as the prelude begins to resonate. The four mentors, upon witnessing Chen Zui play the guitar, immediately adopt an attentive demeanor. This individual possesses a certain prowess. An expert can discern the level of professionalism in a musician at a mere glance. Chen Zui's technique and playing style are anything but novice. Liu Dan, fixated on the monitor showing Chen Zui, find her breath slowing significantly. At last, Chen Zui leans towards the microphone and commences his song. "A person is exceptional, as I should have shown brightly throughout life." As he opens his mouth, the four mentors exhibit expressions of astonishment. The contestants backstage widen their eyes in disbelief. What is happening? How can a 19-year-old's voice carry such depth and emotion? The song is titled "A Person Like Me." In the third line, Chen Zui makes a slight alteration, changing after 20 years to "after so many years," as the former feels somewhat outdated in contemporary context. The melody is not overly complex, nor is the technique particularly demanding, yet this does not diminish its quality. What defines good music? It is music that resonates with the audience. Chen Zui's past experiences have bestowed upon him profound insights into life, which imbue his voice with a magnetic quality, facilitating greater empathy from the audience. Most importantly, the lyrics resonate deeply, each line seemingly etched upon the heart, evoking a sense of nostalgia and reflection. A person as clever as I has long bid farewell to naivety, yet still exchanged a piece of my heart for a body adorned with scars. Transitioning into the chorus, the themes of confusion, longing, and unfulfilled ambition envelop the audience, immersing them in the world Chen Zui so vividly portrays. The atmosphere in the venue is entirely under his command. The sole female mentor, Meng Meng, unconsciously shakes her head in amazement at this moment. As Chen Zui's performance nears its conclusion, he sings, "A person as inexplicable as I wonders if there is anyone." Who feels compassion upon finishing the final notes? Chen Zui rises and gracefully bows toward the panel of mentors. Under the guidance of Tan Zhui, the four mentors quickly began to applaud, only to belatedly press the pass button before them. What followed was a series of comments. "You have truly surprised me. Had I not witnessed your performance live, I would never have guessed that you were merely 19 years old. What have you experienced? How is it that you can compose such heart-wrenching songs?" Indeed, those who dare to be the first on stage possess remarkable talent. Chen Zui, I will remember you. To be honest, I am already looking forward to your second song. After receiving the feedback, Chen Zui departed the stage with his guitar. Shortly after he returned to his seat, the second contestant took the stage, but Chen Zui chose not to listen to the performance. Instead, he pulled out his phone and opened the map. Damn, why is the taxi fare at night 5 yuan more expensive than in the afternoon? Forget it. It's better to take the subway home. Chen Zui's seat was located in the far corner, and as the other contestants were engrossed in the large screen, he quietly rose and slipped away from the backstage, guitar in tow. During the recording of the program, there were no unexpected incidents. The progress was remarkably smooth. Everything unfolded in accordance with Lu Dan's expectations. Among the multitude of contestants, there were indeed some with commendable talent. Yet the first stage left the most profound impression. They possessed both high charisma and skill. Following the broadcast of the program, it seemed likely that Chen Zui would emerge as a dark horse. With this thought, a smile involuntarily graced Lu Dan's face. She understood that dark horses are often the highlight of talent shows. The recording soon spanned from 8 o'clock to past 10, and both contestants and staff were increasingly exhilarated. The camera continuously shifted between the stage and the backstage area. Initially, no one discerned any issues. However, gradually, Lu Dan sensed something amiss, although she could not pinpoint the source of her unease. When the camera shifted back to the backstage area, she suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Where is Chen Zui?" Chen Lin, sitting beside her, was also startled. She had just realized that she hadn't seen him in quite a while. Could he have gone to the restroom? "Lu Dan, please check the backstage," she urged. Chen Lin promptly turned and left the control room, heading backstage. She scanned the blind spots of the cameras, but found no sign of Chen Zui. Anxiously, she rushed towards the restroom. Despite the gender divisions, she felt compelled to disregard the conventions at that moment, as a sense of unease began to creep in. Bursting into the men's restroom, she banged open all the doors, only to discover it was empty. Where on earth has he gone? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Before the recording began, Chen Zui had posed a question to her. Could it be that he truly returned to school? In a panic, Chen Lin took out her phone and dialed his number. After several rings, he finally answered. "Hello, Chen Zui. Where are you?" "Oh, I'm almost at school. The subway only costs 6 yuan, much cheaper than a taxi, so you needn't reimburse me." With those words, it felt as if a thunderclap had resonated in Chen Lin's ears. You, who told you to go back?" Chen Zui replied innocently. "Didn't you say that after I finished singing, I could do whatever I wanted?" "Chen Zui, it's already past 10. The program should be wrapping up soon. Besides, I've finished singing. It should be a problem if I'm not on site, right?" Fuming, Chen Lin abruptly hung up the phone. She hesitated to return to the control room, but realizing the situation had already transpired, she steeled herself and went back. "Where is he?" He left." Liu Dan stared incredulously. "Left? What does that mean?" Chen Lin, feeling aggrieved, remarked before the recording, "This guy asked me if he could leave after singing." While other contestants were eager for more camera time, I thought he was joking and responded with a casual, "Do whatever you like." I never imagined he would actually leave. What a farce. This is absolutely absurd. Observing Lu Dan's anger, Chen Lin timidly inquired, "Should I call him now to ask him to come back? It's nearly 11 o'clock. What would be the point of returning now?" Chen Lin lowered her head, her face a picture of grievance, mentally cursing Chen Zui and his elder brother. Lu Dan took a deep breath and declared, in the second episode, "You must keep a close watch on him. Even if he needs to go to the restroom, you must accompany him." Chen Lin hurriedly agreed, "All right." When Chen Zui returned to the dormitory, All three of his roommates were still awake. As he pushed the door open and stepped inside, Su Fei was the first to stand up and ask, "Didn't they say the recording might last until dawn? Why are you back so early?" "I came back early," Chen Zui replied. Su Fei, upon hearing this, patted Chen Zui's shoulder and chuckled. "It's nothing to worry about. Being eliminated isn't the end of the world. With your looks and talent for songwriting, you'll have plenty of opportunities in the future." Chen Zui was amused. "Why do I feel that your words are laced with jealousy?" Su Fei waved his hand dismissively. "I'm merely trying to comfort you." Disregarding him, Chen Zui set down his guitar and went to the bathroom to fetch some clean clothes for a shower. The night passed uneventfully, and the next day, Chen Zui rose early again. Just as he was about to head downstairs for a couple of laps around the playground, Jiang Wenhua approached him and asked, "Are you off for a run again?" "Yes." "Wait for me. I'll join you," Jiang Wenhua replied. Chen Zui nodded, and the two quickly made their way from the dormitory to the track, beginning a leisurely jog. At that moment, Jiang Wenhua asked, "So, you really were eliminated last night?" "Not all." "Then why didn't you refute Su Fei's claim? What's the point in arguing? If I said I advanced, he'd just accuse me of lying." Jiang Wenhua chuckled and inquired, "So are you considering pursuing a career as an artist? Let's take it one step at a time. If you plan to sign with an agency, it's best to scrutinize the contracts carefully. Many small agencies play tricks with the wording, and countless individuals have been misled without realizing it." Chen Zui was surprised that Jiang Wenhua understood these intricacies. He replied, "I don't intend to sign with an agency." "Not signing with an agency?" Jiang Wenhua asked curiously. "Without an agency, it will be quite challenging to access resources." Chen Zui explained, If I manage to debut through this program, I might consider establishing a personal studio." "A personal studio?" "Yes, as long as there is some popularity, one can still secure various gigs. In this era, visibility is paramount." Jiang Wenhua nodded, pondering for a moment before adding, "Obtaining a business license can be quite time-consuming, so it's best to prepare in advance." Upon hearing this, Chen Zui abruptly halted his steps and inquired, "Jiang Wenhua, what do your parents do?" Jiang Wenhua paused momentarily. "If you prefer not to disclose, consider my question overlooked." "Oh, there's nothing I cannot share. My father works at a television station." Chen Zui chuckled. "No wonder you possess such knowledge. Establishing a studio necessitates a fixed location, and renting an office in Hangzhou is quite costly. I've looked it up. Renting a modest 50 or 60 square meters around our school would set one back tens of thousands annually, excluding transfer fees. Indeed, accumulating such a sum in a short span is undoubtedly challenging," Jiang Wenhua remarked earnestly. "How about we collaborate?" Chen Zui regarded Jiang Wenhua with a furrowed brow and asked, "In what manner?" "I can assist you in managing the studio affairs, and I could also act as your agent." Observing the hint of confusion in Chen Zui's eyes, Jiang Wenhua smiled and continued, "To be candid, my father has already charted my future path. Barring unforeseen circumstances, I will likely join the television station upon graduation. However, I'm not inclined toward the life of routine, hence my desire to pursue endeavors of my own choosing. You are from the capital, your father works in television, and he can facilitate your entry into the industry. I can surmise your father's stature," Chen Zui commented, "since I aim to pursue my own aspirations. I cannot rely on resources from my father." Chen Zui then asked, "What is it that you seek?" "I do not lack financial means. Consider the funds for establishing the studio as a loan from me, which you can repay later. I simply desire an engaging occupation, as university life has proven far more monotonous than I anticipated. It seems I have no reason to decline." Jiang Wenhua extended his right hand with a smile. "Then let us wish for a fruitful collaboration, to a successful partnership. You are playfully feigning innocence. Even if it is merely a personal studio, having a manager is indispensable." Chen Zui could not find a more suitable candidate than Jiang Wenhua, who happens to be his roommate. Although their time together has been brief, Chen Zui perceives Jiang Wenhua as a rather composed individual, and given his relative familiarity with this industry, none could be more fitting for the role. Moreover, it is advisable to establish the studio sooner rather than later. Initially, Chen Zui was troubled about the startup capital, but if Jiang Wenhua is willing to lend him the necessary funds, that would be ideal. With the conclusion of the National Day holiday, life returned to its usual rhythm of 3 points. home, school, and work. On the production side, after the first episode was recorded, the entire post-production team worked tirelessly through the night to edit it. Nowadays, most entertainment programs are recorded and broadcast simultaneously, allowing the production team to make adjustments based on audience feedback. On Thursday evening, the final cut of the first episode was ready, and Lu Dan, accompanied by Chen Lin, promptly settled in front of the computer to watch it. Upon glancing at the video length, Chen Lin exclaimed in surprise, "How is it 2.5 hours long?" Lu Dan chuckled. "This is actually considered short. Many performance clips from eliminated contestants have been cut. We recorded from 8 until after midnight, and even added 2 segments of the mentors' reviews afterward. 2.5 hours is within my expectations. If this were to air on television, it would indeed exceed the standard duration, but since we are producing this as an online show, we can split it into 2 parts, so the length is inconsequential as long as the content is captivating." Chen Lin nodded and sat beside Lu Dan, watching intently. "I still cannot believe the first to take the stage was Chen Zui. I was equally surprised. Did they apply a filter in post-production? He appears even more handsome than he did during the recording. Indeed, once the show airs, he will undoubtedly attract numerous female fans. I saw the comments under his video, and he is quite popular at his school. Do not forget what I mentioned." Chen Lin nodded vigorously and vowed, "Dan Jia, you can rest assured. From the second episode onward, I will keep a close eye on him. Wherever he goes, I shall follow." They watched the program from start to finish. During the viewing, Lu Dan occasionally jotted down notes regarding timing and points for revision. After relaying this feedback to the post-production team, they promptly made the necessary edits. Finally, Friday arrived. After completing the last lecture on Introduction to Communication, as the teacher gathered his books to leave the classroom, Su Fei immediately stood up and hurried to the podium, clapping his hands loudly. "Everyone, please hold on for a moment. I have something to say." The communication class, consisting of 44 students including Chen Zui, looked at Su Fei with puzzled expressions. Su Fei quickly continued, "Tonight, make sure to watch a variety show called New Generation Singers on Tudo Video, as our classmate Chen Zui is participating in this program." "What? Chen Zui is on a show? Is that true?" The classmates instantly began to buzz with excitement. Chen Zui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The audacious Su Fei, "You truly are a loudmouth. Chen Zui, is it true?" a curious female classmate inquired. Chen Zui understood that even if Su Fei remained silent, by tonight's broadcast, everyone around him would inevitably be aware of the matter, so he reluctantly nodded. "Impressive. Then we shall not venture out tonight. Instead, we will remain in the dormitory to watch the program." Chen Zui chuckled awkwardly, rising to the podium, and seized Su Fei by the collar, dragging him out of the classroom, with Jiang Wenhua following suit to assist in pushing Su Fei along. "What are you doing? I'm helping you promote. I certainly do not require your assistance in that regard. Are you afraid that if you are eliminated from the show, your classmates will mock you? Rest assured, that won't happen. As you mentioned, all the participants of the talent show have signed with management companies. Lacking both background and experience, it is entirely normal for you to be eliminated." Once Chen Zui had extricated Su Fei from the classroom, he lost interest in him. The program was set to air at 8 o'clock in the evening. However, the show had begun its promotional build-up over a month ago, with Wu Zhi serving as a mentor and several contestants already possessing a fan base. The program had garnered a certain level of anticipation even before its airing. Among the 4 in the dormitory, aside from Li Yi, who temporarily lacked a laptop, Chen Zui, Jiang Wenhua, and Su Fei all had laptops, to prevent lagging while watching due to sharing the same bandwidth. Chen Zui and Jiang Wenhua refrained from opening their computers and instead moved their chairs beside Su Fei's seat, awaiting the program's commencement. It was 8 o'clock. Li Yi reminded them. Su Fei clicked on the variety channel, and indeed, the banner for the program New Generation Singers appeared. "No way, it's really there." "Of course. Chen Zui would not deceive you, you simpleton." Jiang Wenhua rolled his eyes and urged, "Hurry up and open it." Quickly, Su Fei maneuvered the mouse and opened the program. Full screen, volume cranked up to 100%. Chen Zui, sitting beside him, quietly suggested, "Let us enable the comments." Su Fei promptly complied. The first 20 minutes of the program remained unedited, showcasing the four mentors taking turns to perform before the host took the stage. Su Fei initially intended to fast forward to Chen Zui's segment, but since Chen Zui hadn't disclosed his order of appearance, he could only endure and watch. Which contestant in the back would like to be the first to take the stage for evaluation? After the host, De Jian, posed his question, the camera lingered backstage, capturing each contestant in the frame. After a prolonged silence with no one rising, Su Fei couldn't help but comment, "They're so timid." Jiang Wenhua explained, "You don't understand. Being the first to take the stage in a talent show comes with immense pressure, unless one possesses absolute confidence in their abilities." Otherwise, before Jiang Wenhua could finish a sentence, the camera abruptly panned to the far right, focusing sharply on Chen Zui's face, which bore no discernible flaws. "No way." Su Fei was taken aback. To my astonishment, I spotted my roommate on a variety show. Family, who comprehends this? Wait, why are you standing up? Jiang Wenhua was equally taken aback, while Chen Zui offered no explanation. Su Fei, however, incessantly remarked, "Even the professionals aren't standing up. Why are you? No wonder you got eliminated." There was a hint of exasperation in Su Fei's tone. At that moment, the barrage of comments began to scroll across the screen. "This person looks somewhat handsome. Why does he seem familiar? Isn't he the one who sang Twilight during military training a while back? He really looks impressive. The camera is so close, and his looks are quite striking." As Chen Zui stepped onto the stage, his information flashed across the big screen. "It really is him. His rendition of Twilight is delightful. A 19-year-old heartthrob, infatuated. Since Su Fei was the first to click on it, not many had seen it yet, resulting in a sparse comment section. Chen Zui on stage quickly prepared to perform. When he began strumming his guitar, the title of the song appeared on the screen, "A Person Like Me." The moment Chen Zui opened his mouth, the entire 206 dormitory fell into silence, with Su Fei, Li Yi, and Jiang Wenhua's eyes widening in disbelief. "Seriously, buddy, are you pretending to be a fool just to surprise us?" In the girls' dormitory of Shida University, Su Yuan remained deeply engrossed in her English Level 4 review materials, unfazed by the noise generated by her three roommates. Xiang then had just returned from outside, engaged in a phone call with a friend. After finishing her shower, Zhang Yiling nonchalantly draped her legs across the table, applying a face mask while scrolling through short videos on her phone. Li Siqing, who outwardly appeared innocent and naive, but was, in fact, a fervent fan of boys' love stories, had just completed watching a Korean drama. Now, she was munching on a bag of chips, searching for a new series to watch. After a lengthy search without success, she opted to browse the variety channel to find something amusing to lighten her mood. Upon spotting a newly released variety show in the scrolling banner, Li Siqing clicked on it without a second thought. As she savored her chips and watched the performances of the four mentors, she only realized it was an original music program when the host took the stage. Disinterested in music variety shows, she contemplated exiting to find a fun reality show instead. However, as she noticed her fingers were slightly greasy from the chips, she reached for a wet wipe to clean her hands. Just as she was about to click the exit button, the video abruptly shifted to focus on a contestant's face. The moment Li Siqing recognized the face, her eyes widened in disbelief. Initially, she thought she might be mistaken, but when the contestant stepped onto the stage and his personal information illuminated the screen, she gasped in astonishment. "Oh my goodness!" Her three roommates, accustomed to her reactions during Korean dramas, were unfazed by her outburst until the next words escaped her lips, which startled them all, including Su Yuan. "Su Yuan, quick look, your brother is on television." As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiang Nan and Zhang Yiling hurried over, while Su Yuan promptly joined them upon hearing her brother. The four gathered around the laptop screen, with Li Siqing rewinding the video slightly. Among Su Yuan's roommates, only Zhang Yiling had never met Chen Zui. Upon seeing him on screen, she pointed and asked, "Is this Su Yuan's brother?" "Yes, he came to our dorm at the beginning of the semester, but you weren't here yet." "Wow, he's so handsome." "Indeed, I was the one who opened the door, and it startled me." The three chattered animatedly, while Su Yuan stood silently, entranced by the image of Chen Zui on the screen. As the mentors concluded their discussion, Chen Zui quickly commenced his performance. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the 305 girls' dormitory. The three who had been engaged in lively conversation moments ago were rendered speechless, their attention solely captivated by Chen Zui. By the time Li Xiqing clicked on the variety show, it was already past 9 o'clock, and the barrage of comments had significantly increased compared to the beginning. As Chen Zui sang, the atmosphere in the room shifted entirely, as the barrage of comments swiftly filled the screen. Oh my goodness! I have goosebumps. Is this a song that a 19-year-old can write? Every word of these lyrics resonates deeply within me. This show is truly captivating. It begins with a bang. How can the subsequent contestants compete? Where can one find such a remarkable young man? I'm genuinely perplexed. The song lasts 3.5 minutes, and the dormitory remained entirely silent for the same duration. When Chen Zui concluded with the line, "Will anyone feel heartbroken for someone as inexplicable as me?" the comments began to flood in. "Sister feels heartbroken. Come into my arms. Sister feels heartbroken. Come into my arms, Yuan. Su Yuan. Su Yuan." Zhang Yiling called out twice, snapping Su Yuan back to attention. Zhang Yiling, filled with curiosity, asked, "Did your brother not inform you beforehand about his appearance on the show?" "No." Observing Su Yuan's contemplative expression, Zhang Yiling refrained from further inquiries and instead urged Li Xiqing to rewind to the moment Chen Zui first appeared. She wanted to watch it again. "He must be at least 8 meters tall, right?" "Absolutely. He is considerably taller than Xiangnan." "How infuriating. Why was I not there that day?" "It's all right. It's all right. With Su Yuan around, you will definitely see him again in the future." That is true. However, to be fair, among all the contestants in the background, each dressed in stylish attire, he appeared the most ordinary. Indeed, he wore the same outfit he had when he visited our dorm that day. The perspective of the girls is always quite unique, yet they were not entirely wrong. When Chen Zui appeared on the show, he indeed wore his usual clothes, a simple white t-shirt priced at 39.9 yuan and a pair of black casual pants, which did stand out amidst the colorful, accessorized contestants around him. Su Yuan, upon hearing their conversation, blinked and gradually regained her train of thought. Meanwhile, in the class group chat of the broadcasting department, Chen Zui, "Superstar, could you please sign something for me on Monday?" Smirking, "I want one too." Chen Zui, "I shared the unedited video of this song in the high school group, and they all went wild when I said you were my university classmate." Chen Zui, "Superstar, could you please not be so aloof?" Chen Zui, "Could you come out and say something?" Chen Zui, keeping it low-key, keeping it low-key. "Is this low-key? You're already famous." The comment section of this show is filled with discussions about your song. You should reveal your social media accounts right now so everyone can follow you. That makes sense. The classmates enthusiastically brainstormed strategies for Chen Zui in the group chat, which served as a reminder for him. The purpose of appearing on this show was to boost his popularity, and it was indeed time to disclose his Weibo and Douyin accounts. Chen Zui quietly took out his phone, changing his Weibo ID, Douyin ID, and Bilibili ID to his own name. But merely changing the name was insufficient. He also had to upload content for everyone to recognize him. "Sufei, Sufei." Sufei replied with annoyance. "What do you want?" Chen Zui chuckled. "Isn't there a pure enjoyment version of this program song? Could you assist me in downloading it and sending it over?" Sufei replied, "I shall not." Jiang Wenhua rolled his eyes and remarked, "Sufei, are you out of your mind? What's wrong with lending a hand?" Sufei retorted angrily, "First, tell me why you claimed you were eliminated." Chen Zui immediately responded, "When did I ever say that I was eliminated?" Sufei found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Chen Zui was correct. He had never mentioned his elimination, and all of it stemmed from Sufei's own baseless conjectures. "Will you help me download it? If not, I shall handle it myself. Just wait." With a decisive strike, Chen Zui swiftly altered his personal information across several social media platforms. Subsequently, he uploaded his unedited performance video to these platforms. Just as he completed these tasks, he was bombarded with messages from Fan Mingyuan. "Fan Mingyuan. Fan Mingyuan. Are you even human? Fan Mingyuan. You went on a show behind my back? Fan Mingyuan. If it weren't for the high school group discussing this, I'd be oblivious." Upon reading the messages, Chen Zui promptly replied, "Quiet down, I'm busy." "Fan Mingyuan. You rascal. Fan Mingyuan, you don't actually intend to debut as a star, do you? Chen Zui chuckled. Is there a problem with that? Fan Mingyuan, no, brother, remember the saying, when one is wealthy, do not forget old friends. Chen Zui, weary of further conversation, was interrupted as Jiang Mufan sent a video call request. The moment the call connected, Jiang Mufan's sharp voice pierced through. Chen Zui, you heartless wretch. You went on a show and didn't even tell me. Jiang Mufan continued to rant, akin to a spouse catching an unfaithful partner, incessantly berating Chen Zui. However, Chen Zui simply minimized the volume of his phone and waited until Jiang Mufan had sufficiently vented before responding coolly. Could you perhaps remain a bit more composed? Chen Zui, do you still consider me and Fan Mingyuan as friends? Why didn't you inform us about this beforehand? Chen Zui had no intention of causing a stir. He didn't regard this as a significant event. Yet, reflecting on the fact that Fan Mingyuan and Jiang Mufan were his closest friends, he felt it was indeed somewhat unreasonable to keep them in the dark. Thus, he concocted an excuse, saying, wasn't I afraid of being eliminated and losing face? Only then did Jiang Mufan reply with a hint of grievance. Honestly, if it weren't for my roommate coincidentally watching the show, I wouldn't have known about this. You're so irritating. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to sleep. What did you even write these songs? Chen Zui laughed, just tinkering around. No worries. I'm hanging up now. We'll talk tomorrow. With that, he ended the video call before Jiang Mufan could respond. The following morning, at a 5-star hotel near the Film and Television Center, Lu Dan was reviewing a data file sent by the Potato video platform. Chun Lin stood behind her, and upon seeing the data on the first page, exclaimed excitedly, the first-day viewership reached 25 million. That's a strong start. Isn't it? Indeed, Lu Dan affirmed. Industry insiders categorize the first-day viewership of variety shows into 3 tiers. Below 10 million is considered a weak start. Between 10 million and 20 million is regarded as a stable opening, while above 20 million is deemed a strong start. However, some shows may begin strong yet decline, while others may start weak and rise. Thus, the first-day viewership does not necessarily reflect the overall quality of the program. Nevertheless, a strong opening is at least indicative of a promising beginning. The completion rate was also decent, although many viewers were skipping through. Lu Dan nodded and replied, talent shows are all like this. The audience's standards are becoming increasingly discerning. They can replay the performances of their favored contestants numerous times, while those they dislike are simply skipped over. By the way, you've reminded me. After speaking, Lu Dan scrolled down the document. Concurrently with the airing of the first episode last night, each contestant's full performance video was released. Since there was no voting in the first episode, the most straightforward method to gauge a contestant's popularity was to observe the view counts of their individual performances. The higher the view count, the more beloved the contestant's song is by the audience. When Chun Lin saw the rankings in the document, she gasped, covering her mouth. Oh my! Chen Zui has surpassed the second place by 800,000 views. The disparity is astounding. Indeed, Chen Zui held the top position. Lu Dan smiled slightly from this data. It seems he has solidified his dark horse status. I hope he can maintain this level of talent until the very end. Chun Lin immediately countered, that might be difficult. In the first episode, many contestants merely showcased their potential and didn't present their best works. However, Chen Zui ran off after recording yesterday, giving off a vibe of giving up. Moreover, starting from the 5th episode, the challenges will become significantly tougher, and he might not even last until then. You should subtly inquire about his thoughts tonight to see if he has any tricks up his sleeve. Understood. Also, keep a close eye on him. Last night, some audience members noticed he disappeared, and with the data as it is, I'll ensure he gets more screen time tonight. Chun Lin nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I will certainly put pressure on him tonight. You should take a break for now. After lunch, join me at the venue. Tonight, there will be critics and a music tour group present, introducing many uncertainties. All right. Early Saturday morning, Fan Mingyuan and Jiang Mufan arrived at the dormitory to find Chen Zui. They exchanged a flurry of complaints before finally getting to the point. Are you really going to record the second episode tonight? Yes. Jiang Mufan immediately asked. Are you planning to wear that outfit? Chen Zui looked down at his attire and replied, what is wrong with it? The other contestants are dressed in increasingly trendy outfits. Yours is outdated, and you're wearing the same clothes as in the first episode. I only have a monthly allowance of 2,000 yuan. I spent all my extra money on this guitar. I can't afford new clothes, and besides, their outfits cost thousands. After hearing this, Jiang Mufan took Chen Zui's hand and declared, "Come on, I'll take you shopping." "Forget it," Chen Zui refused. "We need to go to the venue this afternoon. There's no time to waste. I think this is fine. This show is about singing, not fashion." Jiang Mufan asserted, "If you want to be an artist, the first step is to learn to package yourself." Jiang Wenhua stepped forward and said, "We are of similar height. Why not wear my clothes? I have a few sets in my wardrobe that I seldom wear." "No need. Let's leave it as is. You all needn't concern yourselves," Chen insisted resolutely. Seeing Chen's determination, the others chose not to pursue the matter further. At noon, Jiang Wenhua took the initiative to treat everyone to a meal. Although he had not previously interacted with Fan Ming Yuan and Jiang Mufan, the bonds of friendship among young men can easily be forged over the course of a meal. As the six of them engaged in lively conversation, elsewhere, in a small stir-fry restaurant near the university, Su Yuan was dining with three of her roommates. However, from the moment they sat down, Su Yuan appeared distracted, remaining so until the meal concluded. As Xiang Nan approached the front to settle the bill, Su Yuan followed her and pointed to a recruitment advertisement by the door, inquiring, "Madam, are you still hiring?" "Indeed, we are looking for part-time runners. Few girls are willing to take on this role, hence we are always short-staffed," the proprietress replied. Xiang Nan questioned, "Isn't there a delivery platform? Our business is decent, but the commissions from delivery platforms are excessively high. We prefer to hire a few runners directly and pay students like you, which is far more advantageous than giving our earnings to the delivery services," the proprietress explained, before turning to Su Yuan and asking, "Would you be interested? We mainly require assistance during lunch and dinner hours, and I pay weekly. Previously, the highest monthly earnings were over 4,000. "I'll do it." Su Yuan nodded in agreement without hesitation. "I'm not picky about food." Starting from the second episode, the program not only features mentors and contestants, but also incorporates music critics and an audience of music enthusiasts. The so-called music critics are industry professionals well-versed in music theory, while the audience consists of ordinary viewers. The elimination and advancement of contestants are determined by the votes of the mentors, music critics, and the audience. In the first episode, 20 contestants were directly eliminated, leaving 40 remaining, and in the second episode, another 10 will be eliminated, which means that 1 out of every 4 contestants faces elimination, resulting in a quite significant probability. Naturally, the votes from mentors and music critics carry more weight than those from regular viewers. 1 vote from a mentor is equivalent to 10 votes from an ordinary viewer. While 1 vote from a music critic counts as 2, there will be 4 mentors, 30 music critics, and 200 audience members present, culminating in a total of 300 votes. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Lin called Chen Zui early, asking him to arrive sooner that day. Chen Zui repeated his usual question, "Will the taxi fare be reimbursed?" This time, Chen Lin responded wisely and gently, "As long as you arrive before 5 o'clock. I will cover all your transportation costs in the future." Chen Zui remained skeptical and insisted that she swear an oath. Chen Lin did not respond. However, Chen Zui sneezed twice in succession, evidently indicating that someone was speaking ill of him. After the National Day holiday, the sun was noticeably less fierce than before. Chen Zui did not bring his guitar today, as the song he would be performing was different from the first episode. The first episode featured a simple melody aimed at conveying deep emotions, making guitar accompaniment more visually appealing. In contrast, today a song presented greater complexity in both melody and vocal technique, prompting Chen Zui to focus entirely on his singing. Upon walking to the south gate of the school and taking a rideshare vehicle, Chen Zui donned his headphones. Half an hour later, he arrived at the building of the Film and Television Center. Unlike last time, the entrance was bustling with people, not only contestants and staff, but also many unfamiliar faces. Chen Zui surmised that these individuals were likely the invited music critics and audience members, so he did not inquire further and smoothly made his way to the recording backstage. As soon as he arrived, the attention of the other contestants shifted toward him. It was evident, even to the unobservant, That Chen Zui had garnered the highest popularity in the first episode. Some contestants even took the initiative to greet him, to which he responded politely, sensing that beneath their smiling facades lay a mix of envy and resentment. From their perspective, they might think, I'm not only older than you, but also possess more songwriting experience and have signed with a management company. Why should a mere college student eclipse my popularity? The entertainment industry is rife with intrigue and deception, far surpassing the complexities of the corporate world. With 20 contestants absent, the backstage seating area felt considerably more spacious. Yet Chen Zui still chose to sit in the same spot as in the first episode. At that moment, Chen Zui's phone vibrated in his pocket. He took out to glance at a voice message from Lao Wu. After listening for 5 seconds, he realized Lao Wu was discussing his appearance on the show, prompting him to quickly respond, Mom, I'm at the recording site. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Chen Zui was not surprised that Lao Wu knew about his participation. In this age of the internet, even if neither Lao Wu nor Chen Zui scrolled through their phones, the vast network of friends and colleagues around them ensured that news would spread rapidly as soon as one person was informed. Just then, Chen Lin, having caught wind of the situation, arrived backstage. Spotting Chen Zui lingering in a corner, she hurried over and playfully slapped the back of his head. What are you doing? Last Saturday, who told you to run off? Her irritable demeanor had a certain charming playfulness to it. Didn't you say I should do whatever I want? Chen Zui shot back. Would you eat shit if I told you to? Chen Lin retorted instantly. What about you? Forget it. It's pointless to reason with you girls. I want to discuss it further. Their banter drew the attention of several other contestants, who began to speculate whether there was something special between the director's assistant and Chen Zui. Realizing the situation, Chen Lin lowered her voice and said, Follow me. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Chen Zui remained still, but when Chen Lin noticed he hadn't followed, she shot him a glare. Reluctantly, he got up and trailed after her until they reached a corner of the hallway. What is up, Lin Jia? First, you're not allowed to leave until tonight's recording is finished. Stop right there. I know what you're about to say. I'll reimburse your taxi fare personally, but only if you listen to me. Reimbursement is sufficient. Second, since your performance in the first episode was commendable, the director will give you more screen time tonight. Make sure you shine. How should I shine? Do as others do. They're all skilled performers. I can't compete with them. I don't care. I've made my expectations clear. Third, is it really a third? Let me give you the rundown. Including tonight, this show will record 8 episodes. Aside from the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th episodes, which are thematic assessments, you need to prepare at least 4 original songs. Do you have that many ready? Yes. Can you handle the thematic assessments? If they can, so can I. Chen Lin hesitated, wanting to express that they had management companies backing them. If he could make it to the 5th episode, those companies would surely step in to assist, providing professional songwriters to help craft songs, though the audience would remain oblivious to this behind-the-scenes support. Since Chen Zui had yet to enter the industry, Chen Lin was uncertain whether he could reach the 5th episode, making it inappropriate for her, as a staff member, to voice these concerns directly. What about them? Nothing. Chen Lin waved her hand dismissively. You can go now. Chen nodded and walked towards the backstage. However, upon hearing footsteps behind him, he turned around and was surprised to see Chen Lin following closely. Sister Lin, what is this? He exclaimed. It's all because of you. You ran away during the first episode, leaving me to bear the brunt of the blame. My task tonight is to keep a close watch on you. Could you perhaps get me something to eat? You made me come over early, and I didn't even have time for dinner. If you don't eat well, you won't have the energy to sing later. Chen Lin admonished herself internally to remain calm and not to be overly concerned with this little scoundrel. Suppressing her displeasure, she asked, What do you want to eat? Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Wait here. Chen Lin rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath. I really owe you one. You truly have a bold imagination. The recording venue remains unchanged, with the mentors occupying the 4 central seats. 200 audience members are arranged to sit on either side of the mentors, while the music critics occupy the front row, each seat marked with a name card. Among them are renowned media critics, esteemed songwriters, and even a few music professors from universities. After today's performances, not only will the mentors provide their evaluations, but the critics will also have the opportunity to express their opinions. Thus, although the number of contestants has decreased from 60 to 40, the addition of the critics' commentary ensures that the program's duration will not see significant alteration. Chen Zui finished the boxed lunch brought by Chen Lin, handed the accompaniment for his performance to the staff, and waited on site for over 2 hours. It was only when the sky had darkened, with just 5 minutes until 8 o'clock, that Chen Lin approached the backstage to remind everyone, "Please prepare yourselves. The recording will commence in 5 minutes." As soon as her words fell, several contestants produced cosmetics from seemingly nowhere, applying powder to their faces, while others used their phones as mirrors to spray hair, setting spray. Some even brought personal makeup artists. The backstage was soon filled with an array of delightful scents. At that moment, Chen Lin noticed that Chen Zui was still wearing the outfit from the first episode, lacking any semblance of style. The only fortunate aspect was that he had washed his hair. "Hey, I must ask, can you buy a nice outfit for the next episode? You need to tidy yourself up a bit. You're recording a show, and everyone can see you on their phones. I have no money. You." Chen Lin took a deep breath to calm herself, and after a brief silence, she said, "If you can continue to produce high-quality work like you did in the first episode over the next 2 or 3, music platforms will likely reach out to you to manage your songs." Currently, there are 2 mainstream revenue-sharing models. One is the royalty-sharing model. The other is the pay-per-stream model, also known as the streaming revenue model. In China, the latter predominates, meaning the more times your song is streamed, the more money you earn. Chen Zui nodded, acknowledging, "I understand that, but I don't want to sign a contract with a music platform just yet." "Why not? My popularity isn't sufficient. The sharing ratios differ. More famous artists receive a higher percentage, while lesser-known artists typically split 50-50 with the music platforms." Chen Lin expressed her surprise. "It seems you're not as foolish as I thought." "Well, obviously. But are you perhaps overly confident? To discuss revenue sharing, you at least need to." Chen Zui chuckled. "Is winning first place in this competition enough?" Chen Lin paused for a moment, then joined him in laughter. "You really dare to dream, don't you?" However, she quickly added, "I genuinely hope you secure first place. After all, you're the one I chose." The recording was about to begin. Chen Lin swiftly stepped out of the camera's view, moving to a blind spot, while the front stage was already prepared. The mentors, critics, and audience had all taken their seats. In the control room, Lu Dan glanced at the live feed from both the front stage and backstage, holding the walkie-talkie as he announced, "All departments, please take your positions. The lighting team is ready. The camera crew is in place. The technical team is set. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, action." The host, De Jian, ascended the stage to commence his opening remarks, while the contestants backstage focused intently. The atmosphere seemingly more tense than during the inaugural episode. Such is the nature of talent shows. The later the rounds, the fiercer the competition becomes. Moreover, with the second episode determined by votes, a single ballot could lead to 2 vastly different outcomes. After delivering his opening speech, the host swiftly introduced the rules for this episode and clarified the order of performances. Unlike the previous episode, where contestants chose their sequence, this time it was reversed based on the first episode's order. Chen Zui, who performed first last time, would now take the stage last. The final act is often referred to as the closing performance. Traditionally, this term referred to the penultimate act in theatrical performances, as theaters generally reserve this slot for their leading performers, while the last act is termed the curtain call, which is often associated with sending off the audience. However, as times changed and traditional opera diminished in popularity, the general understanding of closing performance has come to signify the final act. Now, let us welcome to the stage contestant Li Yuan from Orange Star Entertainment. Li Yuan, who had performed last in the first episode, was now the first to take the stage. Chen Zui had forgotten about the other contestants, but he vividly remembered Li Yuan, the champion who had secured first place in the previous season through strategic maneuvering. After several years in the industry, Chen Zui had encountered Li Yuan a few times, who had subsequently faded into mediocrity and even resorted to performing in bars. Rumor had it that after becoming involved with a wealthy woman, he had privately arranged encounters with his female fans, which led to his downfall when the wealthy woman discovered his indiscretions leaving him without access to better resources. Lee Yuan's appearance and talent indeed ranked him among the top contestants. Today, he performed a song titled Summer Solstice, a refreshing pop tune that garnered unanimous praise from the mentors and music critics alike, ultimately receiving a commendable total of 262 votes. In a total of 300 votes, a score above 250 is considered high, ensuring that he would not face elimination. Upon returning backstage, the other contestants, feigning camaraderie, lavished him with compliments. A moment captured by the camera crew. Chen Zui, seated in a corner, reached into his pocket for his phone but sensed a menacing gaze nearby. Raising his eyes, he caught sight of Chen Lin making a slashing motion across her throat, prompting him to withdraw his hand from his pocket. While others may have found the song delightful, to Chen Zui, it felt rather ordinary. He was utterly disinterested in watching the subsequent performances, yet leaving was not an option, nor could he indulge in his phone. With a resigned sigh, he opted to close his eyes and drift into slumber. Witnessing this scene, Chen Lin felt herself on the brink of madness. "You scoundrel! I promised you a spotlight tonight and urged you to perform well. How could you fall asleep again?" Clenching her fists, she yearned to confront Chen Zui with a few punches. However, the presence of the camera restrained her. She was nearly on the verge of a breakdown. After a moment's contemplation, she swiftly made her way to the director's room. "Weren't you supposed to keep an eye on him backstage? Why are you here? That insufferable Chen Zui is sleeping. Didn't you say you would give him a wake-up call?" "I did indeed. I told him he would have his moment in the spotlight and encouraged him to perform well. He even agreed before the recording began, yet now." Lu Dan glanced at the display screen in the lower right corner, pondering for a moment before responding, "It's fine. Let be as it is." "Huh. I will still ensure he gets his moment on camera." His current behavior may elicit two starkly contrasting evaluations from the audience once the show airs. Regardless, it will generate buzz for us. If we were to record the program in a conventional manner, we wouldn't be able to create such tension. But what if he performs poorly? The audience might accuse him of disrespecting the stage and looking down on the other contestants. That is his own choice. We did not force him. Chen Lin hesitated, her words caught in her throat. In the name of love, contestants ascended the stage one after another, while time slipped away second by second. The competitors in the backstage gradually noticed an arrogant individual in the corner who, throughout this process, was indulging in a deep slumber. The fact that Chen Zui, this enigmatic character, had already stolen the limelight during the first episode was irritating enough. Now, with others performing on stage, his sleeping in the background seemed to convey disdain towards them. Did he look down upon them, or did he simply dismiss their presence? Although Lu Dan had realized that Chen Zui appeared to be marginalized in the background, he remained unfazed, occasionally instructing the cameraman to capture footage of Chen Zui sleeping. Finally, after a prolonged 3-hour wait, the second episode was nearing its conclusion. After 38 contestants had performed, the current frontrunner was Tan Siki from Chaoyi Entertainment, with a total of 267 votes, leading the second-place Lee Yuan by a mere 5 votes. Most of the others had their votes ranging between 230 and 255, indicating a close competition among them. Congratulations, your final vote count is 251. Please return to the backstage to rest. Next up is the remarkable Chen Zui, the youngest original musician among all contestants, who had shone brightly in the first episode. As the host introduced Chen Zui, Lu Dan simultaneously directed the cameraman to capture a close-up of him. Others speculated that Chen Zui was merely feigning sleep for attention. After all, how could one truly sleep in such an atmosphere? When they observed the cameraman filming Chen Zui for an extended period without any response from him, the surrounding individuals and production staff began to realize, this fellow is genuinely asleep. Someone hastily went to awaken him. Chen Lin dashed to the backstage and approached Chen Zui, shaking him awake. He finally stirred, his expression reflecting that of someone who had just emerged from slumber. "Get the close-up." Upon hearing the director's voice through his earpiece, the cameraman quickly shifted to a close-up shot. Chen Zui glanced at the visibly irritated Chen Lin and then surveyed the group of contestants around him. Finally, when his gaze fell upon the camera and he noticed all eyes were upon him, he dazedly inquired, "Is it my turn to perform?" Quickly, Chen Lin barely managed to utter those two words before realizing the recording was still underway. She shot him a knowing glance and swiftly exited the filming area. Chen Zui then rose and strode toward the front stage. The moment he left the backstage, all contestants immediately turned their attention to the large screen, their expressions growing increasingly serious. They all understood that irrespective of Chen Zui's backstage demeanor, as long as the quality of his work was commendable and his vocal skills exceptional, the audience would undoubtedly appreciate him. This was a talent show where individual prowess was paramount. If one possessed great skill, sleeping in the backstage would only be perceived as confidence. However, if one lacked ability, sleeping in the backstage would be interpreted as arrogance. The mentor, Wu Zhe, greeted Chen Zui with enthusiasm. "Chen Zui, we finally meet again." Chen Zui, however, candidly replied, "Hasn't it only been a week?" This remark rendered Wu Zhe momentarily speechless. "You're quite refreshingly honest," Chen Lin remarked, exhaling heavily. Then, the nearby mentor, Dan Mengmeng, took over the conversation, saying, "Your work left a profound impression on us last week. After the show aired, I listened to your songs several times, and I eagerly anticipate your performance today." Indeed, the most experienced mentor, Tanjua, nodded with a smile. "I hope you won't disappoint us today." Chen Zui shrugged. "Can we begin?" The four mentors exchanged glances, thinking, the emperor is not anxious, yet the eunuchs are. "We haven't spoken. Why the rush? What is the title of your song today?" "The Wind Rises." "The Wind Rises?" "It's getting a bit chilly lately, so your song title is quite fitting." "All right then, please commence your performance." As soon as the mentor finished speaking, the lighting crew swiftly adjusted the lights, and the song title, "The Wind Rises," appeared on the big screen, accompanied by 4 lines of song information. Lyrics by Chen Zui, composed by Chen Zui, arranged by Chen Zui, performed by Chen Zui. The presentation was impeccable. In Chen Zui's memory, this song was a classic that people of his age group would have undoubtedly heard, and it had been covered by many renowned singers. Today, Chen Zui was to perform JJ's rendition, a singer often referred to as a walking CD, who left a lasting impression during live performances. As the audience fell into a hushed silence, the soft sounds of the accompaniment began to play, primarily featuring the piano. Chen Zui, microphone in hand, stood at the center of the stage, showing no sign of nervousness, appearing more composed than the audience below. As he approached the main section of the song, he slowly raised the microphone, and at that moment, his voice resonated throughout the venue. "On this journey, I wandered and paused, tracing the marks left by youth. Just before stepping out of the station, I hesitated. The instant he began to sing, he captivated every ear in the room." The 4 mentors gazed at the stage in astonishment, as if taken aback, while a group of music critics exchanged glances, their eyes seemingly communicating, "It's almost over. And you present a monster like this?" The charisma, the vocal prowess, and this song, his performance surpassed that of many frontline artists. "Oh my goodness." Chen Lin, upon hearing Chen Zui's voice, wore an expression of bewilderment. She felt as if her ears were overwhelmed. Is this voice truly his? She mused, astonished that someone so seemingly unreliable could. As the main verse concluded and the chorus began, the pitch soared abruptly. "I once found it difficult to extricate myself from the vastness of the world, and I was also immersed in its dreamlike whispers." In the broadcast studio, Liu Dan shouted in the walkie-talkie, "Camera crew, what are you waiting for? Raise the boom arm." The performance of the first episode, when compared to the second, was merely an appetizer. At this moment, Chen Zui exuded an undeniable charisma. It seemed as though he was born with an innate ability to command the stage. The moment he opened his mouth, everyone instinctively focused their attention on him. Chen Zui himself was thoroughly enjoying the singing. Perhaps aside from him, very few contestants noticed that the production team had upgraded the sound equipment. In the first episode, the audio equipment was merely average for a music program. However, due to the impressive viewership of the first episode, the production team managed to secure additional funding to enhance the sound systems, including microphones, for the live performance. Consequently, the sound quality was significantly improved compared to the first episode. Chen Zui was completely immersed in his performance. As the second chorus approached, the pitch soared once again. with emotions and vocal prowess blending seamlessly into a near showcase of skill. In the painting, you speak with your head bowed. Just as the second chorus reached its midpoint and the audience was lost in the melody, the accompaniment abruptly ceased. What was happening? Technical team, respond. Danjia, we encountered a minor issue. What on earth are you doing? The audience below began to murmur softly, confused by the sudden absence of the accompaniment. Amidst the chaos of the production team, Chen Zui remained unfazed. He slightly lifted his head and grasped the microphone. I still marvel at the vastness of the world, and I am enchanted by childhood whispers of love. The moment his voice resonated, everyone in the control room fell silent. He was singing a cappella. Yet, how could it sound so enchanting? Liu Dan, Shoumin, Lu Dan, all cameras on him. Chen Zui was unaffected by the turmoil. As the camera lenses drew nearer, he passionately delivered the final line. In the name of love, do you still wish for it? As the final notes of the performance faded away, the atmosphere in the venue returned to tranquility. Chen Zui set down the microphone and bowed to the audience in gratitude. At that very moment, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. The four mentors found themselves at a loss for words, stunned into silence. Finally, Tanjua, the eldest and most seasoned among them, offered her critique. This is undoubtedly the most surprising stage I've encountered in this show. At your age, possessing such creative prowess and an exquisite voice, I can only say, you are a genius. Wu Zhi echoed her astonishment, expressing his curiosity. I'm intrigued by how your stage presence can be so poised. I noticed in your profile that you aren't even an art student. Upon hearing this, the audience, along with the backstage crew, eagerly awaited Chen Zui's response. After a brief pause, he replied, perhaps it's innate? Chen Zui himself struggled to articulate an explanation. He couldn't very well tell them. I've listened to more songs than you've had meals, and I've performed at concerts for tens of thousands. How could I not manage a small venue of a few hundred? To say such a thing would come off as presumptuous. Yet in this moment, no one perceived him in that light, for he had indeed earned that right. If it were not a matter of natural talent, no other rationale could suffice, especially considering he was only 19. After the mentors had showered him with flattering praise, several music critics also shared their opinions, some lauding Chen Zui's lyrical composition, while others praised his musical arrangement. In summary, the consensus was overwhelmingly positive. As this segment concluded, the host's voice resonated through the venue. Now, it is time to reveal the vote count for contestant Chen Zui. What will the screen display? The backstage team had already tallied the results. Please, look at the big screen. The numbers on the large screen began to roll, with the units digit ultimately settling on 1. The tens digit was crucial, as the hundreds would undoubtedly be 2. All eyes were glued to the display, and finally, the number came to rest at 9. The hundreds place was also revealed, totaling an impressive 291 votes, surpassing the second-place contestant by 24 votes. This was a remarkable lead. Moreover, achieving 291 votes out of a total of 300 was nothing short of miraculous. With this, the second episode of the show drew to a close. As Chen Zui stepped off the stage, the host read out a promotional announcement, and the contestants began to prepare to leave. Having previously felt drowsy, the performance invigorated him. Upon emerging from backstage, he spotted Chen Lin waiting at the entrance. Is there something you need? He inquired. No, she replied. Then why are you lurking here? Chen Lin rolled her eyes. I'm here to take you back to school. What? He exclaimed. Dan Jia just announced that for the upcoming episodes, she wants me to personally drive you. Chen Zui scratched his head in disbelief. I get that kind of treatment? If it weren't for Dan Jia, do you think I want this? He continued, I could just take a taxi, as long as I get reimbursed. Chen Lin pointed at Chen Zui with a fierce expression and said, do not bring up reimbursement matters. The car service comes with conditions. What conditions? We will discuss it on the way. Come with me. The two exited the recording building, and Chen Lin swiftly led Chen Zui to a BMW 3 Series parked nearby. Curiously, Chen Zui inquired, is this your car? Of course, she replied. I never would have guessed, Sister Lin. You seem to be quite wealthy. Chen Lin ignored him, opened the driver's door, and took her seat. Chen Zui obediently settled into the passenger seat. Once inside, Chen Zui realized that he should take the time to obtain a driver's license soon, as he would likely become increasingly busy. What are you thinking? Nothing much. After merging onto the national highway, Chun Lin remarked, I would rate your performance tonight a perfect score of 100. Sister Dan mentioned that regardless of the means, in the third episode, you must look more presentable. Stop right there. I know what you want to say. However, Sister Dan's instructions are for the overall effect of the show. The more you appear on screen, the more popular you become, and the more successful the program will be. But I have no money. I can lend you some. I also lack the time to shop for clothes. Send me your size, and I will handle the online shopping for you. Additionally, if you have followed the competition format, you would know that aside from the first and last episodes, the show is divided into 2 segments. Episodes 2, 3, and 4 have a high elimination rate, designed to swiftly remove underperforming singers. In the latter half of the segment, the elimination rate decreases. Therefore, it is crucial for you to perform well in the 3rd and 4th episodes, aiming to reach the 5th episode, where a cameraman will start following you. Chen Zui nodded. Yes, I am aware. The 5th episode involves a thematic assessment, with the production team assigning a cameraman to document the creative process. This is also to ensure that each episode maintains a consistent duration. As fewer participants remain, this method compensates for the lost time, which is beneficial for the contestants, as their screen time increases. In the 1st episode, each of you only appeared for 4 to 5 minutes, but in the 5th episode, that time can at least double. I'll do my best. Oh, by the way, send me your Weibo and Douyin IDs. I will have the production team include them in the contestant introductions, allowing fans to easily follow you. I will send them to you now. The night had deepened, and traffic was sparse. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at the dormitory building. Chen Zui unfastened his seatbelt and said with a smile, See you on Saturday. See you Saturday. Don't forget to send me your clothing sizes. Sure thing. Chen Zui waved goodbye, and Chen Lin quickly drove away. Upon returning to the dormitory, his 3 roommates awaited his arrival. As soon as the door opened, they eagerly crowded around him, their eyes filled with curiosity. Su Fei was the first to speak. Don't try to fool me now. Did you advance or get eliminated? Chen Zui grinned. I advanced. You really advanced? Is it amusing to deceive you? Goodness, you are truly on your way to becoming a major star. Chen Zui remarked. Su Fei, you are quite the character. Do you wish for my elimination or my advancement? Regardless of the outcome, I find myself in discomfort. Leave me be. After inquiring about the results, Su Fei and Li Yi climbed onto the bed. Jiang Wenhua approached Chen Zui and spoke in a hushed tone. I was not idle this afternoon. I explored a nearby office building. A 150 square meter office has just become vacant, which would serve perfectly as a studio, and it's conveniently located next to our school. Shall we go and take a look tomorrow? So soon? Isn't it better to act swiftly? All right, let us go tomorrow afternoon. Indeed. Later, she secured a part-time job. On a rare Sunday, after enjoying a leisurely morning, Chen Zui called home. Regarding his participation in the program, both Old Wu and Old Chun expressed surprise but showed no signs of opposition. Chen Zui explained that he had received an invitation from the production team, which had led him to join, and he had not anticipated such a significant viewership. After listening, Old Wu was at a loss for words, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the situation, and simply asked, Is the money sufficient? Chen Zui naturally replied that it was. After chatting for about 10 minutes, Chen Zui left the school with Jiang Wenhua. They each rented a shared bicycle and soon arrived at the office building. Jiang Wenhua, having visited the day before, led Chen Zui effortlessly to the office door they had seen previously. The key is with the property management. If you find it suitable, I will secure the lease. What is the rent? Many offices in this vicinity are vacant, and the rent is even cheaper than retail spaces. I plan to lease it for 2 years at a total of 185,000. Chen Zui nodded. 150 square meters should suffice for a studio. Accommodating 30 to 40 workstations should be manageable. Absolutely no problem. It even includes an office and meeting room. Then let's proceed with it. Additionally, we can begin the registration process for the studio. I anticipate that after the 2nd episode airs, many will come seeking me. Jiang Wenhua furrowed his brow. Curious. Many, as in whom? Talent agencies, music platforms. By Friday night, when the show airs, you will understand what I mean. Jiang Wenhua nodded and smiled. I will contact the agency immediately. It should be finalized in about 2 weeks. As a new week commenced, Chen Zui resumed his regular schedule. Yet the airing of the first episode drew considerable attention from those around him on campus. His classmates no longer called him by name, but referred to him directly as the big star. Even the counselor, Shangwan Hong, addressed him in this manner, leaving Chen Zui feeling quite embarrassed. Meanwhile, the production team continued to work diligently in post-production after filming the second episode. Reality talent shows are relatively easier to edit. However, for outdoor reality shows, producing a 2-hour final cut in just 1 week is indeed quite challenging. On Thursday night, after playing basketball with 3 of his roommates, Chen Zui immediately took a shower. Once he dried his hair, he climbed into bed, preparing for sleep. Chen Zui is almost always the first to slumber in the dormitory and the earliest to rise, a habit instilled by his strict guardian, Old Wu, who has consistently urged him to sleep early and rise early. Over time, this has become second nature to him. The combination of ample sleep and moderate exercise allows Chen Zui to effortlessly maintain his physique, and he rarely suffers from acne. Just a month after military training, his complexion has returned to its pre-training state, garnering admiration from a group of female classmates. Lying in bed, he took out his phone and noticed on WeChat that the dining schedule with Su Yuan had been erratic over the past week, often eating at 1 or 2 in the afternoon and even later, around 9 or 10 at night. Chen Zui had inquired several times in the past few days, but Su Yuan either complained about the crowded cafeteria or mentioned other commitments. After pondering for a moment, he decided to message Su Yuan's roommate. "Xiangnan, are you there?" When Xiangnan received the message, she paused for a moment before swiftly replying, "Yes." Chen Zui then asked, "Is Su Yuan in the dorm?" Xiangnan responded, "She hasn't returned yet." Glancing at the time, Chen Zui quickly questioned, "Why is she out so late? Where has she gone?" Xiangnan then explained, "She took a part-time job." Su Yuan had not disclosed this information to Chen Zui. Chen Zui hastily probed further, "What kind of part-time job?" Xiangnan replied, "Did she not tell you? Last Saturday, she found a delivery job. That restaurant is quite busy, and she often returns around 10 at night." Chen Zui fell silent for a while. He had seen Su Yuan's class schedule, which was full in the mornings and had classes in the afternoons as well, leaving her with little free time. Moreover, she was preparing for the CET-4 and Mandarin exams. If she had taken a more manageable part-time job, such as a library assistant, Chen Zui would not have thought there was an issue. However, a girl delivering food? Fuming, Chen Zui contemplated calling Su Yuan to reprimand her. Yet, considering there might be underlying circumstances and that a phone scolding would yield little effect, he decided to visit her the following day, as he had only 1 class on Friday afternoon. Chen Zui replied, "All right, I understand. Don't tell her I contacted you." Xiangnan acknowledged with an O. Meanwhile, at a small stir-fry restaurant near the university, dishes of minced meat with eggplant and mapo tofu were being prepared. "Old Xia, please expedite. We have customers calling to check on their orders." The owner hurried into the kitchen to urge the cooking along. Old Xia was busily working in the kitchen, seemingly oblivious to the potential complaints that would arise if they had hired someone else. However, this small restaurant is a family-run establishment, and both owners hail from Hongdu. They are quite amiable, and Old Xia's culinary skills are exceptional, ensuring the restaurant remains popular. In the years 2016 and 2017, the food delivery platforms were fiercely competing with one another, and the commissions taken were relatively low. During that period, there were indeed establishments collaborating with these platforms. However, as many delivery services were gradually phased out, the commissions began to rise rapidly. In an effort to reduce costs, several eateries resorted to pre-prepared meals, yet Mr. and Mrs. Xia steadfastly maintained their practice of cooking fresh dishes upon order. Their business continued to thrive. To resist the exorbitant commissions, they decided to discontinue their partnership with the delivery platforms. Nevertheless, with students still in need of delivery services, they opted to hire students directly for this purpose. "Su Yuan, you're back." "Yes." "Don't rush. There's another order to deliver together, so you won't have to make 2 trips. However, Su Yuan replied, "Why not just deliver this one first? The food will get cold." "It's fine. Trust me. Here, have some water and take a seat for a moment. Thank you, Madam Boss. After resting for about 4 or 5 minutes, Su Yuan swiftly rode the shop's electric bike to deliver the meal to the dormitory. With the electric bike, the journey was not tiring, though climbing stairs could be exhausting. By the end of the day, she often accumulated over 20,000 steps. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, Su Yuan began to feel fatigued. Upon her arrival at the shop, she found the Madam Boss cleaning tables and tidying up. Seeing this, Su Yuan inquired, "Madam Boss, are we closing up?" "Yes, just deliver this order to Building 17, and you can head home to rest. You must be tired today." "Not too bad." "Oh, by the way, this order was placed by a boy for his girlfriend. You don't need to call. Just knock on the door when you arrive." "All right, I'll head over now." Building 17 was located at the southernmost end of the dormitory area. After several days of deliveries, Su Yuan had become quite familiar with the layout of the campus. Although her initial attempts were not without difficulty, the university students generally exhibited commendable manners. Noticing Su Yuan was a girl, they refrained from being difficult even if she was slightly delayed. Su Yuan parked the electric bike downstairs and quickly ascended to the 5th floor, carrying the packaged meal. After confirming the details of the order, she knocked on the door. "Who is it?" As soon as the voice faded, the dormitory door swung open. A girl in pajamas with a facial mask scrutinized Su Yuan before asking, "Who are you?" Su Yuan promptly raised the takeout in her hand. "Hello, is Meng Lu in?" "That's me. This is the meal your boyfriend ordered for you." Upon hearing the word "your boyfriend," Meng Lu looked at the takeout with a disdainful expression and said, "He is not my boyfriend. We've broken up." But, just as she was about to close the door, Meng Lu noticed the awkward look on Su Yuan's face and quickly added, "Just throw it away for me." Bang! With that, Meng Lu shut the door forcefully. Su Yuan stood at the door, momentarily at a loss. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation in her days of delivery. After pondering for a moment, she ultimately decided to call the number listed on the order. The person who answered was indeed a male. "Hello. May I inquire if you ordered a bowl of rice topped with gravy at Lao Xie's stir-fry restaurant?" "Yes, I have delivered it, but your girlfriend declined it, instructing me to dispose of the meal instead." The young man nearby appeared to have anticipated this scenario. He sighed heavily and remarked, "She always behaves this way. Whenever we argue, she ignores me and has a penchant for discarding things." His tone was laden with resignation. "Then just throw it away. I am not from your school." After a moment of hesitation, Su Yuan cautiously asked, May I eat it? Disposing of it would be a waste. I have been saving money to buy clothes for my brother." For reasons unknown, upon hearing Su Yuan's words, the young man on the other end of the line felt his heart shatter, and he replied despondently, "You handle it as you wish." It was only then that Su Yuan descended the stairs and returned to her dormitory. On Friday, at precisely 3:40 in the afternoon, the school bell signaled the commencement of the weekend for Class 1. Even as early as Monday, upon his arrival in the classroom, Chen Zui was besieged by classmates inquiring about the program. When Su Fei announced that Chen Zui had successfully advanced, everyone eagerly anticipated the arrival of Friday. "Don't forget to watch New Generation Singers tonight." As soon as class concluded, Su Fei sought to assert his presence once more. No sooner had he spoken than the girls began chattering excitedly. "I even purchased VIP access to Potato just to watch this show." "Me too. Will the reimbursement cover the VIP expenses for the superstar?" Chen Zui, feeling exasperated, interjected, "Please don't create trouble. My pockets are emptier than my face." Laughter echoed as the group exited the classroom. Once outside the academic building, Chen Zui informed his 3 roommates, "I'll step out for a moment and 1T accompany you back to the dorm." Alone, he left the school, riding a shared bicycle to the subway station. After 2 stops, he disembarked and walked to the base of Su Yuan's dormitory. To avoid any unnecessary complications, Chen Zui donned a disposable mask before entering the university's dormitory area. He took out his phone and dialed Su Yuan. "Hello, brother. Come downstairs." "Huh, I'm at the base of your dorm." Su Yuan felt a flutter of panic. She only had 1 class that afternoon, but had planned to go to work at 5:30. Thus, Chen Zui's arrival at this moment left her apprehensive about being unavailable later. Nevertheless, she hurried downstairs and, upon seeing Chen, obediently called out. Brother observing the bustling crowd, Chen Zui grasped Su Yuan's delicate wrist and led her to a quieter area before releasing her. He immediately confronted her. Now tell me, why have you taken to delivering meals? Su Yuan was taken aback by Chen Zui's awareness of her actions. She lowered her head, uncertain of how to respond. Did I not tell you during our journey from Mountain City to Hangzhou that you should focus solely on your studies in college and refrain from working? Why do you not heed my advice? Speak. Su Yuan softly murmured, her head bowed. I saw my brother on the show. Chen Zui raised an eyebrow and replied, what does that have to do with my appearance on the program? My roommate remarked that while other contestants were dressed beautifully, my brother looked the most ordinary, and I. Su Yuan's words trailed off, yet Chen Zui already comprehended her unspoken thoughts. A blend of tenderness and helplessness surged within him, and he gently pinched Su Yuan's cheek, saying, what are you thinking about all day? Just mind your own business. My affairs do not concern you. You need to resign from that takeaway job immediately. Huh? What do you mean? Starting from the next episode, the production team will prepare outfits for me. You should focus on eating properly at school and forget about part-time jobs. The money in that card is sufficient for you. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan quickly lifted her head and said, if my brother needs money, he can use that card. The password is his birthday. Chen Zui's brows furrowed tightly. My birthday? Why would the password be set to my birthday? Su Yuan explained, Grandma said that my uncle's family has been eyeing the money in that card. To prevent it from being stolen, she advised me not to use my own birthday as the password, so I used yours instead. You're foolish. Chen Zui gently tapped Su Yuan's forehead, admonishing her, how can you use someone else's birthday for such an important bank card? Su Yuan touched her forehead and murmured softly, but you're not just anyone. Sighing, Chen Zui found himself at a loss for words. Su Yuan hastily changed the subject, cheerfully asking, are you about to become a star? Indeed. Chen Zui nodded. I will soon earn a great deal of money, Su Yuan. If you had money, what would you most like to buy? Su Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, Grandma's eyesight isn't good, and she can't use a phone, so I want to buy her a large television, so she can watch it when she has nothing to do. I meant what you want for yourself. Su Yuan thought for a long time, but eventually shook her head. What about a phone, a computer, clothes, or bags? Su Yuan continued to shake her head. What about jewelry or cosmetics? Again, she shook her head. Why do you not desire anything? Finally, Su Yuan said, does a home count? A home? Yes, a home. Chen Zui's heart skipped a beat, and he was rendered speechless for a long moment. He turned to glance behind him and then extended his arms, saying, come here. Su Yuan looked at him in confusion. Hurry, let me hold you for a moment before I go back. Stepping forward, Su Yuan rested her head against Chen Zui's chest, hearing his sigh. Her small hands, unsure where to rest, eventually wrapped around his waist. 32, you ungrateful child. The home that Su Yuan spoke of might be an enigma to many, but just because others were unaware did not imply that Chen Zui was equally oblivious. He placed one hand on Su Yuan's lower back while the other cradled her head, whispering softly, there will be a television and a home too. Be obedient and resign from your part-time job soon. After this, Chen Zui released Su Yuan, placing both hands on her shoulders as he said, I'm heading back. If you need anything, message me or call directly. Do not keep such matters from me again. Su Yuan nodded eagerly, watching Chen Zui disappear from her sight before returning to the dormitory downstairs, where she rode her electric bike to Lao Xie's small stir-fry restaurant. When Chen Zui returned to the dormitory, only Li Yi was present. Curiously, Chen Zui inquired, where are the others? Li Yi replied. Jiang Wenhua left to take a phone call, and Su Fei mentioned going on a date, but I suspect he's actually headed to driving school. Driving school? Chen Zui asked. Yes, Li Yi confirmed. On my way back, I saw someone from the driving school handing out flyers, offering discounts for those who enroll now, just 2009. Chen Zui immediately realized that the expense for obtaining a driver's license was inevitable, and the sooner he acquired it, the better. Although he had previously obtained a C1 license, but had only driven automatic cars since, he concluded that pursuing a C2 license would be the most prudent choice if he wanted to get his license early. With this thought in mind, Chen Zui sent a voice message to his father. Dad, I want to obtain my driver's license in my freshman year. His father, a driver himself, fully supported the idea and quickly replied, how much will it cost? I'll inform your mother. 3,000. Tell Mom it's 3,005, and I'll share some with you. Good son. His father replied with 2 voice messages. I'll mention it to your mother when I get home, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she should transfer the money tonight. After acknowledging with an okay gesture, Chen Zui settled in front of his computer and opened Tudo Video to check the first episode of viewer comments. Around 6:30, his phone on the table chimed, and upon checking, he found that Old Wu had already transferred the money, an exact total of 4,000. Shortly after the transfer, Old Wu sent another voice message. Make sure to eat on time at school. Don't be stingy with the funds. Visit that girl over the weekend. Don't let her be bullied at school. Chen Zui quickly replied, I went to see her this afternoon. She's doing well, and her roommates are nice too. That's good. Old Wu said little more before rising to prepare dinner in the kitchen. Old Chen peeked into the kitchen and, pulling out his phone, sent a text message to Chen Zui. Your mother gave you an extra 1,000. Hurry, share some with me. In the next moment, Chen Zui sent a red envelope. When Old Chen opened it, he was taken aback to find it contained only 30 yuan. He quickly typed just 30. Chen Zui replied, That's enough for you to buy 2 packs of cigarettes. Old Chen retorted, You ungrateful child. After nightfall, Jiang Wenhua and Su Fei returned to the dormitory in succession. As expected, Su Fei had indeed gone to the driving school and had registered, stating that fewer people would be taking the driving test in the second half of the year. Once he finished the first subject, he could directly proceed to practice the second subject, while those in the first half of the year had to wait in line for appointments. Upon hearing the conversation, Chen Zui resolved to register for the event the following day. At 7:30, a knock echoed from the door, and Chen Zui initially assumed it was a delivery. However, upon opening the door, he was surprised to find 2 male classmates from the adjacent dormitory standing there. What brings you here? It's nearly 8, he inquired. We're here to watch the variety show featuring the celebrity together, one of them replied. Su Fei immediately retorted, You guys are so stingy, you can't even spring for membership? We're just here for the excitement. With no further argument, Chen Zui let them in. Su Fei glanced at the time, nonchalantly opening his 16-inch laptop, while both Jiang Wenhua and Chen Zui, with their 14-inch notebooks, exchanged glances and decided against powering up their devices. Did you make it to the next round, big star? Chen Zui began to ask, but Su Fei interrupted, Don't ask. You'll find out soon enough. Spoiling it in advance diminishes the anticipation. Chen Zui rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, Oh, for heaven's sake. The burly fellows from the neighboring dormitory stood around for a moment before returning to their own room to fetch chairs. By the time it approached 8 o'clock, dorm 206 was crowded. A sociable passerby, noticing the throng, peeked in to see the laptop screen and with disappointment remarked, Damn, I thought you guys were watching something more exciting. After he left, Chen Zui promptly closed the door. Time swiftly passed. At precisely 8 o'clock, the second episode of New Generation Singers was finally released. As Su Fei clicked to start the episode and turned the volume up to the maximum, simultaneously, Jiang Mufan, Fan Ming Yuan, and the occupants of dorm 305 also began watching the new episode. Having just delivered an order, Su Yuan realized it was past 8 and pulled out her phone, donning her headphones. She dragged the progress bar to Chen Zui's appearance and, while riding her electric bike, listened to his voice. As she navigated through the crowd, in that moment, her world revolved solely around 2 individuals. Su Fei also skipped the host's opening remarks. The group did not inquire when Chen Zui would appear, opting to watch from the beginning. However, as they continued, they soon noticed something was amiss. Chen Zui, you have significantly more screen time in this episode than the first, one pointed out. Su Fei scoffed, of course. He slipped away right after performing in the first episode. What screen time could he possibly have then? But why were you sleeping the entire time? Another asked. Chen Zui, unfazed, replied, I arrived at 4, and recording didn't start until 8. Naturally, I was tired and slept. They were filming their segment, and I was simply resting without disturbing them. A guy from a neighboring dorm immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, You're impressive. Meanwhile, the comment section began to fill with reactions. Dude, are you serious? You're supposed to be recording a show, and you're just sleeping? Upon my initial viewing of a recording of a program, I found myself dozing off. Is this a script? Surprisingly, it is not. A friend of mine is part of the production team, and after the first episode, This individual departed right after his performance, resulting in no footage of him in the latter part of the episode. How amusing. This truly incites envy. While the other contestants are nervously on edge, he is sound asleep. Nonetheless, the treatment is indeed splendid. Even while napping, the production team ensures he receives ample screen time. He is currently the most popular contestant on the show. Have you noticed how the expressions of the other contestants have shifted when they gaze upon him? Gentlemen, I just leaped back from behind the scenes. Chen is absolutely killing it. No spoilers, please. As the melodious sounds reached my ears, I pondered whether to fast forward to the conclusion. Eventually, one classmate could no longer contain their anticipation. The further we progressed, the more individuals on the comment section began to reveal spoilers. Each time Chen appeared on screen, comments like killing would float by. However, Su Fei was particularly assertive today, discouraging the haste. What's the rush? We'll reach it shortly. Thus, a group of us could only grit our teeth and continue watching. At precisely 10 o'clock, the second-to-last contestant exited the stage, and the host began to introduce the grand finale featuring Chen. The footage shifted to backstage, revealing a close-up of Chen in slumber. Even while the host was still on stage introducing him, the comment section saw a sudden surge in activity. He has been asleep for 2 hours. Let us replay that. We've already seen it 5 times. If I hadn't already watched his performance, I would think he was here for comedic relief. It's true that geniuses are unlike ordinary individuals. I wish to inquire which music platform offers the songs from this program. I would prefer not to open the video each time I wish to listen. He is genuinely asleep. He has been unresponsive for quite a while. How hilarious. The staff are coming to wake him up. Everyone, pay attention. The contrast is about to unfold. Everyone, pay attention. Everyone, pay attention. At this moment, the comments were remarkably synchronized, and upon being awakened, Chen finally took the microphone and ascended the stage. The large screen displayed the song's lyrics and composition information, which indeed included Chen's social media account ID. Sitting behind Su Fei and Jiang Wenhua, Chen glanced at his Weibo. Remarkably, his follower count had surged from just over 200 to more than 30,000, with private messages numbering 99. He then opened Douyin, and the statistics were even more astonishing. His follower count had exceeded 60,000, with the numbers increasing with each refresh. Indeed, exposure leads to a rise in followers. Please commence your performance. With the Mentor-S command, the stage lights transformed instantaneously, focusing solely on Chen. As the prelude began, Chen gently grasped the microphone. As we journeyed along, pausing intermittently, following the traces left by youth's voyage, a single note escaped my lips, and the dormitory erupted with exclamations of astonishment. My classmates were taken aback. No way. There truly is something remarkable. The barrage of comments exploded. This feels divine. Absolutely exquisite. As the main verse concluded and Chen began the chorus, the comments flourished anew. What an ethereal stage. Such charisma, such vocal prowess, such originality. This outshines over 99% of artists in the industry. Incredible, my friend. This is destined for greatness. This is an overt display of superiority. How can other contestants even compete? This song is simply enchanting. I could listen to it on repeat forever. The screen was awash with praise. The expressions of my dorm mates widened in astonishment. Yet Chen remained composed, as if he had anticipated this very reaction. His phone buzzed incessantly in his pocket, filled with messages, but Chen chose to wait until the program concluded before responding. As we neared the end of the B section, the accompaniment abruptly fell silent. This could be classified as a significant stage mishap, and knowing director Liu Dan's temperament, he would surely reprimand many afterward. However, this was not Chen's concern. While the audience murmured among themselves, and the judges and music critics wore expressions of dismay, Chen calmly grasped the microphone. I still marvel at the vastness of the world, and find myself entranced by the sweet nothings of childhood. He began to sing a cappella. The entire venue was left in awe. Apologies, but a stage mishap is but a mishap. It cannot deter me. The comments erupted anew. Like listening to celestial music. Like listening to celestial music. If not for the audience and judges' genuine reactions, one might have believed that the sudden silence of the accompaniment was a deliberate design. Yet, no one cared about that now, Everyone was enraptured by Chen's voice. In the name of love, do you still love me upon finishing the final line? Chen bowed in gratitude. Love, I love you. Sister loves you. A throng of female audience members began unabashedly confessing their adoration in the comments. The votes were quickly tallied, showing a staggering lead over the second contender. Yet, no one questioned the results. Some even wondered if the few audience members who hadn't T-voted were perhaps deaf. Chen, what's going on? Su Fei asked, bewildered. Didn't you say you advanced? Chen replied, perplexed. I'm not advancing? Su Fei immediately retorted. But you never mentioned you were the first to advance. You didn't ask. As Jiang Wenhua glanced at the time, realizing it was getting late and the show had concluded, he rose with a smile and said, Gentlemen, it's past 10. Let us all return to our respective homes. We too must wash up and retire for the night. One classmate promptly retrieved his phone from his pocket, approached Chen Zui, and, draping an arm around his shoulder, exclaimed, Chen Zui, let us take a group photo. I wish to post on my social media to impress. I shall take one too. Let us do it together. After the classmates captured the photo, they contentedly returned to their dormitories, shifting their chairs as they went. Su Fei noticed the WeChat icon in the lower right corner blinking incessantly, so he moved the mouse to click it open. To his astonishment, it was inundated with group messages. First from the class group. Chen Zui, the superstar looks so handsome. This song is absolutely phenomenal. Chen Zui right now. Everyone in the girls' dormitory building is discussing you. You've truly become a big star. After listening to it several times, Chen Zui, I'm utterly in love. No. You Lily, are you not even pretending anymore? I meant the song. Oomph. Next came messages from the literature club group. Su Fei, are you there? Su Fei, I recall that Chen Zui is your roommate, correct? Su Fei, could we arrange to have a meal together sometime? Alternatively, you could share his WeChat with me. Su Fei. Even the freshman group, which had been silent since the term began, was now abuzz with discussions related to Chen Zui. Su Fei felt utterly despondent. Damn it. When I try to chat with you on a regular day, none of you respond, but now that my roommate has gained fame, suddenly you all remember me. At that moment, Chen Zui had already retreated to the bathroom for a shower. After drying his hair, he climbed into bed, first replying to messages from Fan Mingyuan and Jiang Mufan, and then stealing a glance at his fan count. In just 2 short hours, his Weibo followers had surged to 67,000, and his Douyin followers were climbing even faster, nearing 100,000. However, tomorrow was Saturday, and he was scheduled to record the 3rd episode that evening. Chen Zui did not linger on his phone for long. He silenced it and tucked it beneath his pillow, quickly drifting into slumber. At 22:53, Chen Lin sent a message. I have some news for you. Just now, representatives from NetEase Cloud Music and QQ Music called to request your contact information. Chen Lin, if all goes well, you should receive their call tonight. Chen Lin, where are you? You haven't fallen asleep already, have you? Chen Lin, I'm baffled. The following morning, Chen Zui finally noticed the messages from Chen Lin, along with 2 missed calls on his phone. He rose from bed and called for Jiang Wenhua. After both completed their morning routines, they made their way to the playground, engaging in conversation as they jogged. How are the procedures coming along? Well, it's smoother than I anticipated. The business environment in Hangzhou is quite favorable. If all goes as planned, we should obtain our business license within the week. Chen nodded and said, after I fell asleep last night. The production team sent me a message. Both NetEase Cloud Music and QQ Music are eager to acquire my song. I will return their calls shortly. So soon? Jiang Wenhua smiled. Last night's episode significantly boosted your popularity. Your Douyin followers are nearing 200,000. You must seize the opportunity tonight, he continued. If we can secure the business license by next week, you can start recruiting for me right away. The most crucial position is finance. If we can negotiate the music aspect successfully, funds should start flowing in swiftly. We need reliable individuals, preferably recent graduates, ideally those who have just finished their studies a year or 2 ago. Jiang Wenhua inquired, why is that? Chen replied, university students are often naive, lacking ulterior motives. You are quite straightforward, Jiang remarked. After running 3 laps around the playground, they headed to the cafeteria, where Chen returned the 2 calls from the previous night. The offers from NetEase Cloud Music and QQ Music were identical. Both sought exclusive rights and proposed a revenue-sharing arrangement based on streaming. Chen declined. expressing his desire to contemplate the matter further. The representatives from the platforms, not oblivious to the situation, inferred that Chen likely had experienced guidance behind the scenes and inquired about his desired conditions. Following the explosive search volume for The Wind Rises after the broadcast of last night's episode, both platforms were eager to capitalize on this surge in traffic and sought to secure operational rights swiftly. Upon realizing that the initiative had shifted back to him, Chen promptly laid out his terms: either no exclusive contract or an increased revenue share. NetEase Cloud Music hesitated, stating they would consider it. Conversely, QQ Music, showing substantial financial backing, proposed a condition: if Chen could deliver another hit like The Wind Rises in the third episode, they would be willing to break precedent and offer him a contract comparable to that of top-tier artists, despite him not yet having officially debuted. Chen readily accepted. In the morning, Chen accompanied Jiang Wenhua to the office. By this time, Jiang had obtained the keys, and some old equipment had been removed. He had also arranged for a thorough cleaning, and while the scale of the studio could not compare to that of industry giants, Chen was quite satisfied with the current state. Wenhua, keep meticulous records. Once I have the funds, I will repay you in full, Chen stated. Jiang shrugged and laughed. I'm not worried about you repaying me. The show is only in its second episode, yet you've gained such popularity. By the time it wraps up, I estimate your followers will be in the millions. Huh, may your words bring me good fortune. Should I inform Su Fei and Li Yi about the studio? Chen pondered. You could decide on that, but I do prefer they remain uninvolved with the studio affairs. Su Fei is still immature, and Li Yi is too trusting. On this point, Jiang Wenhua shared Chen's perspective, though he remained puzzled by Chen's remarkable maturity. Having grown up in the company of my parents and surrounded by numerous prominent figures, I have, through osmosis, developed a maturity in social interactions that surpasses that of my peers. However, Chen Zui hails from a rather ordinary family, leaving Jiang Wenhua perplexed as to how Chen Zui has cultivated such resilience. Jiang Wenhua has never regarded himself as superior merely because he is a native of the capital, with parents employed in enviable positions. Yet, children from average backgrounds often share certain character flaws, such as indecisiveness, an inability to refuse, timidity, and a tendency to be overly accommodating, which can lead to them being labeled as nice guys or doormats. They cling rigidly to a singular principle, rarely adapting. Strikingly, these shortcomings are absent in Chen Zui. Jiang Wenhua senses that there must be a reason behind this, though he has no intention of inquiring or knows how to approach the subject. Nonetheless, he feels fortunate to have encountered such a roommate in university. Otherwise, his college experience would undoubtedly be exceedingly mundane. One afternoon, Chen Zui visited a driving school to register for a license. The C2 license was 500 yuan more expensive than the C1, and fortunately, old Chen had covered the extra cost yesterday. Otherwise, it would have been insufficient. Around a little past 3 in the afternoon, Chen Zui received a message from Chen Lin. I'm almost there. I'm coming to pick you up now. Chen Zui, taken aback, quickly replied, It's only 3 o'clock. Are you expecting me to wait at the recording site for 5 hours? Chen Lin inquired. When would you prefer I come to fetch you? 5 o'clock, since it's not far. Remarkably, Chen Lin agreed. All right. I will be at your school gate at 5 sharp. Don't be late. Chen Lin then asked, By the way, has anyone from the music platform contacted you? Chen Zui replied, I slept last night and returned their call this morning. With this information, Chen Lin chose not to pursue the topic further. Coincidentally at that moment, Lu Dan sent a message, prompting Chen Lin to quickly set aside her phone to attend to her own matters. As dusk approached at 5 o'clock, the sun had yet to set. Chen Lin arrived punctually at the entrance of the media college, and Chen Zui had already been waiting a few minutes. From a distance, Chen Lin spotted Chen Zui, who was attracting the attention of several girls nearby. Get in the car. Chen Zui opened the door and took his place in the passenger seat, and they swiftly drove towards the recording venue. Initially, neither spoke, but sensing an awkward atmosphere, Chen Lin broke the silence with a question. What does it feel like to be famous? Not bad, Chen Zui replied. The viewership for the second episode exceeded our expectations. New Generation Singers is now the most popular variety show in its time slot. Chen Zui smiled. I can feel it. My followers on Weibo and Douyin keep increasing, and my inbox is flooded with messages. I plan to perform well again tonight. To be honest, given the show's success, I believe my contribution is significant. Wouldn't you agree? What do you mean by that? I think Sister Dan should treat me to a meal. You, Chun Lin, speechless, remarked. I acknowledge that your performance is indeed remarkable, yet you must understand that without our program, you would not be recognized by so many. Why the excitement? If you refuse to invite me, perhaps one day, when I become a top star, you will wish to treat me to a meal. But I may not have the time. Huh, as if cows are flying in the sky. Chen Zui chuckled softly, turned to gaze out the car window, his smile gradually fading. He certainly did not lack for a meal. He merely wished to ascertain whether he could glean some insights from Liu Dan regarding the mysteries of the past life that had eluded him. After all, relying solely on the management company behind Yuan seemed insufficient to reclaim the first place that rightfully belonged to him. Upon arriving at the venue, Chen Lin immediately pulled Chen Zui backstage to select the attire for the evening's performance. As she pushed open the door to the dressing room, the left side revealed a complete U-shaped sofa, separated by a rectangular coffee table, while the right side featured a recently acquired clothing rack adorned with several outfits purchased online. We still have 6 episodes to record. I have prepared 6 outfits for you, all coordinated. Choose one to wear, she said. How thoughtful. Chen Lin crossed her arms and feigned a cold smile. This is for the program's ratings, and it was also requested by Sister Dan. Stop with the chatter. You have 5 minutes to change. After Chen Lin exited the dressing room, Chen Zui quickly scanned the options and selected an outfit. The tags had already been cut off, and a faint scent of lavender lingered, suggesting the clothes had been laundered. He chose an ensemble that deviated from his usual style, a black shirt underneath a brown leather jacket, paired with fitted black trousers instead of his typical relaxed fit. This choice was intentional, aligning with the style of the song he was to perform that evening. Are you ready? Chen Zui stepped forward and opened the door. Chen Lin, who had been waiting at the entrance, instinctively took a step back and then looked up to assess Chen Zui from head to toe. Clothes make the man, she mused. Chen Zui's physique served as the ideal canvas for this outfit, captivating Chen Lin's gaze for an extended moment. How does it look? Is it acceptable? Chen Lin nodded. Not bad. Not bad. My judgment is indeed commendable. Chen Zui considered retorting that it had more to do with his physique than her taste. Yet he ultimately refrained from voicing such thoughts. I will fetch a makeup artist for you, she declared. Chen Zui quickly interjected, no. The makeup artist from your program is truly inadequate. I noticed in the previous episodes that you edited in filters, rendering makeup unnecessary. Chen Lin, upon hearing this, did not press further, recognizing that Chen Zui looked quite handsome as he was, making makeup superfluous. Very well, let's leave it at that. By the way, am I still the last to perform tonight? Chen Lin nodded. Indeed, the subsequent order of performances is determined by rankings based on votes, which is relatively fairer. If we were to pit the contestants against one another, it could lead to the premature elimination of some exceptionally talented individuals, a consideration that was taken into account during the show's preparation. Chen Zui's lips curled into a slight smile as he meaningfully remarked, Are you certain that a voting system is inherently fairer? Absolutely, there are mentors present, along with music critics, and the audience is randomly selected. If this does not constitute fairness, then what does? Chen Zui hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. He wished to express that as the competition progresses, the disparity in votes narrows, often leading to a mere 10 votes establishing an advantage. This implies that should even a single winner be swayed, the outcome of the competition could drastically change. After 2 rounds of competition, the number of contestants was reduced from 60 to 30. This rapid elimination rate ranks among the swiftest in the realm of all talent shows. However, the benefit of such a process is that the remaining contestants possess commendable abilities, significantly enhancing the appeal of the program. Upon arriving backstage, Chen Zui once again attracted the attention of other contestants, not only due to his impressive performance in the second episode, but also because his attire today starkly differed from the previous 2 episodes, inadvertently heightening the pressure on some of them. It was just past 6 o'clock, and there was still ample time before the recording commenced. After settling into his usual spot, Chen Zui took out his phone and scrolled through Weibo. Trending first, exposed. Chen Sha's dark past. Trending second, Significant drop in the U.S. stock market. Trending third. MiFi's new drama The Branch surprises the magpie has wrapped up. Chen Zui had lost count of how many times he had seen MiFi's name trending. She was not the only emerging star in the entertainment industry of her age group, yet no other actress could rival her in terms of resources. Following her coming of age, her debut role was in the highly acclaimed work Hong Kong Years, directed by the renowned director Yuan. After her breakout success, she went on to star in Brilliant Youth, Rescue, and this summer's box office hit We All Have a Bright Future. Her acting skills are undeniably exceptional. Chen Zui had recognized this talent early on. Even in real life, her acting could deceive the vast majority. Although Chen Zui had never been one to dwell on romantic notions, he had found himself utterly captivated when they first met. With her impressive skills, striking looks, and cunning nature, she has thrived in the entertainment industry, encountering no obstacles throughout her many years of career. Chen Zui glanced at the trending topics and saw a photo of MiFi. Upon seeing her face, he felt no emotional stirrings. He exited Weibo and opened WeChat, proactively messaging Su Yuan. "Have you resigned from your part-time job?" Su Yuan promptly replied, "I've informed the boss that I'll wait until they find a replacement before I leave." Su Yuan quickly followed up with another question. "Are you recording a show now, brother?" Chen Zui, "Not yet begun." Su Yuan, "Brother, good luck." Su Yuan, "Brother, I must attend to my tasks now." Chen Zui, "Stay safe." Su Yuan, "Understood." At 8 o'clock, the recording of the third episode officially commenced. With the experience from the previous two episodes, the on-site atmosphere was orderly. Shortly after the host took the stage, a contestant who had barely advanced in the last episode by ranking 30th stepped forward. He performed a song titled Simply Simple, a piece imbued with a subtle melancholy characteristic of pop music. His performance this time was evidently of a higher caliber than in the previous episodes. Perhaps sensing the looming threat of elimination, he felt compelled to showcase his genuine talent. In truth, many contestants shared this sentiment. As long as they could avoid elimination in the early rounds, they intended to reserve their strongest pieces for later stages. Yet, Chen Zui's presence acted like a catfish in a pond, compelling other contestants to disrupt their plans and present some of the works they had initially intended to save for later rounds, even for the finals. While a contestant sang on stage, Yuan, seated in the center, glanced at Chen Zui. Although only 2 episodes have been recorded thus far, it was apparent that this individual posed the greatest challenge to him. This time, he was determined to secure first place. He could not afford to lose to Chen Zui again. To extend the program's duration, the production team deliberately lengthened the critique segment. In the second episode, after each performance, the mentors offered only a few brief comments, and the music critics sent only 1 or 2 representatives to provide their thoughts. However, this episode was markedly different. After each contestant sang, the 4 mentors not only elaborated extensively, but also the critics eagerly vied to share their opinions. Chen Zui, seated backstage, felt as though he were watching The Voice. Time seemed to crawl. As 10 o'clock approached, Chen Zui began to yawn. It was his usual bedtime, so feeling drowsy at this hour was entirely normal. Seizing the opportunity before the camera captured him, he rose and exited the backstage area. Chun Lin hurriedly approached and inquired, "What are you up to now?" Chen Zui succinctly replied, "Nature calls." "Hurry." Unhurriedly, he made his way to the restroom, and after relieving himself, he splashed cold water on his face, instantly dispelling his fatigue. The song he was to perform that night was particularly challenging, significantly more difficult than the previous one. Chen Zui did not dare to be complacent. He aimed to sharpen his focus to avoid any mistakes during his performance. Retracing his steps from the restroom back to the backstage area, he arrived just as the contestant who ranked 4th in the last episode concluded his performance. After the mentors offered their critiques and the music critics chimed in, the host returned to the stage to introduce the next contestant. This contestant was none other than Yuan, who had secured 3rd place in the second episode. As the host introduced him, Yuan eagerly stood up, shaking his head and stretching before confidently striding toward the stage entrance. During his interaction with the mentors, he exuded an air of self-assurance. As Zhang Zihan inquired, "What is your expected vote count for today's song?" Yuan decisively responded, "My goal today is to secure the first position." "Very well. Then I shall now hand the stage over to you. Please commence your performance. Among the competitors, Li Yuquan indeed stands as a formidable contender during his university years. He composed two popular online songs, one titled Moon and the other Rebellion, after signing with Orange Star Entertainment. He even served as a guest performer at a concert for the singer Wang Xiao, and the following day, their duet reached the trending topics on Weibo. Prior to the recording of the program, many contestants, upon learning of his participation, even contemplated withdrawing from the competition. However, no one anticipated the emergence of an unpredictable factor like Chen Zui in this show. Soon, the title of the Yuquan song appeared on the large screen, Prison. The lyrics, composition, arrangement, and performance were all credited to Li Yuquan. Moonlight spills over the silent street corner, lonely I like a lost bird. Upon completing the first verse, some contestants backstage could no longer remain composed, particularly Tan Siki, who had secured second place in the previous episode and was now nervously fidgeting. Chun Lin, a staff member of the production team, silently felt anxious for Chen Zui. Although she was supposed to treat all contestants equally, she had interacted the most with Chen Zui, and despite her internal admonitions against bias, she still hoped Chen Zui could maintain his performance level from the previous episode and progress through the competition. Listening to Li Yuquan's song, Chen Zui found it quite agreeable, yet his expression remained composed. No one could fathom what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment. Li Yuquan smoothly completed his performance for the day, bowing in gratitude with a confident smile, seemingly pleased with his own rendition. The evaluations from the four mentors were overwhelmingly positive. After Zhang Zihan's remarks, he directly stated, "As of now, your song stands first in my view this episode." The feedback segment lasted around 5 minutes, and ultimately, the votes were revealed, a total of 284 votes, placing him first, a solid 15 votes ahead of the contestant in second place. As Li Yuquan descended from the stage and returned to his position backstage, he cast a glance at Chen Zui, noticing minimal change in his expression, which prompted a slight furrow of his brow. This fellow, does he never feel nervous? Following Li Yuquan, Tan Siki took the stage. However, neither her song nor her performance matched her previous episode's caliber. Perhaps feeling the pressure from Li Yuquan's presence, her final vote count plummeted from 2nd to 16th place, thankfully with no risk of elimination in sight. Finally, it was Chen Zui's turn. He picked up a bottle of mineral water from the ground, twisted off the cap, took a sip, and then stood up, walking towards the stage entrance. The moment Chen Zui ascended the stage, Li Yuquan's heart raced. While other contestants exhibited signs of nervousness and unease, Chen Zui appeared completely at ease, as though he were in the comfort of his own living room. He casually held the microphone, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. "Ah, it seems you are well prepared today," Wu Zhi quipped upon taking the stage. Initially, Chen Zui was oblivious to the jest until Dan Mengmeng complimented his attire, prompting him to respond straightforwardly. "Oh, this was provided by the production team. They thought my outfit was too simple." "Haha, you're quite the sensation now. Ever since the last episode aired, many friends have inquired about you. You are undoubtedly the biggest dark horse of this show." Chen Zui smiled politely. "What song will you bring us today?" Chen Zui replied, "It will be different from the previous two. Do you have confidence in your performance?" "Absolutely." "Well then, once you're ready, you may begin." Chen Zui exhaled deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded toward one side of the stage. The prelude began to play, and the title of the song appeared on the backdrop, "Yu Ban Xiao Yi Chu." Indeed, this is a Cantonese song, originally performed by Li Kachin. But today Chen Zui would render it in the version by Chun Leiji. Choosing this song for the third episode held no ulterior motive. He simply aimed to declare to everyone, "I, Chen Zui, am here to steal the show." To the other contestants, he conveyed, "I know you all resent me and wish to outshine me, but I must apologize. I have never regarded you as my rivals, because you are not worthy." Grasping the microphone, his powerful and poignant voice reverberated throughout the venue. Still leaning on sleepless nights, gazing at the stars in the sky, the audience was astounded. A Cantonese song. In a mainland talent show, he dared to perform a Cantonese piece. Oh my goodness. The mentors exchanged glances, particularly the sole female mentor, Dan Mengmeng, whose eyes widened in disbelief. The audience behind the mentors felt a chill run down their spines. Is this truly a talent show? It resembles a personal concert. Although the production team had strictly prohibited audience noise during performances, many in attendance could not restrain their cheers. But my heart is still possessed by her at every moment. She's like the moon, remaining silent. At that moment, the natural talent of Chen Zui was evident as he commanded the entire stage. A performer from a mountain town singing a Cantonese song was already surprising, but the caliber of this performance was astounding. No one in the audience could perceive this as merely a contestant stage. Even if top-tier artists were invited to perform under the same conditions, few could achieve such an effect. It was breathtaking, truly breathtaking. Chun Lin covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the large screen, seemingly lost in a trance. The other contestants backstage were equally speechless. Every note sung by Chen Zui resonated in their ears like a thunderclap that could shake the very soul. How could they possibly compete with such a prodigy? My longing, my desire, until later. As Chen Zui concluded his final line, the audience erupted in unison, rising to their feet in applause and cheers that echoed ceaselessly. Chen Zui relished this moment, extending his arms as if to embrace the entire stage. Only when the applause gradually subsided did he graciously bow in gratitude to the audience. "Honestly, I am not qualified to critique your song," he said sincerely. "Chen Zui, you're a born singer." "I wholeheartedly agree with you," Meng Meng added. "He possesses unparalleled talent in music. His vocal prowess and mastery of the stage are beyond reproach." Following the broadcast of the previous episode, many expressed a desire to loop your song "The Wind Rises" on repeat. After today's performance, I find myself wanting to do the same with this piece. I am curious. Have you lived in Guangdong? How is it that your Cantonese is so impeccable? Chen Zui shook his head, concocting a reason. I simply enjoy listening to Cantonese songs and occasionally watch Cantonese films. What inspired you to write a Cantonese song? I merely wish to experiment with a different style. Your performance today was stunning. I will undoubtedly cast my vote for you. Thank you. Once the mentors finished their discussions, music critics eagerly rose to share their opinions. Their praises were even more extravagant, not only lauding Chen Zui's vocal skill, but also fully endorsing his song from a professional standpoint. Finally, the votes were tallied, 294 votes. Once again, he secured the undisputed first place. However, as the episode concluded, there was still a segment for eliminated contestants to express their thoughts. So Chen Zui lingered backstage for a moment longer until the director announced the end. Chun Lin, arms crossed and leaning against the corridor, remarked with a hint of pride. "Not bad at all, once again the first." "It's just average," Chen Zui replied modestly. To Chun Lin, his humility came off as a form of reverse pride, and she rolled her eyes with a huff. "I'm going to change my outfit." "Change what? You should just wear that." "What do you mean? The tags have already been cut. Am I supposed to return it?" As they conversed, director Lu Dan approached briskly. Noticing Chen Zui had not yet left, she sighed in relief and said, "Chen Zui, you may have to stay a bit longer." "Huh? Is there something else?" "It's already past 11. We need you to shoot an advertisement for the sponsors, which we will incorporate into the program." Chen Zui quickly grasped the situation. In talent shows, as the competition progresses, a few contestants often rise in popularity, prompting sponsors to request these individuals to film commercials for inclusion in the show. Will they pay for it? As soon as he posed the question, Chun Lin delivered a swift punch, exclaiming, "Have you become ensnared by the allure of money?" Chen Zui retorted with a roll of his eyes, "People perish for wealth, just as birds fall for food. Do you comprehend?" Lu Dan, however, seemed unperturbed, chuckling. "I can offer you some money, albeit not much." "How much?" 20,000. In the realm of entertainment, a 20,000 yuan advertising fee is quite modest, nevertheless. Chen Zui had yet to officially debut, and securing any financial compensation while recording a show was already a commendable feat. Where shall we shoot? The green screen has already been set up downstairs. Chun Lin, take him over there. The sponsors are awaiting you. Understood. With that, Chun Lin brusquely dragged Chen Zui away. In a spacious hall on the second floor, the crew had assembled the green screen, with over 20 individuals present. Upon seeing Chun Lin escort Chen Zui, The representatives from the sponsors promptly approached. "Hello, here is the advertisement script you will be reciting shortly. Please familiarize yourself with it." The woman, adorned with the sponsor's ID badge, continued. "Makeup and styling must be expedited. We aim to complete filming before 12:30. Although the advertisement would air for merely 10 seconds. The filming process was exceedingly intricate, requiring multiple takes, and for some complex ads, a detailed shooting script outlining the specific effects to be achieved in each second. When it came to the financial aspect, Chen Zui refrained from making any demands, allowing the staff to direct him. Yet, during the makeup process, he couldn't shake the feeling that the female makeup artist was surreptitiously invading his personal space. Is it necessary to lean in so close? "What? Do you wish to breastfeed me?" After a lengthy period of preparation, the advertisement shoot finally commenced. The script comprised only 6 lines, which Chen Zui had memorized. Given his prior experience in advertising, the filming progressed swiftly. Before long, it was past noon. The head of the sponsors, after reviewing the completed footage, nodded in approval. "All right. This one essay wrap. Thank you all for your hard work." Chen Zui exhaled in relief and glanced at his phone, noting that the entire process had taken merely an hour. In essence, he had earned 20,000 yuan in just 1 hour. This was precisely why Chen Zui had discouraged Su Yuan from taking on part-time work at school. The average individual labors tirelessly for a month to earn 4 to 5,000 yuan, while some can amass millions with just a few spoken lines. Aware of his capacity to generate substantial income, Chen Zui wished to spare those around him from such arduous struggles. Finally finished, Chen Lin remarked, appearing somewhat drowsy as she stood nearby. "Can we head back now? Let us go." As they exited the building, a brisk wind stirred outside, bringing with it a chill that sent a shiver down their spines. Once inside the car, Chen Lin steered towards the Media Academy. "Once the 3rd episode airs, you'll surely become a sensation. I have mentally prepared myself for that. I believe your talent will secure you the top position in the show without issue. Who can say? What are your plans afterward? No, let's take it one step at a time. The entertainment industry is quite treacherous. You should exercise caution." "I understand." Midway through the drive, Chen Lin abruptly slammed the brakes. Chen Zui furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why have we stopped?" Chen Lin parked the car by the roadside and graciously stated, "Let me treat you to a late-night snack. In the vicinity of the university town, there are numerous late-night eateries. Even at this late hour, the street buzzes with activity." Chen Lin led Chen Zui into a crawfish barbecue restaurant, and after selecting a table, she promptly ordered skewers. "Would you like to drink?" Chen Zui, having previously ended up in the ICU due to alcohol, resolutely shook his head. "No, just cola or Sprite will suffice." Chen Lin nodded and ordered a bottle of Sprite. "Boss, could you please be quick? I will have them ready for you shortly." Chen Zui picked up his phone and noticed a message from Jiang Wenhua, inquiring about his whereabouts. He typed back, "I'm out having a late-night snack. Will return shortly." After putting down his phone, Chen Zui proactively asked, "Sister Lin, when will the advertisement payment arrive?" "This payment should come directly from the production team. I estimate it will be in by tomorrow morning." "Why are you so eager for this money?" Chen Lin asked, puzzled. "You're on the show, and Haven Tea incurred any extra expenses. You've even saved on travel costs. Don't your parents provide you with an allowance?" "I'm still in debt." "Debt?" Chen Lin, having grown up in a relatively affluent environment, remained quite naive at 24. Chen Zui decided to be straightforward with her. "I mentioned before that I didn't want to sign with an agency, so after the first episode, I contemplated establishing a personal studio. My roommate is aware of this and helped me set it up, even renting an office for me. I estimate the total cost to be over 200,000. Chen Lin expressed her astonishment. "Is your roommate really that wealthy?" He indeed had ample resources, but was eager to clear his debts. "Have you finalized negotiations with the music platform?" "Once the 3rd episode airs, it should be fine." After Chen Zui spoke, he noticed Chen Lin was silent, gazing at him intently. He waved his hand in front of her face and inquired, "What are you staring at?" "Chen Zui, I am increasingly intrigued by you." "What do you mean? Though you're merely 19, you seem far more mature than someone in their late 20s. Chen Zui was taken aback and quickly sought an excuse. Some individuals possess a psychological maturity that far exceeds their chronological age. Likewise, it could be that you are more youthful in spirit, thus perceiving everyone else as mature. You. Just as he concluded, the boss brought over the first plate of skewers, and Chen eagerly began to indulge. Chun Lin, finding no fault with his statement, continued to observe him as he ate, refraining from further inquiries. The next day, it was the weekend. Jiang Mufan arrived early to seek out Chen Zui, yet Chen Zui, having returned late, remained deep in slumber. Aside from him, only Jiang Wenhua lingered in the dormitory. Su Fei had gone to the traffic management office to take the first subject exam, while Li Yi had departed to visit his compatriots from Inner Mongolia. Jiang Wenhua pondered how Chen Zui could sleep so soundly, likening him to a dead pig. He had returned home around 2 in the morning, a time when Jiang Mufan himself had already succumbed to sleep. Was it really that late? Jiang Mufan asked, astonished. Indeed, Jiang Wenhua replied. Did he make the cut? One would presume he did. Otherwise, why would he return so late? Jiang Wenhua chuckled. That makes sense. Jiang Mufan mused as he settled onto the lower bunk, where Chen Zui slept, idly toying with his phone. It was not until around 10 in the morning that Chen Zui finally stirred. You've finally awakened, Jiang Wenhua remarked as he noticed Chen Zui sitting up in bed. The front desk at the studio is already set up. Would you care to accompany me to see it this afternoon? That was swift, Chen Zui replied. In this day and age, as long as the funds are in order, things move quickly. Jiang Mufan, bewildered, interjected, What studio are you referring to? What front desk? Chen Zui, what on earth are you two talking about? Chen Zui, he slipped on his slippers and patted Jiang Wenhua's shoulder, saying, You explain it to him. I'll brush my teeth first. Jiang Wenhua then elaborated, We've started our own studio. The office is already rented, and we'll obtain the business license next week. What kind of studio? Jiang Mufan inquired. It's an artist studio, the kind that handles performances and engagements, catering to artists. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mufan rose. An expression of discontent etched on his face. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing accusatorily at Chen Zui, he exclaimed, Chen Zui, have you no decency? You didn't even inform me in advance about such matters. I knew it. Not a single one of you men is trustworthy. Chen Zui's expression darkened. Angered, he chastised himself even as he gripped his toothbrush, interrupting, I sent that what I'm telling you now. Once the studio is officially established, I intend to appoint you as my exclusive makeup artist. Instantly, Jiang Mufan's demeanor shifted. He lowered his hand, and his tone underwent a complete transformation. Well, at least you have a shred of conscience. Jiang Wenhua chuckled. Chen Zui, how should we calculate this gentleman's salary? Salary? What's salary? We're all good brothers. What need have we for such things? Jiang Mufan did not dispute this, merely waving his hand dismissively. Money is of little consequence. I'm not with him for financial gain. Jiang Mufan, for heaven's sake, speak to me properly. At noon, the trio opted against the cafeteria, choosing instead a stir-fry restaurant where they ordered 4 dishes. While dining, Chen Zui received a transfer of 20,000 yuan from the production team. Initially, he intended to pick up the tab, but Jiang Mufan beat him to it. Throughout their 3 years of high school, it was predominantly Jiang Mufan who settled the bills whenever they dined out. Chen Zui had suggested splitting the costs among the 3 of them, but Jiang Mufan consistently insisted on treating, and even when Chen Zui and Fan Mingyuan offered him money afterward, he would never accept it. He was genuinely loyal, albeit sometimes a bit too effeminate, yet Chen Zui had long since grown accustomed to it. Upon exiting the restaurant, the 3 individuals made their way to the studio together. The reception area had indeed been elegantly set up, exuding a sense of grandeur. The material appeared to be marble, adorned with the studio's name, Chen's Most Frantic Studio. Typically, studios incorporate the artist's name directly. However, merely naming a Chen studio seemed rather mundane. After conferring with Jiang Wenhua, they decided to infuse the term frantic into the name, thus christening it Chen's Most Frantic, a phrase that cleverly carries a double entendre. What do you think? Is it acceptable? Quite so, Jiang Mufan replied, visibly pleased. This is impressive. You two have been quietly accomplishing great things, and it appears to be taking shape splendidly. Jiang Wenhua chuckled. The office equipment will arrive shortly. Regarding computers, given the security concerns, we'll procure our own, but let's initially rent a printer. Chen nodded in agreement. Let us create another group for the 3 of us. A work group, if you will. Agreed. Let us proceed in that manner. We can communicate any matters there. I need to step out for a bit. In unison, Jiang Wenhua and Jiang Mufan inquired, "Where are you going?" Chen responded, "Su Yuan's phone has been practically obsolete for ages. The back cover is shattered, and she has been reluctant to replace it. I'm off to purchase her a new phone." With that, Chen dashed away. Curious, Jiang Wenhua asked, "Who is Su Yuan?" Jiang Mufan chuckled nonchalantly, "His sister." Sister? 39, find a way to sign him. Due to the entertainment industry's flourishing nature, there are over 3,000 talent agencies across the nation, with those in the capital and the metropolis accounting for more than 90%. Orange Star Entertainment ranks within the second tier of these agencies, boasting a considerable number of artists, yet only a handful genuinely contribute to the company's revenue. The entertainment world evolves at a rapid pace, prompting many agencies to emphasize the development of newcomers. Lee Yuan has been a particularly favored talent at Orange Star Entertainment. From the very first day he participated in New Generation Singers, the company has kept a close watch on him. In the inaugural episode, due to Lee Yuan's popularity trailing only Chen's, and with the show just commencing, the company opted not to intervene. However, by the second episode, not only did Lee Yuan find himself in Chen's shadow, but he was also surpassed by Tan Siki from Tide Entertainment, much to the company's astonishment. Consequently, after the second episode, the company promptly sent someone to advise him to perform at his best without holding back. Lee Yuan indeed followed this advice. In the third episode, he delivered a performance of a song he felt particularly confident about, yet he was ultimately outperformed by Chen once more. On Saturday night, Lee Yuan found himself wide awake throughout the night. The following morning, he received a call from the company inquiring about the results of the third episode. With a hint of resignation, Lee Yuan replied, "Second." Upon hearing this, Duan Junsheng, the manager of the Artist Reserve Department, immediately pressed, "How are you still in second place? Is the first position still held by that Chen?" Despite his reluctance to admit it, this situation was unavoidable. Lee Yuan replied, "Yes, it is him." Lee Yuan, are you aware of the tremendous effort the company has invested in your development? According to the company's anticipated plan, starting from the second phase, you were supposed to secure the top position. Who exactly is this Chen Zui, who has managed to surpass you for 2 consecutive phases? He is merely a university student, not even signed by the company. I am at a loss as to how the production team managed to bring him on board. Are you certain he hasn't signed with any agency? Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Duan Junsheng quickly responded, "You need to pull yourself together. This is your singular opportunity. Securing the championship will compel the company to allocate its utmost resources to promote you. Otherwise, you will have to rely solely on your own efforts." Lee Yuan replied, filled with reluctance, understood. In the entertainment industry, one cannot advance solely through personal effort. Duan Junsheng's words transcended mere encouragement and veered into the realm of a threat. After terminating the call, Duan Junsheng maneuvered his mouse to rewatch the performance segments of Chen Zui from the first 2 episodes of New Generation Singers. Upon completion, he rose, notebook in hand, and approached the office of the general manager. "Knock, knock. Come in." Duan Junsheng pushed the door open and stepped inside. General Manager Wang Chan glanced up from the documents before him and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Wang, the 3rd episode of New Generation Singers has concluded filming, and I just spoke with Lee Yuan. What was the outcome?" "Second place." Wang Chan interlocked his fingers, narrowing his eyes as he asked, "Why second place again? Didn't everyone say his capabilities would easily secure first?" Duan Junsheng elucidated. An unexpected variable emerged in the show. His name is Chen Zui. At just 19 years of age, he has consistently garnered the highest popularity in the aired episodes. "Wang, please take a look at his video." Duan Junsheng stepped forward, placing the notebook before Wang Chun. After pressing the spacebar, the video commenced promptly. 10 minutes later, Wang Chun furrowed his brow and remarked, "He is merely 19. Indeed, a promising talent. This is precisely why I sought you out. I inquired with Lee Yuan, and it appears that this Chen Zui has yet to sign with any agency." Wang Chun expressed surprise. "He hasn't signed with an agency?" "Correct." Wang Chun squinted, pondering for a moment before decisively instructing, "Then you must travel to Hangzhou immediately. Locate this individual, and find a way to secure his signature. He may already be on the radar of numerous agencies. But what? But if we sign him, what will become of Li Yuan? Wang Chun coldly replied. The voting results have demonstrated that his abilities do not match those of Chen Zui. Moreover, Chen Zui's youth makes him more malleable for development. If we can secure him, we need not squander resources on Li Yuan any longer. The entertainment industry is inherently a realm of survival of the fittest. Our signed artists represent an investment. When a superior option presents itself, the original must naturally be set aside. Old Yuan, you have been with the company for so many years. Do you not comprehend this principle? Yuan Junxing nodded, understood. I shall depart for Hangzhou at once. I possess a certain network in the potato industry. If soft approaches prove ineffective, I shall resort to more assertive measures. Understood. Chen Zui visited the Impression City Shopping Center, where she purchased the latest Apple phone with merely 64 gigabytes of storage. Given the limited capacity, Su Yuan had little use for it. Her phone housed only a handful of applications. Aside from essential programs like WeChat and Alipay, she had no entertainment apps, let alone games. However, unbeknownst to Chen Zui, since participating in New Generation Singers, Su Yuan had discreetly downloaded the Potato Video app and, even against her frugal nature, subscribed to a month of video membership. Sir, your total is 6,499 yuan. Would you prefer to pay by card or QR code? Chen Zui retrieved her phone and completed the payment via scanning. After leaving the specialty store, she did not immediately seek out Su Yuan, as the latter's lunar birthday was approaching in 2 days. Chen Zui planned to visit her again on Tuesday. Upon returning to her dormitory, with time to spare, Chen Zui began reviewing questions for the first driving examination on her phone. With years of driving experience, she was well versed in many basic concepts. However, she found herself perplexed by queries regarding traffic violations and corresponding penalties. Thus, she resolutely persevered, repeatedly tackling the questions. As the temperature gradually declined by late October, the diurnal temperature variation had become quite pronounced. Around 6 in the evening, Jiang Wenhua rubbed his stomach and inquired, "Are you all going to the cafeteria for dinner?" Su Fei had already dined out in the afternoon, and Li opted for instant noodles in the dormitory. Ultimately, it was Chen Zui and Jiang Wenhua who ventured to the cafeteria together. The weekend saw a noticeable reduction in the crowd, and after ordering 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, they settled into a vacant spot. Midway through their meal, Chen Zui's phone began to chime incessantly from her pocket. With no incoming call display, but seeing that the call originated from the bustling metropolis, she surmised the caller's identity. After a brief conversation lasting about 3 minutes, she ended the call. "Join me for an outing off campus after dinner." "What for?" "The talent acquisition manager from a certain entertainment agency wishes to discuss matters with me. I would like you to accompany me." Jiang Wenhua did not refuse, but merely inquired, "Which agency?" "Orange Star Entertainment." Upon hearing this, Chen Zui seemed to connect the dots. Putting down her chopsticks and murmuring to herself, "Isn't that the agency where Li Yuan works?" In her previous life, Chen Zui had signed with an agency before participating in any programs, thus she had never encountered such a situation. The realization that Orange Star Entertainment was associated with Li Yuan made the prospect intriguing. Although the caller had not explicitly stated their intentions, it was evident from their tone that they sought to recruit her. It was rather amusing that, as a competitor to their agency's artists, they would reach out to her at this pivotal moment. After finishing their dinner, Chen Zui and Jiang Wenhua exited the school premises together. Not far from the bus stop sign, a black Audi A4L was already parked at the roadside. Inside the vehicle, Yuan Junsheng noticed Chen Zui emerging from the school and swiftly drove over. Chen Zui took the initiative to inquire, "Excuse me, are you Director Yuan from Chengxing Entertainment?" "That is indeed me. Please get in the car," he replied. Once Chen Zui settled into the back seat, Jiang Wenhua followed suit. As the car doors closed and the vehicle began to move, Yuan Junxing asked, "Is this person next to you your classmate?" "He's my roommate," Chen Zui responded. Yuan Junxing nodded, amused internally. After all, he was still a student, feeling the need to bring a roommate along when meeting a stranger. "Let's find a CAF to have a discussion. It won't take too long," he suggested. "Sound good." There are plenty of malls around here, Chen Zui replied. Before long, the car entered the underground parking lot of a shopping mall. After the three of them took the elevator, Yuan Junsheng led them to a Starbucks. It was a Sunday, and the mall was bustling, yet the CAF remained relatively quiet, ideal for a serious conversation. What would you two like to drink? He asked. A latte will suffice for me, replied Chen Zui. 2 lattes and an iced Americano, Yuan Junsheng ordered, then motioned for Chen Zui and Jiang Wenhua to find seat. After paying, he joined them across the table. If the person sitting across from him were in their 20s or 30s, Yuan Junsheng might have chosen to be more circumspect in expressing his intentions. However, since his interlocutor was merely a fresh university student, he saw no reason for such circumlocution. Thus, after taking a seat, he promptly retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Chen Zui, saying, "Here's my business card. You can find my information on the Chengxing Entertainment official website. The reason I present it to you is to assure you that I am not a fraud." Chen Zui chuckled. "I am merely an ordinary university student. A fraud would not target me. Have you heard of Chengxing Entertainment before?" Yuan Junsheng inquired. "I have heard some mention of it," Chen Zui replied. "We were founded in 2010, and we have been in operation for 8 years now. Among talent agencies, we rank among the more prominent ones. Our company is located in the bustling metropolis, not far from Hangzhou. The reason we sought you out today is that we were impressed by your performance on the show New Generation Singers and believe you possess significant potential for a career in the entertainment industry. Thus, we would like to discuss a potential collaboration with you." Curious about Yuan Junsheng's intentions, Chen Zui smiled. "Director Yuan, what exactly do you mean by collaboration?" Yuan Junsheng got straight to the point. "We would like you to join Chengxing Entertainment." Chen Zui exchanged glances with Jiang Wenhua, who remained silent. After a brief pause, Chen Zui remarked, "If my memory serves me right, Li Yuan is an artist under your agency, correct?" Yuan Junsheng appeared taken aback by Chen Zui's mention of this matter. He hesitated momentarily before nodding. "Indeed, he is quite talented. Under normal circumstances, a company would not allow 2 individuals to participate in the same talent show, would they?" Chen Zui continued. With over 3,000 talent agencies in the country, Chengxing Entertainment occupies a moderately high position. It is unlikely that we would nurture 2 artists with similar characteristics simultaneously, considering the limited resources at our disposal. Wouldn't you agree? Yuan Junsheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Earlier on his way here, he had perceived Chen Zui as a naive university student. However, his perspective had since shifted. After considerable hesitation, he remarked, "Should you join Orange Star Entertainment, the company will prioritize your promotion. You were the first to sign Li Yuan. Am I to understand that if, after signing me, you discover someone with greater potential than mine, you would treat me in the same manner as you do Li Yuan?" Jiang Wenhua acutely sensed the dynamics at play. In the initial 3 minutes of their conversation, Yuan Junsheng had maintained control, yet, unbeknownst to him, the initiative had subtly shifted to Chen Zui. It was essential to recognize that the individual before them was a key figure in the agency, a position that implied a level of cunning and strategy. Jiang Wenhua refrained from participating in this dialogue, perhaps more aptly termed a negotiation, and remained quietly seated alongside them. "My personal visit signifies that we have conducted thorough deliberations. You must understand that once you become one of our artists, we will undoubtedly invest resources to cultivate your career. I am aware of your concerns. Let's discuss the terms, and perhaps you might reconsider. I am all ears. I recognize your immense talent as an original songwriter, yet one's creative energy is finite. There will inevitably be moments of writer's block. Once you join the company, not only will we refrain from interfering with your creativity, but we will also connect you with renowned lyricists and composers within the industry to craft songs tailored specifically for you." Observing that Chen Zui's expression remained unchanged, Yuan Junsheng quickly added, "Moreover, we can guarantee your participation in at least 3 variety shows annually. Our boss possesses ample resources in this regard. Is that all? Should you have any conditions of your own, feel free to express them." Chen Zui shook his head, responding, "In fact, prior to your approach, several agencies had already contacted me through various means, but I currently have no intentions of signing with an agency. At these words, Duan Juanqing's demeanor shifted markedly. Jiang Wenhua distinctly noted a sudden coldness in Duan Juanqing's gaze. You are young and may not fully grasp the implications. But signing with an agency is akin to students attending school. An agency serves as an artist's platform, just as a school provides a foundation for students. Without a school, where would students learn? Without signing with an agency, how can artists navigate the entertainment industry? I believe. Chen Zui interjected decisively. I intend to establish a personal studio. Thanks to this program, which has aired only 2 episodes, my followers on Weibo and Douyin have increased significantly. I believe that if I can continue on this program, my fan base will grow further. I understand that without an agency, I might miss certain opportunities, but I have grown accustomed to a more carefree lifestyle. Primarily, I do not wish to be managed, nor have I aspired to earn a substantial income. So, Mr. Duan, it would be best if you refrain from investing further effort in me. Duan Juanqing's initial warmth evaporated entirely after her forthright declaration. He had not anticipated such a clean and decisive rejection from Chen Zui. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede defeat. Only his approach had transformed. Previously, he was soft, but now he wishes to adopt a firmer stance. I believe you may be underestimating the complexities of the entertainment industry. For artists, the management agency serves not only as a resource platform, but also as a protective shield. When issues arise, the company is the first to assist in resolution. Are you aware that each year several prominent stars face scandals and exit the industry? Do you truly think that without a management agency, an artist could sustain a long-term career relying solely on their own efforts? Duan Juanqing remarked with a sly smile, you are merely dipping a toe into this realm. While the 4 mentors may appear to be towering figures in your eyes, do you realize they are simply working for others? To put it bluntly, they are but pawns in the hands of capital. Mr. Duan, your words carry a hidden meaning, he observed, seemingly regaining his composure. Duan Juanqing leisurely sipped his iced Americano and continued, you are viewing the situation too simplistically. Your performance in the first 2 episodes was commendable. Yet whether you secure the championship is not determined by you, the audience, or even the mentors. It is dictated by those above in the production team. Mr. Duan, are you threatening me? That is contingent upon you. Chen Zui chuckled, rising from his seat with his phone in hand. Then I shall leave you to anticipate the outcome. Mr. Duan, Wenhua, let us depart. Jiang Wenhua promptly stood up and followed Chen Zui out. Duan Juanqing's expression shifted, anger creeping into his voice as he warned. Do not regret your choice today. Can I withdraw? Duan Juanqing was taken aback by Chen Zui's abrupt departure, igniting a blaze of fury within him. Anticipate? A naive university student dares to utter please look forward to it, Mr. Duan. What audacity! After gulping down a large sip of Americano, it took him a considerable time to regain his composure. Following a moment of contemplation, he dialed the company's general manager, Wang Chun. The phone rang for quite some time before it was answered. Wang Chun directly inquired what transpired. Duan Juanqing, his countenance darkening, replied, we could not reach an agreement. He refused. Refused? Duan Juanqing recounted the conversation in detail over the phone. Upon hearing it, Wang Chun did not share Duan Juanqing's outrage. Instead, after Duan's description, he perceived Chen Zui as an oblivious university student, untested by the harsh realities of society. He quickly responded, he likely feels inflated by his popularity in the first 3 episodes, leading to his current arrogance. General Manager Wang, what should we do now? Let us allow him to broaden his horizons in the 4th episode. Since you're in Hangzhou, do not rush back. I will send you Zhang Zihan's contact information shortly. Invite him for a meal, as his boss is a friend of mine. Understood. Chen Zui, is this the right approach? After exiting the CAF, the two chose to walk rather than take a car. As the mall was not too distant from the university, merely a 20-minute stroll, which they regarded as a form of exercise. Chen Zui still held his phone, seemingly engrossed in something, yet he remarked, do you mean I should decline in a more tactful manner? Offending this agency would not serve my interests, would it? Indeed, the essence remains unchanged. Once I refuse, he will utter those subsequent remarks. If I suggest reconsidering, he will persist in his pursuit. It is far more straightforward to be definitive. Jiang Wenhua was about to interject, But Chen Zui swiftly continued. From the outset, he never regarded us as his equals. Observe his demeanor. It exudes an innate superiority, as though his words are edicts. My disobedience would be seen as defiance. Such individuals irk me profoundly. What did his final remark imply? Chen Zui smiled subtly. Perhaps he was simply exasperated. When Jiang Wenhua saw Chen Zui emerge from the CAF, fixated on his phone, he could no longer contain his curiosity. What are you looking at? At that moment, Chen Zui had just finished editing audio clips. He pressed play, and the voice of Yuan Junsheng resonated clearly from the device. Jiang Wenhua's eyes widened as he pointed at Chen Zui's phone. What is this? Chen Zui replied with a grin. For unforeseen circumstances. So, from the moment we sat down, your phone has been recording? It started recording when we got into the car, Chen Zui said. Jiang Wenhua stared, as if witnessing a peculiar creature, at Chen Zui. Chen Zui retrieved his phone and chuckled. When out and about, it is wise to remain vigilant. I adhere to the principle of not initiating conflict unless provoked. If someone wrongs me, Chen Zui deliberately trailed off. Jiang Wenhua immediately inquired, what will you do if someone wrongs you? I'll confront them. What else is there to do? As the program aired, Chen Zui became a well-known figure at Zhejiang University, often encountering strangers who approached him for conversation. Fortunately, roommates and classmates helped shield him, managing the situation thus far, but there was little to be done about being covertly photographed from a distance. Chen Zui grew accustomed to this attention, redirecting his focus to the material for his first subject. To avoid complications, he had even grown disinterested in attending public courses such as ideological and political education and Marxist theory. On Tuesday afternoon, after completing a major lecture, Chen Zui returned to the dormitory with 3 roommates. After retrieving the phone he had purchased over the weekend at Impression City, he sent a message to Su Yuan. Have you resigned from your part-time job? Su Yuan had just finished her class and was on her way back to the dormitory when her phone vibrated, signaling a message from Chen Zui. With no more than 30 friends on WeChat, most of whom she had added during university and seldom contacted, it could only be Chen Zui. As she looked at her phone, a subtle smile crept across her lips, undetectable to others, before she quickly replied, yes, the store has already found a new part-time employee. Chen Zui responded, great, I'll head over right away. Su Yuan then asked, is brother coming today? Chen Zui, is today your birthday? Didn't Grandma call you this morning? Su Yuan, I thought. Chen Zui, you thought I forgot, didn't you? Chen Zui, just wait. I'll be there in about half an hour. Su Yuan, okay. Chen Zui sent a few messages and soon left the dormitory, heading towards the university. Su Yuan returned to her dorm and hurriedly plugged her phone into the charger. Her device had been in use for several years. She had purchased it primarily for school assignments that required mobile operation, as her grandmother was not adept with smartphones. At that time, she opted for an inexpensive model. But now it not only drained quickly, but also lagged significantly. Su Yuan had not mentioned her birthday to anyone, feeling embarrassed at the prospect. She knew that if she spoke up, her 3 roommates would likely prepare gifts, and she had never been particularly skilled at navigating such social exchanges. After spending around 20 minutes in her room, she stepped outside the dormitory and stood beneath a large tree by the roadside, waiting. After approximately 15 minutes, Su Yuan spotted Chen Zui approaching. Despite his mask, she recognized him instantly. She instinctively raised her hand and waved twice in the air. Just as she was about to call out brother, she noticed the crowd and swallowed her words. It was not until Chen Zui reached her that she lifted her head and softly said, brother, I was about to message you to come down. How come you're waiting here? I just came down myself. Chen Zui asked, did you not tell your roommates about your birthday? Su Yuan, no. Chen Zui, that's not good. When your roommates have their birthdays, they wouldn't know whether to invite you. Let us first order a cake. Then we can find a place to eat. You can message them later and say I'm treating them to dinner. Su Juan, Anzai. Chen Zui pulled out an unopened phone and handed it to Su Yuan, saying, here, this is for you. That old phone of yours is practically useless. Upon seeing the logo, Su Yuan realized the phone must be quite expensive. She hesitated to take it and softly asked, is this phone very expensive? Chen Zui replied, not too bad. It's not overly expensive. It's your birthday gift. Su Yuan, noticing Su Yuan still did not take it, Chen Zui smiled and added, I recorded a program on Saturday, and the production team paid me 20,000 yuan for an advertisement. I have money now, so take it. Su Yuan turned her back, shaking her head with teary eyes, and said, Brother, I can't use something this nice. Can it be returned? In that moment, it felt as though a sharp arrow pierced through Chen Zui's heart, causing him intense pain. Happy birthday, 42. Chen Zui grasped Su Yuan's hand, forcibly placing the phone into her palm, and said, There's nothing you cannot use. If others can, so can you. Su Yuan protested, but it's so expensive. Chen Zui reassured her, I have money. He gently ruffled Su Yuan's hair and took a deep breath, saying, in the future, I will have even more money. Su Yuan, this time, I will ensure you live a good life, I promise. The corners of Su Yuan's eyes visibly reddened. Chen Zui glanced around and quickly shifted the topic, saying, on the way here, I spotted a cake shop. Let us go order a cake. Chen Zui took Su Yuan's hand, leading her away from the dormitory area. They made their way to the cake shop, where they selected an 8-inch birthday cake. Fearing that Su Yuan might hesitate to use her new phone, Chen Zui took the opportunity to activate it in the shop, utilizing the store's Wi-Fi to download several essential applications, and finally inserted the SIM card. This phone operates differently from domestic models. You'll adapt in a few days, he remarked. Oh, she replied. It's going to get chilly soon. Remember to wear more clothes. Is there a washing machine in your dorm? Su Yuan nodded. There's one on the first floor, along with a dryer. During summer, hand-washing clothes is manageable, but in winter, just toss them in the washing machine. Don't be stingy with the money. I know. The cakes were freshly made and would be ready in 2 hours. After leaving the cake shop, they strolled together to Baolong City Plaza, spending half an hour browsing before finally entering a barbecue restaurant. How about this place? Message your roommates to join us. We'll wait here for them, Chen Zui suggested. Su Yuan took the phone, opened WeChat, and noted the app's swift response time, quite a contrast to her old phone, which took several seconds to launch an icon. Momentarily distracted by the clarity of her new phone screen, Su Yuan quickly composed 2 messages in the group chat. In the dormitory, Li Xiqing, upon seeing the messages, instantly exclaimed, Su Yuan's brother is treating us to dinner tonight. Are we heading to Baolong Plaza now? Xiang Nan, who had also seen the message, replied in the group and promptly retrieved a fall jacket from her wardrobe. However, the most excited among them was Zhang Yiling, who had yet to meet Chen Zui in person. Upon reading the group messages, she immediately set about retouching her makeup in front of the mirror. After Li Xiqing and Xiang Nan urged her for a while, she finally grabbed her bag and left the dorm with them. 15 minutes later, the 3 arrived at the barbecue restaurant Su Yuan had mentioned in the group chat. Xiang Nan led the way inside, and upon seeing them, Chen Zui stood up and waved over here. Xiang Nan walked over, while Zhang Yiling, pulling Li Xiqing along, exclaimed excitedly, So handsome. Calm down, sisters, Li Xiqing responded. At this time, it was only 5:30 p.m., and since it wasn't a holiday, the barbecue restaurant was not crowded. Chen Zui had chosen a corner table, a large rectangular one with 2 spots for charcoal. The table could seat 6 on either side. Chen Zui and Su Yuan occupied one side, while Xiang Nan, leading Li Xiqing and Zhang Yiling, settled across from them. After taking her seat, Xiang Nan asked, What's the occasion today? Why is the big star treating us to dinner? Chen Zui chuckled. Oh, today is Su Yuan's birthday, and I thought it would be more lively with more people. Li Xiqing, surprised, exclaimed, Su Yuan, why didn't you tell us? Su Yuan hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed to respond, prompting Chen Zui to interject. She has always been like this. If no one asks, she simply remains silent. We haven't had time to prepare birthday gifts. It's all right. There will be many more days to come. With the dishes already ordered, the 5 of them began to eat and converse as the stove heated up. Li Xiqing curiously inquired about various aspects of the program, while Xiang Nan occasionally chimed in. Ironically, it was Zhang Yiling, usually the most lively in the dormitory, who now felt too shy to engage in conversation with Chen Zui. Initially, Chen Zui had planned to dine alone with Su Yuan, but she had invited the others out of concern that Su Yuan's personality might lead to her feeling isolated in the dormitory. After all, where there are many women, there are often many complex matters. Su Yuan was someone who tended to keep her thoughts to herself, and, Chen Zui hoped that by treating them to a meal, it would encourage Xiang Nan, Li Xiqing, and Zhang Yiling to be a bit kinder to Su Yuan. In truth, Chen Zui's worries were unfounded. Despite their different personalities, the four girls in the dormitory got along quite harmoniously, and the situation Chen Zui feared did not arise. As the five of them exited the barbecue restaurant, the sun had already set. Chen Zui glanced at the time and said to Su Yuan, "Remember to pick up the cake on your way back. I want to accompany you back to school. Doesn't your brother eat cake?" Chen Zui fabricated an excuse, chuckling, "Eating cake at night makes one gain weight, and I must maintain my figure." After saying this, she turned to Xiang Nan and the others. "Ladies, we shall meet again next time. Farewell, stars." "Oh, right." At the sound of Chen Zui's voice, Su Yuan immediately turned around. I almost forgot to say, Chen Zui pinched Su Yuan's cheek. "Happy birthday." Su Yuan did not shy away, and it was only when Chen Zui waved goodbye that she joined her three roommates to head to the cake shop. The following days passed swiftly. After completing the questions for the first examination subject, Chen Zui began to take simulated exams on her phone. Initially, her score hovered around 80, but with more attempts, her score steadily improved. The business license for the studio was also obtained that Thursday. After discussing with Jiang Wenhua, they decided to start hiring immediately. Other matters could wait, but it was urgent to recruit an accountant. Friday arrived, marking the time for the new episode of New Generation Singers to be released. The previous two episodes had garnered positive responses, attracting many eager viewers. By 7 o'clock that evening, the dormitory was filled with people. All 12 boys from the class were present, and this time they had come prepared, bringing an array of snacks. With the sounds of sunflower seeds being cracked echoing throughout the room, Chen Zui chose not to wait for the update with them. Instead, she vacated her spot and lay on her bed, scrolling through her phone. "It's 8 o'clock. Is the update here yet?" Su Fei refreshed the page several times before the third episode finally appeared beneath the show. Upon clicking it, the group eagerly immersed themselves in the viewing, with a barrage of comments appearing at the top of the screen. Finally updated. This episode promises to be quite captivating. Does anyone know where I can listen to The Wind Rises? I wish I could fast forward, yet I'm afraid of reaching the end too soon. I went straight to the back to listen to Chen Zui's song, "Dear Friends, Await My Good News." In fact, Li Yuan is quite impressive as well. Wow, it's gone wild again. It's giving me chills. This episode features Cantonese songs. No spoilers. 43. How old is he? As the program progressed, the barrage of comments became denser. Initially, a group of people patiently watched from the beginning, but as the comments related to Chen Zui multiplied, their enthusiasm waned. Cheng Minggue from the adjacent dormitory remarked, "Why not just watch Chen Zui directly?" This suggestion quickly garnered unanimous agreement. Seeing his classmates express such sentiments, Su Fei immediately dragged the progress bar to the very end, clicking play just as Chen Zui took the stage. The moment the playback began, a flood of comments surged from the right side of the screen. "Listen 100 million times. Listen 100 million times. Listen 100 million times." The entire screen was filled with identical comments, a privilege no other contestant enjoyed. When Chen Zui began to sing, all 10 or so individuals in the dormitory were left in a state of shock. Though they were classmates and roommates at that moment, their gazes towards Chen Zui resembled that of witnessing an extraterrestrial being. The barrage of comments shifted as well. "Just heard one line, and I got goosebumps. Absolutely incredible. He is truly a musical genius. One can only say that the Chinese music scene is saved. It truly gives me chills." The contestants backstage were left bewildered. Haha, seriously, why do you all say Chen Zui is the dark horse? Aside from him, whose song is worth listening to in this program? Please upload to Penguin Music promptly. After Chen Zui finished singing Half Moon Serenade, all 11 contestants turned to look at Chen Zui, who was sitting on the upper bunk, engrossed in his phone. Chen Zui glanced at them and frowned. "Why are you all staring at me? Why do I feel that the current you is different from the you in the program?" "Oh," Chen Zui whimsically replied, "I actually have a twin brother. It was my brother who appeared on the show." Su Fei widened his eyes. "Is that true?" Jiang Wenhua slapped him on the back of his head, laughing in exasperation. "Yes, just joking with you, and you actually believe him." As the group erupted into a lively discussion, Chen Zui's phone suddenly rang. "Quiet down. I have a very important call." The dormitory fell silent in an instant. At this moment, Chen Zui answered the call. The caller was none other than the representative from Penguin Music, who had previously been in contact with Chen Zui. After the update of this episode, he had watched it immediately. Chen Zui's performance evidently exceeded his expectations. He called merely to inform Chen Zui that he would fulfill the conditions discussed earlier, and the contract would be prepared in the coming days for signing. Naturally, Chen Zui agreed. Jiang Wenhua, upon concluding the call with Chen Zui, promptly rose to his feet and proclaimed, "Gentlemen, let us take our leave. It is time for us to freshen up and retire for the evening. After all, Chen Zui has to record the 4th episode tomorrow afternoon. Off we go." In the illustrious metropolis, at the renowned Taomi Mansion, Mi Fei languidly reclined on a grand sofa clad in pajamas, idly scrolling through Weibo. This goddess in the hearts of countless homebodies, even without makeup, possessed an exquisite beauty exceeding 9 out of 10. Standing at a modest height of 1.65 meters, her figure was flawlessly proportioned, enabling her to effortlessly embody various roles, from a high school student to a poised CEO. In simpler terms, she was both adorable and dignified. Ding dong. The sound of the doorbell stirred her from a reverie. She peeled off a face mask worth several hundred yuan, revealing her delicate, fair visage, and padded barefoot to the door to open it. "How have you been these past few days?" Her manager, Li Qin, stood at the threshold. Following the conclusion of BG Jingke, she had the rare luxury of 2 days of rest. After returning to the metropolis the day before, she had spent the entire day lounging at home. Today, she had ventured to a beauty center, and upon her return, had been engrossed in social media, keeping abreast of the latest happenings in the entertainment industry. "Not too bad," Mi Fei replied, turning back to recline on the sofa once more. Li Qin placed the pre-packaged weight loss meal on the coffee table and settled beside her. "Once October concludes, things will ease up. You only have 2 variety shows lined up, one being an outdoor reality show titled Along the Journey. The other show, in which you will be a guest star, will only take up a maximum of 3 days. And how is the discussion with the luxury brand for the endorsement going?" "We have completed 2 rounds of negotiations and are still in discussions. We should have results by November, and then there will be a few advertisements to shoot." Mi Fei stretched languidly, her pajama top slipping to reveal a smooth, fair midriff. "Let the company know that unless it's a script with substantial potential, I will only accept offers from renowned directors." Li Qin chuckled. "That should be no problem. Given your current remuneration, ordinary directors will hardly approach me." Mi Fei rubbed her stomach, rising to grab a fork as Li Qin assisted in removing the lid from the takeout container, unveiling a vibrant fruit and vegetable salad. To maintain her figure, this was her sole evening meal. Have any intriguing events transpired in the industry recently? All the noteworthy happenings have already made headlines. Most of the rest revolve around trivial matters between male and female artists. Li Qin responded before suddenly laughing. "Oh, by the way, have you seen the talent show on Potato Video? I spent yesterday sleeping and only ventured out today. I hardly had the time to watch any talent show." Li Qin continued, "I hadn't been following it either, but I noticed it was trending online, so I watched an episode. Before coming here, I quickly caught up on the subsequent 2 episodes, and a highly popular newcomer has emerged in the show." "A newcomer?" "He is named Chen Zui, quite handsome, and possesses a remarkable talent for music. Would you care to watch his video?" Miffy casually nodded. She often indulged in videos while dining. Li Qin swiftly retrieved a tablet from her bag, opened a video platform, located the program, and promptly played the first episode featuring Chen Zui singing the pure version of A Person Like Me. Miffy cast a glance at the screen, her gaze sharpening as she heard Chen Zui's melodious voice, causing her to subconsciously set down the fork in her hand. Once the song concluded, Miffy eagerly inquired, "Is there more?" "Indeed, there are currently 3 episodes available." Li Qin quickly opened the second episode, The Wind Rises, and upon receiving the tablet, Miffy chose to hold it in her hands rather than placing it on the coffee table, leaning back on the sofa to watch intently. For minutes later, Miffy discovered the 3rd episode, which had just been updated at 8 o'clock, and began to watch. Noticing that Miffy was viewing the main content, Li Qin advised, "He appears last. If you wish to see him, you can fast forward to the end." After hearing this, Miffy dragged the progress bar to the conclusion. Still leaning in the sleepless night, Gazing at the stars above, she continued to hear the violin, weeping and enticing. Miffy Li Qin called her name twice before she snapped back to reality. As she handed the tablet back to Li Qin, she inquired, "How old is he?" 19. Just started his freshman year. Which company did he sign with? It seems he has not yet signed with a management agency. Miffy's eyes brightened. He hasn't signed with a management agency? Are you certain? Seeing Miffy so invested, Li Qin replied, "Shall I inquire on your behalf?" Miffy nodded. The echoes of Chen Zui's song still resonating in her ears, her expression dreamy, lost in thought. "I'll personally discuss it with him. It's quite effortless for a manager to investigate such matters." Not to mention, Li Qin had been in this industry for many years. After consulting someone within her contacts, she quickly received confirmation. He indeed had not signed with an agency. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, Miffy's lips curled into a slight smile with his songwriting prowess. "If he could be signed to the company, would it not be immensely beneficial for me? Do you wish for the company to sign him? What are your thoughts?" Li Qin replied, "If you have this intention, it would be best to speak directly with the boss. After all, you are a shareholder in the company. Personally, I also believe that Chen Zui is quite impressive. He has a good image and is talented. Your current ventures in film and variety shows are thriving. Yet music seems to be lacking. Given his songwriting talent paired with your own influence, I believe it could indeed be of great assistance to you." Miffy smiled softly, once again plunged into contemplation. At that moment, Li Qin's phone chimed anew. Li Qin glanced at the screen, her brow furrowing as she remarked, "My friend informed me that numerous talent agencies have approached Chen Zui, yet he appears disinclined to sign with any of them. Moreover, Orange Star Entertainment from the Magic City even dispatched personnel to seek him out in person, but ultimately, those negotiations proved unsuccessful." "Oh, he is quite principled, isn't he?" Mi Fei chuckled. Li Qin continued, "Perhaps he simply regards these agencies with disdain. Even Orange Star Entertainment can only be considered a second-tier agency, lacking any comparability to our Donghua Entertainment." "Not necessarily," Mi Fei replied, reflecting on the scene of Chen Zui singing earlier. His stage presence exuded confidence, entirely unlike that of a newcomer, indicating a maturity that belies his surface appearance. The fact that so many agencies have sought him out suggests that someone must have offered terms that an ordinary individual would find hard to refuse. His indifference may not be merely a matter of waiting for a better offer. Li Qin appeared somewhat perplexed. She furrowed her brow and asked, "What do you think this signifies?" "It could mean he has already contemplated his future path and has devised his own plans and arrangements. Much like myself," Mi Fei suggested. Li Qin chose not to respond. Though Mi Fei was several years her junior, Li Qin acknowledged that in some matters, she found Mi Fei's approach to be more astute. She was acutely aware of each step she needed to take next and what outcome she should achieve. Just 2 years prior, she had signed a bet agreement with the company, the specifics of which remained undisclosed to outsiders. However, the mere fact that the company consented indicated the agreement's stringent nature. Yet, Mi Fei emerged victorious, acquiring shares in the company and transforming into a minor shareholder, thereby significantly increasing her personal worth. "Well, let it be. No need to complicate matters," she concluded. "Ha," Mi Fei laughed, "as long as it benefits me, a little trouble is hardly an issue. After all, he is merely a university student." "Where is this program being recorded?" "In the International Film and Television Center in Shaoshan, Hangzhou. They record on Saturday evenings and broadcast the following Friday. We should visit Hangzhou tomorrow." "Huh?" Mi Fei laughed, on one hand to observe his live performance, and on the other, if I personally discuss things with him, wouldn't the chances of success be significantly higher? Li Qin paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "Certainly, on Saturday at 6 in the evening inside a BMW. After Chen Lin and Chen Zui had discussed matters related to the program, Chen Lin suddenly shifted the conversation, asking, "Have you been receiving numerous calls from talent agencies wanting to sign you lately?" "Yes, I knew it. How did you find out?" Chen Lin explained, "Many of them acquired your number from the production team. Otherwise, how could they have your contact information?" "Oh, but I have declined all their offers. Once we finish recording this episode tonight, the first half of the competition will conclude. When we arrive at the venue, I will introduce you to the cameraman who will be following you from now on." Upon hearing this, Chen Zui responded joyfully. It must be quite a challenge for the cameraman to follow me around. After all, the other contestants reside in nearby hotels, and with little else to occupy their time. They merely require a few GoPro cameras in their rooms. My situation, however, is quite different. Not only am I far away, but I also have numerous responsibilities. Are you truly capable of this? Capable of what? Writing a song in a week? The other contestants can dedicate their time solely to songwriting, while I am burdened with classes. Chen Zui chuckled. I have stated that if others can produce, so can I. Chen Lin hesitated momentarily before subtly remarking. But they have management companies. I understand your point, yet it matters not. In the face of absolute talent, all their efforts are in vain. You really are putting on an act, I must say. Chen Zui smiled, but refrained from responding. The car halted outside the building, and the two swiftly made their way to the recording backstage. After Chen Zui changed into his outfit in the lounge, Chen Lin brought along his filming instructor. Although the results of this episode had yet to be revealed, Chen Zui's prowess was evident to the production team. His advancement to the latter half of the competition was a certainty, thus securing his filming instructor's position. This is teacher Zhang Yong'an. After today's recording, he will be responsible for following you. Zhang Yong'an was relatively young, only 35, yet his beard and photographer's hat gave him the appearance of a scruffy uncle. Hello, Teacher Zhang, Chen Zui greeted, extending his right hand. Zhang Yong'an reciprocated the gesture. I hope we have a pleasant collaboration. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration, Chen Zui replied with a smile. After a brief introduction, Zhang Yong'an excused himself to attend to his tasks. At that moment, Chen Lin stopped a passing staff member and inquired, Old Wang, where has Dan Jia gone? I haven't seen her. I heard she received a call from an important friend and stepped out. She should return shortly, came the reply. The backstage area had grown considerably quieter. Once seated in his usual spot, Chen Zui occupied himself with his phone until just before the show was set to begin. Director Liu Dan reappeared in the control room, accompanied by two women. One in professional attire with a large bag slung over her shoulder, and the other fully equipped with a hat, sunglasses, and mask, completely concealed. After ushering them into the control room and finding them seats, Liu Dan checked the time. Taking the intercom, she confidently announced, Attention all departments. We will commence recording in 4 minutes. Received. Understood. The fully concealed woman gently tapped the arm of her companion, who immediately rose to close the control room door. Only then did the woman remove her sunglasses and mask, revealing an exquisitely delicate face. As recording began, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. The fourth phase marks the conclusion of the first half of the competition. As long as one successfully advances, there will be an abundance of camera time in the fifth phase. The contestants are all fervently motivated, showcasing their unique talents. The quality of each performance is commendably high, with even the initial contestant presenting astonishing works. Miffy, having participated in numerous variety shows, including several music competitions, displays little interest in the preceding contestants. Throughout the recording, she spends most of her time engrossed in her phone, occasionally glancing at the backstage footage on the monitor. Liu Dan is perplexed as to why this popular starlet has chosen to observe the recording, yet, given her prominence and prior notice from higher-ups, he dares not neglect her presence. He juggles the show's recording while discreetly observing Miffy's reactions. The recording stretches from 8 o'clock to 10. After Liu Dan concludes a poignant ballad, the program finally approaches its finale. Due to Chen Zui's exceptionally brilliant performances in the previous 3 phases, even the show's staff eagerly anticipates his appearance. Before Liu Dan has even exited the stage, the cameraman backstage approaches Chen Zui, capturing close-up shots. It is worth noting that while the final cut of the variety show is enhanced with filters, the live monitoring lacks such effects. Upon seeing Chen Zui, Miffy, who had been seated, suddenly stands up and takes a few steps forward, her captivating eyes fixed intently on the screen, displaying Chen Zui. Liu Dan is taken aback. Could it be that she is here for Chen Zui? On stage, the mentors begin to engage with him. Having watched the previous contestants perform, how do you feel now? Are you feeling any nerves? Chen Zui remains composed, responding, not really. All right then, what song will you be sharing with us today? A pop song titled, Boy, You Seem Well Prepared? Yes. Haha. Well then, please begin your performance. The spotlight once again shines upon Chen Zui. The soaring viewership of the first 3 episodes is largely attributed to him. A careful viewing of each episode reveals that Chen Zui's screen time increases with each installment. As the prelude begins, Chen Zui swiftly picks up the microphone and starts to sing. Once, unexpectedly, he and she fell in love in an era without hesitation. Believing they understood, hence loving with abandon, a pair of hands simply unable to let go. The lyrics scroll across the large screen. Upon hearing the melody, Miffy's lips involuntarily curve into a smile. The mentors present are also immersed in the enchanting sound. While this song may not possess the explosive popularity of The Wind Rises from the 2nd episode, nor the allure of Half Moon's Serenade from the 3rd, it is evident that had another performer sung it, they might not have achieved the same impact as Chen Zui, due to the experiences of a previous life. Chen Zui felt a profound emotional resonance as he sang this song. Even those unacquainted with music could discern the heart-wrenching anguish woven into the lyrics. No one could fathom how a 19-year-old male could infuse such depth into his performance, captivating even mentors Wu Zhe, Tan Zhuo, and Dan Mengmeng, who were all entranced by Chen Zui's melodious voice. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Zihan, also a mentor, found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Before Duan Junsheng approached him, he held high hopes for Chen Zui, but now, despite believing Chen Zui's performance to be the best among all contestants, he was already contemplating how to point out flaws. He yearned for Chen Zui to falter, for then he would have ample justification to withhold his vote. Yet the anticipated misstep never materialized. Chen Zui concluded his rendition in flawless form. Wu Zhe, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "This song resonates perfectly with me. I am embarking on a national tour next March. May I cover this song?" Chen Zui, responding in a light-hearted manner, quipped, "I would certainly charge copyright fees for others. But for you, Teacher Wu, I shall waive the fees." "Haha, then it's settled." Dan Mengmeng added, "I am quite curious how someone so young can compose such profound music. I eagerly anticipate the 5th episode to learn about your creative process." Chen Zui graciously thanked her, but refrained from further comment. Once Tan Zhuo completed her evaluation, all attention shifted to Zhang Zihan. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "Perhaps the surprises you delivered in the previous 2 episodes were so remarkable that this song feels somewhat lacking. Your vocal prowess remains intact, yet the lyrics seem rather ordinary. I have quite high standards for lyrics." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhe and Dan Mengmeng exchanged bewildered glances. "You've been praising the earlier contestants. Why now are you nitpicking?" Chen Zui's expression remained largely unchanged as he replied, "I apologize for disappointing you, Teacher Zhang." In the control room, Mai-Fai chuckled at the scene, leaving Lu Dan and Li Qin perplexed. "Now, let us reveal the number of votes received by Chen Zui. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, Chen Zui, you have garnered 274 votes. Perhaps due to a significant drop compared to the previous rounds, even host Jian seemed momentarily taken aback. Following the announcement of Chen Zui's votes, the screen displayed the counts for all contestants. First place, Li Yuan with 275 votes. Second place, Chen Zui with 274 votes. Third place, Zhang Zishuan with 267 votes. No one anticipated that Li Yuan, who had consistently been overshadowed by Chen Zui, would surpass him by a single vote in this round. This outcome took even Li Yuan by surprise. "What is happening? I'm in first place?" He quickly recalled a call from the company's Duan, and it suddenly dawned on him. Chen Zui glanced up at the ranking displayed on the screen before lowering his gaze once more, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Over the weekend, Duan Junsheng from Chengxing Entertainment had just threatened him, and now, in this episode, he had secured second place. Chen Zui could easily surmise that there were external factors at play. Was Zhang Zihan an artist of Chengxing Entertainment? It seemed unlikely. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous. As Chen Zui's thoughts drifted, the host invited the eliminated contestants to the stage to share a few words. Yet the recording of the program was far from over. An important segment was still to come, the announcement of the original theme for the 5th episode. From this point forward, Each contestant would be required to compose an original song within a week based on a theme randomly selected by the production team. This would significantly test the contestants' creative abilities. Contestants, please direct your attention to the large screen. The production team has compiled a database of over 1,000 themes. And shortly, Teacher Wu Zhe will randomly select the original theme for the 5th episode. Teacher Wu, are you prepared? I am ready. Then please count down from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop. The large screen began to scroll rapidly. Familiar terms flashed by in quick succession. At the moment Teacher Wu called stop, the screen came to a sudden halt, and the remaining 15 contestants all gazed at the display. There, in bold letters, were the two characters, farewell. Upon seeing that the original theme for the 5th episode was farewell, many contestants breathed a sigh of relief. This theme had a broad scope. It could pertain to farewells between lovers, friends, or even with parents. Overall, it was not an overly challenging theme. However, it was also possible that the production team had intentionally chosen something simpler, as selecting an excessively difficult theme from the outset might restrict the contestants' creativity and adversely affect the quality of the program itself. With the announcement of the 5th episode's original theme, the recording for the evening concluded successfully. As Chen Zui exited the backstage area, he found Chen Lin and Zhang Yong'an waiting outside. Noticing the lack of expression on Chen Zui's face, Chen Lin playfully remarked, "What's wrong? Not happy because you didn't secure first place this time? I don't feel like I've lost to anyone." Uninterested in discussing the topic further, Chen Zui quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket and exchanged WeChat information with Zhang Yong'an, then inquired, "Brother Zhang, how exactly is the production team arranging this? Surely, they can't expect you to follow me around for 24 hours? Zhang Yong'an chuckled, "Not quite. It's mainly to document your songwriting process. However, Sister Dan specifically asked me to gather as much material as possible, so I'll be shadowing you most of the day. Just pretend I'm not here." "And what about tonight?" Chen Lin interjected, "Brother Zhang will accompany us, and then you'll return to the dormitory. Teacher Zhang will stay at a hotel near your school for convenience in meeting with you." All right then. 3 individuals were engaged in conversation as they descended the staircase. Upon exiting the building, Li Qin emerged from the enveloping night. She glanced up at Chen Zui and understood at last why Mi Fei had journeyed all the way from the bustling metropolis just for him. His visage was simply extraordinary. Li Qin had encountered numerous male artists within the industry, yet few could rival his striking beauty. "Hello, Chen Zui. Would it be convenient for us to converse for a moment?" Chen Lin and Zhang Yong'an exchanged puzzled looks. However, their unfamiliarity with Li Qin did not imply that Chen Zui was equally oblivious to her presence. After Mi Fei debuted, she had changed managers, and Li Qin had been her steadfast companion, essentially her confidant. Chen Zui had been deceived by the duo more than once. He anticipated encountering her here tonight. Could it be that woman also attended? "Apologies, but I'm quite fatigued and wish to return to rest," Chen Zui replied decisively. Li Qin was taken aback. She hadn't expected such a refusal. Quickly, she added, "I must have overstepped. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Qin, Mi Fei's manager. It is not I who seeks to speak with you." "Mi Fei?" Chen Lin instinctively gasped, and even Zhang Yong'an appeared astonished. Mi Fei was a rising star in the entertainment industry, frequently trending on Weibo. Each of her projects achieved remarkable success. What was her manager doing here? Was she also present? Upon hearing this, Chen Zui's expression remained unchanged. He yawned languidly, displaying signs of weariness as he stated, "I truly am tired tonight. Let us postpone this." With that, he turned and strode towards Chen Lin's BMW. Li Qin was utterly bewildered. What did this mean? She had clearly indicated her intentions. Yet he was leaving? Chen Lin hurried after him. "Chen Zui, why are you rushing off? She is Mi Fei's manager. Perhaps she intends for you to speak with Mi Fei." "And what of it?" "What do you mean, what of it? Are you not aware of Mi Fei? Among female artists, her popularity ranks in the top 3. I am not her fan. Spare me the chatter. Open the car door. I wish to return and sleep." Beside the BMW, a business vehicle was parked. Coincidentally, the occupant within was none other than Mi Fei herself. The window had not been completely shut, allowing Mi Fei to overhear the entire exchange, just as Chen Zui urged Chen Lin to open the door. At that moment, Mi Fei reached out, pulling the door open and stepping out of the car. Dressed in a cropped leather jacket paired with flared trousers, her figure was accentuated to perfection. She lifted her chin to meet Chen Zui's gaze, a sweet smile gracing her exquisite features. I came all the way from the metropolis just to have a chat with you. Surely, you can grant me this small courtesy? Chen Lin, upon seeing Mi Fei, clasped her hand over her mouth in astonishment. It was her first encounter with such a high-profile star, and she was naturally taken aback. In contrast, Chen Zui appeared markedly composed. He glanced down at Mi Fei, whose visage remained as he remembered it. During their initial encounter in a previous life, Chen Zui's reaction had been akin to Chen Lin's, yet now, his heart stirred not a ripple. He understood that beneath this woman's pure and beautiful exterior lay a heart as sharp as a serpent's fawn. Today, Mi Fei was not without makeup. Her attire was a choice she deemed commendable. However, witnessing Chen Zui's tranquil demeanor and gaze sparked within her an unfamiliar thought. Could it be that I am not attractive? It is worth noting that not only fans, but even some male artists within the industry would flatter her with sweet words in hopes of collaborating on projects. Yet, why was it that this fledgling newcomer, upon seeing her, exhibited no reaction whatsoever? Chen Zui directly inquired, "What do you wish to discuss with me?" Prior to this moment, Mi Fei had merely admired Chen Zui's talent from afar. Yet at this juncture, an inkling of curiosity about him began to blossom. As it was the first time she had encountered a boy who did not bestow upon her the usual feeling of being pursued. Mi Fei momentarily stood in stunned silence, but quickly regained her composure, proposing, "I want to take up much of your time. Shall we find a quiet place to converse?" Chen Zui remained silent. However, Chen Lin, beside him, was in a state of agitation. She approached Chen Zui and pinched his arm forcefully. He shot her a glare, which she returned in kind. "Who are you?" Chen Zui asked. "Oh, I am Dan Jia's assistant. My primary task is to ensure he remains compliant while recording the program," she replied. Mi Fei swiftly interjected, "Do you know of any nearby spots suitable for conversation?" "There's a quiet tea house ahead. At this hour, it should be relatively empty," Chen Lin suggested. "Would you mind leading the way?" Mi Fei asked. "Not at all," Chen Lin replied eagerly. Chen Zui retorted, "Did I even agree? Why are you saying it's no problem?" Chen Lin promptly punched him, opened the car door, and firmly shoved him inside before driving ahead to lead the way. Li Qin followed closely behind in another vehicle, her brow furrowed as she queried, "What else with this guy? You noticed he is different too, didn't you? It's the first time I've seen a boy so composed in your presence. Could it be a ploy to pique your curiosity?" "No, his demeanor is not feigned." "Then how peculiar," Li Qin mused. "But I find it rather endearing." Chen Lin parked the car at the roadside and forcibly pulled Chen Zui from the vehicle. Li Qin, driving a business car, quickly caught up. However, by the time they exited the car, Mi Fei had donned sunglasses and a hat once more, concealing her identity from potential recognition. The four of them entered the tea house together, and indeed, it was sparsely populated at this hour. Chen Lin thoughtfully selected a corner table and, after seating herself, hurried to the counter to order drinks. Chen Zui was acutely aware that his path in the entertainment industry would inevitably lead him to an encounter with Mi Fei. Accepting this fate, he nonchalantly pulled out a chair and sat down with an air of carefree indifference. Noticing that Chen Zui had no intention of initiating conversation, Mi Fei took the initiative and remarked, "During the recording just now, I was in the control room, and I truly believe you should have secured first place." "Uh-huh. Is that all you have to say?" Li Qin, observing Chen Zui's reaction, felt compelled to interject, but with Mi Fei seated beside her, she refrained. Mi Fei pressed on, inquiring, "Did you write all the songs featured in the show yourself?" "Mi Fei," Chen Zui responded with a straightforward demeanor. "Could we skip the pleasantries? What is it that you need from me?" Taken aback by Chen Zui's cool demeanor, even the typically eloquent Mi Fei found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She had not anticipated that Chen Zui would address her so directly. Although the Chinese entertainment industry does not adhere to strict hierarchies like that of Korea, Mi Fei, who debuted at the age of 14, was accustomed to even her contemporaries addressing her respectfully as Sister Mi Fei. "What did you just call me? Aren't you Mi Fei? Or am I expected to refer to you as Sister Mi Fei according to industry norms?" Mi Fei paused for a moment before laughing. "No need for that. Just call me Miffy. I merely debuted earlier. In reality, I'm only a few years older than you. I am aware of that. At this moment, Chen Lin returned and took a seat beside Chen Zui. She glanced at the expressions of the three individuals and, noticing Chen Zui's stern countenance, pinched his arm, scolding. Who owes you money? Why the long face? Chen Zui rolled his eyes. What did you order? Just a few snacks. We'll be leaving shortly. Why waste money? You're spending your own money, Chen Zui retorted, left speechless by her reply. It was at this juncture that Miffy revealed her true purpose for being there. All right, I won't beat around the bush any longer. I would like to invite you to join Donghua Entertainment. Not interested. Finally, unable to contain herself, Li Qin exclaimed, her voice sharp. Aren't you being a bit excessive? And what if I choose to decline? As Li Qin prepared to respond, Miffy raised her hand to halt her, then smiled and continued. Donghua Entertainment hold a significant position among domestic agencies, even if it doesn't rank in the top 3. It certainly makes the top 5. If you refuse, I expect at least a valid reason. I have my own personal studio. A personal studio? Both Miffy and Li Qin were taken aback. While it is not uncommon for stars to establish personal studios, this is typically a consideration for artists who are at least semi-established. To date, there had been no reports of any aspiring newcomer yet to officially debut, setting up a personal studio. Li Qin commented sarcastically, well, that's quite a novelty. This is the first time I've heard of a newcomer starting a personal studio. Miffy inquired, so, was this your response to the previous agencies that approached you? Pretty much. After listening, Miffy surprisingly smiled and meaningfully remarked, I seem to have deduced why you didn't secure the first place this time. Noticing Chen Zui's silence, Miffy continued, I know you are a person with great ideas. But as someone who has been through it, I wish to remind you that the entertainment industry is not as simple as you imagine. So, aside from this matter, do you have anything else on your mind? Miffy shook her head with a smile. Chen Zui stood up directly. Sister Lin, let us go back. But the food hasn't even been served yet. Let us take it to go. You, this. Miffy also stood up. I came all this way. Why don't you leave me your WeChat? Is it really necessary? What if you change your mind? Chen Lin immediately interjected. I have his WeChat, just add me, and I'll send you his WeChat later. Miffy smiled. What if he doesn't accept? Chen Lin declared, that won't happen. If he doesn't accept, I'll give him a good thrashing. Miffy quickly took out her phone and added Chen Lin's WeChat, while Chen Zui had already walked to the counter to pack Chen Lin's snacks. Watching Chen Zui and Chen Lin leave, Li Qin expressed her indignation. Is he out his mind? I didn't expect this at all. He is a newcomer, yet he acts so arrogantly in front of you. Where does he get that confidence? I feel like he dislikes me. Dislikes you? Yes. Miffy chuckled. It's the first time I feel this way in front of a man. Other men either lack the courage to even meet my gaze or blatantly express I want to sleep with you look. Only he is different. He must be ill, but he doesn't act that way with others. The others Miffy referred to as naturally Chen Lin. Li Qin remarked, he must be miswired. Just let it go. How can we just let it go? Miffy said with a playful smile. It's not every day you meet someone so intriguing. And besides, he is quite handsome. Isn't Li Qin cautioned, given his demeanor, he probably won't change his mind easily. Then we must find a way to make him reconsider. What kind of way? This episode, he lost to Li Yuan, which seems to have been orchestrated. Upon hearing this, Li Qin nodded thoughtfully. Yes, he certainly sings better than Li Yuan. Check which company Li Yuan is signed with. Li Qin promptly searched and exclaimed in surprise, it's Orange Star Entertainment. They also approached Chen Zui. Just as I suspected, Li Qin suddenly realized. So, after being rejected by Chen Zui, Orange Star Entertainment deliberately allowed Li Yuan to rank above him in the 4th episode to pressure him? Indeed. Miffy smiled. We should lend him a hand. Li Qin frowned. Are we warning Orange Star Entertainment not to meddle in this show? When I say him, I mean Orange Star Entertainment. Huh? With a playful pout of her rosy lips, Miffy smiled and remarked, if Chen Zui is to clinch the championship in this show, he is even less likely to change his mind. I must make him understand that opposing capital brings no benefits, and I am precisely the person who can assist him. That Zhang Zihan must be connected to Chengxing Entertainment. Even in the position of mentor, he could only ensure that Chen Zui received one less vote than Li Yuan. I intend to widen that gap. Do we really have to do this? Miffy did not respond, but instead, she commanded. Several lyricists and composers among the music critics have collaborated with our company. Find a way to get in touch with them. Li Qin sighed and nodded, all right. On the way back, Chun Lin incessantly chattered, saying, "She is miffy. How could you speak to her like that?" She also remarked, "People like you deserve to be single." And finally asked, "You don't happen to like men, do you?" Chen Zui, disinterested in explaining, remained silent. Upon noticing Chen Zui's silence, Chen Lin's tone shifted to one of caution as she probed, "Do you really like men?" Chen Zui looked at her as though she were foolish. Realizing her blunder, Chen Lin immediately nudged him. "What are you staring at? What boy your age wouldn't react like you upon seeing Miffy? I told you, I'm not her fan. That doesn't mean you should be this indifferent. I never thought I would add her on WeChat. To be honest, I still can't believe I met her tonight. It feels like a dream." "Huh, I'll send you her WeChat. Remember to add her." Chen Lin had already promised Miffy earlier, and to be safe, she reached out. "Hand me your phone." "What for?" "Just hurry." Chen Zui handed her the phone, but the next moment, he took it back. "Unlock it." After Chen Zui unlocked it, Chen Lin swiftly snatched the phone and entered WeChat. Sure enough, she found a new friend request and quickly clicked to accept before returning the phone to Chen Zui. Not forgetting to tease, "Why are there so many girls adding you?" "How would I know? Teacher Zhang has already checked into a hotel near your school. Since tomorrow is the weekend, you'd better take advantage of the time to finish writing the song. You needn't worry about that." Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Zui found only Li Yi in bed. Su Fei was watching a movie on his laptop, while Jiang Wenhua sat at the computer, typing away without pause, seemingly engrossed in some task. "How did the recording go this time?" Su Fei casually inquired upon seeing Chen Zui return. Chen Zui shrugged. It was passable. Was it another first place? Given Chen Zui's astonishing performances in the previous 3 episodes, Su Fei no longer found it surprising that Chen Zui could secure first place. "Well, as long as I'm not eliminated, you'll see when the episode airs." After taking a shower and drying his hair, Chen Zui lay on his bed, only to find 2 unread messages on his phone, both from Miffy. "If you change your mind, you can reach out to me anytime. Are there any female celebrities you particularly admire?" Chen Zui casually replied, "I don't follow celebrities." After sending the message, he opened the chat interface with Su Yuan to check what she had for dinner that evening, then set his phone to silent and quickly drifted off to sleep. In a 5-star hotel, after finishing her shower, Miffy saw Chen Zui's response and asked again, "So, you don't have even one female celebrity you like?" The message was sent successfully, but after a full 10 minutes of silence from Chen Zui, she inquired, "Why aren't you replying?" and followed up with, "You aren't asleep, are you?" Half an hour later, Miffy was nearly certain that Chen Zui was either already asleep or deliberately ignoring her. This rare experience filled her with a sense of frustration. She was accustomed to being the one who left others unread. Yet today someone had chosen not to respond to her. Her curiosity about Chen Zui surged from 50 to a full 100. This sensation felt akin to wandering through a store and encountering an item she adored, one that was not for sale and even forbidden to touch, while everything else in the shop was purchasable. Miffy's mood could be aptly described by the classic lyric, "What cannot be obtained is forever restless." The following morning, as Chen Zui awoke, he received a call from Zhang Yong'an. After sending Zhang Yong'an the location and door number of his dormitory, only 10 minutes passed before Zhang Yong'an arrived at his doorstep. Knock, knock. It is well known that most university students do not rise early on weekends. Upon hearing the knock, Su Fei immediately complained, "So early? Who is knocking?" Chen Zui approached and opened the door. Zhang Yong'an quickly entered and, after confirming Chen Zui's bed number, began setting up several GoPro cameras beside Chen Zui's seat. The 3 roommates were left bewildered by this turn of events. Jiang Wenhua couldn't help but ask, "Chen Zui, what's going on?" "Oh, starting from the 5th episode, we need to record some daily snippets. Since there are fewer contestants, we need to compile these clips to extend the duration." Chen Zui inquired, "Brother Zhang, these cameras won't capture my 3 roommates, right?" "They won't. And even if they do, they'll be edited out in post-production." Chen Zui nodded. "Then where will you be while I'm in the dormitory?" "I'll be waiting in the car. Just send me a message before you head out." "Is that really okay?" Zhang Yong'an replied with a smile. "It's my job. You need not worry about me." "All right." Chen Zui conceded. After Zhang Yong'an finished setting up the cameras, he left the dormitory. Jiang Wenhua soon climbed down from the upper bunk. And after both had completed their morning routines, they prepared to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. However, as soon as they descended the stairs, Zhang Yong'an appeared. Kameda Ingto. Chen Zui hurriedly exclaimed, "Brother Zhang, we're just into the cafeteria for breakfast. You don't need to follow us. I mentioned that you need not concern yourself with me. Today's audience is captivated by the mundane aspects of daily life, and one should remain true to oneself." Chen Zui could only continue walking towards the cafeteria alongside Jiang Wenhua. In a hushed tone, Jiang Wenhua remarked, "We had 2 interviews scheduled for this morning, but given the current circumstances, what should we do? Is there anyone coming in for the finance position?" "Yes," Chen Zui replied. "The contract from Penguin Music should arrive shortly. We must expedite this matter. After we finish eating, I'll accompany you there." "Isn't this being recorded?" Chen Zui quipped, "It's nothing clandestine. It will likely be edited out later. And besides, we can hitch a ride for free." Jiang Wenhua chuckled. "You're certainly taking advantage of the production team." As they conversed, they reached the cafeteria, where Chen Zui ordered a bowl of plain congee, 2 meat buns, and a tea egg. After selecting a seat, he leisurely began his meal. Chen Zui typically attracted a great deal of attention at school, but with a cameraman trailing behind him, his allure was amplified. Zhang Yong'an, having worked as a cameraman for many years, was well acquainted with the audience's preferences. He subtly captured the gazes of those around them with his camera. Upon exiting the cafeteria, Chen Zui and Jiang Wenhua naturally took a seat in Zhang Yong'an's vehicle. Initially, Zhang Yong'an presumed that Chen Zui sought a place to compose music, but when he disembarked and followed Chen Zui to the studio, he was taken aback by the sign reading Chen Zui's Crazy Studio. It dawned on him that this was not the case at all. This kid has established a personal studio so early? Quite impressive, he mused. "What time is the appointment?" Jiang Wenhua inquired. "One is at 10, the other at 10:30. Jiang Wenhua glanced at his Omega watch and replied, "They should be arriving shortly. By the way, they have already sent me their resumes. Would you like to take a look?" "Sure." The office had been arranged by Jiang Wenhua, with the conference room already equipped with tables and chairs. They only needed to purchase a projector. As they walked into the conference room, Jiang Wenhua retrieved the resumes from his phone and handed it to Chen Zui. After reviewing them, Chen Zui commented, "The resumes are quite satisfactory." Jiang Wenhua smiled. "I have pre-selected them. I believe it is essential to prioritize quality over quantity for the foundational team of the studio." Not long after their discussion, a young woman entered the office, her bag slung over her shoulder. Noticing the absence of anyone, she cautiously called out, "Is anyone here?" Jiang Wenhua, hearing her voice, immediately rose to greet her. "Are you Cheng Tingting?" he asked with a smile. "Yes, that's me. Please come to the conference room. Our studio has just been set up, and we are only now beginning to recruit staff." Cheng Tingting stands approximately at 1 meter and 55 centimeters. She is not particularly tall and appears rather petite. However, in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, there are many girls with a similar physique. Cheng Tingting approached with measured steps, and upon entering the conference room, she discovered another individual seated inside. Chen Zui turned around and smiled, greeting her. "Hello." The moment Cheng Tingting laid eyes on Chen Zui, she immediately covered her mouth, revealing a look of sheer astonishment, stammering, "You." "Chen Zui, it really is you. The name of the studio contains mine. Could it possibly be a deception? Please have a seat." Both Chen Zui and Jiang Wenhua are novices in financial matters. Yet, Zhejiang University of Finance and Economics and Jiangxi University of Finance and Economics are reputable institutions in the field of finance. The initial accounts of the studio are unlikely to be overly complicated, so anyone with experience in finance should be able to manage. Thus, during the interview, Chen Zui only posed a few basic questions, while Jiang Wenhua had prepared in advance, asking several reasonably professional inquiries. As you can see, our studio is still in its nascent phase. It won't be particularly busy at the outset, so the remuneration won't be very high. I mentioned this before you arrived. I understand. When can you commence work at the earliest? I am still employed, and the transition may take some time. It should be at least 3 days, but no more than a week. Chen Zui interjected, "Your current salary must exceed what we offer, correct?" "Indeed. Then why do you wish to join us?" Cheng Tingting blurted. I am your fan. Moreover, working in an artist studio should be far more enjoyable than a company. Besides, I am currently on my own. I can manage my own happiness. Chen Zui smiled and refrained from further comment. After interviewing Cheng Tingting, the next candidate, Meng Jia, arrived shortly thereafter. Chen Zui and Jiang Wenhua repeated their previous inquiries, and before they knew it, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Which candidate should we choose, or perhaps both? Cheng Tingting seems agreeable, but as for Meng Jia, even if we wanted her, she might not be inclined to join us, Jiang Wenhua conceded. I sense her lack of interest in our studio as well. Let us proceed with Cheng Tingting. She should be able to handle the lighter workload initially. If more tasks arise later, we can always recruit additional help. Agreed. The morning passed in a haze. Upon returning to the dormitory for lunch, Chen Zui took a brief nap. When she awoke to discover pleasant weather outside, she called Fan Mingyuan and Jiang Mufan, inquiring if they wished to play some basketball. After they agreed, she also invited Jiang Wenhua, Su Fei, and Li Yi. The group convened on the playground and quickly organized a 3v3 game. Zhang Yong'an stood nearby with a camera, recording the proceedings. At one point, Chen Zui invited him to join the game, despite his eagerness to partake. He declined due to work obligations. The greatest advantage of youth lies in the boundless energy it provides. After an afternoon spent playing basketball, 6 individuals sat in a row on the lawn, sipping Red Bull and engaging in conversation. Chen Zui began Fan Mingyuan. I heard from Jiang Mufan that you've established a personal studio. Indeed, Chen Zui nodded. Currently, it is just me, Wenhua, and Mufan. We interviewed a financial officer this morning. Why didn't you inform me? Fan Mingyuan questioned. I've been too busy juggling classes, preparing for a show, and even enrolling for a driving license. There hasn't been time to discuss these matters with you. Mufan is in the arts department with fewer classes, so it's easy for me to guide him. Once my studio becomes established, you can join in at that time. Fan Mingyuan shook his head. I know nothing of the entertainment industry. I can't be of assistance. Don't say that. We're all friends. Throughout high school, the trio was inseparable, but even though their universities were merely separated by a street, their encounters diminished significantly. Chen Zui's rising fame instilled in Fan Mingyuan a sense of drifting apart from his longtime companion. However, upon hearing Chen Zui's words, he dismissed his thoughts. At that moment, Su Fei interjected, Chen Zui, if you become a star, will you frequently interact with other celebrities? Presumably, Chen Zui replied. Su Fei straightened his back, speaking earnestly. If you ever meet me, Fei, make sure to snag me an autograph photo. Just as Chen Zui was about to respond, Su Fei added, but you probably won't have the opportunity, given the disparity in your statuses. With calmness, Chen Zui replied, we met just last night. Cut it out, Su Fei retorted. Even Fan Mingyuan and Jiang Wenhua were skeptical. Chen Zui provocatively continued, it was she who reached out to me. Su Fei scoffed. She approached you to invite you to join her management company. Don't be ridiculous. But I declined. Keep boasting. I'm curious how far you can take this. I don't find her attractive at all. So even if she pursued me, I wouldn't harbor any feelings for her. Not even a little. Chen Zui spoke as if continuing a prior thought, yet it seemed like a soliloquy. Su Fei could no longer remain silent and rolled his eyes. Are you finished? Have you considered how unbelievable your words sound? Chen Zui chuckled, gazing toward the setting sun. Zhang Yong'an captured this moment with his camera. As the evening of Monday approached, Zhang Yong'an couldn't help but remind him, you have to record the main piece on Saturday. Are you not planning to write a new song? Chen Zui replied nonchalantly, there's no rush. Then on Tuesday evening, Zhang Yong'an prompted again, only 3 days remain, and you still haven't written a song? I've heard some competitors have already composed theirs. Chen Zui responded calmly, writing songs requires inspiration. It's not something that can be conjured at will. After hearing this, Zhang Yong'an felt it was futile to say anything further and silently empathized with Chen Zui. It was Wednesday morning when Chen Zui awoke to a text message regarding a delivery. He had not engaged in any online shopping recently, so it must have been the contract from Penguin Music concerning the streaming revenue. This was of paramount importance to Chen Zui, as it represented his sole avenue for income. Jiang Wenhua. Chen Zui called out a couple of times before Jiang Wenhua rubbed his eyes and propped himself up in bed. What's the matter? The contract has arrived. Come see it with me. But we have an early class at 8. Which is more important, attending class or earning money? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenhua quickly climbed down from the upper bunk, hurried through his morning routine, and they both left the dormitory together. On their way, Jiang Wenhua inquired, "Aren't you going to inform your camera instructor? I noticed he has been shadowing you lately." "No need. The actual footage will likely only make it into the program for about 10 minutes. I have enough material. Besides, I haven't even started writing the song yet. It's already Wednesday. No rush. I have everything under control." Upon reaching the office building, they retrieved the EMS package from the security desk and proceeded to the studio. Chen Zui opened the delivery bag to reveal 2 copies of the contract, stating, "Penguin Music has already affixed their seal. There are 2 copies. We only need to sign and stamp one to send back. Was it necessary to come this early? The priority is to ensure there are no unfavorable terms in the contract. I fear they might engage in legal jargon." Jiang Wenhua replied, "Such a large company is unlikely to do that, right? Being cautious is never a mistake." Chen Zui handed Jiang Wenhua 1 copy, and they began to read quietly from the first page. As 8 o'clock approached, Zhang Yongin sent a message to Chen Zui. "Weren't you supposed to attend the early class today? Why aren't you down yet?" Chen Zui replied, "Oh, I had to step out for a moment. You go ahead to the classroom and wait for me." Zhang Yongin responded, "Did we not agree that you would notify me if you were leaving?" Chen Zui replied, "It's a personal matter, and besides, it was just 7 when I left. I didn't want to disturb your sleep." Zhang Yongin said, "All right, then I'll wait for you in the classroom." A few days prior, while attending class, Zhang Yongin had been accompanying Chen Zui. With 1 less student, the teacher might take notice, but with an extra, the teacher would hardly mind. Furthermore, many classmates were aware that a camera instructor was now accompanying Chen Zui, and everyone was quite cooperative. Zhang Yongin hurriedly entered the classroom and took his usual seat, just as the class bell was about to ring. Anxiously, he sent another message to Chen Zui. "Where are you?" Chen Zui did not respond, and at that moment, the teacher walked into the classroom. Zhang Yongin grew increasingly anxious and sent one final message. "Your teacher is here." "Where are you?" Chen Zui replied, "There are quite a few matters at hand. I might not be able to make it, Brother Zhang. Since you're already in the classroom, could you kindly mark me present?" Zhang Yongin responded with disbelief. "I'm 35. You expect me to help you with attendance?" Angered, he began to type expletives. "I am a cameraman, not your classmate." Chen Zui said, "Brother Zhang, you're being a bit distant with that remark." He added, "I must go now. I'm busy." If it weren't for the bell ringing and the teacher already at the podium, Zhang Yongin would have rushed out to find Chen Zui. However, at this moment, he felt somewhat trapped. As per the usual protocol, the attendance check commenced before class. The teacher began calling out names from a list. Zhao Xiaolan, present. Li Hui, present. Zhang Yongin was in a quandary. If Chen Zui's name were called, should he affirmatively respond on his behalf? The thought of a 35-year-old man sitting in a university classroom calling out attendance for a 19-year-old student was utterly humiliating. It had been years since he felt such embarrassment. Yet, he soon realized that this dramatic scene might be precisely what the young audience desired to witness. So he held the chat record with Chen Zui up to the camera. At that moment, the teacher called out, "Su Fei, present. Li Ye, present." Chen Zui, Zhang Yongin, in a moment of folly, unexpectedly shouted, "Present." The classroom fell silent for a full 5 seconds. A girl in the front row turned to glance at Zhang Yongin before bursting into laughter. The sound of her laughter prompted others to join in, including the teacher at the podium. With only 12 men in the class, and their usual seating arrangements well known, it was clear who was absent or present, making Zhang Yongin's response on Chen Zui's behalf particularly absurd. His face flushed with embarrassment. "I can't believe I would find myself in such a shameful position in a classroom one day." Meanwhile, in the conference room, Jiang Wenhua frowned and remarked, "These subsequent clauses are overly formal. I cannot comprehend them." Chen Zui sighed, "We still cannot afford legal counsel. Let us proceed as is." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wenhua suddenly stood up, took out his phone, and snapped pictures of the contract before dialing his mother's number. He didn't use the speakerphone, but once the call connected, he called out, "Mom." Upon hearing this, Chen Zui immediately guessed his intention and sat quietly in his chair. Wenhua, why are you calling your mother so early today? Mom, I need your help with something. What is it? I'm sending you a contract. Could you find a professional to review the clauses for any issues? A contract? What contract? Mother, once you see it, you'll understand. I won't say much for now, as I have other matters to attend to. In the capital, Yang Yao sat in her car, feeling a sense of helplessness as she sighed after realizing the call had ended. After driving her Volkswagen Beetle into the courtyard of an establishment, she picked up her phone to view the images sent by her son. The nameplate at the entrance bore 10 prominent characters, the last 4 of which read State Administration of Radio and Television. At 2 p.m., Zhang Yong'an encountered Chen Zui once more. Upon noticing Chen Zui emerging from his dormitory with 3 roommates, Zhang Yong'an intended to greet him, but was taken aback by the sight of a guitar slung across Chen Zui's back. Realizing that he was finally embarking on his songwriting journey, Zhang Yong'an hastily retreated to his car to retrieve his camera. He followed Chen Zui and his companions to the lawn behind the library. This day marked the final day of October. Since the frost had descended the previous Tuesday, temperatures had dropped significantly. The morning air still held a hint of chill. However, the current temperature was just right, with the sun high in the sky and occasional breezes inducing an inexplicable sense of relaxation. Chen Zui was indeed eager to compose a song that afternoon, especially with the camera crew present. He had to maintain a fade, feigning inspiration. Chen Zui strummed his guitar for a while before using a lack of creative spark as an excuse to engage in a game of do di zhu with his 3 roommates. After dawdling for over half an hour, Su Fei received a call from the club and departed, while Li Yi retreated to the dormitory for a moment of privacy. As the sun neared the horizon, Chen Zui finally picked up his guitar, humming a rhythm while crafting the melody. Zhang Yong'an was acutely aware that while other footage might be edited out, this segment would undoubtedly be retained by the post-production team. Consequently, he sought to capture a beautifully picturesque shot. The backdrop featured a sunset-drenched sky, lush greenery in the distance, adorned with flowers, grass, pavilions, and a gentle breeze. As Chen Zui sat on the grass, gradually completing his composition, he then produced his phone and commenced writing lyrics. This process consumed considerable time. He occasionally glanced at the surrounding scenery and pondered deeply, a faint melancholy etched upon his face. Observing that Chen Zui appeared to have completed the lyrics, Zhang Yong'an advanced with his camera, simultaneously filming and reading the words. After just 2 lines, he was astounded. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have never believed that these lyrics were penned by a mere 19-year-old. Previously, he had doubted the existence of geniuses in this world. Yet in that moment, upon reading the words, he was convinced. Instantly, the unpleasantness of the morning faded from his mind. As he watched Chen Zui pick up the guitar once more, preparing to sing the song, he swiftly returned to the optimal filming position. 10 minutes later, Chen Zui rose and made his way back to the dormitory, with Jiang Wenhua nervously trailing beside him. Zhang Yong'an remained frozen in place for a while, before regaining his composure and hastily following with his camera. The next afternoon heralded a class on ideological and moral cultivation. Chen made a hasty escape, requesting Zhang Yong'an to drive him to the recording studio he had frequented several times before. In just an hour, he managed to finalize the accompaniment for the song. The swiftness was due to the studio's hourly charging system. Exceeding 1 hour would incur the cost of 2. Chen was keen to avoid wasting money. However, upon leaving the studio, Zhang Yong'an inquired, "Why did you choose to record the accompaniment here? The equipment is fully equipped, and the production team has prepared recording rooms for the contestants." "What?" Chen exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "No one informed me about this. Damn it, I've wasted 300 yuan. Zhang Yong'an found the situation both amusing and exasperating. The production team had arranged the recording studio from the very beginning to facilitate the contestants in songwriting. Yet it was evident that Chen Lin had failed to communicate this effectively. Indeed, as soon as Chen got in the car, he called Chen Lin. At that moment, she was with Lu Dan, reviewing the edited footage of the 4th episode. Surprised to see Chen's call, Chen Lin answered, "Why are you calling me?" "Chen Lin, why didn't you tell me that the production team prepared a recording studio for the contestants?" Speak up. Chen's voice escalated in frustration. Do you have any idea how much extra I spent because of you? Recognizing her mistake, Chun-Lin quickly replied, How much did you spend? I'll transfer it to you tonight. Chun sighed, Forget it. Forget what? I said I would transfer it, so I will. With that, Chen abruptly ended the call. Lu Dan, who had overheard their conversation, remarked with a smile, It seems you and Chen Zui get along quite well. Dunji, E. Lu Dan did not reproach Chen-Lin, but, glancing at the footage on the screen, asked with concern, Do you think viewers will criticize our production team when this episode airs? Probably not, but if I had to vote, I'd choose Chen Zui. Yet, personal preferences vary, and I'm not well-versed in music, so I can't predict how the audience will react. Lu Dan, aware of the circumstances, sighed. A hint of worry etched on her face. On Friday evening at 8, Dormitory 206 was once again filled to capacity as everyone eagerly awaited the airing of the 4th episode. Chen Zui, however, was disinterested, lying on the upper bunk, listening to music while messaging Yuan. What are you up to? Chen Zui inquired. Waiting for your show to update in the dorm, Yuan replied. The production team has a cameraman following them around, so I can't come find you. Just behave at school, Chen Zui advised. I know, Yuan acknowledged. Why don't you ever initiate a conversation? It's always me who has to reach out to you. I'm afraid you're busy, Yuan confessed. But I always respond when I see your messages. Oh, on the last night in the hospital during their previous life, Chen Zui had engaged Yuan in a lengthy conversation, during which he had posed a similar question. Why, over the years, have I not reached out to you? And yet you never sought me out? I do not seek my brother, not because he is unimportant to me, but rather because I am uncertain of my own significance. Upon hearing this response, Chen Zui remained silent for a prolonged period, tears streaming down her face. Yuan, upon witnessing Chen Zui's sorrow, attempted to comfort her while also wiping away her own tears. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zui pulled her thoughts away from the past and replied, Nonsense. Make sure to message me more often. Yuan asked, What if you find me bothersome? Chen Zui assured her, Never. That will never happen. In the next moment, Yuan sent images, asking, Brother, doesn't T the dog in the picture resemble our former pet, De Huang? She continued, I've encountered it several times near the school cafeteria. It seems like a stray, but it's quite plump. Yuan then inquired, Do you still remember De Huang? Chen Zui replied, Of course, I remember. De Huang left us when we were in our first year of high school. Yuan sent another image, saying, This noodle shop is delightful. I visited it with my roommates several times. Shall we go together next time? Chen Zui responded affirmatively, Sure. You still remember that I love noodles? Yuan replied, Of course, brother. You prefer your noodles without soup, and you never add cilantro or green onions. Chen Zui stared at his phone, momentarily lost in thought. Chen Zui, are you all right? Jiang Wenhua asked, noticing Chen Zui's reddened eyes. With a faint smile, Chen Zui shook her head gently. I'm fine. As the 4th episode premiered, Su Fei fast-forwarded to the later segments. He first watched the performance of Li Yuan, who had consistently ranked just below Chen Zui in popularity over the past 3 episodes. In the eyes of most, Chen Zui was a singular presence in the show, followed by Li Yuan, with the remaining contestants trailing behind. Thus, the only contender who could potentially alter Chen Zui's ranking was Li Yuan. This episode showcased a commendable performance from him, slightly better than his previous ones, garnering 275 votes. Quite impressive, considering Chen Zui had surpassed 290 votes in the earlier episodes. In the dormitory, a lively discussion ensued as they watched. Once Li Yuan concluded his performance, silence enveloped the room as anticipation mounted for Chen Zui's turn. The increase in comments on the screen was palpable as Chen Zui took the stage. Raise your hands if you fast-forwarded to this part. Brothers, Chen Zui's song is now available on Penguin Music. Front row selling cigarettes and sunflower seeds. Let us hear it again. After this brief interaction, Chen Zui commenced his performance. Once, unexpectedly, he and she fell in love, in an era free from hesitation as he began to sing. The comments on the screen unified in response. Perhaps the astonishing performance of Chen Zui in the previous episodes left the group in the dormitory rather subdued, as they quietly listened to the song without the usual exuberance. It wasn't until the mentor's feedback concluded that the screen displayed Chen Zui's vote count, 274 votes, that Cheng Mingue from the adjacent dormitory exclaimed, "How could this possibly be one vote less than Liu Yuan? What is going on? Is there a mistake in the back-end statistics?" This confusion was not confined to the dormitory. The barrage of comments on the screen was filled with question marks. 274 votes? Are you kidding? What a joke. Wait, Chen Zui is in second place? There must be some foul play involved. No matter what, he shouldn't have fewer votes than Liu Yuan. Viewers who had followed the show for the past few episodes were so disheartened by the outcome that they lost interest in the subsequent segment dedicated to the fifth episode's original theme, instead flocking to the comments section below the main footage. Meanwhile, Lu Dan was at the hotel perusing these comments. As the director, she needed to grasp the audience's preferences to make appropriate adjustments to the program's content. Before this episode aired, she anticipated such sentiments in the comments. But the intensity of the audience's emotions surpassed her expectations. As she scrolled through the comments, her frown deepened with every line. She had expected some opposing views, given that Liu Yuan surely had his share of fans. Yet the reality was a complete one-sidedness. Nearly everyone was rallying in support of Chen Zui, with some individuals even launching attacks against the production team in the comment section. After half an hour of scrutinizing the comments, Lu Dan, her expression grave, dialed number. "Hello, President Luo, I need to amend the program rules. Starting from the fifth episode, the voting of the mentors and music critics should be made public." "Why not? I understand that such a conflict might elevate the show's popularity for the next episode, but in the long run." "All right, I understand." That evening, Wang Chun from Chengxing Entertainment also received a phone call. After hanging up, he contacted the head of the company's public relations department, instructing him to assemble a group of online commenters to counterbalance the narrative in the comment section and prevent the audience from swaying the rhythm. He then sent a message to Duan Junsheng, asking him to reach out to Chen Zui once more. Upon receiving the message, Duan Junsheng indeed attempted to call Chen Zui, but it went unanswered, as Chen Zui had already succumbed to slumber by that time. The following morning, Chen Zui discovered the missed calls on his phone, while Duan Junsheng sent a message stating, "I will give you another chance. If you agree, my previous promise still stands." Chen Zui did not return the call, merely replying via text, "Get lost." During the recording of the fourth episode, after listening to Zhang Zihan's critique, Chen Zui had already foreseen that matters would unfold in this manner. Having recently faced threats from Duan Junsheng, a mentor on the show deliberately began to point out mistakes, leading any astute observer to deduce that Orange Star Entertainment was orchestrating events behind the scenes with Zhang Zihan as their pawn. A mentor's vote carries the weight of 10 votes. Thus, if even one mentor is compromised, the discrepancy could surge to 20 votes. Based on his own 274 votes, the addition of 10 votes would reflect the tally he rightfully deserved in the fourth episode. Anticipating this outcome, Chen Zui displayed little reaction following the broadcast of the fourth episode, continuing his routine of eating and drinking as usual. At 6:30 in the evening, Chen Lin arrived to escort Chen Zui to the recording backstage. As in previous episodes, after changing into his attire, Chen Zui quietly occupied his designated spot, awaiting the commencement of the recording. With fewer contestants present, the recording time on Saturday evening would be significantly reduced. What once required 3 hours could now be completed in half that time, compensating for the lost duration with footage of the contestants' creative processes, including material filmed by Zhang Yongin and the others. Once the production team was prepared, the recording officially began, proceeding in an orderly fashion. Having secured second place in the last episode, according to the rules established by the production team, Chen Zui was scheduled to perform second to last this time. In the initial 4 episodes, contestants had the freedom to showcase songs they had prepared beforehand, resulting in minimal disparity among performances. However, this episode required impromptu compositions based on themes drawn by the mentors, leading to a stark division in performance quality, particularly among those lacking in original songwriting abilities. Around 9:15, Chen Zui took to the stage, opting for a standing microphone and delivering a song that lasted merely 3 minutes. Upon finishing, some audience members remained silently contemplative, while others shed tears. Before the audience could fully regain their composure, Chen Zui, after bowing, inquired, "Teacher Zhang, may I ask how you perceive the lyrics of my song?" Zhang Zihan was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Chen Zui to pose a question to him first. Was this a reaction to his previous critique of the lyrics? Or did Chen Zui possess some foreknowledge? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Zhang Zihan struggled to respond until Wu Zhe, seated nearby, stepped in to provide assistance. However, when the voting results were announced, the overwhelming majority were left in shock, not due to Chen Zui's high score, but because his tally had increased by a mere 3 votes compared to the previous episode. The audience began to murmur among themselves during the recording, while the contestants backstage were bewildered. This song only garnered 277 votes? Are they serious? Chun Lin, concealed in a blind spot backstage, gazed at the numbers displayed on the large screen, his first thought echoing in disbelief. This is indeed a conspiracy. The atmosphere turned chaotic as the audience began to voice their doubts. In the control room, Lu Dan was taken aback upon witnessing the voting results. She had not anticipated such an outcome. The voice of a staff member soon resonated through the intercom. "Dan Jia, what should we do now? Quickly, have the Jian come on stage to calm the audience." At that moment, Chun Lin hurried into the control room, anxiously inquiring, "Dan Jia, what is happening? How could this song only receive 277 votes?" Lu Dan, preoccupied with thoughts of a solution, did not respond to Chun Lin's question. Her gaze was fixed on the monitor, contemplating a way forward. Meanwhile, as the audience engaged in hushed discussions and voiced their doubts, Chen Zui on stage smiled, a hint of disdain gracing his lips. Yet, the crowd's attention was not on him, and few noticed his smile. However, Lu Dan observed it distinctly. The moment she beheld Chen Zui's grin, an unsettling sensation washed over her. Could it be that he had orchestrated this? He must have anticipated interference with the voting results, crafting a song that could not possibly receive a low score, all to exacerbate tensions and incite the audience's fury, thereby solidifying the dark scheme. A chilling hypothesis took root in Lu Dan's mind. However, with no time to dwell on it, as all staff awaited direction and the show could not pause, she seized the microphone and announced, "De Jian, please inform the audience that there may have been an error in the vote counting, and we will recount shortly. Meanwhile, have a Yuan take the stage to ensure the program proceeds smoothly." Host De Jian promptly followed Lu Dan's instructions, soothing the audience's concerns before inviting Li Yuan on stage. As Chen Zui exited, he brushed past Li Yuan, who had been observing him intently, yet he did not spare him a glance. After Li Yuan performed his original piece, "Sending You 1,000 Miles," a dramatic turn of events unfolded. His vote tally stood at 278, just one more than Chen Zui's from the previous episode. It is worth noting that Chen Zui's earlier appearance had placed considerable pressure on Li Yuan, resulting in a less than stellar performance, compounded by the inferior quality of his song compared to Chen Zui's. Upon seeing this outcome, Chen Zui's smile deepened. Following Li Yuan's performance, Lu Dan made several calls to the higher-ups, still hoping to amend the program rules, but to no avail. Ultimately, she conceded. She understood that unless this matter escalated, the higher-ups would remain indifferent. Thus, she acquiesced. The recording concluded without a re-vote, and the 5th episode ended in this absurd manner. As Chen Zui stepped out from backstage, Chen Lin and Zhang Yongyan awaited him outside. Noticing Chen Lin's gloomy demeanor, Chen Zui mimicked her tone, quipping, "Who owes you money? Why the long face?" Chen Lin hesitated, unsure of how to respond. As a member of the production team, she could surmise that the results had been manipulated from above. Yet, she believed Chen Zui was merely feigning nonchalance while harboring deeper sorrow, and she felt a sense of injustice for him. The theme of the 6th episode is familial affection. Although this theme may appear expansive, it is, in fact, quite challenging to articulate. Contemporary popular music predominantly revolves around love, giving rise to 2 significant branches: melancholic ballads and love songs. Consequently, during the preparation for the 5th episode, many contestants exhibited solemn expressions upon encountering this theme. In the past week, Chen Zui maintained a remarkably ordinary routine. He rose early each day to jog, attended classes as usual, and spent his free time, like most university students, in his dormitory, watching videos listening to music, and occasionally strumming chords on his guitar. In the blink of an eye, Friday evening arrived. Even Jiang Mufan and Fan Yuan made their way to his dormitory, eager to witness the broadcast of the 5th episode. Simultaneously, after attending a commercial event, Miffy hurried back to a 5-star hotel, promptly using her tablet to watch the latest episode. Each episode is divided into 2 parts, from the 5th episode onward. The first part showcases the contestants' creative processes, while the second part features the official competition. Miffy held no interest in the other contestants, so as soon as the episode aired, she fast-forwarded to the moment Chen Zui first appeared on screen. While the other contestants were either holed up in their hotel rooms writing lyrics or composing in the recording studio provided by the production team. Chen Zui's situation was markedly different. As a university student, the post-production team was considerate enough to retain 4 segments featuring him. The first segment captured Chen Zui and Jiang Wenhua enjoying breakfast in the cafeteria, vividly illustrating Chen Zui's popularity on campus. Each time Chen Zui appeared, the barrage of comments increased. How fortunate his classmates are, seeing him in the cafeteria daily. Nostalgia for university days. I'm a senior this year, and I'm looking forward to university life next June. What a high rate of head turning. I'm from Polytechnic University, and Zhejiang Media is quite close. I want to catch him offline. The second segment showcased Chen Zui playing basketball with Jiang Wenhua, Fan Yuan, and Jiang Mufan. Zhang Yong'an recorded for an entire afternoon, and the post-production team selected some clips of Chen Zui making baskets, which attracted a flurry of comments from female viewers. Oh my, he's so handsome. I adore this look. Can we get Chen Zui a bit more screen time? I'm swooning. The third segment humorously depicted Chen Zui skipping class, with Zhang Yong'an assisting in marking his attendance. This segment was particularly entertaining, as the camera had already captured Zhang Yong'an's phone call to Chen Zui, revealing their conversation. Consequently, the comments were filled with laughter. The final segment featured Chen Zui sitting on the grass, composing a song. The scene was adorned with a setting sun, evening glow, willow trees, a pavilion, and lush green grass, all converging at this moment with Chen Zui cradling his guitar. It seemed as though the most exquisite elements of the world coalesced in that instant. The production team cleverly superimposed the lyrics, muting Chen Zui's performance to create suspense for the episode's conclusion. After the segment featuring Chen Zui concluded, the majority of the audience immediately clicked to the next episode, fast-forwarding directly to the moment he took the stage. Miffy was no exception. She picked up her tablet, sped ahead to Chen Zui's performance, and then paused, her gaze fixated on him. The large screen soon displayed the title of the song he was about to perform, Farewell. A title that, though simple, resonated with the episode's theme of parting. As Chen Zui grasped the microphone on the stand, he began to sing with deep emotion after the serene prelude. Beyond the long pavilion, by the ancient road, fragrant grass stretches to the horizon. The evening breeze caresses the willows, the sound of the flute lingers the sunset beyond the mountains. The lyrics, penned by the esteemed musician Li Shetong, known more famously as Master Hongyi, have been interpreted by countless singers in another world, earning immense acclaim. Yet, the most notable tribute came from the singer Pu Shu, who once remarked in an interview, "If I had written these lyrics, I would gladly die on the spot." This statement illustrates the profound value of the song's lyrics. Thus, when Chen Zui began to sing, the barrage of comments erupted. The screen was flooded with exclamations of astonishment and admiration, rendering Chen Zui's face nearly invisible unless one chose to disable the comments or switch to a simplified view. The combination of these poignant lyrics and Chen Zui's voice elevated the episode to unprecedented heights. No one anticipated that within the confines of the theme, Chen Zui could deliver such a remarkable piece. As the camera panned across the audience, every spectator was visibly moved by the song's emotion. Each line seemed to pierce through flesh, striking at the very core of their hearts, at the ends of the earth, in the corners of the world. Dear friends are few and far between. I ask you, when will you return? Do not linger on your way back. The song, though brief, left many feeling a sense of longing, as if something vital was missing. Comments flooded in. If a perfect score is 100, then this song deserves 120. This is truly the hope for the future of Chinese music. Are these lyrics even possible for a human to write? My grandfather, at 70, asked me the name of this song after hearing it. Astonishing, I got goosebumps all over. Is my body 19 while my soul is 90? This far surpasses the mediocre songs on music platform charts. After finishing the performance, Miffy's heart raced with excitement. She instinctively licked her lips, her eyes glued to Chen Zui on the screen, filled with yearning. Upon concluding the song, Chen Zui bowed respectfully to the camera and politely inquired, "Teacher Zhang, what do you think of my lyrics?" Zhang Zihan was momentarily at a loss for words. After Wu Zhe intervened to alleviate the tension, the program swiftly transitioned into the voting segment. The numbers on the large screen rolled for an extended period before finally settling at 277 votes. The expressions of both the television audience and those present at the venue mirrored each other, all wearing looks of bewilderment. What transpired? Did this song truly garner only 277 votes from you all? Are you deaf? At this moment, perhaps only MiFi comprehended the absurdity of this number. Prior to this episode's recording, Li Qin had contacted a total of 4 music critics, who collectively held 8 votes. Among the mentors was a representative from Orange Star Entertainment, whose single vote equated to 10. Therefore, in the absence of external interference, Chen Zui's authentic vote count should have been 295. After adding 18 votes to the initial 277, was it my vision failing, or were the audience, mentors, and critics all hard of hearing? Was there a miscalculation by the production team? During the recording, the host had mentioned that the votes would be recounted later. However, this segment was ultimately omitted from the final cut. Chen Zui swiftly exited the stage, and upon Li Yuan's entrance, he took 4 minutes to perform, sending you 1,000 miles. The lyrics need not be compared, for there was no basis for comparison. However, after listening to Chen Zui's previous performance, the disparity in vocal prowess became immediately apparent. Yet, the outcome was nearly incomprehensible to all present. Li Yuan astonishingly received 278 votes. As Li Yuan's vote count appeared on the large screen, it ignited a fervor akin to a lit fuse, with a barrage of comments flooding in. Black curtain. Within 2 hours of the program going live, 3 trending topics related to the show emerged on Weibo. 1. Chen Zui, second 2. Chen Zui, Farewell 3. New Generation Singer Black Curtain. The internet has an uncanny ability to amplify the fervor surrounding an event, making it known to all. Many who had not watched the show rushed to search for it upon seeing the trending topics, as it is in the nature of most Huaxia people to relish the spectacle. Initially, these 3 trending topics lingered at the bottom, but within half an hour, they simultaneously surged into the top 10. The fanbase of Chen Zui's social media platforms was visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. Whether it be Yuan, Junsheng, Orange Star Entertainment, or the higher-ups associated with MiFi and Ludan, they may have overlooked one crucial detail. In the entertainment industry, the audience always holds the highest authority. At 11 o'clock that night, Chen Zui's personal Weibo and Douyin accounts simultaneously released a video. Chen Zui himself did not appear. Instead, the video featured the text message sent by Yuan Junsheng, accompanied by the recording from Starbucks. Then there was a passage accompanying it. So, we can never conquer capital. Can we? But I still want to tell these people. Go to hell. The trending topic was already a blazing inferno. Chen Zui's post on Weibo, Douyin, was akin to dousing this fire with a barrel of gasoline. The comments section erupted. I knew there was a conspiracy. We support you. Keep it up. You will always be my number 1 in my heart. So fierce, yet I love it. Young people should not submit to capital. I also want to tell them to go to hell. This program is trash. Just withdraw from the competition. Support the withdrawal. Which agency does the person in the recording belong to? Watching a program late at night has me boiling with anger. Your post has me fired up. The entertainment industry is a garbage dump, filled with all sorts of rubbish. Don't ask why Chen Zui is being targeted anymore. It's because he hasn't signed with an agency. When Lu Dan saw this Weibo post, her heart sank. As expected, he had known all along. He deliberately held back for 1 episode before detonating this bomb at this moment. At that time, Chen Lin rushed in from outside, looking anxious. Danjia, it's bad. The program's phone lines are overwhelmed. In that instant, Lu Dan felt a sense of relief. After dialing a number, She succinctly stated, "President Luo, I believe you have seen the trending topic. If the following episodes cannot be entirely under my direction, I will issue a statement resigning from my position as director." The other end clearly realized the severity of the situation only after the trending topic arose. "Do as you see fit." 55 boiling frogs. Thus, the name Chen Zui swept across the internet. Jiang Wenhua stayed up until dawn, constantly monitoring the growth of Chen Zui's followers on both Douyin and Weibo, as these figures directly reflected his popularity. Overnight, Chen Zui's Douyin followers surged by 1 million, reaching a total of 2.37 million, while his Weibo followers surpassed 1.7 million. The speed of this follower increase could only be described as terrifying. The next morning at 9 o'clock, the official account of New Generation Singers released a joint statement across multiple platforms. "We sincerely apologize for the public sentiment arising after the broadcast of the 5th episode. The production team will temporarily adjust the competition rules. Starting from the 6th episode, the 4 mentors and 30 music critics will conduct an open vote following the contestants' performances, ensuring transparency in the voting process." At 9:30, Chen Zui received a call from Chen Lin, who meandered through a plethora of irrelevant details. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Chen Zui directly asked, "Did the director ask you to call me to forward the statement from the production team?" Chen Lin promptly replied, "Yes." Chen Zui knew well that some matters were not solely determined by the production team, so he readily shared the statement, adding the caption, "Some matters are not theirs to dictate." Lu Dan's sudden alteration of the rules was, indeed, within Chen Zui's expectations. If the voting were to remain confidential, the audience would undoubtedly accuse the program of harboring clandestine dealings. Conversely, should the voting be made public, the ire of the audience would swiftly be redirected towards the mentors and music critics. Ultimately, Lu Dan aimed to convey to the viewers that there was no manipulation of the voting process. Mi Fei had not anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. She had underestimated Chen Zui's capabilities and, even more so, his cunning tactics. The program had been recorded the previous Saturday, and with an abundance of insider information at his disposal, had it been someone else, the revelations would likely have surfaced online the very day of the recording. Yet, he deliberately postponed the disclosure until Friday evening, allowing public sentiment to brew before unveiling the evidence. This was clearly a premeditated strategy. Consequently, neither Orange Star Entertainment nor he could intervene in the recording of the show. Any attempt at interference would pose the risk of backlash. Moreover, this incident had catapulted his follower count by millions overnight, solidifying his persona as the young and audacious genius vocalist daring to challenge capital. This maneuver was undoubtedly more than a mere 2 birds with 1 stone scenario. Mi Fei was utterly captivated by him. She found herself wishing to strip Chen Zui bare, binding him securely with ropes, and meticulously studying him from head to toe. However, she understood that haste would yield no fruitful results. Initially, she had failed to gauge him accurately. Repeated attempts to approach him might yield the opposite of her intentions. Mi Fei resolved to take her time, waiting for him to truly enter the entertainment industry. Once he did, it would be her domain, where she could gradually ensnare him in her web. To her, all men were mere playthings, and she believed there was no creature that could not be tamed. Upon seeing Chen Zui retweet the production team's statement, she used her alternate account to follow his Weibo and Douyin, en route to the airport for a scheduled appearance. Mi Fei turned to Li Qin and instructed, from now on, if anything concerning Chen Zui surfaces online, inform me at once. Understood. As evening fell, Chen Zui arrived once more at the recording venue. The moment he entered the building, he became the focal point of everyone's attention. Paying no heed to their gazes, he navigated the backstage with ease, donned his headphones, and shut out the world. Lu Dan had initially intended to engage Chen Zui in conversation, but reconsidered. Everyone was astute enough to discern each other's thoughts, since it was clear that the voting had no ties to the production team. There was no need to squander words on clarification. When the time came, the show proceeded as planned. The performances of the contestants this episode could only be described as uneven. Overall, they paled in comparison to the previous episode. But this could not be attributed to the contestants themselves. as the theme of this episode was significantly more challenging than the last. The contestants of the show are, on average, no older than 24, an age when one is often preoccupied with romantic pursuits and may lack a profound understanding of familial bonds. Their expressions may either fall short of conveying genuine sentiment or lack emotional depth in their performances, with only a few displaying any notable talent, none of whom could be deemed exceptional in the realm of Chen Zui. As this episode progresses, only 11 contestants remain, and after the first 9 have performed, it is finally Chen Zui's turn. From the previous night until now, the fervor surrounding Chen Zui has reached remarkable heights. When he steps onto the stage, the audience's eyes shine with anticipation. Undoubtedly, Chen Zui can no longer be considered an underdog. This program has elevated him, just as he has elevated it. Without Chen Zui, the viewership of new generation singers would undoubtedly suffer a significant decline. Perhaps due to his overwhelming popularity, the 4 mentors refrain from speaking freely upon his appearance. He engages in only a brief interaction before concluding. However, just before the accompaniment begins, Chen Zui takes the microphone and delivers a poignant remark. This song is dedicated to someone very important in my life. Her parents are no longer with us, but I hope she can always be happy and joyful. After speaking, Chen Zui nods towards one side of the stage, and the music soon begins. While the title of the song, One Dish and One Side, illuminates the large screen behind him. As he grips the microphone, an extraordinary aura envelopes him, transforming his presence. Each time he raises the microphone, it is as if he becomes possessed by an unseen force, altering his expression and gaze. His voice, deep and resonant, seems to whisper intimately. With each sunrise and sunset at a modest square table, there is one dish and one side, a figure busily preparing. When the title appears on the screen, many in the audience may find it curious that the theme is family bonds, yet the song is titled One Dish and One Side. However, the initial lines quickly bridge the song to its theme. As Chen Zui sings, he conjures images in the minds of the audience, early morning or dusk. In the familiar kitchen of one's home, a beloved figure gracefully preparing the daily meals. Each person's mental image may differ slightly, yet the central character remains their mother. As the song progresses, these recollections become richer. Young individuals, burdened with bags, stubbornly venture out to seek work. They leave their hometowns, filled with dreams, yet neglect to glance back at the mother standing at the doorway, perhaps wiping away the tears of parting. The chorus elevates the emotional intensity. The moon shines bright, the breeze is gentle, yet you are knocking at my window. Upon hearing this, do not worry. I'm managing well enough. It is only when one steps outside that they realize the world beyond is not as splendid as imagined. The harshness of employers, the pressure from superiors, and the negativity from loved ones can all leave one gasping for breath in the struggle of life. Whenever the phone rings at home, and she inquires about your well-being, you always respond with an air of indifference, uttering, "I'm busy." Yet, your world is vibrant and colorful, while hers revolves solely around you. It is only when you have fulfilled your dreams and truly matured that you realize the person who brought you into this world may either have departed or grown old and frail. In pursuit of significant possessions, cars, houses, love, we spend our lives conforming to others' expectations, perpetually neglecting the individual who matters most. She has always been by your side, yet you have never shown her the care and consideration she deserves. The moon shines bright, and the breeze is gentle. It was she who cradled you to sleep while singing lullabies, cherishing every moment of your growth. But do you still remember her youthful countenance? As the final notes of the performance linger, Chen Zui stands on stage, exhaling a heavy sigh. An aura of melancholy envelopes the venue, and silence reigns for a prolonged moment. The camera sweeps across the audience, revealing tear-streaked faces. Many female spectators weep openly. The seasoned mentor, Chen Zui, is the first to break the silence with applause, prompting a cascade of enthusiastic clapping that resonates throughout the hall. Subsequently, the 4 mentors take turns lavishing praise upon Chen Zui, their compliments flowing generously. Even Zhang Zihan, who previously critiqued Chen Zui's lyrics as lacking substance, refrains from fault-finding after the update of public voting rules, instead extolling Chen Zui's originality and vocal prowess as if nothing had transpired. Chen Zui perceives Zhang Zihan's facade. He had previously witnessed the mentor's frustration during his own critique. However, what does it matter? Even if one feels displeased, one must endure quietly. Following the commentary segment, the voting commences. The large screen reveals the votes from both the mentors and music critics. All 4 mentors cast their votes, and among the 30 critics, only 1 abstains. Ultimately, an unprecedented high vote count of 295 is achieved during the program's recording. Upon seeing this figure, Yuan pales, as if a colossal weight has suddenly settled upon his shoulders, rendering him breathless. The contestants who performed earlier breathe a sigh of relief, grateful that they had taken the stage before him, pondering the immense pressure he would face had he performed afterward. As anticipated, Yuan falters when it is his turn to perform after Chen Zui. Overcome with anxiety, he forgets the lyrics midway, and although he improvises a line, the overall impact of his performance diminishes significantly. Ultimately, he secures only 255 votes, failing to even breach the top 5 among the 11 contestants. Once all performances conclude, it is customary to draw the theme for the next episode. Wu Zhe pulls the 5th episode's theme, followed by Zhang Zihan for the 6th. Now, it is Dan Mingming's turn to draw for this episode. However, prior to extracting the themes, the host, De Jian, returned to the stage to read a segment from a sponsor's advertisement, subsequently announcing on behalf of the program team that the difficulty level of the advancement round would be heightened. The 7th and 8th episodes would employ a more challenging question bank, not limiting the content, but rather constraining the musical style. Following the host's introduction, the large screen displayed the new question bank, revealing a markedly different array of themes. Previously, the topics revolve around broad themes such as parting, encounters, dreams, childhood, first love, high school, familial love, and friendship. Yet, the new question bank astonishingly included musical styles like pop, rock, folk, ancient style, rap, and classical, among others. It is important to note that even original singers have their own comfort zones. Some exclusively compose rock, others pop, and some folk. Writing songs based on broad themes was not particularly challenging, but restricting the musical style would not merely increase the difficulty slightly. It would multiply it manifold. I am at my wit's end. Please just end it for me. In this episode, 3 contestants were eliminated, reducing the number from 11 to 8, knowing that the initial number of participants was a full 60. The fact that these 60 individuals could be signed by management companies signifies their competence. Thus, after the elimination rounds and the first 2 advancement episodes, those remaining could indeed be deemed the elite among the elite. However, upon seeing the new question bank, every contestant's expression, save for Chen Zui's, soured considerably. The program team certainly knows how to play games. Do they not regard us contestants as human? Nevertheless, Mr. Ming, please select the theme for the next episode that the 8 contestants backstage will create. Ming stood up, counted down from 5, and at the moment she shouted stop, the large screen ceased its scrolling, revealing the prominent words, ancient style. A few contestants were left speechless upon seeing these 2 words. Chen Zui, of course, was aware that the theme for the 7th episode was ancient style. He even knew that the 8th episode's theme would be rap, which signifies the genre of hip-hop. The question bank was merely a formality, as these 2 themes had long been predetermined by the program team. In recent years, both ancient-style music and rap have surged in popularity. Various music platforms now feature dedicated categories with substantial audiences. While the question bank also includes niche music styles like classical and metal, these are merely for show. The program seeks to capitalize on trending styles, selecting themes based on which genres attract larger audiences. During the rise of Douyin, at least 5 out of 10 videos featured ancient-style music as their background score. As for rap, it requires no further elaboration. Back in 2015, the first domestic rap music program, entitled Hip Hop Planet, was born. 3 years ago, rap was still a niche genre, yet upon the program's debut, it garnered significant viewer affection. In the subsequent years, numerous platforms produced a plethora of rap programs, such as 8 Mile, Rap Era, Origin of Rap, and Black Boy. Many rap contestants, following the airing of these programs, smoothly transitioned into the entertainment industry, and the rap genre gradually became mainstream. After the recording concluded, Chen Zui calmly exited the recording building alongside Chen Lin. For the first 10 minutes, the two remained silent. It was only after the vehicle crossed the Qiantang River that Chen Lin took the initiative to inquire. I noticed other contestants seemed utterly flustered. Why do you appear so unperturbed? What reaction should I have? Chen Zui responded. Is it not challenging to compose a piece of ancient-style music within a week? I observed that you primarily performed pop music before. Not all difficult, he replied. Chen Lin fell silent for a moment before adding. Danji asked me to inform you that in the next 3 episodes, they will strive to include more of your footage. You can showcase your talents like those celebrities on reality shows. Chen Zui acknowledged. Yet in the ensuing week, he made no deliberate attempts to stand out. He merely visited the recording studio prepared by the production team on Friday afternoon. Impatient to create, he played the piano, experimented with the electric guitar, and even performed a segment on the eru. Ultimately, he devoted an hour and a half to skillfully crafting accompaniment using arrangement software. On Friday evening, the program was updated. Due to Chen Zui's soaring popularity from the previous week, the viewership for the 5th episode reached unprecedented heights, prompting many viewers to revisit earlier episodes. Upon the release of the 6th episode, numerous fans eagerly clicked to watch. In the girls' dormitory at Shida University, Yuan was among the first to open the 6th episode, quickly scrubbing through the progress bar, only to realize she had scrolled too far and hastily rewound a few minutes. She paused as Chen Zui stepped onto the stage. Following a brief interaction, Chen Zui grasped the microphone. This song is dedicated to someone very significant in my life, as he uttered these words. Yuan's eyes glistened with tears. She hugged her knees, gazing at Chen Zui on the screen. The moment he began to sing, her vision blurred to the point where she could barely see her phone. She understood that the person he referred to was none other than herself. Wiping her face, she buried her head between her knees, yet tears continued to flow uncontrollably, her body trembling slightly. Meanwhile, countless viewers captivated by the program were equally moved by the song. The lyrics were simple yet poignant, striking deep emotional chords. Coupled with Chen Zui's heartfelt vocal delivery, the song's emotions were rendered to perfection. Within just an hour of airing, the unedited performance segment quickly trended on Douyin, followed closely by the live version climbing the new song charts on QQ Music. Simultaneously, the charity gala hosted by Oriental Fashion Magazine was set to take place that evening. As one of the leading entertainment magazines, it held such charity events every 2 years, inviting various luxury brands as sponsors and many prominent celebrities from the industry to attend. The venue was adorned with a lengthy red carpet, with reporters from major media outlets eagerly awaiting on either side. After 8 o'clock, attendees began to grace the red carpet, starting with several emerging talents. Then, there are some second and third-tier celebrities within the industry, followed by seasoned artists, directors, and screenwriters. Finally, we arrive at the protagonist of the evening. A sleek black luxury vehicle came to a halt beside the red carpet, and as the door swung open, Miffy emerged, stepping out elegantly in her couture evening gown. Her foot adorned with red-soled high heels making contact with the ground. With the assistance of her agent, she gracefully alighted from the vehicle. The moment she appeared, the journalists and cameramen flanking the red carpet became electrified, their excitement palpable. The flashes of hundreds of cameras lit up the scene, momentarily blinding, yet Miffy, accustomed to such attention, maintained her composure, akin to those South Korean stars trained to withstand the barrage of light without so much as a blink for an extended period. Her gown trailed elegantly behind her as she strolled forward, pausing occasionally to greet her adoring fans. Miffy, could you please look this way? Miffy, may I have a glance? The cameras captured Miffy, flawless in every aspect, her features exuding an innate sophistication, slender brows and enchanting eyes that captivated every gaze. As she proceeded, she approached a few steps leading up, but unexpectedly, just as she was about to exit the frame, she stumbled slightly, falling onto the red carpet. This unforeseen incident triggered a flurry of flashes from the cameras. Journalists swiftly retrieved their phones to draft a headline. At the Eastern Fashion Charity Gala, Rising star Miffy unexpectedly tumbles. A glimpse beneath her gown. Miffy quickly lifted her gown and stood up and in full view of the crowd. She removed her 7-centimeter red-soled high heels, holding them in her hand as she continued forward. The reporters continued to compose their narratives. Post 95 Rising star Miffy, while walking the red carpet, experiences a heel mishap. Her response is surprisingly bold. She proceeded to the autograph board, where a staff member handed her a pen. After taking the pen, she inscribed her name in the center of the board. Shortly after, a male and female host began their interaction. Miffy, could you showcase your high heels for the camera? Miffy, with a hint of embarrassment, lifted her heels and sheepishly remarked, this gown covers the heels. So I wore a pair at random. I never anticipated they would break. How embarrassing. Laughter ensued, echoing the age-old adage that surprises can occur at any moment. Before you head inside, may we ask you a few questions? Certainly. The first question, which fans are most eager to know? After completing the unexpected Magpie, do you have any upcoming project for the latter half of the year? Most of my filming for this year is wrapped up, but I will be recording a few variety shows. Can you share which shows? That's currently a secret. Well, what have you been up to lately? Miffy chuckled. After finishing Don't Startle the Magpie, I've been resting at home. I even took a trip to Westlake recently. Oh, by the way, I've also been following a variety show. Oh, the host immediately inquired, which show is that? Miffy quickly replied, it's a talent show from Tudo called New Generation Singers. It's quite popular lately, and I particularly enjoy the songs sung by a contestant named Chen Zui. Just before walking the red carpet, I was listening to his music in the car. Let me recommend it to everyone, haha. Then we'll definitely check it out later. Su Fei, a devoted fan of Miffy, lay in bed after taking a shower that evening, scrolling through Douyin on his phone. After just a few posts, propelled by big data recommendations, he stumbled upon the video of Miffy's red carpet interview from that night. Upon viewing the video, he let out a scream as if someone had stepped on his foot, sitting up abruptly in bed. Hearing the commotion, Chen Zui, Li Yi, and Jiang Wenhua all turned to him, staring in disbelief. Jiang Wenhua grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. What the hell, it's past 10. Why are you shouting? Miffy, what about Miffy? During the interview, she mentioned Chen Zui. Huh, really? This is what happened tonight. Jiang Wenhua, still skeptical, quickly instructed, send the link to the group. Su Fei promptly shared the link in their dormitory group. Then he got out of bed, planning to find Chen Zui and persuade him to secure a few signed photos from Miffy when they next met. However, before he could reach Chen Zui's bed, Chen Zui's foot shot out. If you dare to climb into my bed, I'll kick you off. Su Fei chuckled sheepishly and quickly retreated. After watching the video at double speed, Jiang Wenhua exclaimed in astonishment, it's true. Chen Zui, Miffy really mentioned you. With that, he rewound the video a few seconds and turned the volume up to the maximum. After listening, Chen Zui rolled up his blanket and muttered a curse, crazy. Su Fei, Li Yi, and Jiang Wenhua exchanged glances, all puzzled. Who is he cursing? Su Fei assumed Chen Zui was directing his ire at Jiang Wenhua. Li Yi and Jiang Wenhua thought he was cursing Su Fei. Yet, none of them dared to consider that Chen Zui was actually cursing Miffy. What others failed to understand about Miffy's intentions, Chen Zui comprehended well. Her actions were meant to bolster her popularity, but deep down, she desired to create a sense of indebtedness, making it difficult for him to act against her in front of the cameras later. This woman, everything she says and does in front of the lens is driven by ulterior motives. 58. Commercial performance. A single remark from Miffy during the interview indeed garnered significant attention for Chen Zui. While others might have rushed to express gratitude on Weibo, Chen Zui, of course, would never do such a thing. The following evening, the 7th episode was recorded. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Wenhua brought delightful news to Chen Zui. He mentioned that around 6 o'clock, a man in his 40s had been brought to the dorm by a male classmate, claiming that their boss had opened a bar nearby and wished to invite Chen Zui to perform a couple of songs during the opening next Friday evening. Before departing, the man left a business card. Chen Zui took the card and promptly inquired, "Did you agree to this?" "Of course not. How could I without you?" Jiang Wenhua chuckled. "However, I inquired about the payment, and their boss is quite generous." "How much?" "For 2 songs, he offered 100,000. Had Chen Zui not previously been involved in the entertainment industry, he would likely have been astounded by such a figure. In commercial performances like this, top-tier celebrities typically refrain from participating as it diminishes the event's prestige. The appearance fee for first-tier singers generally hovers around $1.5 million, while second-tier singers usually command between $800,000 to $1 million, and third-tier singers fall within the range of $300,000 to $500,000. Thus, a mere $100,000 for 2 songs is considered the baseline within the industry. For an ordinary person, this could represent an entire year's salary. This is precisely why numerous young individuals relentlessly strive to enter the entertainment sector, even at great personal cost. Should I agree? He prompted. He wants a prompt response. Certainly. I am in dire need of funds. Jiang Wenhua smiled and swiftly dialed the number on the business card while Chen Zui took a shower. By the time he emerged, Jiang Wenhua had successfully negotiated the terms. Consequently, the following morning, at a bar near Impression City, a large poster was affixed outside, prominently featuring Chen Zui's photograph in the center. To the left was the bar's opening date, and to the right were several of Chen Zui's signature songs from the program, accompanied by promotional discount information for the opening. With 15 to 16 universities in the vicinity, the bar was strategically positioned to cater to the student demographic. Once the poster was displayed, numerous students passing by took photos to share on social media. Thus, word spread rapidly, and soon, students from nearby universities were well aware of the event. It is widely known that most university students have a penchant for gathering in crowds. With the program New Generation Singers currently airing, the fact that the most popular contestant, Chen Zui, would be performing at a bar close to campus was too enticing for students to resist. On Friday evening, around 5:30, Chen Zui led Jiang Wenhua, Jiang Mufan, and Fan Mingyuan in Zhang Yong'an's vehicle towards the bar. Su Fei was absent due to a prior commitment to practice for his second driving exam that evening, while Yi preferred to avoid such gatherings, often choosing to remain in the dormitory. We have to record the 8th episode tomorrow. Can you manage this, Chen Zui? Jiang Mufan expressed concern. Chen Zui replied with a smile. After singing, I'll head straight back to school. Besides, participating in the program is ultimately for financial gain. If I can earn a bit earlier, why not seize the opportunity? Exactly. Fan Mingyuan immediately remarked sarcastically. Earning $100,000 just by singing a couple of songs? Who wouldn't be delighted? Jiang Wenhua patted Fan Mingyuan on the shoulder and chuckled. Brother, do not harbor jealousy. If you're not capable, you could always participate in a show. Jiang Mufan sighed softly. With his abilities, even if he resorted to selling himself, no one would want him. Jiang Mufan, I speak only the truth. I'll kill you. Come on, come on. In the passenger seat, Chen Zui expressed his exasperation. All right, enough of your bickering. Old Zhang, didn't you say we'd arrive in just a few minutes? Why are we still not there? Did you not notice the traffic? Who would have thought there would be so many cars today? Surely, they can't all be heading to the bar, can they? Does Chen Zui possess such influence? Jiang Wenhua replied with a smile. One can't be too sure. He is indeed a man whom even Miffy is following. Jiang Mufan's words rang true. Today, the roads were congested, with most of the vehicles indeed heading towards the bar. Normally, hailing a rideshare nearby would take mere seconds, but now, waiting over 10 minutes for a ride was fruitless. Once Zhang Yong'an finally drove Chen Zui and the others to the bar, Jiang Wenhua placed a call to the bar's manager. Shortly, 2 staff members arrived to discreetly escort Chen Zui's group to an upstairs room. The bar typically reaches its peak hours after 10 in the evening. Yet even at 6, the first floor was already overflowing with patrons. After a few minutes on the sofa, the door of the room swung open. The middle-aged man who had sought out Chen entered first, but remained silent until a woman of indeterminate age followed him in. He approached Chen Zui, shook his hand, and gestured towards the woman, introducing her. This is our bar's owner, Sister Ma Qiji. Ma Qiji stepped forward, extending her right hand. Hello, I'm also a fan of yours. Chen Zui politely responded with a thank you. After shaking hands, everyone settled back down, and Chen Zui directly inquired, when do you need me on stage? At 8:30. 8:30? Ma Qiji replied with a smile. Tonight marks the release of the 7th episode of New Generation Singers. At 8, I will have the episode played, and then you can take the stage. All right. The middle-aged man appeared to be in his 40s. But since he referred to her as Sister Ma Chiji, it suggested that she might be approaching 50. Yet, she did not resemble a woman of that age. Her heavy makeup and luxurious attire indicated her affluence. During the wait, her keen eyes frequently glanced at Chen Zui, unabashedly and without any embellishment. As 8 o'clock approached, the sounds of the DJ echoed from downstairs. Hearing the commotion, Ma Chiji stood up, smiling. "Let us step out and see how many people have come for you." The group exited the room and stood behind the railing, peering down. Below, a sea of heads bobbed. Both the VIP and public areas were teeming with people. As the original DJ stage illuminated, a colossal high-definition screen descended, showcasing the recently updated 7th episode. Fast forward. The audience, drawn by curiosity, eagerly shouted for the playback to accelerate. The staff complied promptly, dragging the progress bar to the segment featuring Chen Zui. Although the footage, all shot by Zhang Yong'an, lacked any particular distinction, the spectators below watched intently, their focus unwavering until Chen Zui arrived at the recording studio. When they beheld him experimenting with an array of instruments, they erupted in admiration, their fervent comments scrolling rapidly across the screen. How can he master everything? You can play guitar and piano, but he can also play the arrow? So handsome. Truly adds to his charm. Undoubtedly a musical genius. Following the conclusion of the previous episode, the performance segment commenced, themed around ancient styles. Observing from beginning to end, many contestants' songs bore striking similarities. As most contemporary ancient music tends to echo one another, the lyrics often flaunted elegant vocabulary, devoid of meaningful context. Common themes included references to Jiangnan, young masters, beautiful maidens, partings, as well as mentions of Chang'an, 3 lifetimes, and old dreams of the mortal realm, among others. However, at this moment, returning to the beginning was impossible. The staff once again advanced the progress bar to the finale. Chen Zui rose to the stage, and as the accompaniment began to resonate, 3 ink-wash characters slowly materialized on screen. Dong Feng, Pa. In the lower left corner, it indicated that the lyrics, composition, arrangement, and vocals were all the handiwork of Chen Zui alone. As he opened his mouth to sing, the previously raucous bar fell into an immediate hush. The entirety of the venue became enveloped in Chen Zui's mellifluous voice, a solitary lamp of longing, standing alone at the window, while I hide behind the door, pretending you have yet to depart. The familiar place feels like a revisit. The full moon brings greater solitude. The candlelight at midnight awakens me, unable to blame myself. Selling art, not selling oneself. This song stands as a seminal work of national-style music. With Dong Feng Pa, follow the likes of Lan Tingsu, Qinghua Ci, and many more. This world is not devoid of fusion musical creations. Artists from the West, with their R&B and K-pop from Korea, mimic whichever foreign song gains popularity. So-called ancient-style music often appears ornate, yet is fundamentally lacking in substance, merely a lamentation without cause. However, Dong Feng Pa is different. This song, rooted in Su Shi Dai Lianhua with the line "The east wind blows away 1,000 lines of tears," masterfully intertwines ancient poetry within its lyrics. Each line, when savored, conjures a vivid, antique scene in the mind's eye. Rather than merely an ancient-style song, it can be regarded as the purest form of national-style music. Who is playing a tune on the pipa, East Wind Breaks. As the maple leaves color the story's conclusion, which I have seen through, I guide you along the ancient path outside the fence, through the years of desolation, where even parting is shrouded in silence. As the last notes of this song faded, the atmosphere in the bar mirrored that of the previous Saturday's recording. Brief silence followed by an eruption of enthusiastic applause. The comments scrolled by at a dizzying pace. This song had truly elevated the spirits of the viewers tuning into this episode. Listening to celestial melodies, one's ears become enlightened. Wow, I used to think all ancient-style songs were dreadful. This is a pure dimensional assault. To be honest with this song's debut, the ancient-style music scene will need a complete overhaul. As expected, the newcomer that Miffy has been following is extraordinary. Incredible, my friend. Zhang Yong'an stood nearby, capturing the frenzied scenes in the bar with his camera. After this performance concluded, a DJ clad in casual attire took to the stage, microphone in hand, shouting, "Was that song enjoyable?" "Yes." "Would you like to hear another one?" "Yes." The bar owner, Maggie, smiled and said, "Superstar. It's your turn." Chen Zui nodded. A middle-aged man promptly led Chen Zui downstairs. Today marks the grand opening of Z1 Bar, and we are fortunate to have invited Chen Zui to the event. Now, let us summon Chen Zui to the stage with resounding cheers, shall we? The lower floor erupted into chaos. Fan Mingyuan was bewildered. Is this really my good friend who used to make me pay for his milk tea? How did he gain such popularity? The middle-aged man brought Chen Zui to the first floor, and amidst the audience's cheers, Chen Zui appeared on stage. After the DJ handed him the microphone, he swiftly exited. "Hello, everyone. Hello." The bar was now brimming with 1,000 to 2,000 people, and even now, there were countless patrons pushing their way inside. Chen Zui grasped the microphone and quickly engaged the crowd. "Here, as a live rendition of East Wind Breaks, you are the first audience, apart from the production crew, to hear this song live." Jiang Mufan, watching from above, couldn't help but remark to Fan Mingyuan, "Don't you think Chen Zui seems like a different person now that he is on stage?" "Huh? What did you say?" The noise was overwhelming, and Fan Mingyuan could scarcely hear. Jiang Mufan rolled his eyes, playfully punched Fan Mingyuan, and then turned his gaze back to Chen Zui. As the accompaniment began, Chen Zui performed East Wind Breaks once more. Although the sound quality was significantly inferior compared to the production team's professional equipment, Chen Zui made not a single mistake. For the duration of this 4-minute song, he was the sole focus of the bar. Over 90% of the audience held their phones aloft, recording the moment. Do not underestimate the group of female university students downstairs. Even the nearly 50-year-old proprietress, Maggie, is filled with youthful longing, wishing she could turn back the clock by 20 years. According to prior arrangements, this evening 2 songs are to be performed, with East Wind Breaks being one of them, and another must follow. Initially, it would have been feasible to reprise a song previously sung on stage. Yet Chen Zui chose not to do so, as it would render the performance devoid of intrigue. Therefore, he resolved to present a song he had never performed before, specifically a traditional style piece. This way, once the video is uploaded online, netizens would surely discuss how other contestants struggle to compose even a single traditional song in a week, while he has managed to write 2. Choosing which song to perform caused Chen Zui considerable deliberation. Hair Like Snow, Drunken Red Cliffs, Flower Field Mistake, and Rain on Qingming are all exquisite traditional songs. However, presenting such esteemed pieces on a commercial stage seemed rather unwise. To put another way, offering these songs for 50,000 yuan would diminish their artistic value. Thus, Chen Zui decided to select a song of slightly lesser quality, ensuring that he could stir up conversation while still maintaining his integrity. With this in mind, he quickly made his choice. He would sing Sorrow of the Departed. Indeed, this song is performed by a web artist humorously dubbed the Music Tailor, due to its numerous segments resembling other songs. However, the landscape has changed now, as those other songs no longer exist in this world. Moreover, a significant reason for selecting this piece is that it was released during the vigorous promotion of Douyin, when the platform was still in its purest form, dominated by technical artistry rather than the current trend of suggestive performances. At that time, Sorrow of the Departed was among the most popular background tracks on Douyin, and reviving it might even propel it onto trending lists. Do you recall the 2018 videos featuring individuals donned in fox masks, with Sorrow of the Departed as the background music? The song to be performed next is titled Sorrow of the Departed, a traditional piece, and today marks its premiere performance. Please bear with me for a moment. Prior to this journey, Chen Zui had instructed Jiang Mufan regarding a particular task. Consequently, Jiang Mufan had descended the stairs, presenting Chen Zui with a mask and a wine jug he had prepared in advance. The instant Chen Zui donned the mask, the accompaniment began to play. The lights dimmed, leaving only a solitary spotlight on the stage. As spring fades, white hair becomes a symbol of solitude and reflection. A strand of sorrow is severed. As he transitioned into the chorus, concluding the lines about how the living are frilier than withered leaves and yellow flowers, the music abruptly ceased. Chen Zui stood at an angle on stage, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, raising the jug filled with mineral water high. The liquid flowed from the spout and into his mouth. After savoring this sip of wine, the accompaniment and Chen Zui's unrestrained voice resonated simultaneously. I should wander the rivers and lakes, drinking a jug of murky wine, gazing at the sorrow deep within the blossoms. The audience erupted in fervor, utterly captivated. The air was filled with incessant screams and shouts. Jiang Wenhua, upstairs, could only stare in disbelief. How could this individual master the art of stage effects? It was utterly captivating. After the conclusion of the song, Chen Zui, escorted by the bar security, took an eternity to depart from the stage. Following his exit, the audience in the bar began to inundate social media with posts. The live version of East Wind Breaks is absolutely mesmerizing. Does anyone understand? I actually heard Chen Zui's new song at a bar tonight. Totally worth it. More exhilarating than attending a concert. Ladies, tonight I was utterly dazzled by Chen Zui. He truly stands at 1.8 meters. He is genuinely handsome, and his singing is exquisite. Wow. The atmosphere here surpassed that of a concert. Tonight was immensely enjoyable. I become a fan. His skills are astonishing. In the parking lot, before heading back to school, Machi emerged from a bar and extended her hand once more. Thank you for tonight. No need to mention it. I was merely fulfilling my duties. It's all part of the job. As Chen Zui clasped her hand, a fleeting frown crossed his brow, yet it quickly dissipated. I will ensure the payment is sent to you tonight, so I shan't accompany you further. All right, thank you. Chen Zui turned and entered his vehicle. Once on the highway, he released his fist and unfolded a crumpled business card, which bore a small inscription. Hilton 1606, come, and I will give you 1 million. Chen Zui chuckled, retrieved his phone, and sent a few messages to the number on the card, then tore it to shreds and tossed it out of the window. Apologies. I sell my art, not my body. 60. I could compose this trivial song in mere moments. On his way back to school, Chen Zui requested Zhang Yong'an to extract the video from the bar. Upon returning to his dormitory, he promptly uploaded videos of East Wind Breaks and Lover Sorrow to his Douyin account. Following the airing of the 7th episode, the search volume for East Wind Breaks surged to the top on Penguin Music. Amidst this fervor, the video of Chen Zui's performance at the bar was swiftly promoted, with likes, comments, and shares all rapidly escalating. Merely 10 minutes after posting, both videos garnered over 10,000 likes. At around 10:40 in the evening, the comment section for the Lover Sorrow video saw a new entry, consisting of just 2 simple words, Mi Fei, handsome. Due to the fact that this comment was posted by Mi Fei, the video's popularity soared, propelling it onto Douyin's trending list that very night. Chen Zui contemplated blocking this woman, yet he understood that doing so could yield adverse consequences. As Su Fei had noted, their statuses differed vastly. Should he choose to block Mi Fei, the media would undoubtedly accuse him of being pretentious. His studio lacked even a public relations department. An incident of this nature could have detrimental effects on his career. Thus, he resolved to act as if he had not seen it. Chen Zui was scrolling through the comments when he stumbled upon a particular remark. Intrigued, he decided to respond, declaring that such a mediocre song he could compose in a heartbeat. This reply promptly ascended to the 2nd position in the comment section, inciting a flurry of amusing reactions from other netizens. Such a mediocre song? Are you really referring to your own work as mediocre? If you can write it so easily, then go ahead. How dare you utter such words? Truly audacious, yet I admire it. Should we go to Zhejiang University to confine Chen Zui and compel him to write songs daily? Anyone interested in partnering up? Undoubtedly, the most outstanding newcomer in the entertainment industry over the past 5 years, without exception. The comments from both Mi Fei and Chen Zui significantly heightened the video's popularity, leading to his inevitable trending status. In recent years, with 2 or 3 talent shows airing annually, the audience had grown weary of the format. Consequently, even the champions of these programs struggled to make waves in the entertainment realm post-debut. However, Chen Zui's emergence marked a historical moment. To the viewers, he was both handsome and audacious. Unlike other newcomers who typically exuded meekness and humility before the camera, Chen Zui's outrageous confidence set him apart, rendering him all the more genuine. He might very well be the most popular rookie in the past 3 years, even before officially debuting. The following morning, Chen Zui rose early as usual to jog at the track. Not long after his arrival, a crowd of over 100 people gathered. It was a Saturday, a day when the track typically saw minimal activity, especially in the early hours. Clearly, these individuals had come solely for Chen Zui. Some classmates discreetly took photos from a distance, while the bolder ones decided to jog alongside him, and a few social butterflies approached him directly. Being fellow alumni, Chen Zui found it difficult to refuse their requests for autographs and photographs. In the evening, he headed to record the 8th episode, with only 7 contestants remaining. Despite the extended commentary segment, the recording time was significantly shortened. Filming commenced at 8 o'clock and concluded by 9:15. The 9th episode would be the grand finale, with no restrictions on song creation, marking the near completion of Zhang Yong'an's role. Just as Chen Zui was preparing to leave, Chen Lin rushed over, exclaiming, "Chen Zui, I can't take you home tonight." "What's wrong?" The show's popularity has exceeded expectations, and the format for the 9th episode may undergo changes. At the very least, the recording venue will need to be rebuilt. "I'll call a car for you. You can head back on your own," said Chen Zui. He nodded and replied, "It's fine. I'll call one myself. I'm not as financially constrained now." "All right, I'll be off then." As Chen Zui exited the recording building, a gust of chilly wind greeted him. It was mid to late November, and the temperature had already dropped to single digits. He tightened his clothing, donned a mask from his pocket, and proceeded to the roadside to await his ride. Once inside the vehicle, they drove along the national road towards Xiaxia. As they passed the Qiantang River, Chen Zui suddenly removed his headphones and addressed the driver. "Sir, let us not go to the media college. Just drop me off at the entrance of the normal university." "Sure thing." Approaching the university gate, Chen Zui called Su Yuan. After disembarking, he waited just a few minutes before Su Yuan came rushing over from the dormitory. She wore a gray sweatshirt layered under a short black coat. This sweatshirt had been her companion since her 3rd year of junior high, and she would bring it out each year when the weather turned cool. "Brother, are you cold?" she asked. "Not at all," Su Yuan replied with a smile, shaking her head. Chen Zui extended his right hand, commanding, "Give me your hand." Su Yuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately placed her small hand in his palm. He squeezed it gently and remarked, "You still claim you're not cold. Your hands are ice cold." Su Yuan quickly withdrew her hand and changed the subject. "Aren't you recording a show tonight?" "I finished recording. On the way back. I thought it had been a while since I last saw you, so I came by." "Oh, let us go. Didn't you mention a noodle shop that's really good? Take me there." Su Yuan's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, "Sure." Having lost their parents at a young age, Su Yuan had taken on some household chores early on. Even in the dead of winter, she often had to wake up early to wash clothes by the well. Whether it was her innate constitution or a result of her upbringing, her hands and feet were always cold during the winter months. Noticing her brisk pace, Chen Zui suddenly quickened his steps and took her hand, slipping it into his coat pocket. "Why are you walking so fast?" "Oh, I'm not in a hurry. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I have no plans." "Oh." The streetlights elongated their shadows as they walked in silence, both seemingly reluctant to disrupt the tranquility of the moment. The noodle shop lacked an LED sign, and Chen Zui didn't pay attention to its name. However, at this hour, it was devoid of customers, save for a young girl sitting quietly in the back, diligently working on her homework. Su Yuan guided Chen Zui to a seat before rushing to the kitchen entrance. Calling out to the owner, "Boss, 1 bowl of beef noodle soup, please, no cilantro and no green onions." "All right, just sit outside for a while." Before recording the program, Lao Wu sent several voice messages, which Chen Zui could only listen to now. It turned out that Lao Wu had seen an increasing number of discussions about her online and was uncertain whether this was a good or bad thing. So she sent the messages to inquire. After listening to the voice notes, Chen Zui promptly returned the call. At that moment, Lao Wu and Lao Chun were already lying in bed, preparing to sleep. Upon seeing their son's call, Lao Wu playfully slapped Lao Chun and exclaimed, "Our son is calling. Quick, turn on the light." The couple swiftly sat up in bed. "Hello, son. Mom, I just finished recording the show and am having something to eat. You don't need to worry about what's happening online. I know how to handle it. Just trust me and Dad. Be cautious out there, and don't let anyone deceive you. Don't worry, I won tea. What are you up to now? Oh, I'm in a noodle shop with Su Yuan. After saying this, Chen Zui held the phone near Su Yuan's mouth and shot her a glance. Su Yuan immediately called out, Andy, it's good that you two are together. Enjoy your noodles, and make sure to return to the dormitory early to rest. Sure thing. Lao Wu and Lao Chun had rarely left their mountain city and knew little about the entertainment industry, while others admired Chen Zui's sudden fame. The couple felt a tinge of concern. For them, their utmost wish was for Chen Zui to complete his university education and then secure a respectable job. However, they never imposed their aspirations on him. They simply believed that he was now an adult and had the right to take charge of his own life. Before long, the round-bellied owner brought over a bowl of beef noodle soup. After placing the noodles on the table, the owner wiped his hands and cheerfully asked, Are you students from the normal university? Chen Zui replied, She is. My daughter just started middle school this year, and she has a problem she can't solve. Would you be able to help her? This bowl of noodles is on me. Su Yuan readily agreed. Come here and let this sister teach you. The Shai Tao who had been diligently completing her homework, approached with a test paper in hand. Upon seeing the questions, Su Yuan patiently began to explain them. She was thorough in her explanations, and Tao Yuer listened intently. The owner watched this scene unfold with delight and took a seat beside them. Once Su Yuan finished explaining the problem, Tao Yuer sweetly said, Thank you, sister. Not at all. Noticing how well-behaved she was, Chen Zui casually pulled a throat lozenge from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, Study hard and aim for a good university in the future. Thank you, brother. Chen Zui smiled and returned to his noodles. Su Yuan, having had her dinner earlier, only ordered a bowl of noodles but sat across from Chen Zui, watching him the entire time without taking out her phone. Only when Chen Zui finished his meal did Su Yuan cautiously ask, Brother, was it delicious? Chen Zui nodded. Next time I have noodles, I'll come here again. As Su Yuan smiled brightly, her gentle eyes sparkled more beautifully than the moon on that night. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Zui received a message from Chen Lin, informing him that they had concluded their meeting. It was confirmed that the 9th episode of New Generation Singers, the final installment, would undergo a last-minute change in format. Instead of the previous pre-recorded approach, the 9th episode will be transformed into a live broadcast, featuring not only the 4 mentors, but also an additional 4 esteemed guest singers performing on stage. These guests would not influence the 5 finalists' progression to the championship. Their role was purely that of performers. In essence, the sponsors believed the show had gained significant popularity, and transitioning to a live format aimed to attract a surge of viewers, requiring a membership to watch the grand finale. Moreover, inviting 4 prominent singers was a strategy to extend the broadcast duration, as merely allowing the 5 contestants to perform might result in a broadcast lasting merely half an hour. The addition of 4 singers would enrich the event with more highlights. The absence of a recording requirement meant that Chen Zui would enjoy a 2-week respite. That evening, he retired early to bed. The following morning, he, along with Jiang Wenhua and Jiang Mufan, headed to the studio. Since joining Chen Zui's bustling studio, Cheng Tingting felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Previously, her job entailed a 9-to-6 routine, often accompanied by overtime, and the financial supervisor was a lecherous man whose language frequently included inappropriate remarks. Cheng Tingting once witnessed him watching adult films during work hours, which led her to avoid him at all costs, resulting in her facing undue pressure. Frustrated, she sought employment online, unexpectedly discovering a financial position at Chen Zui's studio. After 10 days of employment, she found herself the sole occupant of the studio, free from clocking in or working late, a truly delightful experience. Good morning, boss. Even before the airing of the first 2 episodes of New Generation Singers, Cheng Tingting had been an enthusiastic follower of the show and had long since become an admirer of Chen Zui. Upon seeing him at the studio while he was filling up a kettle, she greeted him with a bright smile. Good morning, Chen Zui replied with a grin. Shall we convene for a brief meeting? Absolutely. The studio, currently comprising just 4 members, appeared somewhat modest. However, being in its nascent stages, the company's finances had dwindled to only the initial registered capital and the earnings Chen Zui garnered from nightclub performances, leaving them unable to establish a fully fledged studio. Let's discuss 3 matters. Being young and straightforward, Chen Zui wasted no time and directly addressed the group. I have left my business collaboration contact details on my account. Wenhua, you might receive some calls during this period. If there are any performances similar to those of the nightclub, we are open to opportunities beyond Hangzhou and neighboring provinces as well. Understood. Moreover, my song has ascended the charts on Penguin Music, achieving a commendable rank. Thus, it is plausible that other artist management companies may reach out to us for cover authorization. I have already established the copyright fee, so you should negotiate with them according to my specified price. Understood. Chen Zui, with a serious demeanor, gazed intently at Cheng Tingting and stated, Cheng Tingting, your responsibility is to clarify the company's accounts. We adhere to one principle. We shall never evade taxes. Cheng Tingting responded with an okay gesture, affirming, understood. Additionally, the 3 of us cannot come here every day. There may be tasks that require your assistance in operations. However, rest assured, our studio will soon expand in personnel. I share the same sentiment. Chen Zui had been at the studio for approximately an hour and a half when he was preparing to leave, only to be interrupted by the melodious chimes of Jiang Wenhua's phone from his pocket. This phone card was specifically designated for work, so upon hearing it ring, he expressed his surprise. Could it be such a coincidence? Jiang Mufan nudged him. Answer it promptly. Jiang Wenhua cleared his throat before finally answering the call. 5 minutes later. What's the news? It's a commercial performance, but it's not in Hangzhou. We're then in the Magic City. Jiang Wenhua quickly replied. It's scheduled for next Tuesday at a bar celebrating its anniversary. They specifically requested you to perform the songs Moonlit Night, The Wind Rises, and Melancholy of the Departed. This time, I quoted 200,000 directly. Both Chen Zui and Jiang Mufan exclaimed in unison. Did they agree? They did, and quite readily. I even doubted whether I should have quoted higher. The video from Friday's bar performance has gone viral across the internet, and it is clear they recognized his rising influence, which is why they approached him. At this juncture, requesting 200,000 is, in fact, rather conservative. So, we shall take the high-speed train to the Magic City on Tuesday afternoon. They mentioned they would arrange for a vehicle to pick us up. Very well. Later that evening, around 9, Miffy languidly reclined on the single sofa on the balcony, basking in the night breeze from the Huangpu River. Beside her, a 6-figure sound system was playing Chen Zui's rendition of The Wind Rises on a loop. Chen Zui contributed numerous original songs to the program. Yet Miffy's favorite remained this particular piece. She felt it conveyed a profound narrative, and she adored the subtle sadness that graced Chen Zui's face while he sang it. In the entertainment industry, there are countless rising stars, yet few possess the mature and composed aura that Chen Zui emanates. Miffy believed that his lyrics were imbued with stories, suggesting that he himself must harbor many tales. Miffy. Noticing Miffy lying motionless on the sofa, Li Qin rose to lower the volume of the sound system. She stepped onto the balcony and announced, Chen Zui is coming to the Magic City. Miffy furrowed her brow, instantly opening her eyes to inquire, what brings him to the Magic City? ISNT the program, yet to be completed? In Huangpu District, a bar is celebrating its 5th anniversary tomorrow night and has invited him for a performance. I just stumbled upon this bar promoting itself on Zaihongshu. Miffy chuckled, Huangpu District? That's not far. Li Qin was taken aback and quickly replied, don't scare me. You really shouldn't be going places like bars right now. What if you're spotted by paparazzi? That would be troublesome. Miffy did not respond, her sparkling eyes gazing at the night sky, lost in thought. Li Qin did not linger at home for long, as Miffy never allowed anyone to stay overnight, not even when they went to a hotel. She always booked the presidential suite for herself. After Li Qin left, feeling a chill, Miffy returned to her bedroom. She leaned against her bed and picked up her phone, proactively messaging Chen Zui. I heard you're coming to the Magic City tomorrow? Chen Zui replied with a question mark. His response implied, what does that have to do with you? However, upon seeing his reply, Miffy immediately inquired, what does the question mark mean? The next message from Chen Zui left Miffy speechless. Are you that idol? Miffy retorted, what do you mean? Chen Zui replied, I'm just a minor character. There's no need for Sister Fei to pay so much attention to me. Miffy's brows furrowed slightly. She preferred when Chen Zui simply called her by her name. Referring to her as Sister Fei created a sense of distance. I merely debuted earlier than you. According to public records, I'm only 3 years older than you, all right? Miffy added, I'm your fan, and is it wrong for me to like you? 30 seconds later, Miffy retracted her second message and modified it to, what I meant was, I like your songs. Chen Zui responded, but I'm not your fan. I don't like you. He did not retract this statement. Before encountering Chen Zui's remark, Miffy had never experienced insecurities about her appearance. Yet in that moment, she found herself questioning, am I really that unattractive? She pressed further, why? Am I not pretty? The next sentence from Chen Zui caught her completely off guard. My mother had someone read my fortune and said I shouldn't get too close to women with the surname me in this lifetime. Miffy, are you serious? I don't believe you. Chen Zui did not reply. Miffy waited for a long time and sent him 2 or 3 more messages. Yet he remained unresponsive. Miffy was distraught. She lay on her bed, kicking her legs, silently vowing, Chen Zui, just wait. You want to escape my grasp. The performance on Tuesday night went smoothly. Only upon arriving at the bar did Chen Zui, Jiang Wenhua, and Jiang Mufan realize the venue's impressive scale. However, after the show, as it approached midnight, the 3 could only stay overnight at a nearby hotel, planning to return by high-speed train the following morning. On the journey back, Jiang Wenhua received another work-related phone call, this time regarding the opening of a shopping mall. They wished to invite Chen Zui to draw in a crowd. Located in the Gongshu district, scheduled for Saturday morning, with a remuneration still set at 200,000. Since embarking on commercial performances, both Chen Zui and Jiang Wenhua felt invigorated each day, anticipating a promising future. The other 2 roommates, while Li had never considered participating, Su Fei, observing Chen Zui and Jiang Wenhua's enthusiasm, expressed a desire to join in, even approaching Chen Zui privately about it. Chen Zui inquired, what could you contribute to the studio? At that moment, Su Fei found himself at a loss for words. Chen Zui then patted his shoulder and remarked, first, pass your driving test. Who knows in the future? I might consider you as my driver. Had Chen Zui made this comment at the beginning of the semester, Su Fei would have retorted, who do you think you are? Yet now, those words remained unspoken. Chen Zui's popularity was evident. Even the teacher who took attendance during every class chose not to call names on Wednesday morning upon noticing Chen Zui and Jiang Wenhua's absence, clearly showing leniency towards Chen Zui. 2 days swiftly passed, and Friday night arrived. Without mentioning other locales, at Sichuan alone, countless students tuned in simultaneously to the 8th episode of New Generation Singers. The concluding theme of the previous episode was rap, though it did not restrict the genre. This meant that the song could merge pop with rap, rock with rap, or be purely rap, but must include a rap segment. This flexibility aimed to accommodate contestants who might struggle to compose a song. As while the music industry encompassed the rap scene, mainstream artists typically avoided rap, and those engaged in rap rarely ventured into other genres. Strictly speaking, these were 2 distinct circles. In earlier years, rap was often perceived by parents as the pastime of street kids, until the emergence of the first domestic rap program, Hip Hop Planet, in 2015, which transformed this perception. Today, rap has ascended to a mainstream musical style, with a saying circulating online, rap is the best cosmetic surgery for men. When the first episode premiered, the initial barrage of comments was sparse, but upon the release of the 8th episode, a flurry of comments inundated the screen. Front row seating, fire pliers looming, brothers, have you all arrived? Is this already the 8th episode? Will this show conclude next week? I doubt there will be another high-quality talent show like this in the future. This is entirely upheld by Chen Zui. What does it have to do with anyone else? Meanwhile, Zhang Weiye, the vice president of Penguin Video, was watching this episode alongside key department heads from several important studios and professional producers. Among the major domestic video platforms, Penguin, Tudo, Chi, Mango, the one with the highest traffic has consistently been Penguin, thanks to its affiliation with a large corporation, which provides access to the finest resources. However, due to the success of New Generation Singers, Potato Video's viewership in the first half of the 4th quarter surpassed that of Penguin Video for the first time. The executives at Penguin Video took this matter seriously and ordered their team to create a new variety show before the year's end to reclaim the lost viewership. Zhang Weiye, the company's vice president and head of the variety show department, summoned his team to watch the 8th episode of New Generation Singers. This was both an opportunity to learn from the experience and a reference for his subordinates to quickly devise a self-produced variety show capable of regaining viewership. The 8th episode featured behind-the-scenes footage of the contestants' creative processes. The production team retained scenes of Zhang Yong'an following Chen Zui during a performance at a bar, prompting numerous comments from viewers in the live chat. I was there that night. It was truly electrifying. After the show, Chen Zui should just hold a concert. What true talent looks like. Other singers struggle to write a song in a week, while he can effortlessly compose two. With just one song, Li Rin showed he could dominate the domestic ancient-style music scene. The funniest part is, he himself claims Li Rin show is a terrible song. If someone else said that, I'd argue, but since he said it, I have no grounds to refute. The latter half of the 8th episode transitioned into the official competition segment. Aside from Chen Zui and Li Yuan, the other 5 contestants seemed aware that the championship and runner-up positions were out of their reach, leading to a lackluster performance. The quality of the first 3 or 4 songs was mediocre, causing many viewers to fast-forward. Li Yuan did manage to write a commendable song this episode, yet having been overshadowed by Chen Zui for several episodes. Even after receiving a positive response from the audience, he did not display any signs of joy. Congratulations to Li Yuan for garnering 268 votes, currently placing him first. Please take a moment to rest. The host, Jian, inserted a sponsor advertisement before introducing the next contestant. The following performer is certainly familiar to everyone. Many viewers waiting at their computers and phones are eagerly anticipating his appearance. Without further ado, let us welcome Chen Zui to the stage with resounding applause. As Chen Zui stepped into the spotlight amidst thunderous applause, the usual pleasantries ensued before the performance commenced. The moment the lights dimmed, the venue fell silent. Subsequently, the title of his song appeared on the big screen, Celebration Wine. In the lower left corner, it read, lyrics by Chen Zui, music by Chen Zui, arrangement by Chen Zui, performed by Chen Zui. The live chat exploded with comments. Oh my, the finals haven't even begun, and he's already celebrating? He truly is audacious. All 4 judges are dumbfounded. The contestants backstage are baffled too. This is indeed a bit excessive. Excessive? This is called confidence. Haven't you heard the phrase young and reckless? Truly remarkable. After watching numerous talent shows, it seems that no contestant can rival his prowess. I cannot contain my excitement. How does he manage to create such an impressive show atmosphere? The director ought to bow in respect to Chen Zui. In the conference room of the Penguin Video Variety Production Department, the head of the Qingtian studio noticed a sudden surge in comments and couldn't help but remind Mr. Zhang. The immense popularity of this show can largely be attributed to Chen Zui. Over the past few years, he appears to be the first newcomer to single-handedly elevate a program to such heights. Which agency has he signed with? I checked his social media bio, which lists a business collaboration email. It appears he has established his own personal studio and is currently not signed with any agency. Zhang Weiye was somewhat surprised, but quickly responded. In that case, you should consider bringing him onto the new show. He is an original singer, and if we were to produce a similar program, it would be challenging to achieve this level of impact. Zhang Weiye fell silent, for at that moment, Chen Zui in the video had begun to sing. As Chen Zui opened his mouth, the audience and mentors were left in utter astonishment, for he was performing Peking opera. Moreover, his skill was akin to that of a nearly professional opera artist. Oh my goodness! Incredible! I have goosebumps. What sorcery is this? Apologies. I shouldn't have called him arrogant. Were I to possess such talent, I would be even more audacious. He never disappoints. Thousands of viewers watching the program were momentarily stunned. Although few regularly listen to Peking opera, the art cherished by our ancestors, a quintessential aspect of Chinese culture, has long been woven into the very fabric of our being. The moment the operatic tones emerged, it felt as if the blood coursing through our veins quickened, evoking an inexplicable surge of adrenaline. Absolutely exhilarating. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Even though they were a professional team accustomed to liaising with countless singers, they were utterly captivated by Chen Zui's performance. One man shouldering an entire program. Those who had never watched the show might find it hard to believe, but at this moment, disbelief transformed into acceptance. I raise my cup and drink this celebratory wine, mounting my steed with elegance, heading toward the path of Weihu Mountain. After the 4 lines of Peking opera concluded, the transitional arrangement was masterfully executed. Chen Zui radiated an undeniable charisma. In previous episodes, he exuded composure and grace. But in this episode, he shed all pretense. Standing on stage, he resembled a commanding general upon a platform, elevated and unbothered by those around him. Arrogant, audacious. Miffy, watching Chen Zui on the program, felt her heart race uncontrollably. He perceived that at this moment, Chen Zui was akin to a perfectly fitting key, while he himself was a lock, with every tooth and groove aligning with precision. Raising a toast, he heartily drank from the cup of celebration, unassisted by the wall, boldly striding forward into the wind. Together, we raised our glasses in this jubilant toast, and in times of peril, witness how I shall demonstrate my prowess for you. Not only is the stage presence exuberant, but the lyrics of this song are equally audacious. If the lyrics, arrangement, and performance of the preceding singers merited an 80, then this performance undoubtedly surpassed 100. After finishing his song, Chen Zui lowered his right hand, microphone in hand, and lifted his left high. As the final notes faded, the audience, as if electrified, rose from their seats, a cacophony of cheers erupting. Chen Zui, you are undoubtedly the most talented singer I have encountered since entering this industry, praised the mentor Tan Zhuo in admiration. Dream Ming quickly echoed, from the first episode until now, the pop, Cantonese songs, ancient style, rap, and even the Peking opera at the beginning of today's song have all left a profound impression. Chen Zui, I must ask, is there anything you cannot do? Chen Zui shrugged and replied with a smile, I truly do not know. Laughter, what a cheeky response. Only those with confidence dare to answer thus. Absolutely stunning. Those rappers in the industry should find it hard to sit still after hearing this song. After the mentors concluded their evaluations, Zhang Wei Yi instructed to turn off the video, then tapped the table twice with his right hand, stating, December is fast approaching, and our time is limited. We must finalize the initial proposal tonight. Share your thoughts. How about we bring forward the 3rd season of Singer Face to Face and invite Chen Zui as a guest? The viewership for the 2nd season of Singer Face to Face has dwindled, and its popularity has waned. What about a travel music concert? A combination of reality show and music should yield decent results. Time is of the essence. We have yet to draft a script, and the reality show cycle is too lengthy. We do not have that much time. After a lengthy discussion in the conference room, dismissing one proposal after another, silence enveloped the room. After a long pause, Li Bin, the head of Qingtian Studio, spoke up, all previously aired programs can be dismissed. Mr. Zhang, may I ask how much budget can be allocated for this program? As long as we can surpass Tudo in the 4th quarter, there is no budget limit. Li Bin nodded and suggested, how about we create a rap program? A rap program? That one T do. Since 2015, rap shows have proliferated. Hip-Hop Planet, Surface 8 Miles. Rap Era, Origin of Rap, Black Fear Boys. This theme has been exhausted. Allow me to finish my thought. Li Bin elucidated that although there have been numerous rap shows in the past, the champions emerging from these programs often harbor rivalries, with many unresolved conflicts among them. When I inquired about the budget from President Zhang, my intention was to propose whether we could gather all these champions, along with all the controversial rap artists, to orchestrate an ultimate showdown. The ultimate showdown? Indeed, Li Bin, brimming with inspiration, declared that the show would be titled Rap Peak Showdown. Previous rap competitions predominantly relied on mentor votes. However, many mentors lack expertise in the genre. Even if a winner is declared, the competing artists remain unwilling to concede, and there are numerous hidden agendas at play. Our program's guiding principle is fairness and impartiality. Thus, we shall entrust the voting rights entirely to the audience. Zhang Weiye, intrigued, probed further about the format of the show. Live broadcast. Live broadcast. Yes, rap artists often tout the term real, so our entire program will adopt a live format. with audience voting data reflected in real time on a large screen, empowering the viewers to select their favored rap champion. While the topic certainly garners attention, the appeal may be insufficient. Moreover, not all rap artists may be willing to participate. Liban chuckled and proposed establishing a prize mechanism, where all revenue generated during the live broadcast would be pooled into a prize fund, distributed according to the final rankings of the program, with the champion guaranteed no less than 10 million. This way, the allure is present, and it is unlikely that any rap artist would decline the opportunity. However, the risks associated with live broadcasting are significant. Few shows dare to venture into such territory. Precisely because few have done so, we aspire to be the pioneers. Director Chao Jun from Hip Hop Planet has collaborated with us before, and 8 Mile was also aired on our platform, so gathering these individuals should not pose much difficulty. If this program succeeds, it would indeed break new ground. Yet, the inherent risks are considerable, and no one is willing to shoulder that responsibility. Nevertheless, an old adage rings true: risk and opportunity coexist. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Weiyi instructed Li Bin, "Have your studio work diligently over the next few days to draft a proposal. As long as President Liu approves, we shall expedite the implementation of the plan." Recalling another matter, he added, the business liaison department should initiate contact with the rap labels, and this program must feature Chen Zui. Understood. Chen Zui himself was taken aback by the overwhelming popularity of Celebration Wine. Within just an hour of its 8th episode going live, it soared to the trending list on QQ Music, and half an hour later, the phrase Chen Zui Celebration Wine appeared on Weibo's trending topics. That evening, Jiang Wenhua received 5 or 6 phone calls, all invitations for commercial performances. Such is the nature of the entertainment industry. High popularity not only elevates appearance fees, but also ensures a perpetual influx of performance opportunities. Jiang Wenhua did not immediately agree, but mentioned that he would take some time to consider and would return the call the next morning. However, no one anticipated that by around 10 o'clock the following morning, an old acquaintance from the Jiangnan Rap Hall posted a rap piece on Douyin, explicitly dissing Chen Zui. The lyrics contained some particularly biting lines. "You on stage resemble a rabid dog. Your lyrics are merely copied and pasted. Your flow is slower than a tortoise by 3 beats. And your rhymes eternally stumble at the kindergarten gate." It is well known in the rap community that individuals often capitalize on trending topics. Whenever someone garners even the slightest attention, other rappers promptly release diss tracks. Each rapper carries an air of superiority, convinced of their own prowess, frequently espousing peace and love while embodying chaos. Initially, Chen Zui was oblivious to this incident until a male classmate approached him during lunch, phone in hand, playing the diss for him. After listening, Chen Zui dismissed it. After all, this circle is filled with all sorts of characters. If bitten by a dog, one cannot simply retaliate against the dog. However, Chen Zui's fans were less forgiving. Upon opening Weibo and Douyin, his inbox was flooded with links to the diss, urging him to respond with a track of his own. His fans were merely reveling in the chaos, unbothered by the consequences. With little time to address such matters, Chen Zui took advantage of the weekend and, accompanied by Jiang Wenhua and Jiang Mufan, accepted a commercial performance. It wasn't until Monday morning, while seated in class, that Jiang Wenhua's phone vibrated in his pocket. He exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Zui, then slipped out the back door to take the call in the hallway. Upon returning, he excitedly lowered his voice and informed Chen Zui. The business contact from Penguin Video reached out. "What did they say?" Chen Zui inquired. "They are preparing a program called Rap Summit Showdown and wish to invite you to participate." Chen Zui flatly refused. "I won't go." They mentioned payment. "How much?" he pressed. They weren't very specific, but the champion stands to earn a guaranteed 10 million. Chen Zui's eyes widened. "Are you certain?" Jiang Wenhua chuckled. "I'll return the call after class. They shouldn't be misleading us." As soon as the class bell rang, the two hurriedly exited. After approximately 10 minutes on the phone, Chen Zui finally grasped the show's nature. Once the call concluded, Jiang Wenhua eagerly asked, "So what do you think? Are you tempted?" 10 million. Who wouldn't he be swayed? Chen Zui replied. "But the recording location is in Pengcheng, which means we'll have to fly there." Jiang Wenhua checked the airfare on his phone, The tickets aren't expensive, around 500 each. Chen Zui smiled. If they don't offer payment, I certainly want to go. But with 10 million on the line, it would be unreasonable not to attend. With that amount, I won't need to accept those 30 or 40,000 performances anymore. Chen Zui merely smiled enigmatically, choosing not to respond further. The program is currently in its preparatory stages and will not premiere until December. Our immediate task is to complete the recording of new generation singers. On Friday, Lu Dan arrived early at the venue with Chen Lin. After 2 weeks of tireless preparations, the recording space had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had the stage been elevated to a more sophisticated level, but even the audience seating had been upgraded to more luxurious chairs. The original backstage area had been dismantled and replaced with individual resting rooms for the contestants. Moreover, the stage for this evening, enhanced by impressive lighting effects, was fully equipped with dry ice and fireworks. Old Zhang, how is the situation on site? Lu Dan inquired. We rehearsed last night and will run through it once more this afternoon. There should be no issues, he replied. Lu Dan quickly emphasized, tonight is a live broadcast. I do not want should but rather definitely. Regardless, our logistics team will exert their utmost efforts. Nodding in agreement, Lu Dan clapped her hands and addressed the busy staff. Everyone, tonight is the final episode. Let's all stand firm in our positions. I look forward to toasting you at the celebration banquet. Rest assured, Sister Dan, there will be no problems, came the reassuring replies. Given that this is the grand finale, everyone worked with exceptional diligence. Chen Lin trailed behind Lu Dan, only managing to eat the program's boxed lunch at 1 in the afternoon. After lunch, at Lu Dan's prompting, she sent a message to Chen Zui. Come over early this afternoon. Chen Zui, still in bed, naturally did not see the message. Half an hour later, Chen Lin sent another message. Where are you? Chen Zui replied. Just woke up, what's up? Chen Lin responded. It's the grand finale tonight. You need to come over earlier. Chen Zui. Even if I come, I'll just be sitting there in a daze. I'll arrive at 6:30. Chen Lin. 6:30? Do you know the 4 guests invited by the production team are all expected to arrive by 6:30? Chen Zui. You are so annoying. Chen Zui. I can make it in 20 minutes at most. The live broadcast starts at 8. We have an hour to spare. Why are you panicking? Seeing that this approach was ineffective, Chen Lin resorted to a subtle tactic, sending a voice message, feigning vulnerability. Yes, I'm the emperor who is not anxious. Yet the eunuchs are in a tizzy. Someone has become famous and now denies their roots. Chen Zui felt overwhelmed and thought, are you trying to play a game of retreating to advance? Thus, he immediately responded with a voice message. No, Sister Lin, is it really necessary? Without even listening to Chen Zui's voice message, Chen Lin quickly sent another voice message. Had I known you were this kind of person, I should never have brought you into this program. The truth is, one should never engage in rational discourse with women. Once Chen Lin resorted to such remarks, Chen Zui quickly capitulated. All right, you win. I'll head over shortly. What time? Chen Zui had yet to respond when Chen Lin quickly added, no need to reply. Sister Dan has asked me to drive over and pick you up. Just wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Chen Zui felt a headache coming on. When the 2 individuals arrived at the venue, preparations on and off the stage were nearly complete. The most eye-catching aspect was the several robotic cameras positioned at the front of the stage. The variety show was adopting a live broadcast format, a daring venture that few production teams had the courage to undertake, as live footage is immediate and any mishap is irretrievable. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that live broadcasting captivates audiences far more than pre-recorded formats due to its authenticity and superior interactivity. In earlier years, aside from the Spring Festival Gala, no program ventured into live broadcasting. However, with advancements in technology, the live streaming industry has flourished, prompting some shows to boldly embrace this new format. Under Chen Lin's insistence, Chen Zui was swiftly escorted to the dressing room for makeup and hairstyling. By around 6 o'clock, the sounds of footsteps outside increased, indicating the arrival of mentors and guests. Half an hour later, the audience began to enter the venue, and the staff was making final preparations. After 7:50, the most prominent section of the Potato Video homepage displayed the entry point for the live broadcast of the New Generation Singer Finals. Upon entering, viewers were greeted with a 10-minute countdown on the big screen. At that moment, the bullet comments are already bustling with activity. Fortunately, I'm a member, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get in. Why has the final episode turned into a live broadcast? How many are here to see Chen Zui? The veterans of the John and Rap Hall have openly dissed him on Douyin. Why hasn't Chen Zui replied? He needs to prepare for the finals. He doesn't have time for that. I heard the production team invited Wang Miao as well. What is Wang Miao even worth? Tonight S-star is Chen Zui. Penguin Music truly knows how to promote. As soon as you enter today, the splash screen ad is a poster of Chen Zui. Of course, Chen Zui has 8 songs on the new song chart. 4 of the top 5 are his. 1 minute left on the countdown. At exactly 8 o'clock, the live broadcast of the New Generation Singer Finals officially commenced. Amidst the enthusiastic screams of the audience, the host, De Jian, took to the stage and delivered a 3-minute opening monologue. Initially, the show's primary sponsor was only Mengyo, but as the program gained popularity, several sponsors joined in, prompting De Jian to spend a full minute reading the advertisements. The rules for the evening were straightforward. The 5 contestants would take the stage in order of their ranking from the 8th episode, interspersed with performances from 4 guest artists, resulting in a total of 9 songs, essentially akin to a small concert. Following the start of the live broadcast, the number of viewers in the streaming room surged rapidly, beginning with 110,000. Just after 8 o'clock, this figure continued to climb, even before the contestants took the stage. The viewership had already surpassed 200,000 and was still rising. Many people's WeChat feeds that night featured similar posts. Which kind-hearted soul can lend me a VIP potato video account? After concluding his opening remarks, the host began to introduce the guests present at the venue one by one. Indeed, all 4 guests are familiar faces, seasoned singers who have been in the industry for many years. The elaborate introductions, clearly intended by the production team, served to prolong the live broadcast. The audience, characterized by their impatience, fills the screen with messages urging haste. At this moment, let us welcome to the stage the first singer of the evening, the talented Tan Siki from Chao Yi Entertainment. Tan Siki stands as the sole female contestant among the 5 finalists. This evening, she will perform a poignant piece titled The Traveler, a quintessentially melancholic pop ballad. The chorus is particularly memorable. While casual listeners may find her performance satisfactory, free from blunders during the live airing, seasoned experts can discern her unstable breath control, a detail magnified in the eyes of Chen Zui. In the broadcast room, Lu Dan deftly manages the live rhythm while monitoring the viewer count and comments. At this juncture, the audience has swelled to an impressive 330,000, a figure far removed from the exaggerated statistics of certain platforms. After Tan Siki concludes her performance, the first guest promptly ascends the stage to cultivate a sense of anticipation. The voting results for the finals will be disclosed only at the conclusion of the event. The monitors in the production room display not only multiple camera feeds from the venue, but also glimpses into the contestants' waiting area. Here, some contestants are rehearsing their songs while others pace nervously, each face etched with seriousness, save for one exception. At this moment, Chen Zui, under the impression that the live broadcast would not cut to the waiting room, reclines with his legs crossed, casually munching on sunflower seeds. Lu Dan, upon witnessing this, cannot help but chuckle. Swiftly, she grabs the intercom and instructs, switch the broadcast to the contestants' waiting area. Give each contestant 5 seconds of screen time and 10 seconds for Chen Zui. The crew promptly executes her commands. First, the camera captures Tan Siki's waiting room, where she, still shaken from her performance, engages in deep breaths. Next, the second and third contestants are shown, one rehearsing, while the other paces anxiously. The fourth contestant, Li Yuan, appears particularly tense. As the camera focuses on him, he dabs at the sweat on his forehead with a tissue. Then, the scene shifts dramatically. Chen Zui, reclined in agu-lying posture on the sofa, with legs crossed and sunflower seeds in hand, observes the live broadcast as if the finals held no significance for him whatsoever. The comments section erupts with excitement. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Who else can create such comedic effect better than Chen Zui? Indeed, he is here solely for the laughs, While others are nervously on edge, he is casually snacking. Truly remarkable. Watching the live stream, Mai-Fi bursts into uncontrollable laughter, covering her mouth, while Li-Qin has never witnessed Mai-Fi so unrestrained. Every time she gazes at Chen Zui, it is as if the dazzling aura of celebrity fades away, transforming her into an ardent admirer of his. Li-Qin finds herself perplexed, even pondering whether Miffy has developed a fondness for this individual. Meanwhile, in the Zhechuan 206 dormitory, Chen Zui's classmates are wide-eyed at the scene before them, their expressions a mix of astonishment. This is the grand final, after all. Could you not be so careless? Among them, Jiang Wenhua remains the only one composed. Having interacted with Chen Zui the most in the dormitory, he understands that Chen Zui is a remarkably grounded person, one who refrains from engaging in ventures he lacks confidence in. Thus, the more relaxed he appears, the greater his inner assurance likely is. The live broadcast continues, with the subsequent contestants gradually taking the stage. However, whether due to nerves or lack of preparation, their performances are merely mediocre, appearing even more lackluster in comparison to the guests. The next contestant, well known to all, is Li Yuan from Chengxing Entertainment, who has previously ranked higher than Chen Zui on 2 occasions. Will he make a triumphant comeback tonight? Let's wait and see. Li Yuan has long awaited this moment. He had contemplated performing this song in earlier episodes, but ultimately restrained himself, as this particular piece embodies his utmost confidence. From the outset, he envisioned unveiling it on the final stage. He strides to the center of the stage, takes a deep breath, and nods towards one side. The stage lights dim instantly, while numerous dancers, clad in identical attire, rush onto the stage. Suddenly, the lights blaze to life. Li Yuan stands in the center, commencing his performance for the evening. As the audience watches, they murmur in surprise, noting the unexpected choreography. Isn't this a breach of the rules? Isn't this an original music program? They exclaim. Oh dear, Chen Zui must be feeling the pressure. Observing Li Yuan's fervor, they sense he has been holding back for quite some time. Lu Dan, upon noticing the comments flooding the screen, instructs the director to cut back to the scene of Chen Zui in the waiting room during Li Yuan's performance. The audience is evidently anxious for Chen Zui, yet he appears unperturbed. Li Yuan is thoroughly satisfied with his performance, believing it to be close to a perfect score, if not a full 100. At the finale, he strikes a striking pose, and the audience responds enthusiastically, showering him with applause. The senior executives of Orange Star Entertainment were also watching the live broadcast. After witnessing Li Yuan's performance, Duan Junxing couldn't help but nod and remark, "Not bad. He executed this song exceptionally well." Noticing that General Manager Wang Chun remained silent, Duan Junxing took the initiative to inquire, "Wang, what are you pondering?" Wang Chun expressed his concerns. "I am contemplating that even if Li Yuan secures the championship, his popularity may not surpass that of Chen Zui. His previous performances have been too remarkable." This indeed seemed to be the case. Yet, possessing a champion is surely better than lacking one. Chen Zui had yet to take the stage. Duan Junxing paused momentarily, swallowing back the words that nearly escaped his lips. Until that young man steps onto the stage, everything remains uncertain. He has had too many shining moments in this program. Even if Li Yuan's performance eclipses that of other contestants, no one can guarantee victory over Chen Zui. The meeting room fell into a prolonged silence once more. 10 minutes later, the next performer to grace the stage, the final contestant of the evening, and undoubtedly the most popular, was none other than Chen Zui. The atmosphere in the venue erupted with excitement. On the screen, the comments flowed. Finally, it's Chen Zui's turn. The protagonist is about to take the stage. Wow, why am I feeling so nervous? Just one step away from the championship. Please, don't falter tonight. Everyone, start hyping him up on the screen. Chen Zui. When the host announced Chen Zui's name, the ambience and audience comments shifted dramatically. The 4 guests invited by the program team were taken aback. It was noteworthy that the atmosphere had not been this fervent when they had taken the stage. How could a newcomer possess such immense popularity? Chen Zui's attire for the evening was styled by Chen Lin, featuring a white t-shirt as the base, topped with a gray casual blazer. complemented by matching trousers and pristine white sneakers, while his hairstyle was a simple adjustment of a slightly tousled look. He approached the center of the stage with a calm and measured gait, surveying the mentors, guests, audience, and cameras positioned in various directions. That familiar feeling washed over him once more. The finals lacked an interactive segment with the mentors. As soon as a contestant made a gesture to the side of the stage, the staff would play the accompaniment. However, after Chen Zui stepped onto the stage, he remained motionless for a prolonged moment, merely standing at the center, quietly observing everything. Was he not ready yet? Why was he not commencing? The audience, watching Chen Zui's prolonged silence, was puzzled. One impassioned viewer suddenly shouted, "Chen Zui!" To everyone's astonishment, this single utterance sparked a chain reaction. "Chen Zui! Chen Zui!" Initially, it was a call and response, yet within seconds, the entire audience began to chant Chen Zui's name in unison. The program team was left bewildered. For fairness, the audience had been selected at random. How was it possible that they were all Chen Zui's fans? The sensation of standing on stage, basking in the spotlight, is simply exquisite. After relishing this moment for several seconds, Chen Zui finally raised his right hand. Noticing the audience still chanting his name, he extended his index finger to his lips, gesturing for silence. As anticipated, the venue fell quiet. Chen Zui glanced towards the entrance, prompting Chen Lin to signal two staff members to bring a tall chair to the center of the stage. He seated himself and nodded towards one side of the stage. The accompaniment immediately began to play, and one could hear a pin drop throughout the auditorium. The name of the song appeared on the large screen, Xiao Qiu, Dissipating Sorrow. This was the very song that Chen Zui had prepared to perform at the finals. Beginning with Xiang Wuzhiyang to Run, People Like Me, and concluding with Xiao Qiu, Xiang Wuzhiyang to Run, captures the helplessness and frustration of youth in today's society. While Xiao Qiu expresses reflections on the ephemeral nature of life after witnessing its splendor. No song could overshadow Xiao Qiu on a talent show stage. It speaks not of one individual, but of countless souls entrapped in the glamorous world, under the watchful eyes of the audience. Chen Zui gently lifted the microphone. When you step into this joyous place, carrying all your dreams and aspirations, this song, though not technically challenging, requires one to infuse genuine emotion into the lyrics. This is precisely what Chen Zui excels at. It is said that those who have danced with death perceive life differently from the ordinary. Chen Zui has not only brushed against death, but has also ventured into its depths. His voice is imbued with a profound sense of the vicissitudes of life. And coupled with the poignant lyrics, it instantly envelopes the once vibrant venue in a gentle melancholy. After 3 rounds of drink, you stubbornly sing your bitter song in the corner. In a previous life, Chen Zui had found himself in the ICU due to alcohol, yet at this moment he stands on stage singing. These lines seem tailor-made for him. He is not merely singing a song, he is narrating his own life. Fragments of past scenes flicker in his mind, heartache, solitude, sorrow, and helplessness rushing to the forefront of his heart. As the chorus began, a hint of tears tinged Chen Zui's voice. A toast to the sun, a toast to the moonlight, a toast to my homeland, and a toast to the distant places. In the end, his soul finds no refuge. Upon completing the first verse, Chen Zui lifted his head slightly, attempting to stave off the tears welling in his eyes. The live broadcast shifted to the audience, where every individual's eyes glistened with moisture, completely immersed in the poignant scene Chen Zui had painted. The song unearthed buried pain within many hearts. In the preceding episodes, Chen Zui had already showcased a plethora of talent. In the finals, he returned to the essence of his artistry by presenting this song. It was as if Li Yuan and the others were still striving to ascend to the pinnacle, exerting every ounce of effort in their relentless climb. While Chen Zui sat alone at the summit, quietly gazing at the landscape below, the restless guest, self-assured, performs with an air of pretense, masquerading and dancing wearied. Each lyric materializes upon the grand screen, and this particular segment evidently bears significant connotation for the viewers of the live broadcast. The term guest presumably refers to the mentors and guests present. Performance? Pretense? Could it be a reference to the hidden truths of episodes 4 and 5? Just as the audience yearns to delve deeper, Chen Zui merely alludes to the matter, once again transitioning into the chorus. In the concluding segment, Chen Zui raises 4 toasts: to tomorrow, to the past, to freedom, and to death. Altogether, with the preceding chorus, he offers 8 toasts, encapsulating the entirety of human existence. The final repeating line serves to crystallize the essence of the performance. The most absurd are the sober. If the earlier lyrics merely evoke the buried anguish within the hearts of listeners, this last line pierces directly to the soul. Upon completing this song, Chen gradually extricates himself from the reverie. He wipes the corner of his eye with the back of his hand, rises, and lifts both arms high to the sides, only to lower them immediately, bowing at a 90-degree angle towards the camera facing him. The applause erupts, clap, clap, clap. The front row of the audience stands first, followed by the entire venue rising to their feet. Champion, champion, champion. What began as a sporadic cheer quickly evolved into a synchronized roar. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream peaks at 1.27 million. The barrage of comments refreshes at a pace too swift for the eye to perceive. Yet if one were to pause the scrolling, certain phrases emerge with notable frequency. Champion. Impressive. A legendary scene. It takes a considerable time for the order in the venue to restore. Once the host takes the stage, he calls the other 4 contestants back to the forefront. The backstage has already tallied the votes and rankings. Yet before the results are unveiled, he asserts that each of these 5 contestants has proven themselves by reaching the finals. There are no losers among them. The Jian elaborates for 2 or 3 minutes before finally commencing the announcement of results. In this final episode, the audience swells to 400, thus increasing the total votes from 300 to 400. 5th place, Zhao Lei, 420 votes. 4th place, Ning Haoyang, 427 votes. 3rd place, Tan Siki, 435 votes. The placements of these 3 contestants in 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions were anticipated by the audience, and no one finds it contentious. The next moment, the votes and rankings for Chen Zui and Li Yuan refresh simultaneously on the grand screen. 2nd place, Li Yuan, 475 votes. 1st place, Chen Zui, 498 votes. Let us extend our congratulations to Chen Zui for securing the title of champion in the inaugural season of New Life. New Generation. Achieving 475 votes out of a total of 500 is already remarkable. Yet Chen Zui's accomplishment of 498 votes is even more astonishing. Nonetheless, no one questions the authenticity of this ranking. Chen Zui, as you have journeyed through this stage, it is certain that you have garnered numerous experiences. Now that you have claimed the championship, do you have any words for the audience present and those watching the live stream? Holding the champion trophy bestowed by the production team, Chen Zui smiled at the camera and said, "Believe me, this is merely the beginning. We have a long road ahead." The finale's live stream has finally concluded. Chen Zui did not linger at the venue. He took the elevator down to the 1st floor. As he stepped into the lobby, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of entertainment journalists who had been waiting. Chen Zui, congratulations on winning the championship. How do you feel at this moment? What are your plans following the conclusion of New Generation Singer? Your fans are eagerly anticipating your new song. Do you have any plans for an album release? Chen Zui found it challenging to escape, so he answered a few questions sincerely. The distance from the elevator to the door was merely 30 or 40 steps. It took him a full half-hour to navigate through the crowd. It wasn't until Chen Lin came down from upstairs to shield him from a wave of reporters that they were finally able to sit in a BMW together. Chen Lin, feeling quite reflective, acknowledged that over the past 2 months, she had witnessed Chen Zui's transformation from an ordinary university student to the champion of a new generation of singers. Congratulations, though it was rather expected, so there is not much to celebrate. You're quite infuriating, Chen Zui chuckled, fastening his seatbelt. After the show, do you have any plans? I'm just a small fry, merely following orders from above. After a brief pause, once the car was on the highway, he added, Lin Jia, if you ever find yourself unhappy with your work, you can come to me. My studio will soon be in need of personnel. Oh, you're quite considerate. Of course. What could I do at your studio? You could be my little assistant. Get out of here. You could just leave the car right now. I was merely jesting, Chen Zui laughed. Being a driver works too. I see you handle the car quite well. Chen Zui. Though the finale of New Generation Singer has concluded, the ensuing media promotion and excitement continue unabated. Unsurprisingly, the song Xiao Chou ascended to the top of the new song chart at an astonishing pace, while the previously leading Chi Feng Lu slipped to the top 5 of the Hot Songs chart. The video of Chen Zui's performance in the finale has been widely circulated by countless viewers across various media platforms. Initially, there were no plans for a second season of New Generation Singer, but due to the show's success exceeding all expectations, the Potato Company has decided to launch a second season next year. However, it is well known that generally, the first season of a variety show always garners the greatest popularity. After Chen Zui secured the championship, he undeniably stepped into the realm of entertainment, embarking on his journey with remarkable momentum. Each label attached to him evokes envy and admiration from aspiring newcomers. A visually striking 19-year-old university student, a bold contender against the capital, and a musical genius adept in various genres. In the latter half of 2018, Chen Zui emerged as the most popular newcomer in the entertainment industry, as discussions surrounding Chen Zui reached a fervent peak across the internet. Penguin Video seized the opportunity for marketing. On the morning following the grand finale, at 9 o'clock, both the official Penguin Video account and the official account for Rap Summit Showdown released a statement announcing that Chen Zui would join Rap Summit Showdown 2018. Naturally, the announcement included other contestants from various labels and independent rappers. Renowned rap labels such as the Notorious People, Jiangnan Rap Association, Weightless Soundwaves, and Basement were set to send their distinguished rappers to participate. Among the unsigned rappers were also notable figures, including the freestyle virtuoso Xiao Longruan, the prodigious female rapper Mei Yi, as well as Wang Yao, Zhou Lingyi, and Wei Chun, among others. It can be said that all prominent rappers in the country were included in the lineup, with the most popular Chen Zui firmly occupying the central position in the promotional grid. This news swiftly spread, igniting a lively discussion in the comment section. Penguin, you truly understand. Am I going to have to subscribe to Penguin again? What an impressive arrangement. They gave the central position to Chen Zui. Isn't this quite normal? The celebration banquet is unbeatable. When will it launch? It won't be delayed until next year, will it? What a formidable lineup. Wow, Notorious People, Jiangnan Rap Association, Weightless Soundwaves, and Basement are all participating? This truly is a summit showdown. There are plenty of beefing rappers among them. Once this announcement was made, the entire rap community was abuzz. They realized that the production team was serious. They had truly gathered the most formidable rappers in the country. A summit showdown is not merely a phrase. This lineup genuinely represents the pinnacle of the rap scene. However, many rappers perceived one participant as an anomaly among those officially announced, Chen Zui. It is well known that rappers often look down upon the fresh faces of the entertainment industry, and Chen Zui epitomizes that youthful image. If the officials merely intended to promote Chen Zui as a talking point, it would have raised no eyebrows. Yet, the pivotal issue lies in the fact that they had positioned him in the central role in a rap competition inviting such an array of rappers. What does it signify to place a fresh face in the spotlight? This announcement was made at 9 in the morning and by 5 in the afternoon. A rapper from the Notorious People label, Demao, was the first to post a diss on Douyin. The lyrics commence with a scathing attack on the production team. This show is nothing but a poorly scripted game, swapping fresh-faced youths for trending searches, treating dreams as mere playthings. We are but tools for your financial gain, with viewership numbers as your true objective. Following this, there is a harsh critique directed at Chen Zui, stating that this champion is unworthy of the title, implying that his fans lack intellect. The concluding remark is particularly egregious. I advise you to withdraw from this competition early, lest my homies surround you and eliminate you completely. The first diss emerges, swiftly followed by a second and a third. Prior to participating in the show, dissing the production team has become a venerable tradition in the rap scene. They seem to believe that such actions render them more genuine. Moreover, fans relish this kind of diss, confronting everything and everyone. They feel that rappers should embody this spirit. After the finals, Chen Zui spent an entire day in the dormitory, only to discover the online dices that evening. Recently, a veteran from the Jiangnan rap club had also taken jabs at him. At that time, he was preoccupied with commercial performances and preparing for the show, so he ignored it, not anticipating that these individuals would escalate their attacks. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Chen Zui promptly posted a Weibo update with no images, merely 4 words, a bunch of fools. This single post stirred a significant reaction. Although it was merely a short statement, its impact was profound. Historically, there have been instances of rap shows featuring fresh talents. Yet these newcomers either remained silent in the face of dices or acted subserviently on stage. This instance marks the first time a fresh talent has openly criticized a rapper. The ensuing comments erupted. "Haha, no surprise coming from you. Wow, that's bold. Just do it. I've been annoyed with them for ages." Naturally, there were also some skeptical and disparaging voices. "Dude, you're getting carried away after one song? Let your work speak for itself. This circle, ISN, T1 you can just waltz into. Where do you get the audacity?" Chen Zui scrolled through the comments, his mood largely unaffected. If one cannot endure this level of psychological pressure, they need not contemplate entering the entertainment industry. "Wenhua, let us go. It's time for a meal." All right. The two departed the dormitory and headed toward the cafeteria. Jiang Wenhua remarked, "While you were sleeping this afternoon, the production team of the Peak Show called. What did they say?" "They'll be sending someone over tomorrow for an interview. ISN T it trendy for variety shows to record a pilot. This interview will be included in the pilot, and if all goes well, the first episode will air on the 8th of next month." Chen Zui was somewhat taken aback. "That's fast." Jiang Wenhua chuckled. "They're backed by the Penguin Group, so they lack neither resources nor funds. 2 weeks is ample time for them to produce a show, and with a guaranteed prize of 10 million for the champion. Which rapper wouldn't be enticed?" After Chen Zui finished listening, he murmured to himself, "From this moment onward, the journey will be entirely different." "What did you say?" Chen Zui shook his head. "Nothing. I was just contemplating how to handle this group of rappers." Jiang Wenhua chuckled. "Just make sure they don't handle you instead." The following day, a weekend, early in the morning, Chen Zui, Jiang Wenhua, and Jiang Mufan made their way to the studio, as the production team was scheduled to record the pilot episode. Upon arriving, Jiang Mufan began styling Chen Zui's hair. Demonstrating his professionalism, he crafted an appealing hairstyle in less than 5 minutes, to which even Jiang Wenhua could not resist giving a thumbs up in praise. Impressive. Jiang Mufan then retrieved a small mirror from his bag and presented it to Chen Zui, asking, "What do you think?" "Not bad," Chen Zui replied. Aside from managers and assistants, makeup artists are often the most frequently encountered individuals by artists. Makeup plays a significant role for them, while male stars may fare better. Many female stars have suffered indirectly due to their makeup artists. There was once a female artist, known for her innocent image, who wore an extravagant low-cut gown and heavy makeup at a red carpet event. After the event, she faced backlash from fans, causing her carefully crafted pure persona to collapse. And she subsequently vanished from public view after primarily taking on school-themed roles. Chen Zui chose Jiang Mufan as his makeup artist, trusting his capabilities and expertise. Soon after, Jiang Wenhua's phone rang, and he quickly informed Chen Zui, "They've arrived. I'll go downstairs to greet them." "All right," Chen Zui responded. Once downstairs, Jiang Wenhua returned with a group of individuals. Some were set designers, others were interviewers, and there were camera operators and a lighting technician. The interview was to be conducted by the deputy director of the production team, a woman who appeared to be in her late 20s. However, in variety shows, the deputy director's authority is quite limited. Their role is primarily supportive. They selected an office space and made a few simple arrangements before diving into the main event. "Shall we begin?" "Yes," came the collective response as the crew stepped away from Chen Zui, focusing the camera solely on him. The deputy director, holding a pre-prepared script, initiated the interview. "Firstly, congratulations on winning the championship in the previous show. Has your life changed in any significant way since then?" Chen Zui replied, "Actually, it hasn't changed much. The only difference is that there are now more opportunities to earn money, with an increasing number of performances reaching out to me." Assistant director, Has there been any change in your mindset? Chen Zui. No. Everything is as expected. Assistant Director, when our program reached out to you, were you surprised? Or what was your initial thought? Chen Zui. I wasn't too surprised. In fact, when my roommate, who is also my manager, informed me about this, I initially declined because I had just finished one show and was about to record another. Moreover, I am still in school, so I hadn't considered accepting. Assistant Director, what prompted you to change your mind? Chen Zui. Because you offered a substantial payment. Assistant Director, laugh so. It was the guaranteed prize of 1 million for the champion that persuaded you to join our program? Chen Zui, you could say that. Assistant Director, may I interpret this as you participating in the peak showdown with the aim of winning the championship? Chen Zui, of course, in any competition, no one enters without the intention of winning. Additionally, I've heard that the rules of this show are quite fair, with the audience holding the decision-making power. Assistant Director, exactly. The Peak Showdown will be the first variety show in the country broadcast entirely live, with voting rights fully transferred to the audience. We will even invite qualified witnesses to ensure that the vote counts are free from any suspicion of fraud. Chen Zui, that sounds excellent. Assistant Director, after we officially announced your participation yesterday morning, numerous controversies concerning you surfaced online. What are your thoughts on this matter? Chen Zui, are you referring to the diss from a few rappers? Assistant Director, yes. Chen Zui, do you want the truth or a fabricated response? Assistant Director, laughs, certainly the truth, keep it real. Chen Zui, I believe they are somewhat irrational, attacking anyone in sight like mad dogs on the street. The Assistant Director's smile froze, and the expressions of those nearby changed as well. No, you should speak the truth, but not so bluntly. This interview will be edited into the program's preview. The Assistant Director hastily interjected. You may not be aware, but dissing is a tradition in the rap community. Chen Zui, laugh so really? I must admit my ignorance. Assistant Director, have you considered releasing a song in response to them? Chen Zui, the show is about to start, so I prefer to let my work speak for itself. Engaging in petty disputes is rather childish. Assistant Director, are you familiar with the other contestants? Chen Zui, what do you mean? Assistant Director, have you listened to their songs? Chen Zui, no. Assistant Director, no? Chen Zui, right? I've heard a few of the more popular ones on music platforms, but to be honest, they are quite average, and I lack the desire to listen further. Assistant Director, this time, we've invited the champions from previous rap competitions, such as Fan Shang from the Bad People label, Lumos from the Basement, Xiao Linzi from the Weightless Soundwave, and Zhou Lingyi. The competition is indeed quite fierce. If you are aiming for the championship, how confident do you feel about your chances of winning? Chen Zui, to say 100% would be too arrogant, so let's say 99%. Assistant Director, after a moment of silence, the Assistant Director picked up the script and asked a few pre-prepared questions. About 15 minutes later, he concluded the interview, saying, well, that wraps up our interview for today. Please say a few words to your fans who support you. Chen Zui, the road is long. We shall meet at the Pinnacle Showdown. After the interview concluded, the production team quickly left the company. No sooner had they departed than Jiang Wenhua and Jiang Mufan hurried over, both visibly concerned. Did you think your words were too bold? If they don't edit it out, this segment will surely stir up discussions online. That has precisely the effect I want. Chen Zui chuckled. When your words do not match your abilities, it's mere boasting. When they align, it's confidence. Can I manage it? Chen Zui smiled, patted the shoulders of the two, and waved his hand as he made his way outside. Where are you going? Shopping. Jiang Mufan immediately said, I'll go with you. As your stylist, I can help you pick out some clothes. Chen Zui shook his head. Next time, I'll go with Yuan. 69, an umbrella. In early December, Hangzhou had been drenched in rain for several consecutive days. The weather forecast predicted the first snowfall of the year next week, with temperatures plummeting from the current 15 to 16 degrees to below 5. Stepping out of the building, both the overcast sky and the fallen leaf blown by the cold wind hinted that this winter might be exceptionally frigid. Chen Zui donned a mask and summoned a ride-hailing car, arriving shortly at the girls' dormitory of the Normal University. He hadn't notified Yuan beforehand, but even on weekends, she rarely ventured outside, especially with the rain falling. While reading in her dorm, Yuan received a message from Chen Zui. She quickly marked her page, stood up, and hurried downstairs. Brother, let us go shopping. Now. Chen Zui nodded with a smile. Temperatures will drop significantly in a few days. We need to buy winter clothes. I have plenty of money now. Su Yuan responded with a sound of agreement and quickly said, I'll go upstairs to grab an umbrella. Hurry. I'll call the car. Su Yuan swiftly returned to her dormitory, retrieved her umbrella from her cabinet, and noticed Li Xiqing's umbrella lying on the floor. She hesitated for a moment, contemplating borrowing another umbrella from Li Xiqing, but ultimately decided against it. Gripping her own umbrella, she made her way back downstairs. Isn't that a big star coming again? It must be. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Yiling rose and walked towards the window, with Li Xiqing swiftly following suit. The two heads squeezed together at the window, observing Su Yuan and Chen Zui below. Zhang Yiling could not help but exclaim, Why is their brother so wonderful? Well, mine seems like a fool. It was a rainy day. Where could they be headed? How would I know? The pair arrived by car near the Gaosha Road subway station. To their left stood the Impression City Shopping Center, and to their right was the Wu Jiao Tianjie. Typically bustling on weekends, the area was eerily quiet today, likely due to the rain. As they disembarked from the vehicle, a light drizzle began to fall once more. Su Yuan hurriedly opened her umbrella to shield Chen Zui's head, completely oblivious to the fact that her own shoulder was getting drenched. The umbrella was rather small. Chen Zui glanced up and, with a swift motion, seized the umbrella from her, while his other arm possessively wrapped around Su Yuan's shoulder, pulling her under the cover of the umbrella. Are you foolish? Don't you realize your clothes are getting wet? Su Yuan lowered her head, remaining silent. They hurried into the shopping mall, shaking off the umbrella and tucking it away before wandering around the first floor. The mall boasted 7 floors in total, with the first floor primarily housing electronic goods stores, including direct outlets for Huawei and Xiaomi, alongside popular apparel brands like Nike, Adidas, and Uniqlo. Chen Zui declared, Let us first purchase a down jacket. Choose 2 that you like. Don't concern yourself with the price. I'll take care of it. 1 is sufficient. No arguments. Just listen to me. Realizing his tone was too commanding, he added, The only substantial down jacket you have was given to you by my mother from the supermarket. That light blue one you've worn for nearly 4 years now. In a few days, the temperature will drop to 2 or 3 degrees. You're sensitive to the cold, so aim for something thicker. As he spoke, Chen Zui led Su Yuan into the Adidas flagship store. The selection of down jackets was rather limited, primarily differentiated by length and color. Upon entering, Chen Zui immediately spotted a long down jacket, a classic Adidas style with 3 stripes. Priced at nearly 2,000 yuan due to its recent release and the impending winter season. Hello, do these come in both men's and women's styles? Yes. They are unisex and can be worn by anyone. Please fetch us 2 suitable sizes for fitting. The sales assistant promptly inquired, Do you both want black? This model is available in 2 colors, black and white. Recently, many couples have been purchasing both colors as matching outfits. Chen Zui asked, Do you prefer black or white? Su Yuan remained silent for a while. Chen Zui decisively made the choice for her. I'll take the black, and she will wear the white. Light colors suit her well. All right. The sales assistant quickly procured 2 appropriate sizes. Chen Zui changed into his jacket outside, while Su Yuan took hers to the fitting room. Once she had changed, the sales assistant promptly began to flatter her. How do you like it? It's a bit expensive. Chen Zui smiled and promptly addressed the sales assistant, stating, We'll take these 2 items. Please wrap them up for us. Of course, came the reply. After exiting the store, Chen Zui initially intended to explore the flagship stores of several renowned brands nearby, but was swiftly deterred by Su Yuan, who insisted that the styles at Uniqlo were more varied and compelling. Chen Zui understood her friend's disdain for the high prices of international brands, yet chose to remain silent about it, and soon they made their way to Uniqlo. In comparison to Nike and Adidas, Uniqlo indeed offered a significantly broader selection of clothing. Even their down jackets were priced well below 1,000 yuan. The two spent nearly an hour inside, with Su Yuan emerging from the fitting rooms in one outfit after another. Despite her usual aversion to shopping, Chen Zui found her spirits lifting. Upon leaving the store, they each carried an abundance of shopping bags, most of which were filled with Su Yuan's purchases. Though Su Yuan hadn't intended to buy so much, the decision was beyond her control. You've bought so many beautiful clothes, yet you seem somewhat unpleased. Is it too much? Chen Zui inquired. Not at all. She replied with a smile. I just realized today that spending money on you brings me more joy than spending on myself. Brother, yes? It's already midnight. Chen Zui quickly responded. Let us first return you to school so you can drop off these clothes in your dormitory. Then we can head to that noodle shop for dinner. Sound good? Meanwhile, the launch of the first episode of Rap Peak Showdown was confirmed to commence on December 8th, necessitating the completion of the promotional video beforehand. The promotional video aimed to attract viewers, garner attention, and generate buzz. The associate director responsible for interviewing, Chen Zui, after concluding the trip to Hangzhou, sent the interview footage to the head director, Chao Jun, while en route back to Shenzhen. The invitation for Chen Zui to participate in the showdown was primarily due to his popularity, and upon viewing the interview, Chao Jun quickly realized that some statements made by Chen Zui could potentially spark considerable controversy online. Consequently, he ordered his team to edit the promotional video within 2 days, emphasizing that while other interviews could be trimmed, Chen Zui's segment should remain intact. Thus, on the evening of the 4th, the promotional video for Rap Peak Showdown premiered on Penguin Video. The program had already garnered significant attention from viewers during its teaser phase, thanks to its innovative format, contestant lineup, and competition rules. As soon as the promotional video was released, audiences flocked to watch it. Unsurprisingly, Chen Zui's bold remarks in the video ignited a frenzy across the internet. This interview spotlighted 3 main points of discussion. Firstly, Chen Zui revealed that he agreed to participate in the program solely for the guaranteed prize of 10 million yuan for the champion. Secondly, he publicly criticized several artists who had disparaged him online, describing them as mentally unstable, akin to mad dogs that bite indiscriminately. Ultimately, Chen Zui expressed that the rap songs available in the market are rather mediocre, boldly proclaiming a 99% chance of securing the championship. Initially, his motivation for participating in the program, driven by monetary gain, is a rather straightforward admission. Indeed, the other rappers who agreed to partake in the show are also primarily lured by the prize money. However, the subsequent remarks were nothing short of audacious. Numerous rappers had previously taken to the internet to diss Chen Zui, among whom the most notable were Big Cat from the Unruly People label and Lao Dao from the John and Rap Hall, both seasoned figures in the rap community whom newcomers would revere. Yet, Chen Zui showed them no courtesy, directly likening them to mad dogs on the street. What could be more direct than such a diss? Furthermore, Chen Zui arrogantly asserted that the current rap songs on the market are utterly unlistenable, a blatant insult to every artist in the rap scene. Following the release of this over 50-minute pilot episode, it landed like a bombshell in the midst of the rap community, prompting all the rappers to spring into action. First to respond was Tang Zhu, the initiator of the John and Rap Hall, who posted on Weibo, "Kid, on December 8th, I'll teach you how to behave." Subsequently, a significant number of rappers in the circle made their appearances. Ghost Unruly People label remarked a frog at the bottom of a well, utterly laughable. Wang Xiao, Unruly People label, commented, "Are the youth today this arrogant? Winning a championship on a neighboring show makes one feel invincible." Lao Zhao, Xianan Zap Hon, Stet. On December 8th, you'll learn what true rap is. Yang Pai, John and Rap Hall, inquired, "Buddy, where did you come from?" Da Xiao, Weightless Sound Waves, added, "Everyone. Don't get too excited. He's merely a clown." Zia Lindsay, Weightless Sound Waves, remarked, "No wonder he's so annoying. Turns out he's just a pretty boy. Stay in the entertainment industry. Don't embarrass yourself with rap." Kid, Basement label, declared on December 8th, "Penguin Video will document my homies and me as we humiliate you." The audience of rap enthusiasts was equally bewildered. How is it that anyone can now dabble in rap? Who is this kid? The champion of a neighboring talent show, appearing so refined yet speaking so arrogantly? This individual has insulted the entire rap community, truly a character with no bounds. In fact, during the interview that day, Jiang Wenhua, who overheard these comments, realized that if this segment were included in the pilot, it would undoubtedly provoke such reactions. However, seeing that Chen Zui himself seemed unfazed, Jiang Wenhua chose not to comment further. Today is the 4th. The production team had already communicated that the first live broadcast required an early arrival. prompting the two to plan a flight to Pengcheng on the afternoon of the 7th. Before that, Jiang Wenhua reiterated the program's rules to Chen Zui. The rules of the Peak Showdown are comparatively simpler than those of previous rap programs. The contestants invited by the production team are all renowned and recognized rappers of considerable skill. Thus, the number is rather limited, totaling around 30 individuals. The first 3 episodes comprise the preliminary rounds, followed by episodes 4 to 6, which serve as the advancement rounds, while episodes 7 to 9 are the competitive stages. The 10th episode is dubbed the Battle of Kings. However, the champion of this program is not determined solely by the performance in the final episode. Rather, it is based on the cumulative scores from all 10 episodes. For instance, in the inaugural episode, the production team allocates points according to voting results, categorizing contestants into 10 tiers. The top tier accumulates 10 points, the second tier 9 points, and so forth. The preliminary rounds directly eliminate half of the participants. And by the end of the advancement rounds, only 10 contestants remain to vie for the rankings. Each episode's winner can accumulate 10 points, meaning the theoretical maximum score for the program is 100 points. Furthermore, voting is exclusively conducted online, with each member of the platform entitled to 10 votes, which would be distributed or cast all at once. Under such rules, securing the championship leaves no room for dispute. No one could contest it. After listening, Chen Zui nodded and inquired about the order of performance. Jiang Wenhua promptly explained, after the preview is released, a contestant popularity chart system will go live simultaneously. The performance order for the first episode will be determined by this chart, with the lowest ranked contestant performing first and the highest ranked performing last. Subsequent episodes will follow this ranking for performance order. Curious, Chen Zui asked, who currently holds the top position on the popularity chart? You. Me? Chen Zui exclaimed in surprise. How could that be? Jiang Wenhua chuckled. Of course it's you. You just won the championship of New Generation Singers and made quite the impression during the interview for Peak Showdown. Regardless of whether they support or criticize you, everyone is discussing you. If you're not first, who else could be? Chen Zui found this amusing, but saw no downside to it. Popularity equates to influence. In the entertainment industry, having high visibility is far more advantageous than being obscure. Even if one is notorious, at least they are recognized, ensuring a steady stream of opportunities. Moreover, in his previous life, he had often felt constrained by the pressures of his agency, forced to comply with many demands. Now, having a chance to start anew, he resolved to embrace his true self. On April 7th, shortly after 1 in the afternoon, Chen Zui, Jiang Wenhua, and Jiang Mufan departed from their school, making their way to Shaoshan International Airport. After completing the check-in procedures, they boarded a Pengcheng Airlines flight at 3:30. By 6 o'clock, the plane had landed, and the trio was swiftly met by the production team representatives who escorted them to a nearby 5-star hotel arranged for the show. This hotel was reserved by the production team, and with few exceptions, most of the participating rappers were accommodated there. As Chen Zui prepared to disembark, he noticed another vehicle trailing behind, from which a group of individuals emerged, each adorned in eclectic and distinctive attire. After witnessing Chen Zui, the group of individuals exhibited an unmistakable air of disdain and contempt in their gazes. To them, Chen Zui was merely an ignorant little lamb, spouting grandiose statements online to draw attention. But in the reality of the show, anyone could easily trample on him. After all, the rap scene is not a domain one can enter at will. Jiang Wenhua, observing their demeanor, quietly warned Chen Zui they are members of the Jiangnan Rap Club. The one adorned with a gold chain is the master, the bald fellow behind him is Lao Dao, and the one beside him with a silver tooth is Yang Pai. Chen Zui chuckled and stepped forward into the hotel. Within the elevator, Jiang Mufan expressed an inexplicable concern, saying, "These individuals do not appear to be friendly." "You won't feel that way next time," Chen Zui replied. "Why?" "Because next time, they will not dare to look at us with such disdain. I intend to show them what true rap is." Chen Zui was well aware of their rap capabilities. They were still stuck in the rudimentary stages of rhyme, with most artists merely playing with single and double rhymes. In their pursuit of rhyme, their lyrics were often forced and lacked depth. As for the use of flow, such as tempo changes, syncopation, and flexible flow, Chen Zui would say they had yet to even scratch the surface. In fact, the brands like Angren, John and Rap Club, and Basement were somewhat standard. The most aberrant were those from the Weightless Soundwave label. Their rap works, all infused with electronic music, sounded to Chen Zui like a pile of refuse. Yet, paradoxically, they had gained considerable popularity, especially the likes of Linzi, who had even secured a championship in Black Rap Boys. Chen Zui mused that if such talent could win a championship, then acquiring one himself should be a mere formality. That evening, Chen Zui and his companions boarded the shuttle bus arranged by the production team to the recording venue. True to its reputation, the stage constructed by the Penguin organization surpassed even that of the New Generation Singers finale, capable of accommodating thousands of spectators. Enhanced by stunning lights, it appeared extraordinarily resplendent, with a backdrop screen likely costing a fortune. Such extravagant spending. Even the seasoned Jiang Wenhua couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the meticulously arranged recording site. The primary purpose of their visit that evening was to familiarize themselves with the venue and allow the contestants to meet one another. Chen Zui deemed the latter unnecessary. So after exploring the venue and listening to the staff outline the following night's schedule, he prepared to leave. Noticing this, Jiang Wenhua quickly seized a set of program guidelines from a staff member and hurried after Chen Zui. "Are we heading back now?" he inquired. "What else should we do?" "The other contestants are engaged in conversation." Chen Zui replied with a smile. "Do you wish to seek their approval with a warm greeting?" Jiang Wenhua sighed. "I merely feel that this makes us appear ostracized. Cattle and sheep travel in herds, but fierce beasts roam alone. Haven't you read Lu Xun's works?" Jiang Wenhua smiled faintly, choosing not to delve further into the topic at hand. Instead, he cast a glance at the multitude of precautions listed in his hand, remarking on the extensive regulations surrounding the program. It was only natural. The participants were not particularly earnest individuals, and given that the show was live, a lack of restrictions might lead to chaos that could jeopardize the entire production team. Jiang Wenhua noted, no visible tattoos, no bare chests, no smoking or drinking, and no ostentatious accessories. Furthermore, the lyrics must not contain any prohibited words. The day before the broadcast, the lyrics must be submitted to the production team for review. He paused, contemplating, is there anything else? The rest is manageable, nothing particularly critical to note. However, prior to each live broadcast, the production team conducts interviews with the contestants. These interviews are subsequently edited together with the recorded segments to create an enhanced version of the show, so we must arrive early tomorrow. Indeed, the promotional efforts of Penguin Video far surpassed those of New Generation Singers. Initially, New Generation Singers garnered little attention, even from Tudo Video. It wasn't until the show's popularity gradually increased that Tudo created a dedicated section titled New Generation on their platform. In stark contrast, Rap Peak Showdown received considerable attention even before the release of its teaser, prominently featured on the homepage of Penguin Video in a section labeled Peak Showdown. Following the release of the teaser, it captured widespread interest across the internet. Over the past few days, it has trended numerous times, and with the notable backgrounds of the participants, the anticipation for the show had already amassed a significant following. On Saturday evening, after Jiang Mufan styled Chen Zui's hair for the camera, Chen Zui departed the hotel alone, boarding the production team's shuttle to the recording venue. It was only as he approached the entrance that he noticed a considerable crowd had gathered outside. Chen Zui. Among them were many of his own fans. Upon hearing his name being called, Chen Zui opened the car window and greeted them. The other rappers in the vehicle exhibited varying degrees of disdain at this display. They outwardly abhorred such fan culture. Yet, this disdain was somewhat superficial, as the industry had long been plagued by the unsavory practice of fanning the flames. Once the shuttle navigated through a special passage to the parking lot, the passengers disembarked in small groups and made their way to the backstage area of the recording venue. The backstage was expansive, capable of accommodating hundreds, yet the seating was merely tiered, devoid of any chairs. A massive 150-inch screen loomed on the wall directly in front of the seating area, displaying live footage when the broadcast commenced, while various sponsor advertisements adorned the walls on either side. As the hour was still early, the contestants congregated in groups, engaging in lively conversation. just as they had the previous day. Their discussions primarily revolved around three topics: recent performances at music festivals, the creation of impressive new songs, and their latest acquisitions of trendy apparel from abroad. In essence, it was a symphony of boastful exchanges. Chen appeared to be at odds with his surroundings, both in attire and demeanor. However, he was not the only one experiencing exclusion. There was also a rap artist from the island named Liu Jia, who had traveled across the sea to participate in this program. He was quite well known on the island, yet remained largely unfamiliar to the mainland audience. And he too seemed to be isolated. Their approaches to this situation, however, were starkly contrasting. Chen sat comfortably to the side, showing no inclination to engage with others. In contrast, Liu Jia was actively seeking connections, using his phone to request WeChat additions, discussing potential collaborations, even in the face of apparent disdain from those around him. After approximately half an hour, several camera operators entered the backstage area to interview the contestants. Among them were a few familiar faces to Chen, as they had previously interviewed him in Hangzhou. The assistant director seemed to be specifically approaching Chen. Noticing him sitting alone, she led the camera crew directly to him. "Chen, may I have a word with you?" Chen nodded, observing that the other interviewed artists had stood. He inquired, "Should I stand as well?" The assistant director shook her head. "No need, you may remain seated." "All right, our first live broadcast is about to commence. At this moment, how are you feeling?" "Quite well," Chen replied, then added, "Though it is rather noisy back here. Will there be a private resting room available later?" The assistant director hesitated momentarily before responding. "After the qualifying rounds, you will indeed have a personal resting area." "Oh." Following the release of the teaser, there has been considerable skepticism voiced online regarding you. Has this affected you in any way? "Not at all," Chen replied calmly. "I believe that by the end of this evening, such doubts will dissipate. Currently, you are still ranked first on the popularity chart, significantly ahead of the second-place contestant, Fan Shan. It is anticipated you will be the last to perform tonight. As is commonly known, both the first and last performers face immense pressure. If given the choice, which position would you prefer to perform in?" "It makes no difference. I do not feel any pressure." "One final question. If I were to ask you again why you are participating in this program, aside from the 10 million prize, what would your reason be? Must I articulate it?" The assistant director smiled and nodded. Chen cast a glance around the backstage area and replied with a smile, "I am here to rectify the rap scene." The assistant director, upon hearing this, was not particularly surprised. This was precisely the reaction she had sought. She aimed to elicit such statements from Chen, as they would enhance the program's appeal. Chen was acutely aware of the assistant director's intentions, both for the program's popularity and his own. Thus, he cooperatively addressed the inquiry. Meanwhile, several nearby rappers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting upon hearing Chen's declaration about rectifying the rap scene. "Such audacity in your words. Who do you think you are?" After the assistant director received the desired answers from Chen Zui, he proceeded to interview other rappers, leaving Chen Zui to amuse himself with his phone. Time passed, rather slowly, until the loudspeaker in the corner of the backstage blared at 7:50. "Attention all contestants, the live broadcast countdown is at 10 minutes. When the loudspeaker sounded again, it announced 5 minutes, then 3, and finally 1 minute remaining. The previously nonchalant group of rappers quickly selected their spots, their faces now devoid of any relaxed expressions. The production team had gathered the champions and runners-up from Hip Hop Planet, 8 Mile, Rap Era, Rap Origins, and the Black Rap Boys. Additionally, popular artists from various labels and some internet rap sensations were also invited, effectively bringing the entire rap landscape to this event. The individual who claims the championship in this program will seize the realm of rap. Even more enticing is the grand prize of 10 million for the champion, which is merely a guaranteed amount. It is rumored that subsequent releases of rap-related merchandise will also contribute to the prize pool, a sum that ordinary individuals could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. At precisely 8 o'clock, the live broadcast entry appeared on the homepage of Penguin Video, and at that moment, an unknown number of viewers flooded into the live stream. Preparations were underway. "Director, are we ready to commence?" "I'm all set here." The countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action. The camera initially oscillated between the director and the producer, and as the countdown concluded, the director pulled the lever, officially launching the first episode of the Peak Showdown live broadcast. The scene swiftly transitioned to the stage, where the audience stood in anticipation, erupting into cheers as the camera panned over them. The host of the Peak Showdown, none other than Wang Qi, known for his previous hosting of various rap programs, weighed over 200 pounds, earning him the catchy nickname Airpang, Too Fat. Good evening, dear audience members both present and watching the live stream. Welcome to the 2018 Rap Peak Showdown on Penguin Video. I'm your old friend, Airpang. To ensure that the broadcast proceeded without a hitch, the host not only had a script in hand, but also relied on a teleprompter at the front of the stage. As the live stream commenced, Airpang delivered a smooth opening statement, followed by introductions of the participating contestants and the 4 observational mentors present. These 4 mentors were no strangers to the industry. However, aside from Chris, the other 3 were novices. Chris, a Chinese expatriate born in the country but raised abroad, may not have achieved significant fame overseas. Yet as the first rapper to gain recognition in the international rap scene, he garnered considerable respect from domestic rap artists. Additionally, there are 3 others. One is Li Junshun, who debuted as a member of a boy band. Another is Zhao Lei, who dabbles in rock music. And the sole female mentor is Chen Zui, who rose to fame in Singer 2016. However, they were merely invited by the production team to attract viewership, rendering their expertise somewhat irrelevant, especially since they possess no voting rights. The order of performance for the first episode will be determined by the popularity rankings. Now, please direct your attention to the big screen. As soon as the host's words faded, the screen displayed the popularity rankings of the 36 contestants. Astonishingly, the top position was occupied by Chen Zui, who had just clinched the championship in New Generation Singers. The second place went to Fan Shang from the Unruly People label, and the third was Lumos from the Basement label. The difference in votes was substantial. The combined popularity of the top 3 contestants surpassed that of the remaining 33. However, this ranking did not signify much. It merely indicated the level of attention each contestant received. Following the announcement of the popularity rankings, the scene shifted backstage. Most contestants reacted with disdain upon seeing the list, while a few cast scornful glances at Chen Zui. Yet, Chen Zui remained unfazed. Now, let us welcome the first contestant to the stage, Wang Yao, who has long roamed the underground scene. The audience erupted into cheers. The barrage of comments swiftly began to scroll. Wang Yao ranks last in popularity. He previously won the Underground Battle Championship in Star City. They've truly invited some formidable figures from the rap scene. How embarrassing for those rappers who weren't invited by the production team. Each of these 36 individuals has an impressive background. To be frank, Chen Zui probably shouldn't even be participating in this Peak Showdown. Indeed, the others are seasoned veterans. While he's only just debuted, I have no idea where he came from. He's quite adept at creating show effects. Stop boasting. Penguin Music Celebration is already ranked first in the rap charts. He has no qualifications. Who does? Does this circle really regard experience? Shouldn't it be about talent? Without Chen Zui, I honestly wouldn't watch this show. During the knockout phase, due to the large number of contestants, there were no interactive segments. Once Wang Yao took the stage and prepared, he immediately commenced his performance. His song was titled Blood. Chen Zui listened for a while. If it weren't for the synchronized display of lyrics on the background screen, it would have been nearly impossible to discern the content of his lyrics, an incoherent mix of Chinese and English. In Chen Zui's eyes, the song failed to meet the mark. Yet the audience seemed to relish the fast-talking style, bouncing energetically and creating a lively atmosphere. Backstage, discussion ensuite. This beat is quite impressive. If this continues, I might feel pressured. It seems everyone has put in considerable effort. Thus, it can be inferred that those who perform earlier may actually gain an advantage. If the initial contestants excel, the pressure on those who follow will only intensify. After Wang Yao finished his performance, the second rapper swiftly took the stage. Following the conclusion of the third round, contestants would be eliminated based on their scores. To ensure the duration of a live broadcast, other segments were not allowed to prolong excessively, with the primary focus being the time allocated for the contestants' performances. Given the rapid pace of rap songs, each track typically lasted around 3 minutes. Including the time for preparation, each performer had an average of 4 minutes. With 36 participants, the event would last approximately 2.5 hours. Chen Zui struggled to remain seated even during a 45-minute class. Sitting in the background, listening to increasingly subpar rap songs felt akin to enduring a bed of nails. He occasionally fiddled with his phone or stared into space. The production team, however, frequently captured 1 or 2 shots of him, resulting in the live chat becoming exceptionally lively whenever Chen Zui appeared on screen. After 2 hours had passed, the quality of the songs performed by the remaining rappers had, at last, reached a barely acceptable standard in Chen Zui's eyes. Indeed, the top contenders on the popularity chart were all quite formidable. Zhou Lingyi, Xiao Linzi, Lumos, and Fan Shang were the leading favorites for the championship. In the audience's view, Fan Shang was perceived as the most probable winner. He was the champion of Hip Hop Planet and subsequently won another title in the rap era, claiming victory in 2 rap competitions. It was only natural for the audience to expect him to secure first place. When he took the stage, the audience's reaction shifted dramatically. Upon completing a song, rather than exiting the stage like the other contestants, he held the microphone and freestyled a few lines. Hold on. Your fans praise your looks, but I say it's a pity you lack brains. You rely on good looks, while I depend on true skill. Status is earned, not borrowed. Little brother, where do you come from? His freestyle clearly targeted Chen Zui. The contestants in the background, reveling in the spectacle, rose from their seats, making noises of excitement. The chat became increasingly animated. Others have no right to say this, but Fan Shang certainly does. He is the dual champion of Hip Hop Planet and the rap era. When he was rapping, Chen Zui was probably still playing in the mud in elementary school. Watching rap shows is far more entertaining than other programs. The tension is palpable. I said Chen Zui was unqualified to participate in the peak showdown. At this moment, even Chen Zui's fans hesitated to voice their support in the chat. After Fan Shang concluded his freestyle, he disdainfully exited the stage. His ire was not directed at Chen Zui for participating in the program, but rather at the latter's arrogant demeanor at such a young age. Observing Fan Shang turn to leave, Chen Zui rose from his seat, casting a glance at the other contestants in the background before striding toward the stage. The entrance and exit paths were shared. As Fan Shang and Chen Zui passed each other on stage, the camera captured this fleeting moment. Yet neither cast a glance at the other. After 2.5 hours of live broadcasting, the audience, previously lively during the performances of other contestants, now appeared visibly fatigued. In the hotel, Jiang Wenhua and Jiang Mufan sat anxiously watching the live stream, their expressions fraught with concern. The opening had been dismal. With all the contestants under scrutiny, especially since the favored candidate, Fan Shang, had publicly undermined them on stage. By the time it was Chen Zui's turn to perform, the audience's enthusiasm had waned. Jiang Wenhua could scarcely imagine how devastated he would feel if he were the one standing on stage at that moment. Chen Zui shook his microphone and confidently declared, "Let us get straight to it." Instantly, the stage was enveloped in darkness, with only a few futuristic teal lights illuminating the backdrop. The accompaniment began to play, but the audience seemed distracted, lacking any expectations for Chen Zui, particularly after the explosive performances preceding his. Many had succumbed to auditory fatigue. However, when the vocals emerged, the audience was taken aback. The initial notes featured a little girl's voice, digitally crafted by Chen Zui, requiring only a simple recording and voice modulation. "I come from the mountains, carrying orchids. My home is devoid of wealth, my pockets bare of treasure." After this opening, Chen Zui joined in with his own voice, which resonated with a richness and strength far surpassing the digital rendition. "Didn't you all wonder where I came from? Let me tell you. Listen closely. I hail from the mountain city. I come from mountains." Each lyric was vividly displayed on a large screen, in stark contrast to the preceding contestants' focus on rhyme. Chen Zui's lyrics were imbued with profound meaning, elevating his artistry significantly above that of his competitors. Moreover, the content of his lyrics addressed the online criticisms directly, as if he were delivering a resounding slap to the faces of his detractors. The biting cold wind. Diligence paves the path to success, to capture the bright moon. I trade orchids for fine garments. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the chorus concluded, Chen Zui exuded an undeniable presence. Wielding the microphone with an aura that seemed to amplify his performance, he rapped in the dialect of his mountain city, displaying no signs of nervousness. Completely immersed in the stage, his lyrics, vocal prowess, and stage presence each achieved an exceptional level of excellence. The chorus depicted the journey of a traveler setting out. On the day I departed, a light rain fell. Rising early to hasten my journey, the mountain mist, the tomb of the poet. The lyrics unfolded like prose, establishing a stark contrast to other rappers, which was a clear demarcation of superiority. At long last, those fans of Chen Zui, who had been silenced by Fan Shan's freestyle, emerged in full force at this moment. Upon their arrival, they dominated the entire barrage of comments. Speak, Blackie. Come on, Blackie. Everyone, perk up your ears and truly listen to what rap is. Goodness, Chen Zui will never disappoint. Every time he takes the stage, goosebumps rise. These lyrics leave the preceding artists in the dust. Where's Blackie? It's explosive, absolutely electrifying. In reality, many of the audience members were arranged by the production team, with females comprising about 80%. Most were not fans of rap. They treated this as a nightclub, dancing to the energetic music. Yet in this moment, they were genuinely enthralled. After all, which girl could resist a tall, handsome college student who can rap? The atmosphere became electrifying. Even in winter, the front-row female audience resembled a spring day, raising their hands high and exuberantly releasing their dopamine. The earth is my bed. The sky is my blanket. Fear not the withering of grass and trees. The sun as my clock, the moon as my bow. Do not forget the cold of the thatched cottage. The steed tramples the thorns of fate, rouge scattered throughout the valley of twilight. Should I pursue the lofty aspirations of the soaring clouds? Dare I mock Huang Chao's manhood? This segment elevated the song to its zenith, under the vast sky, invoking the classics. As the sun and moon cycle, one must not forget the trying times. The subsequent 4 lines encapsulate the essence of the piece. Thorns of fate symbolizes the obstacles on life's journey. When faced with challenges, I shall ride forth and shatter them. Valley of Twilight signifies that after overcoming difficulties, the path to brightness lies ahead. The last 2 lines, originating from the classic water margin, are tailor-made for Chen Zui, echoing words that only a drunken songjiang would dare utter. Yet I boldly declare them now. Oh my goodness. Everyone please stand. I take back my previous disdain. This guy is truly remarkable. These few lines surpass what the entire rap scene could compose. Goodness, this is stirring my blood. Chen Zui, he is undeniably handsome. Does anyone still believe he is unworthy of this stage? The backstage rap artists stood in stunned silence, as if they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. The director shamelessly cut to their reactions. But does this song conclude here? Certainly not. The subsequent verses by Qinglian Jusher struck me. When I remarked to him that there is nothing to learn, both of us consumed by boundless audacity. This translates to, Li Bai wishes to teach me poetry, yet I claim there is nothing to learn. Additionally, unless the king of hell personally summons, Qing Guang will come to collect. The moon at Liang Yuan, wine in Tokyo, flowers of Luoyang, willows by Zhangta. Those backstage rap artists, perhaps having received little formal education, might not even comprehend these references. Am I lacking intelligence? Do I rely solely on looks? Am I devoid of ability? My apologies. But do you measure up? As this episode concluded, who in the world did not recognize you? The pen fell like a storm, and the song moved the very spirits of the city. Astonishingly, you are indeed cultured. I can merely exclaim in awe. I hail from Zhejiang University of Media and Communications, where the girls' dormitory erupted in chaos, all screaming as if a fire had broken out. The number of viewers in the live broadcast has surpassed 1.5 million. This song has captivated my very soul. As the music faded and the performance ended, Chen Zui grasped the microphone and calmly addressed the camera before the show commenced. The assistant director inquired once more about my purpose for participating in the Peak Showdown. I previously stated that my intent was to rectify the rap scene. A chorus of excitement erupted from the audience. As Chen Zui had earlier articulated, should one's prowess not match their claims, they merely engage in boastful bluster. Conversely, if one's talent aligns with their assertions, it reflects absolute confidence. In that moment, when Chen Zui reiterated his statement, few deemed him arrogant. Should the youth not be overly zealous? What is youth without fervor? Chen Zui remarked, I retract my earlier statement. I am not here to reform the rap scene. Rather, I intend to take on the entire rap industry single-handedly. As his words resonated, he released his grip on the microphone, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The barrage of comments surged uncontrollably. The production team stood in stunned silence. What has transpired? An earthquake? In the director's room, the staff monitoring the data gaped in disbelief, exclaiming, the number of viewers in the live broadcast has exceeded 2 million. The comment system, it has collapsed. What has collapsed? The comments have crashed. Quickly, call Director Li and inform him of the situation. Understood. Director Chow, what do we conclude this? Director Chow, Jun swiftly grabbed the intercom, instructing Air Peng, stop dawdling. Get on stage and read the announcement, then reveal the audience's votes. It was only then that the host, Air Peng, snapped to attention, promptly stepping onto the stage to restore order. After urgent repairs, the comment system finally returned to normal. Did the comment system just crash? Why can't I post comments? What's Penguin Video doing about this? Did I hear correctly? Did he just claim he would take on the entire rap scene alone? Absolutely stunning. How many young ladies will he captivate? Do not underestimate the girls. Even I, a man, find myself enamored. This Chen Zui truly possesses something remarkable. Why aren't there any visuals of the contestants backstage? I wish to see their expressions. That gesture of throwing down the microphone was incredibly cool. The host spent considerable time stabilizing the audience's emotions, and after completing the announcement, our voting system is overseen by a professional team to ensure the integrity of the data, eliminating any suspicion of fraud. Now, please direct your attention to the large screen. The screen promptly displays the portraits of 36 contestants, and the corresponding numbers beneath their images are rapidly fluctuating. The arrangement of these portraits is determined by the heat rankings, with Chen Zui holding the top position and his numbers soaring at a remarkable pace. Each VIP user on Penguin Video is allotted 10 votes, while ordinary users are granted only 1. VIP users have the flexibility to allocate their 10 votes to a single contestant or distribute them among several contestants. As the numbers continue to rise, a countdown timer indicating the closure of the voting channel appears above. During this time, 4 observing mentors provide commentary on the performances of certain contestants. However, the audience is too preoccupied to heed their remarks, either voting or exiting the live stream to watch the recorded replay on Douyin. With the voting channel nearing its conclusion, viewers who have not yet voted hastily make their contributions. The countdown reaches 10 seconds. 10-9. As the voting period concludes, the numbers beneath the contestants' portraits cease to increase. Although many had mentally prepared for the outcome, upon witnessing the results displayed on the large screen, a wave of astonishment washed over the audience. They had anticipated Chen Zui would secure first place, yet they were taken aback by the staggering margin. Chen Zui amassed an impressive 6,880,000 votes, while his closest competitor, Fan Shang, garnered just over 3 million. The second-place contestant did not even reach half of the first-place total. Such a disparity. Had one not witnessed the preceding live broadcast, few would have been inclined to believe it. Yet, Fan Shang was not the most unfortunate. The true misfortune lay with the contestants ranked lower, whose vote counts barely reached several hundred thousand, falling short of even a fraction of Chen Zui's total. The announcement of this result completely unveiled the fade of the rap scene. In that moment, the very sky of the rap world collapsed. With such an astounding vote count, Chen Zui naturally accumulated a perfect score of 10, while the other contestants were categorized into 10 tiers, receiving scores ranging from 9 down to 0. Following the announcement of the results, the first episode of the live broadcast came to an end. However, the attention generated by the premiere was only just beginning. As soon as the live stream concluded, a trending topic emerged on Weibo. Chen Zui, peak showdown. Simultaneously, Douyin's trending topic shifted to Chen Zui Orchid Grass. It is noteworthy that during the recent airing of new generation singers, Chen Zui frequently dominated the trending charts. Many initially believed that the buzz surrounding the new generation would gradually wane post-broadcast, yet unexpectedly, Chen Zui seamlessly transitioned back into the spotlight. After the first trending topic emerged, two more followed in quick succession within half an hour. Chen Zui challenges the rap scene, and Chen Zui drops the microphone during live stream. Such an extraordinary frequency of trending topics left many within the industry in sheer astonishment. Firstly, the show's observation mentor, Chun Xian, posted on Weibo, "This evening, I was truly astonished by Chen Zui's performance. Before joining this program, I never anticipated that a rapper could be so remarkably handsome." Subsequently, several celebrities within the industry shared similar sentiments on Weibo, but due to their varying levels of fame, their posts garnered only modest likes. Nevertheless, Mi Fei undoubtedly joined the conversation, following suit with an even more straightforward post. "Chen Zui, so handsome." The content consisted solely of 6 characters, accompanied by a screenshot of Chen Zui from the program. The comments section erupted with enthusiasm. "Sister has great taste. Chen Zui, indeed, looks exceptionally handsome tonight. You can't possibly be developing feelings for him, can you?" Doge emoji. Mi Fei replied beneath one comment. "Guess?" This prompted even more lively exchanges below. "Ah, is this for real? If that's the case, I might just get jealous. So this is your type, huh? Oh dear, I might be facing heartbreak here." As for Chen Zui's performance and actions that evening, the aftermath resulted in Jiang Wenhua's phone being inundated with calls. Owing to preparations for the program, Jiang Wenhua could only gracefully decline each one. However, some high-profile clients boldly increased their initial offer from 100,000 to 800,000. 800,000 is nearly on par with the performance fees of first-tier celebrities. Had it not been for his family circumstances, Jiang Wenhua would likely have found it impossible to sleep that night. The following day at 10 in the morning, Chen Zui and his 2 companions boarded their return flight. 2 hours later, around noon, the plane landed at Shaoshan International Airport. Just as Chen Zui entered the airport hall, Chen Zui! A piercing scream erupted from the crowd, followed by a throng of people rushing toward him. Chen Zui was taken aback. Jiang Wenhua and Jiang Mufan were equally bewildered. "What is happening? I have no idea. Did you inform anyone that we were returning today at noon?" Su Fei had asked me last night, and I casually responded, "Damn, that rascal." Chen Zui sighed internally, and when he saw the fans approaching with their support items, he could only muster a smile and began to politely sign autographs and take photos. Once the airport security arrived, Chen Zui finally breathed a sigh of relief and awkwardly addressed the crowd of fans. We caught an early flight this morning and haven't eaten since. My stomach is growling. Please, do me a favor and don't block my way or I might just starve." Haha. In this manner, Chen Zui successfully departed from the airport and boarded a ride back to school. During the journey home, Jiang Wenhua first unleashed a series of expletives directed at Su Fei's ancestors. Then couldn't he help but exclaim, "At this rate, we're going to have to keep our schedules confidential in the future and avoid using public transport as much as possible. Once the program is completed, we should invest in a business vehicle." "Indeed," Jiang Wenhua chuckled. "Shall we also consider purchasing a house? If we secure a guaranteed prize of 10 million, we could acquire a splendid property here." Chen Zui shook his head, asserting that he was not in a hurry to purchase a house, as he had other uses for his funds. 75, is that acceptable? He inquired. In a hotel room, a group of rappers lounged haphazardly on the bed and sofa, engrossed in the replay of the inaugural episode of Peak Showdown. Amidst the swirling smoke, each individual wore a grave expression, particularly when they witnessed Chen Zui standing on stage. Proclaiming his intent to single-handedly challenge the entire rap scene, the atmosphere turned somber, as if the life had been drained from the room. The founder of the Jiangnan Rap Association, known as Tang Zhu, extinguished his cigarette and carelessly tossed it aside, offering a wry smile. "It seems we have all become stepping stones for this kid. Did any of you know him before he emerged as a new generation artist?" A chorus of negative shakes of the head ensued. Lumos from the basement, tucking his long hair behind his ears, furrowed his brow and remarked, "So, he has never been part of the underground scene nor released any rap tracks?" "Indeed, What now? The representative from the Bad People label, Big Cat, spoke bluntly. With so many of us here, if he truly secures the championship, how are we supposed to navigate our future? I cannot believe he can produce works akin to Work at Grass again. He continued. What do you think, Brother Shang? The group's attention turned to Fan Shang. In this room, he held the highest status, boasting the most accolades and the greatest chance of victory, although everyone initially aimed for the 10 million prize. If forced to choose between Chen Zui and Fan Shang for the championship, they would undoubtedly select Fan Shang. Fan Shang lay back on the sofa, his torso adorned with various symbolic tattoos, and upon noticing the collective gaze upon him, he quickly stated, "Each of you should have prepared 1 or 2 songs you are confident in, right?" A chorus of nods followed. Fan Shang continued, starting from the second episode. "You should take turns showcasing your most confident tracks. The principle is simple. Do not allow him to steal the spotlight alone. Ideally, each of you should suppress him at least once." Had Fan Shang not uttered those words, these individuals would likely reserve their most confident works for the pivotal moments, risking the chance of overlapping. However, by taking turns, each participant could potentially claim the top spot in any given episode. In the realm of entertainment, rap is an emerging force without substantial capital backing. Under the rules of Peak Showdown, this strategy serves as the optimal method to curtail Chen Zui's momentum. Excellent idea. Let's discuss this further, the group agreed. The first episode of Peak Showdown achieved resounding success, eliciting joy from the production team and even stirring excitement among the higher-ups at Penguin Video. On the day of the live broadcast, the platform's membership swelled by an astonishing 130,000, a figure that could only be described as staggering. Consequently, Li Bin, the individual responsible for the program, convened a brief meeting the following day. During the meeting, Li Bin outlined 3 key requirements. Firstly, the average online viewership for each episode must not fall below 1,200,000. Secondly, everything should revolve around the contestants, striving to meet their demands and enhance the overall quality of the show. Thirdly, there should be an increase in Chen Zui's screen time, extending his presence on stage. The first 2 requirements are quite reasonable, yet the third appears to be tailored specifically for Chen Zui, which has left many perplexed. However, once Li Bin presented a data report, no one in the conference room voiced any objections. The report clearly illustrated a graph depicting viewer engagement during the live broadcast, demonstrating a significant surge in both online viewership and the volume of comments when Chen Zui took the stage. Following the conclusion of the broadcast, discussions and trending topics across the internet predominantly centered around Chen Zui. Reality shows thrive on viewership. Since the influx of viewers is attributed to Chen Zui, it is only logical for the program to center around him. Moreover, after the premiere of the first episode, the staff from Penguin Music, who had previously interacted with Chen Zui, were equally delighted. The song Lan Hua Chao has brought considerable traffic to Penguin Music, soaring to the top of both the new song charts and the rising charts. On the other hand, those from the NetEase cloud music platform were left in despair. Following the initial live broadcast, the majority of the rap artists remained in Peng City. Upon returning to school, although Chen Zui garnered even more attention, he did not face any crowding. He maintained his usual rhythm of life, attending classes and even practicing for his driving test when he had free time. Rumor has it that the enrollment numbers at the driving school surged when he was spotted practicing for the second driving examination. Chen Zui, having been an adept driver in his previous life, was expediting his progress by testing for a C2 license. On Thursday, as a cold front from the north swept in, the temperature in Hangzhou plummeted to single digits, prompting everyone to don heavy clothing. On his way to the cafeteria, Chen Zui called Su Yuan. At that moment, Su Yuan was also having breakfast in the cafeteria and quickly answered the call. Su Yuan, brother Chen Zui, it's getting colder. Have you put on your down jacket? Su Yuan, I have. Chen Zui, have you eaten breakfast? Su Yuan, I'm eating now. Chen Zui, in just over a month, winter break will begin. I've been quite busy lately, juggling classes, recording the show, and preparing for my driving test. I haven't had time to come see you. Please let me know before you leave for break. Accompany me to Peng City for a while, and I'll take you back to Shan City before the new year. Su Yuan, Is that possible? Chen Zui. What do you mean, is that possible? Yuan. Can I come with you, brother? Chen Zui. Haven't to you always been my little shadow? Chen Zui. All right. I've arrived at the cafeteria. I'll talk to you later. Message me if you need anything. Yuan. Okay. After tucking his phone into his pocket, Chen Zui still wore a smile. Jiang Wenhua, aware of Chen Zui's sister, inquired out of curiosity, "Is your relationship with your sister always this good?" "Indeed. However, I heard from Jiang Mufan that you two are not biological siblings, but rather grew up together. Is there an issue?" Jiang Wenhua inquired with a smile. "No, it's just that every time you go to see her or call her, you seem to be in such high spirits. If I didn't know better, I would think she is your girlfriend. My mother has consistently claimed to outsiders that she is my child bride." "Ah," Chen Zui remarked significantly. "A man must remain loyal to two individuals throughout his life. One who gave you life and raised you, and the other who cares for and looks after you. For me, the former is my mother, and the latter is my sister. What position do you plan to assign to your future girlfriend?" "I have already made my wishes. When do you have I for girlfriend?" Chen Zui chuckled, patting Jiang Wenhua on the shoulder. "Here is some advice. The one who truly loves you does not need to be pursued. Those who require your strenuous efforts to win over, yet demand constant appeasement when angered, are not worth marrying. Even if you end up together, you will find yourself perpetually submissive in that relationship." Chen Zui hesitated momentarily, then quickly changed his tone, smiling. "Those who like me, I can barely keep up with. How would I have time to like someone else?" On to the second episode, which will still air live on Saturday evening at 8 o'clock. On Friday afternoon, the three of them set off from school, as usual. After a long afternoon of travel, they finally arrived at the hotel. As most of the rooms prepared for the contestants were on the same floor, upon exiting the elevator, Chen Zui and his companions encountered several members of the group Shizhong Xinghua, who were looking for a place to dine. The Shizhong Xinghua label consists of 11 members, but only 3 participated in this program: the veteran de Xia, along with Hai Wucheng, and the champion from Haipa, Nanhu Xiaolinzi. Chen Zui could not comprehend why these rappers insist on adopting such peculiar names. Names like Tangzhu, Demao, Lao Dao, and Hai Wucheng, as if they were in a television drama. While it is commonplace for artists to have stage names, it seems only in the rap scene do they adopt nicknames as their monikers. Upon seeing each other, both groups ceased their conversations. Chen Zui merely cast a glance at them before continuing forward, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Xiaolinzi, who had previously won the championship on Haipa Nanhu, seemed either influenced by Chen Zui's aura or acted on instinct, stepping aside as Chen Zui approached. Chen Zui walked past the 3 of them without any change in his expression. Seeing this, Jiang Wenhua and Jiang Mufan quickly followed suit, retrieving their room key and entering the hotel room. Once inside, Jiang Mufan exclaimed excitedly, "Chen Zui, you are incredible. Their gazes towards us have indeed changed. Last week, they looked upon us with disdain, but just now, their expressions were cautious." "I'll take a shower first. Let us order takeout for dinner," Jiang Wenhua suggested. "What would you like to eat?" "You decide," Chen Zui replied. "All right. The winter in Pengcheng is considerably more pleasant than that in Hangzhou. During the day, temperatures linger around 15 to 16 degrees Celsius, making a light spring-autumn jacket sufficient." Chen Zui, being unfamiliar with the area, did not venture out the following day. Instead, he slept in until 9 or 10 in the morning. At noon, he sought out a highly rated restaurant nearby for a hearty meal. By 5:30 in the afternoon, Jiang Mufan began urging Chen Zui to wash his hair. Jiang Mufan possesses a keen aesthetic sense, having styled all of Chen Zui's outfits and accessories for the show. In the previous episode, as the weather had not yet cooled, he had merely paired a white t-shirt with a hoodless sweatshirt. However, this time, the ensemble was decidedly more fashionable. He sported an oversized white embroidered t-shirt layered over a plaid shirt, complemented by a black denim jacket. Once Chen Zui had washed and dried his hair, Jiang Mufan, with a professional demeanor, took hold of a hairdryer to style Chen Zui's hair. Jiang Wenhua, noticing a silver necklace on the nearby table, curiously inquired, "Is this also for Chen Zui?" "Yes." Chen Zui glanced over. "Is it real?" "Of course, it's fake." "To wear around the neck?" "Yes." Chen Zui promptly declined, stating, "I won't wear it. This is called fashion. Do you understand? Chen Zui rolled his eyes. That's enough. I don't like wearing such accessories. Jiang Mufan, unusually assertive, replied, if you want me to be your stylist, you must listen to me. Yet, his firm stance seemed somewhat peculiar to Chen Zui and Jiang Wenhua. Chen Zui, not one to indulge, shot back, you scoundrel, just speak plainly without being so coy. Jiang Wenhua stifled a laugh from the side, gazing into the mirror at Jiang Mufan's mournful expression. Chen Zui ultimately picked up the fake silver chain and draped it over his belt, remarking, isn't this trendier? Jiang Mufan's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded in approval. Around 6 o'clock, Jiang Wenhua received a message from the contestant group for the show. After mentioning it to Chen Zui, he quickly departed the hotel, taking the program's vehicle to the live broadcast venue. As with the previous episode, upon his arrival, most of the other contestants were already present in the backstage area. The lively atmosphere momentarily hushed for 5 to 6 seconds when Chen Zui entered. Ignoring the stares of others, he settled into his seat and pulled out his headphones, inserting them into his ears. Time ticked by. Due to the unprecedented popularity of the first episode, many were already waiting at their computers for the second episode, which had yet to air. Typically, Saturday nights would see a bustling corridor and entrance of the girls' dormitory at Zhejiang University of Media and Communications. However, at that moment, the entrance could be described as desolate, with nearly every dorm door shut tight. Inside, the occupants anxiously sat before their computers, eagerly awaiting the live stream to commence. Yuan, stop reading and get ready. The live stream is about to start. There's still 10 minutes left. You really are staying seated. If I were you, I would definitely go with your brother to the venue. Yuan smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. She finished reading the page of book before rising to move her chair behind Zhang Yiling, joining her 3 roommates as they awaited the commencement of the second live broadcast. With 5 minutes left on the countdown, the entrance to the live room appeared, and the number of online viewers began to soar instantaneously. 100, 000, 200, 000, 500, 000, all escalating at a pace visible to the naked eye. At precisely 8 o'clock, the live broadcast commenced. The host, Peo, took the stage and delivered an impassioned opening monologue before promptly stepping away from the camera, handing the spotlight to the contestants. The order of performance for this episode was determined by the rankings from the previous one. Chen Zui, having been the sole contestant to accumulate 10 points last round, was set to perform last once again. This arrangement was advantageous for the production team. Had he performed earlier, viewer engagement would have likely dwindled, but as the final act, he ensured a steadier overall viewership. As each contestant took the stage, their performances, in comparison to the first episode, showed no significant advancement. They continued to rely on basic single and double rhymes, interspersed with moments of rapid-fire delivery. However, if the large screen were to be turned off, few would discern the lyrics they were attempting to convey. The rhythm of the second live broadcast mirrored that of the first, with an average of 10 contestants performing each hour. Had it not been for Chen Zui's climactic final performance in the previous episode, which heightened audience anticipation, the atmosphere during the earlier performances would have likely been far more fervent. Yet, due to Chen Zui's elevation of the rap standard, many moments were orchestrated by the director, prompting the audience to produce artificial cheers and shouts. The ambience remained relatively subdued until the arrival of the dynamic Xiaolinzi, who was set to perform his piece titled Pampered. This song, rooted in rap, incorporated elements of love ballads, electronic music, and a catchy chorus that refreshed the audience's experience. Upon its conclusion, the barrage of comments on screen reflected a wave of positive feedback. This song is quite catchy. Xiaolinzi has proven himself since the Black Rap Boy won the championship. This should be the top-ranking song thus far. Is Chen Zui performing last? Xiaolinzi flopped last time, but this time he has truly made a comeback. 2 hours elapsed, and most contestants had already performed. Those who followed were of a more stable caliber, unlikely to falter due to their extensive experience at music festivals, which endowed them with commendable stage presence. However, the standout of this episode remained Xiaolinzi, who had captivated the audience after a long wait. The backstage camera finally focused on Chen Zui, noticing a cue from the staff, rose and stretched languidly before the camera. Thus far, He was the only contestant afforded such treatment of a close-up before taking the stage. Upon his entrance into the live room, the speed of the scrolling comments became too rapid to be comprehended by the eye. Laughter echoed through the air. The audience was captivated, wondering about the meaning of stretching and whether exhaustion had set in. With the camera zooming in so closely, one couldn't help but notice the striking handsomeness of the performer. The anticipation was palpable. They had been eagerly awaiting this moment. After such a remarkable previous episode, hopes were high that this installment would not disappoint. As Chen Zui took the stage, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The host, Peng, stood waiting at the center, and upon Chen Zui's approach, he eagerly initiated a brief interview. Chen Zui, before you perform, allow me to ask you a few questions. Following the airing of the first episode, your performance sparked widespread discussion online. The Songlan Hua Chao is undoubtedly a masterpiece, yet your statements were even more astonishing. If, hypothetically, time could be reversed, would you retract your previous comments? Chen Zui was well aware of the underlying intentions of the show's producers. He answered succinctly, no. Despite the support he received, there were also numerous voices of skepticism on the internet, questioning his audacity at such a young age. What do you have to say about that? Peng inquired. Chen Zui responded earnestly, can I use profanity? Peng awkwardly shook his head, no. Chen Zui calmly replied, then I have nothing to say. The comments streamed in. This child is so honest. What a delightful exchange. Chen Zui, can I use profanity? Peng, no. Chen Zui, then I have nothing to say. A classic moment. I admire his character. If he can't curse, then what is there to discuss? This is too amusing. Peng, gathering his resolve, pressed on. Let us set aside the previous episode. What kind of piece will you bring us today? A true rap. Chen Zui affirmed with conviction. A true rap? Peng feigned confusion, prompting Chen Zui to directly address the matter. You don't need to fish for words from me. I simply mean that those earlier songs do not constitute rap. They are merely the beginning, especially those few who relied entirely on electronic music. One might think Pikachu was on stage generating electricity. The audience reacted with disbelief. Wow, he's really bold. The faces of those in shock must be priceless. How could he be so audacious? Was it true that you never faced any punishment as a child? No, I suggest that in future episodes, a few such interviews should be conducted. Witnessing him speak is far more enjoyable than reading superficial narratives. Chen Zui observed the host, who was unable to elicit even a sound from him, and promptly remarked, all right, the time is nearly up. I've already shared what you sought to extract from me. Can we conclude this segment? Peng was left speechless. After years of hosting, it was the first time I felt governed by a contestant. In the rap scene, individuals incessantly proclaim the importance of keeping it real, yet behind the scenes, they disparage one another. When faced with renowned celebrities on a variety show, they become exceedingly humble. If we speak of authenticity, who could possibly be more genuine than Chen Zui? Peng could only awkwardly respond, fine, the stage is now yours. I hope you do not disappoint us. Soon, Chen Zui stood alone on the stage, becoming the sole focus of the audience and those watching the live stream. Under the watchful eyes of all, Chen raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The accompaniment instantly resonated, and the title of the song, Talking Freestyle, appeared on the large screen behind him. Chen Zui grasped the microphone, exuding confidence. Clearing all obstacles, it's the hero's return. Seeing my presence is like the arrival of a deity. Now it's my turn to take the stage, maintaining my best state. The first song, Orchid Grass, was sung in the dialect of the mountain city, with the chorus occupying a significant portion, leading many critics to claim he had taken shortcuts to victory. However, today's performance was an unequivocally authentic rap piece, devoid of hooks and dialects, a complete rap composition. The preceding performers were still engaged in single and double rhymes, merely piecing together their verses. Yet, in just 10 seconds, Chen Zui demonstrated to them what true rhyming means, what rhythm truly is, and what genuine Chinese rap encompasses. The lyrics included, the deity arrives, new explosives, fame brings laughter, and dominance reigns. All are quadruple rhymes. Moreover, there are countless instances of internal double rhymes. Chen Zui's pace was rapid, and the scrolling lyrics on the big screen moved just as swiftly, showcasing various double, triple, and quadruple rhymes that flashed by too quickly to comprehend. Goodness gracious! Wow, what? The crowd stood up in astonishment. Is this what he referred to as true Chinese rap? The audience erupted in excitement, each individual raising their hands and jumping in place, igniting the atmosphere of the recording venue. Meanwhile, Chen Zui continued to deliver. Countless companies were eager to sign him. Triple rhymes. Earnings from just one song surpassed 10 tours. Triple rhymes. I craft records in my exclusive style. Octuple rhymes. And then I dismantled your rap circle. Octuple rhymes. Contestants backstage stared wide-eyed at the big screen, their expressions filled with nothing but shock. These lyrics, this flow, you inform me that he is a novice? Is this where the tale concludes? Certainly not. Following this, a series of intricate rhymes unfolds. My name frequently escapes your lips, the news broadcasts, a cacophony that grates on the ears, seasickness remedies in hand, a miraculous escape. Then follows a segment of 6 rhymes. The so-called senior is left with a battered visage, dining on the remnants of dinner and breakfast, a performance of utter mediocrity. He gradually retreats, requesting an insurance policy. Moreover, there exists a purely technical display of flow. Allow me to enlighten you, a flow that soars to extraordinary heights. Banknotes securely nestled in my back. Chen Zui himself becomes invigorated by the performance. Upon noticing the camera aimed in his direction, he brandishes the microphone in one hand while gesturing towards the lens with the other, coolly and nonchalantly singing. Those rappers of inferior talent promptly align themselves, standing at attention. If you dwell on a different level, refrain from futile comparisons. The sight of my name instills fear in your every waking moment. Each verse is a rare gem, a treasure amidst the multitude. This lyrical passage resonates flawlessly with Chen Zui's persona within the program. The dices hurled by competitors online prior to the show now hold no significance whatsoever. What else could possibly compare to this exhilarating display? This transcends mere diss. It is akin to standing before you, delivering a resounding slap while expounding. The scalp tingles, the hair stand on end. This song leaves my limbs quaking. What had I previously considered rap? This track has me reaching euphoria, explosive delight. Last episode, the girls were in a frenzy. This time, the boys are bound to lose their minds. Yet, we have only reached the midpoint of this composition. After this section concludes, there's a pause of approximately 15 seconds. At this moment, Chen Zui places his index finger against his lips, executing a classic gesture. The audience, previously animated, falls into an immediate hush, perplexed gazes directed towards Chen Zui on stage. At this juncture, a dialogue echoes from the accompaniment. Why are you looking at me? Do you consider me trash? Oh no, please don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. I mean, everyone present here is trash. This was originally a line from a film script, and in this realm, such a film does not exist. Chen Zui deliberated for some time on whether to include this segment. Ultimately, he chose to retain it. The first line was recorded by Su Fei, while the second was delivered in Chen Zui's own voice, augmented with sound effects. This dialogue resonated amidst a profound silence. Once it concluded, the audience erupted in astonishment. How dare he? Chris, one of the 4 observing mentors, was the first to react, swiftly rising from his seat. So, everyone seated is deemed trash. Does that mean I am included? The other 3 mentors, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly stood as well. The speed at which the barrage of comments refreshed reached its zenith. Were it not for the rigorous stress testing conducted on the bullet screen system by Penguin Video, it is likely that the system would have collapsed once again. Oh my, what the hell? Are you cursing me? Even the fans are cursing. Huh? Haha, well, I'm standing tall. This took me completely by surprise. This is simply astonishing. I am truly exhilarated. This song must be released on Penguin Music without delay. As the interlude concluded, Chen Zui commenced his second segment, leaving not only the contestants in the background utterly bewildered, but also rendering the 4 observing mentors, who were penalized to stand, speechless. This individual is utterly unreasonable in his prowess, isn't he? When he goes wild, he not only berates his opponents, but also spares neither the mentors nor the fans, disregarding the production team entirely. Has this pinnacle competition been turned into a personal showcase by him? Following the first contestant's performance, the livestream's minimum audience swelled to 800,000, reaching 1.6 million during Xiao Linzi's performance, and now, the concurrent viewers have surpassed 2.7 million. A staggering 2.7 million souls are witnessing the same live broadcast. Such exaggerated figures astonished the higher-ups at Penguin Video, who promptly tuned in to the live stream themselves. At this moment, Chen Zui concluded the song in the most stylish manner. With arms as strong as steel, I stand firm. 3 rhymes. Immersed in the bliss of invincibility. 3 rhymes. My state of mind is elevated like the wind. 7 rhymes. Call me the dashing and suave Ling Hu Chong. 7 rhymes. Freestyling effortlessly, obliterating all rappers with internal double rhymes, and then delivering one final punchline. As Chen Zui finished his last line, he spread his arms wide, embracing the stage. The audience erupted into a cacophony of piercing screams and shouts, collectively chanting his name. Chen Zui, Chen Zui, Chen Zui. A smirk graced Chen Zui's lips as he waved goodbye, turning away from the stage before the host could even make his entrance. The second contestant, Air Pang, rushed to inquire. Director, he has left. What should we do? Chao Jun promptly replied, forget it. This episode has already been explosive enough. Just wrap it up. Upon taking the stage, Air Pang attempted to restore order, yet the audience remained enraptured by the earlier performance, failing to quiet down for quite some time. After Chen Zui departed, he did not return backstage. In the previous live stream, the production team had allowed the audience to exit before escorting the contestants back to their hotels. Chen Zui, wishing to avoid a lengthy wait in the backstage area, chose to leave the recording venue while the live stream was still ongoing. 3 minutes later, where is Chen Zui? No idea. He has returned backstage? Nope. Check the restroom. No one is in the restroom. He would have gone back, would he? In the previous episode, he acted in this manner. Should we call him back now? It is likely too late. Never mind. It is almost over anyway. He is currently the main character, and we are depending on him for the subsequent data. Before the second episode commenced, most believed that Orchid Grass had already reached its zenith. Much like writing an essay, one must focus on a compelling introduction, a substantial body, and a captivating conclusion. The beginning and ending often showcase the finest works. Yet, who would have anticipated that Chen Zui would defy convention? In the first episode, he tossed a grenade. In the second, he unleashed TNT. On the talent show stage, there are many who possess the ability to critique their competitors. However, none have ever dared to insult the entire industry, especially when he declared, "All of you present are a bunch of useless trash," a remark that even drew ire from the observing mentors in the audience. Who possesses such audacity? It is normal for rap artists to exhibit a degree of bravado, yet this was an unbridled arrogance. Nevertheless, the audience was enamored. The frequent emergence of stars in the entertainment industry has led to many newcomers appearing as if they were mass-produced, not only resembling one another, but also sharing similar personalities, affectionately dubbed the Little Milk Dogs. But Chen Zui? He is not even a little wolf dog. His current persona resembles that of a young, discontented tiger emerging from the jungle. This character struck a refreshing chord with the audience, and thus, from the very first episode featuring new generation singers, Chen Zui's fanbase has been on a steady rise. In the past decade, no artist has experienced such an extraordinary surge in popularity. Even before the second live broadcast concluded, various self-media platforms were inundated with content related to Chen Zui. Peak Showdown. Episode 2. Chen Zui curses. Chen Zui goes wild. Chen Zui, talking freestyle. New king of the rap scene ascends. His live segments were clipped and disseminated across numerous short video platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou. Each video garnered a multitude of comments. The immense fervor surrounding him prompted entertainment media outlets to rush to report on Chen Zui. Consequently, artists within the industry also began to take notice of him. Even some bystanders, upon viewing his videos, became fans. In this virtuous cycle, Chen Zui's Weibo followers surpassed 6 million, with his Douyin followers astonishingly exceeding 9 million. The next day, upon awakening, Chen Zui found Jiang Wenhua and Jiang Mufan standing beside his bed, both appearing somewhat bewildered. As he sat up and rubbed his eyes, he inquired, "What happened? It seems someone leaked the information about your stay at this hotel. Early this morning, hotel staff informed us that the main entrance and parking lot exit were blocked by various media and fans. You slept right after returning yesterday and may not be aware of the significant market reaction this time. To put it simply, you are dominating all major self-media platforms. And last night, you monopolized 3 trending topics, with the top trending topic being you." Chen Zui lifted the blanket and descended from the bed, making his way to the bathroom while inquiring, "What time is our flight?" "Around 4 in the afternoon. We need to leave for the airport by 2 at the latest. One must confront what must be faced. After finishing lunch, we should request the hotel to arrange for someone to escort us out, and then inform the production team to arrange a different hotel for our next episode." Jiang Wenhua raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Will the production team agree?" "Certainly," Chen Zui replied with a smile. "I have elevated their show's popularity to such heights. It is only fitting that they accommodate us. After all, I returned directly after my performance yesterday, and they did not trouble me, did they?" "All right." Jiang Wenhua promptly set about taking care of it. After Chen Zui completed his grooming, he emerged, simultaneously enjoying the hotel's breakfast while perusing news online. His WeChat was inundated with unread messages. He chose not to open the group messages. Among them were numerous messages from classmates from middle school, high school, and even elementary school. However, one contact, named Feifei, caught his attention. Having sent a flurry of messages, yet Chen Zui refrained from responding. In fact, following the conclusion of the first live broadcast, Mifei had sent several messages to Chen Zui, all of which went unanswered. Initially, he contemplated blocking or deleting her, but reflecting on how she had never responded to his messages in their previous life, he found a certain satisfaction in returning the indifference. After lunch, the hotel had dispatched 8 security personnel to the room well in advance. Once Chen Zui and his 2 companions had packed their belongings, they slung their bags and prepared to depart for Hangzhou. However, upon exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a throng of people gathered at the hotel entrance. Despite the staff attempting to maintain order, a few keen-eyed individuals spotted Chen Zui, who emerged from the elevator wearing a mask. "Chen Zui!" The crowd erupted with excitement at the sound of shrill scream, sending them into a frenzy. At this point, Chen Zui had no choice but to bravely follow the security personnel as they escorted him out of the hotel. "Chen Zui, may I interview you for a few questions?" "Chen Zui, in just 2 months, you have transformed from an ordinary university student into a star with over 10 million fans online. What do you attribute this success to?" "Chen Zui, some fans online refer to you as a genius musician and a once-in-a-century versatile singer. What are your thoughts on such accolades?" "Chen Zui, do you have a girlfriend?" Surrounded by 8 security personnel, Chen Zui found it somewhat challenging to navigate through the throng. Observing the situation, he seized a reporter's microphone and declared, "I need to catch a flight back to school. I have classes tomorrow. I will grant you 15 minutes, after which I request that you do not obstruct the way. Is that agreeable?" "No problem." "All right." Chen Zui returned the microphone to the reporter and continued, "I will address the questions you posed earlier. Firstly, my debut was entirely serendipitous. If you insist on knowing what I attribute my success to, I can provide only one answer. It is my talent. As for the fans who describe me as a genius, those are their words, not mine. You should inquire with them, not with me. Regarding whether I have a girlfriend, that is a private matter, and I believe I have the right to keep it confidential." After Chen Zui answered 3 questions in one breath, the reporters nearby began to bombard him with inquiries, nearly shoving the microphone into his mouth. "Chen Zui, will you bring us such a stunning performance in the 3rd episode of the Peak Duel?" "Of course. Last night, several artists expressed on Weibo their desire to collaborate with you on songwriting, including Miffy. Do you have any response to that?" "I do not write songs for women. Not even for Miffy. Is she not a woman?" "What are your plans after the Peak Duel?" "To go home for the new year." "Will you participate in similar talent shows in the future?" "No. Why not? There's no one worth competing against. Frankly, it's rather meaningless. If the Peak Duel didn't involve audience voting, I wouldn't participate." "Are you implying that the mentors lack the authority to evaluate you?" That's your statement, not mine. What is your ideal type for a partner? Confidential. Where do you draw your creative inspiration from? Is it accumulated life experiences or a natural talent? Talent. Are there plans for an album release? We shall see next year. What do you typically do during your leisure time? Sleep, listen to music, and create. Why did you choose to establish your own studio instead of signing with a management company? For the sake of freedom. Do you have intentions to cross over into film and television? Your image is quite appealing. Not at the moment. Jiang Wenhua leaned in and quietly reminded him. Time's up. Chen Zui immediately responded. 15 minutes are over. Please allow some space. On the way to the airport, Jiang Wenhua sighed in relief and opened an email, glancing at it briefly before his eyes widened in shock. Oh my! Chen Zui and Jiang Mufan immediately turned to him. Jiang Wenhua raised his phone, exclaiming in astonishment. The leading domestic streetwear brand, Yuan wants you to be their spokesperson. Yuan, a streetwear brand that emerged in 2012, has combined concepts of foreign luxury with Chinese cultural heritage, incorporating elements like Hanfu, embroidery, Peking opera, and ceramics into their designs. Upon its launch, it swiftly dominated the domestic streetwear market with its exceptional designs and exquisite craftsmanship, coupled with the rarity that made it a favored choice among affluent consumers. However, over the past 6 years, the company has never hired any spokesperson, nor do they invite celebrities for their product launches or fashion shows. Some speculate this is due to the founder's overly proud demeanor, dismissing stars within the industry, while others suggest they have been searching for a celebrity that aligns with their brand's unique characteristics. What are you still dawdling for? Chen rolled his eyes and remarked. Before boarding the plane, make sure to get in touch with them. Being a spokesperson is an easy way to earn money, and in the future, refrain from spending on clothing. Jiang Mufan, caught off guard for quite some time, realized that although he had not previously familiarized himself with the brand Yuan, it did not mean he was entirely oblivious. This spring, the company launched a high-end sleepwear line crafted from fragrant cloud silk, with a price tag soaring into the 5 figures for a single set, and it was sold out immediately upon release, remaining in a state of scarcity even now. Jiang Wenhua swiftly made a phone call after hanging up. Jiang Wenhua exclaimed, "Their company is located in Hangzhou. She will add me on WeChat and invite us to visit next week." All right. In the top floor office of a 30-story building in the Shihu district of Hangzhou, Nangong Shui, the founder and chief designer of Yuan nodded after listening to her assistant's report. Please expedite a background check to ascertain the character of this individual. I do not wish for our brand spokesperson to pose any risk of scandal. Understood. The assistant quickly inquired, when should I schedule his visit? After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Shui replied, review my itinerary and arrange for him to come on a day when I am available. Certainly. The assistant promptly exited the office. Nangong Shui stretched her limbs, her gaze shifting to the computer screen. With a gentle tap on the magical keyboard, the paused video resumed playback. The footage was a compilation of Chen Zui's past stage performances, and at that moment, it transitioned to a clip of him singing Xiao Chou. Resting her chin on her hand, Nangong Shui squinted and became immersed in the melody. Since founding Yuan, she had been working tirelessly every day, never experiencing a moment of peace. Yet now, she found herself completely unwinding. To her employees, Nangong Shui was a decisive and formidable CEO, and to her partners, she was an unyielding businesswoman. However, few knew that a decade ago, she was merely a college student abroad, commuting 3 hours daily for an internship as a design assistant. On Monday morning, as the class bell rang, Chen Zui promptly made his way to the counselor's office on the first floor. At that moment, Shi Guanhong was preparing to head to the cafeteria, and upon seeing Chen Zui, she was somewhat astonished. Chen Zui, is there something you need? Sister Hong. Chen Zui approached directly, stating, I would like to inquire about the procedure for applying for a leave of absence. You wish to take a leave? Not at the moment. I just wanted to ask in advance. Chen Zui clarified. I hadn't intended to, but I've been exceedingly busy lately, often flying back and forth, and I simply cannot keep up with my studies. Shi Guanhong hesitated for a moment before responding. I understand your situation. Here's what we can do. If you truly lack the time, just message me to request leave, and I will inform the teachers in advance. But we've already started reviewing for the finals this morning. How will I manage to study for the exams? Of course, Shang Wanhong certainly did not wish for Chen Zui to suspend his studies. Firstly, if Chen Zui were to take a leave of absence, he might not remain at the school, and it is worth noting that Chen Zui is currently a living emblem of Zhejiang University of Media and Communications. The authorities have expressed a desire for him to assist in filming promotional material for student recruitment in the first half of next year. It is inconceivable to allow him to withdraw at this juncture. Secondly, Shang Wanhong harbored her own private ambitions. Having a star pupil among her students would undoubtedly enhance her prestige, and she was loath to relinquish her identity as a celebrity counselor. After a brief pause, Shang Wanhong promptly stated, "Our final examinations place significant emphasis on continuous assessment. During the exam, as long as you complete the paper, I will do my utmost to ensure you do not fail." Will that be feasible? Just keep it to yourself. All right, I understand. Once Chen A finished speaking and was about to leave, Shang Wanhong hastily added, "Wait a moment." Chen Zui furrowed his brow. "Is there something else?" Shang Gong smiled, opening her drawer and retrieving several photographs, saying, "Since you are here, could you please sign a few for me? I have several close friends who are now your fans." Chen Zui chuckled, stepped forward to take the pen, and quickly signed a few names before departing the office. At 2 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon, a Mercedes-Benz V-Class business vehicle arrived at the dormitory building of Zhejiang University of Media and Communications. Upon receiving a phone call, Jiang Wenhua swiftly descended from the dormitory with Chen Zui. Once they entered the vehicle, a female assistant promptly stated, "Teacher Chen Zui, here is the endorsement contract we prepared for you. You may review it and feel free to raise any questions." "Just hand it over," Jiang Wenhua replied, professionally taking the document. After feigning a perusal of a few pages, he added, "Once our legal team has examined it and found no issues, we can proceed to sign. We have structured this contract to be valid for 1 year, with the option to renew if both parties are satisfied with the collaboration." "Very well. The journey would take approximately 40 minutes. Teacher Chen Zui, may I ask you a few preliminary questions?" The assistant, who appeared significantly older than Chen Zui, addressed him with the formal title, much to Jiang Wenhua's discomfort, though Chen Zui himself seemed entirely unfazed, as if he had long since acclimatized to it. "Of course. I would like to inquire if you had any prior media exposure before your debut, whether positive or negative." Chen Zui recognized that she was attempting to ascertain whether there were any blemishes on his past record. In the industry, there are numerous celebrities who, after many years of success, suddenly find their earlier misdeeds resurfacing. Any tarnish on a celebrity's reputation inevitably casts a shadow on brand image. Chen Zui was well aware of these intricate nuances. He smiled and replied, "No, before I entered university, I was merely an ordinary student. There is nothing to dig up about my past, and I trust you have already conducted a background check." The female assistant was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chen Zui would discern the implication behind her words. "Indeed, we have inquired with your high school, middle school, and even elementary school teachers and classmates, and currently, no issues have been uncovered. Our intent in doing so is merely to ensure a smooth collaboration. Our company exercises utmost caution in the selection of our brand ambassadors." "Understood. Upon your arrival at the company, we may request a few photos for styling purposes, and we will need you to don our brand's attire. Furthermore, provided the contract poses no issues, we hope to finalize the signing with you by Saturday. You wish for me to wear your brand's clothing starting from the 3rd phase, correct?" "Precisely. That is entirely agreeable." The vehicle glided into the underground parking lot of the office building. The assistant guided the two individuals into the elevator. At this moment, Jiang Wenhua posed a question. "Shall we first meet with your boss, or let's first proceed to the fitting? Our boss is currently in a meeting and will join us shortly for the photo shoot." "Very well." Yuan Jinhua Clothing boasts a dedicated photography studio, and each time a new collection is launched, professional models are invited to capture images here. This minor detail would typically not require Nan Gongshua's attention, yet she meticulously reviews every photo intended for consumer display. It is perhaps due to her scrupulous nature that Yuan Jinhua Clothing has swiftly ascended to become the leading fashion brand in the country. Here are the new autumn pieces. The changing room is over there, and this is the makeup artist, Wei Wei. Chen Zui cooperatively began changing clothes, applying makeup, and posing for photographs. Approximately half an hour later, after concluding her meeting, Nan Gongxue arrived at the studio. Chen Zui observed the assistant conversing with her and deduced that this woman, dressed in a sharp professional outfit and appearing to be around 35, was the owner of Yuan Jinhua Clothing. He was rather surprised to learn that such a prominent company was led by a woman. She appeared quite adept, perhaps owing to her prior experience in advertising. Nan Gongxue remained silent. Shooting advertisements differs significantly from capturing styling photos. The former requires merely adhering to the script, while the latter necessitates constant pose adjustments. A novice would struggle to transition as smoothly as Chen Zui, who maneuvered poses like a seasoned model. The female assistant, noticing Nan Gongxue's silence, leaned in with a whispered chuckle. He is genuinely handsome, far surpassing those male artists recommended by the agencies that reached out to us. Moreover, his physique is excellent, eliminating the need for custom tailoring. Nan Gongxue still refrained from responding. She stepped behind the camera to review the photographs taken moments ago. As the session neared its conclusion, she approached and extended her right hand, introducing herself. "Hello, I am Nan Gongxue from Yuan Jinhua Clothing." "Hello, I am Chen Zui." He reciprocated the gesture, adding with a smile. "The surname Nan Gong is quite rare." Nan Gongxue smiled in return. "I'm delighted to have you as the brand ambassador for Yuan Jinhua Clothing, and I look forward to a fruitful collaboration." Likewise, a pleasant collaboration. The two engaged in a formal conversation and exchanged WeChat contacts before Chen Zui departed with Jiang Wenhua from the company. On the way back, he mentioned, "Please have someone review the contract, and if everything is fine, sign it promptly." Jiang Wenhua replied, "I will seek assistance shortly. By the way, we are heading to Pengcheng this Saturday morning. Is the timing a bit tight?" Chen Zui responded, "I have a subject-to appointment on Friday." Jiang Wenhua, somewhat speechless, remarked, "You're quite something. The third live broadcast is scheduled for Saturday, yet you still find time for subject-to on Friday?" Chen Zui assured, "It doesn't conflict." With the signing of the contract, Yuan Jinhua officially announced Chen Zui as their brand ambassador. This news, although not intended to attract significant attention, garnered considerable discussion due to Chen Zui's recent surge in popularity. Upon hearing this news, Miffy was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chen Zui would be recognized by the industry so swiftly and become the face of Yuan Jinhua. Initially, Miffy believed there was ample time to navigate her relationship with Chen Zui, but his rapid ascent in the entertainment sphere instilled a sense of urgency within her. Chen Zui had always maintained a distance from her, and once he reached her level, the likelihood of him drawing nearer diminished. Realizing that the mountain would not come to her, she decided to take proactive measures. On Saturday afternoon, Chen Zui and his team arrived in Pengcheng. The production team had indeed arranged for a separate hotel for Chen Zui, thereby preventing any encounters with other contestants. The third episode served as the finale for the breakout competition, where half of the participants would be eliminated based on their rankings. Consequently, the number of contestants would diminish from 36 to 18 starting from the fourth episode, and after the sixth episode's advancement round, another 8 would be cut. Those who made it to the competitive segment would gain eligibility to share in the program's prize pool. After a light lunch, Chen Zui retired to his room for a nap, while Jiang Mufan, feeling bored, persuaded Jiang Wenhua to explore the mall across the street. By 6:30 in the evening, clad in the latest attire from Yuan Jinhua, Chen Zui arrived at the live broadcast backstage in a vehicle provided by the production team. This time, the atmosphere in the backstage area was markedly different. No one dared to cast disdainful glances at Chen Zui. In fact, many refrained from making direct eye contact, opting instead for furtive sidelong glances. On the new music chart of Penguin Music, the song Orchid Grass claimed the top spot, while Talking Freestyle followed closely in second. Although rap had gained traction in the country over the years, it could not compare to the popularity of mainstream pop music. Prior to Chen Zui, no rap song had ever dominated the music charts by surpassing pop, yet he achieved this feat following the conclusion of the second live broadcast. Some participants even began to regret their decision to join the program. "Chen Zui, may I add you on WeChat?" As Chen Zui settled down, preparing to don his headphones, Lu Jia, who had journeyed from the beautiful island to participate in this program, approached him with a beaming smile and struck up a conversation. Chen Zui glanced at him. To be honest, he had found Lu Zhu's performances in the previous 2 episodes rather unremarkable and had not remembered him at all. However, the fact that Lu Zhu had taken the initiative to engage him suggested a distinction from the others. Consequently, Chen Zui unlocked his phone and added him as a friend via scan. "Thank you." Chen Zui merely nodded before putting on his headphones. Lu Zhu had initially intended to suggest collaborating on a song, but he quickly dismissed the notion as fanciful, especially since Chen Zui had already put on his headphones, leading him to swallow the words back. Time swiftly passed to 8 o'clock, marking the official commencement of the 3rd live broadcast. With the experience gained from the earlier episodes, the staff maintained a calm demeanor, and the live stream proceeded smoothly. Chen Zui had consistently garnered first place in the previous 2 episodes, amassing a total of 20 points. Thus, even if he did not score any points in this episode, he would not face elimination. The competitors ranked lower, recognizing the significance of this pivotal 3rd episode, showcased their best skills. While their performances may not have been groundbreaking, they at least met acceptable standards. Yet, the audience in the comment section grew increasingly anxious. Can we speed this up? The only downside of live broadcasts is the inability to fast forward. I wish I could watch at double speed. Why is Chen Zui always saved for last? After listening to his 2 rap songs, other rappers' music feels unbearable. When he claimed he would dominate the rap scene, I thought he was boasting, but after hearing his songs, I find myself humming heartfelt elegance like the wind. Call me the charming and dashing Ling Hu, Chong at home all day. The clock ticked on until 10:30. The host, Pang, eagerly took the microphone and announced loudly, "Next up, we have the super popular contestant who has secured first place with an overwhelming advantage for 2 consecutive episodes, Chen Zui." The atmosphere on stage instantly transformed. Such programs often produce standout contestants like Chen Zui who capture immense popularity. As Chen Zui rose to the stage, his aura this time manifested differently compared to the previous episodes. He had transitioned from merely being handsome and arrogant to embodying an air of nobility. This episode, clad entirely in the new autumn collection of exquisite Yuan attire, the total cost of his outfit likely exceeded 10,000 yuan. This marked the first occasion Chen Zui had worn such expensive clothing, and its high-end design imbued him with an extra layer of aristocratic charm. His looks are only getting better. I adore his appearance. Such a man is truly exceptional. I'm absolutely in love. Unconsciously, the show had progressed to its 3rd episode. Your performances in the previous 2 episodes were nothing short of unbelievable. You have secured first place consecutively. And according to the competition rules, you have accumulated 20 points. Even with a score of 0 in this episode, you would still advance to the next round of the tournament. So, will this lead you to perform with less diligence? No. Why? The host chuckled. Our program consists of 10 episodes. If it were any other contestant, I believe they would undoubtedly save their best performances for pivotal moments. Chen Zui seized the microphone and astonishingly replied, "According to the rules of the show, the first place in each episode earns 10 points. With a total of 10 episodes, wouldn't it be preferable to be a perfect champion if one is to claim the title?" "A perfect champion?" the host exclaimed wide-eyed. "Are you suggesting that you wish to secure first place in all 10 episodes?" Chen Zui smiled and asked, "Is there a problem with that?" 81. The spirit is in the air. Perfect champion? Don't get too excited. This is quite normal coming from him. Old fans are already accustomed to it. Still so arrogant. What problem could there possibly be? I'm merely the host. Why are you asking me? Host Pang quickly turned to the camera with a grin. It seems that contestant Chen Zui remains as confident as ever. I'm sure the audience is eager to witness the upcoming performance. Without further ado, let us hand the stage over to Chen Zui. With the host exiting the stage, Chen Zui was soon left alone under the spotlight. At that moment, the anxiety among the backstage competitors surged once more. Ever since the conclusion of the first episode, each time Chen Zui took the stage, they felt an overwhelming tension. Torn between fearing his impressive performance and yearning to see what rap creation he would unveil. This sensation was utterly indescribable. The stage lights shifted, and on the large screen, 5 ink wash characters gradually emerged, a laugh across the vast sea. This song is undeniably a classic in its world, penned and composed by Huang Zhan. The lyrics in both Mandarin and Cantonese are identical. Those acquainted with traditional music would recognize that the melody is entirely composed using the 5 fundamental tones: gong, shang, jiao, ji, and yu, combined with audacious lyrics, allowing this song to resonate throughout the country for 3 to 4 decades, continuously inspiring covers. Whenever the topic of martial arts arises, this classic melody is inescapable. However, in this world, the song does not exist. Chen Zui had already decided to perform a rap version of A Laugh Across the Vast Sea on the show today, and afterward to record a non-rap version. The prelude exuded grandeur, with the intertwining sounds of flutes, large drums, and guqin setting an exhilarating tone for the song. Chen Zui grasped the microphone and boldly began to sing. A laugh across the vast sea. The tide surged on both shores, floating and sinking with the waves. Remember this day. The first episode, S. Orchidgrass, was a delightful surprise. The second episode, S. Talking Freestyle, was a dazzling display of skill. Thus, this episode, S. A Laugh Across the Vast Sea, was a complete embrace of the stage. As Chen Zui finished the first line, the barrage of comments erupted. OMG. This is my first time watching a live broadcast. Are you telling me he is a newcomer? My goodness, I am utterly captivated. The lyrics, the melody, he surpasses countless rappers with ease. I'm covered in goosebumps. Truly remarkable. There is hope for the music scene in Huaxia. This song exudes an authentic sense of the martial world. He is only 19. After the main verse concludes, an impassioned rap section follows. Chen Zui elevates the essence of the martial spirit to its zenith, exuding an ease on stage akin to hosting his own concert, entirely unrestrained by anything. The heavens smile, and the tides of the world are tumultuous, while only the heavens know who triumphs or falters. Upon finishing this segment, Chen Zui strides to the forefront of the stage, one foot upon the speaker, bowing slightly with one hand pointing skyward. Heaven. Then he points to the stage, earth. Next, he pats his chest, humanity. Finally, he gestures towards the audience below. Unity. In terms of stage presence, no contestant can rival even a fraction of Chen Zui's charisma. The atmosphere is electric, and the audience is ecstatic. I can hardly imagine how exhilarating it must feel for those present. How much would it cost to buy tickets for such a live event? This song truly deserves to be legendary. Chen Zui. Incredible. Watching him perform is a sheer delight. He should forego competitions and dive straight into a concert. It's utterly infectious. The mountains laugh, and the mist lingers far and wide as the waves wash away the worldly charms. Upon completing the final verse, noticing the audience's insatiable expressions, Chen Zui suddenly, in a burst of inspiration, requests the production team to display the chorus lyrics on the big screen. The staff is taken aback. What is happening? A voice crackles over the intercom. Director, what should we do? Chao Jun glances at the live data and promptly replies, do as he says. The staff quickly begins operations on the computer. Thus, the entirety of the song's chorus appears on the big screen. Can you all sing along? Chen Zui asks the audience. The response is, of course, yes. Excellent. Chen Zui smiles and says, I'll kick things off and you all can join in afterward. All right, with a resounding voice. He begins. A laugh echoes across the vast sea. As soon as he finishes the first line, he thrusts the microphone towards the audience. At that moment, over 1,000 attendees spontaneously gaze at the lyrics and begin to sing in unison. The tumultuous tides on both banks rise and fall with the waves, remembering this day. What on earth? Why can I sing along too? What is happening? I joined in the singing as well. It was quite surreal. This song seems destined to become a classic, reminiscent of a live concert experience. After the audience completed the final chorus, Chen Zui exclaimed a heartfelt thank you, bowing gracefully with open arms before turning to exit the stage. In the third episode, it was evident that Chen Zui secured first place without any doubt, with an overwhelming margin of votes. In the inaugural episode, he garnered over 6 million votes, while this time he amassed an impressive 8,600,000 votes. This increase can be attributed not only to the growing audience, but also to Chen Zui's remarkable ability to attract fans, with many casual viewers now becoming devoted followers. Due to the elimination aspect in the third episode, there was a segment for expressing farewell sentiments, but Chen Zui, uninterested in their chatter, opted to return to the hotel. The following morning, he visited the recording studio nearby, where he recorded a rap-free version of Song Hai Yixing Xiao and uploaded it to Penguin Music. In Hong Kong, within a luxurious villa valued at over 100 million, Zhang Tianyu, hailed as the first-generation male idol of the 1990s, received a call from the Spring Festival Gala Directorate. The song he submitted was rejected on the grounds that its lyrics lacked positivity and the overall composition felt rather antiquated. Nevertheless, the directorate offered Zhang Tianyu another chance to submit a work before the first rehearsal of the gala. After ending the call, Zhang Tianyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He understood that the opportunity to perform at the Spring Festival Gala was rare. Missing it would mean no future prospects. The song he submitted was penned by the highly esteemed lyricist and composer, Zhang Jie. If even his work could not make it to the gala, who else could possibly write a song suitable for such an occasion in the near future? His manager, aware that the directorate would respond today, hurried over to find Zhang Tianyu sitting on the sofa, his expression clouded with worry. Although he had mentally prepared for this, he cautiously inquired, "Brother, you did not pass?" "Yes." "What was the reason?" "They said it lacked positivity and felt a bit outdated." "How is that possible?" This was written by Zhang Jie. Zhang Tianyu sighed, helplessly asking, "But there's still one more chance. Can you help me contact a few more lyricists and composers?" There have been few renowned lyricists and composers in Hong Kong in recent years. Zhang Tianyu quickly added, "Those from the mainland are fine too." The manager paused for a moment, then suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Yu, a remarkable newcomer has emerged recently in the mainland. Every song he sings becomes a hit. Would you like to see his videos?" "A newcomer?" "Yes, a newcomer, but he is extraordinary." "Show me." "All right." The manager first presented Zhang Tianyu with clips from the live broadcast of the third episode of Dien Feng, Dui Ju. After watching the video, Zhang Tianyu immediately developed a keen interest in Chen Zui. Upon witnessing the situation, the agent promptly retrieved all of Chen Zui's previous videos and presented them to Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu, engrossed, watched attentively for over half an hour before decisively instructing, "Quickly get in touch with him. I wish to speak with him over the phone." "Understood. I shall take care of it," the agent responded. Initially, he located the business cooperation contact number on Chen Zui's social media platform. After successfully reaching Jiang Wenhua, who verified the agent's information online, he swiftly provided Chen Zui's phone number. Zhang Tianyu, a luminary of the late 70s and 80s, hold a significant stature in the entertainment industry, being one of the few remaining prominent figures apart from the so-called living fossils. Jiang Wenhua dared not be negligent. Upon acquiring the phone number, Zhang Tianyu personally dialed the number. Meanwhile, just after disembarking from the plane and en route to the school, Chen Zui received this call. Jiang Wenhua had given prior notice, and upon noticing that the call was from outside the mainland, Chen Zui surmised it was Zhang Tianyu on the line. "Hello, is this Chen Zui?" The voice on the other end spoke Mandarin far more fluently than many other entertainers from Hong Kong. "Yes, this is I. Greetings. I am Zhang Tianyu." "Hello, Brother Yu." Chen Zui certainly recognized him. Having debuted over 30 years ago, Zhang Tianyu had maintained an impeccable reputation devoid of scandal. After establishing his family, he rarely appeared in the entertainment sphere, making only occasional cameo roles, primarily as the second male lead. Moreover, he is a devout Buddhist and has adhered to a vegetarian lifestyle for many years, making him one of the few relatively untainted figures in the industry. "Chen Zui, I just finished watching all your performance videos. I hear you are merely 19? Indeed, you are truly a genius." "Not at all." Unlike Jiang Wenhua's earlier apprehension, Chen Zui conversed with a demeanor reminiscent of chatting with an elder, his tone remarkably calm. "You flatter me, Brother Yu." After exchanging polite remarks, Zhang Tianyu swiftly conveyed the purpose of his call. Upon learning that Zhang Tianyu wished for his assistance in composing a song intended for performance on the Spring Festival Gala stage, Chen Zui did not hesitate in the slightest. "Brother Yu, when do you require it?" Zhang Tianyu replied, "The timeline is rather tight, as the first rehearsal is imminent, so..." Before he could finish, Chen Zui interjected, Then I shall send you the song tonight. Tonight? Zhang Tianyu was taken aback. Yes, I will do my utmost to send it this evening. All right. Zhang Tianyu quickly agreed. If I can perform your song at the Spring Festival Gala, I shall ensure you are duly compensated. Ah, that is merely a trivial matter. After hanging up, Chen Zui promptly instructed the driver, Sir, we shall not return to school. Please take us directly to the Tianlai recording studio. In truth, the financial compensation for appearing on the Spring Festival Gala is rather modest. Even top-tier artists might only receive 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, a sum that holds little significance for celebrities. Nevertheless, each year, countless stars vie fiercely for the opportunity to grace that illustrious stage. Ultimately, the desire to grace the stage of the Spring Festival Gala stems from two key reasons. Firstly, it signifies a pristine record and an unblemished identity. Secondly, it presents an opportunity for meteoric fame overnight. Over the past 2 to 3 decades, numerous artists have ascended to stardom due to their performances at this prestigious event. Not only can artists themselves achieve instant recognition, but even their attire, be it clothing, hats, or shoes, can also become overnight sensations. Zhang Tianyu's fervent wish to participate in this year's gala is driven by the rapid evolution of the domestic entertainment industry. In recent years, few artists from Hong Kong have had the privilege of performing on that stage. He wishes to seize the moment while he is still able to sing, to grace the gala one last time, providing himself and his devoted fans with a sense of closure. After spending an afternoon in the recording studio, evening swiftly approached. In the dormitory, Jiang Wenhua noticed Chen Zui lying still on the bed and casually inquired, When do you plan to send it over? Jiang Wenhua deliberately refrained from mentioning Zhang Tianyu's name, wary that Su Fei might overhear and erupt into a scene. Since the last incident at the airport, where they were cornered by fans, the two had developed a tacit understanding to limit their discussions about the entertainment industry while in the dormitory. There's no rush. Didn't you say you'd send it to him tonight? Chen Zui replied with a smile. If you were him, how would you feel if I sent you the song so quickly? What else could I think? You would surely assume that I had put little thought into writing this song. That was an effortless task for me, Jiang Wenhua retorted, his understanding of Chen Zui's implication dawning on him. The notion of assistance, he realized, is paradoxical. The more promptly and frequently one helps, the less the recipient appreciates it. Conversely, if assistance is rendered with considerable effort, it is perceived as a genuine favor. Early on, during their phone conversation, Chen Zui had resolved to send the demo recorded that afternoon to Zhang Tianyu around midnight. This would undoubtedly lead Zhang Tianyu to think, he must have stayed up late to write this song for me. Jiang Wenhua's impression of Chen Zui was once again elevated. Before meeting Chen Zui, he believed he had matured beyond his peers, but after their acquaintance, he recognized that there are always greater heights and more capable individuals beyond one's own experience. After perusing Weibo and scrolling through Douyin, Chen Zui engaged in a brief conversation with Su Yuan before retiring for the night. Preoccupied with his thoughts, he awoke in the middle of the night and, glancing at the time, sent the demo and lyrics he had prepared earlier to Zhang Tianyu via WeChat. With bleary eyes, he recorded a voice message. Brother you, I'm sending you the demo first. Please listen and let me know if there are any issues. If so, we can discuss it tomorrow morning. I'm off to sleep now. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyu, being of an age where he typically retired late, was quick to see the demo and voice message Chen Zui had sent, having promised to send the song that evening. He did not immediately listen to the demo nor scrutinize the lyrics. Instead, he clicked on the voice message. Chen Zui, having awakened in the night, spoke with a naturally drowsy tone, intentionally lowering his voice to avoid disturbing his roommate. To Zhang Tianyu's ears, it sounded as though he had toiled throughout the day for this song, nearly reaching his limit. He promptly responded with a voice message. All right, you rest first. I shall listen. After sending the message, Zhang Tianyu opened the demo file sent by Chen Zui. It was merely a rough draft. The prelude was brief, and Chen Zui had only sung a portion. The winds and rains of 5,000 years conceal countless dreams. With yellow faces and black eyes, the smile remains unchanged. 8,000 miles of mountains and rivers resemble a song, regardless of where you come from or where you're bound. Upon learning that Zhang Tianyu sought a song for the Spring Festival Gala, Three options immediately sprang to Chen Zui's mind. The first being Huaxia Run, the second Huangzhong Run, and the third Long de Chuan Run. Since the second song was not in his key and the original version of the third was somewhat somber, while Wang Liham's rendition was excessively mainstream. After much contemplation, Chen Zui ultimately chose the first song. After listening to the demo, Zhang Tianyu felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. He realized that this song was perfectly suited for the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. Had the newcomers in the domestic entertainment scene become this formidable after years of staying in Hong Kong? The following morning, Zhang Tianyu initiated a video call with Chen Zui that lasted over 2 hours. They exchanged compliments before delving into the discussion of the song. Naturally, it was mostly Chen Zui speaking while Zhang Tianyu listened. Whether due to age or the long absence from concerts, Zhang Tianyu's vocal skills had noticeably declined. Chen Zui had to patiently instruct him, lowering the key in certain challenging parts. In a world filled with artists, Chen Zui knew to steer clear of unnecessary conflicts with those who kept to themselves, but it was prudent to curry favor with a senior like Zhang Tianyu. At critical junctures, a word of endorsement from such veterans could prove invaluable. In the ensuing days, Zhang Tianyu sequestered himself in the recording studio. After finally recording a version he was satisfied with, he promptly sent it to the director's team of the Spring Festival Gala. It was an open secret that performances during the gala were lip-synced. There had been instances where singers performed live, but those years had devolved into chaotic spectacles, leading to the current norm of pre-recorded performances, with only a portion of the audience remaining unaware. With the new year just a month away, the first rehearsal for the Spring Festival Gala was on the horizon. Once Zhang Tianyu's song reached the director's team, it was swiftly approved by the relevant personnel, and the outcome was, of course, favorable. Overjoyed upon receiving the news, Zhang Tianyu immediately contemplated how to express his gratitude to Chen Zui, as he was not one to wish to owe anyone a favor. However, considering that the song had merely passed the initial review and could still be rejected during subsequent rehearsals, Zhang Tianyu decided it prudent to wait until after the first rehearsal before taking any action. Generally speaking, as long as a song passed the first rehearsal, it was virtually guaranteed a spot in the Spring Festival Gala. During this period, Chen Zui has not been idle. Not only has he dedicated time to practice for the third round, but he has also enlisted Jiang Wenhua to use the funds from the Yuan Jinhua spokesperson to re-establish a music culture company named Yuan. Henceforth, all music-related projects, including album releases, music production, and copyright management, will be under the purview of this company. After the third phase of the peak duel, the number of contestants dwindled by half, and the duration of the live broadcast significantly reduced. Throughout the advancement stages, Chen Zui consistently delivered stable performances. With each song, he sang, generating considerable buzz. In the fourth phase, he performed Laozhan Taoist, followed by Qilin in the fifth and Fire Warhorse in the sixth. Each song showcased a distinct style, yet each resonated with powerful, memorable elements. The lines to become an immortal, riding a crane to the skies, turning stones into gold. Ineffably marvelous from Laozhan Taoist, the rapid verses from Qilin, and the main melody of Fire Warhorse all became trending BGM snippets on Douyin after the live broadcast concluded. In the top 10 of the new song charts on Penguin Music, Chen Zui dominated with 5 songs. Initially, Orchid Grass, having been released for a month, has since exited the new song chart and ascended to the more prestigious hot song chart. The popularity of Peak Duel has also surged, largely due to Chen Zui's presence. Following the conclusion of the advancement rounds, only 10 contestants remained. Apart from Chen Zui, the other 9 were already renowned rappers in the rap scene. Fan Shang, Lumos, Zhou Lingyi, Xiao Linzi, Tang Zhu, Lao Dao, Xiao Longren, Ghost, and Mei Yi. However, after 6 episodes, these 9, who once held significant standing in the rap community, have become mere background figures to Chen Zui. This is evident from the voting numbers in the 6th episode, where Chen Zui's votes nearly equaled the total of all other contestants combined. Prior to the show, Chen Zui expressed his ambition to win the championship, which invited widespread criticism online. Yet now, even as fans flood the comments with the phrase "perfect champion," no rapper has dared to voice dissent. It seems no one can impede Chen Zui's momentum. The production team of Peak Duel has not rested on their laurels due to their current success. They continue to strive for greater popularity. After the 6th episode, the production team announced that starting from the 7th episode, 2 mysterious big names would join the show. In early January, several surrounding universities began their winter breaks. And while many students remained on campus during the summer, few stayed behind for the winter. 2 days after the final exams, the school became noticeably quieter. Su Fei and Li Yi returned home the day after classes ended, leaving only Chen Zui and Jiang Wenhua in the dormitory. After lunch, Jiang Wenhua inquired, "After we finish recording the 7th episode, we shouldn't head back to Hangzhou, right? The dormitory closes the day after tomorrow." "We're not going back," Chen Zui replied with a shake of his head. "Tomorrow afternoon, we will head to Pengcheng. Please book the tickets." "How many tickets?" "5. 5 tickets?" Jiang Wenhua frowned. "Yes." Chen Zui nodded. "Me, Yu Mu Fan, Ming Yuan, and Su Yuan." Jiang Wenhua, with a hint of surprise, inquired, "Is your sister also accompanying us to Pengcheng?" "Indeed. The journey back to Shansheng is quite lengthy, and I feel uneasy about her traveling alone. Besides, she has only ventured far for university, and it would be beneficial for her to explore a few more major cities. Then please send me her and Fan Ming Yuan's identification cards before tonight, so I can purchase the tickets in advance. I shall head to the normal university now. My luggage is already packed. You can put in the car tomorrow, as I may not return to the dormitory tonight." Chen Zui chuckled. "Ming Yuan mentioned he intends to treat me to a lavish dinner tonight. He has already chosen the venue in Shihu District. Since it is quite a distance, we shall stay at a hotel nearby. You need to go to the studio this afternoon, so I will not take you along." Jiang Wenhua responded with a smile, "All right." As they conversed, they walked toward the school gate. Upon exiting the campus, one headed towards the normal university while the other made their way to the studio. Chen Zui, well acquainted with the surroundings, soon reached the girls' dormitory at the normal university and quickly called Su Yuan down from the upper floor. At this hour, the dormitory area was nearly deserted, and upon seeing Su Yuan, Chen Zui removed her mask. "Brother, are you all packed?" Su Yuan eagerly nodded, appearing somewhat excited. "Yes, I am ready." Chen Zui queried, "Have your roommates returned?" "Yes." "Then let us go upstairs together to retrieve your luggage. Afterwards, we shall find Jiang Mu Fan and Fan Ming Yuan." With that, Chen Zui led Su Yuan into the girls' dormitory. The entire building was nearly empty, and the dormitory supervisor was absent from her post. Chen Zui made her way to Su Yuan's room without obstruction, noticing the suitcase was already packed. She turned to Su Yuan and said, "Please ensure the window is closed tightly and turn off the water and electricity. I will take the suitcase and you carry your backpack." "All right." Su Yuan jogged to the balcony to secure the window, turned off the utilities, and then left the dormitory with her backpack alongside Chen Zui. The two walked, one ahead and the other a half-step behind. "Su Yuan." "Yes." "What do you wish to do after graduating from university?" "Become a teacher?" "I am uncertain." "Then why did you enroll in the normal university?" "To be closer to you, brother. If you still haven't decided what to do by graduation, just follow me." As soon as the words left her lips, Su Yuan eagerly replied, "Okay." Chen Zui halted, and Su Yuan bumped directly into her back, quickly stepping back and rubbing her forehead. Chen Zui turned around, bemused. "I haven't even specified what I want you to follow me in doing, and you agree so readily?" "I'm open to anything." "Anything?" "Yes," Su Yuan affirmed, her head nodding firmly. In her heart, the sentiment carried an unspoken preface. As long as it was with her brother, she would embrace any endeavor. Upon hearing this, Chen Zui lightly tapped Su Yuan's forehead with her palm. "You are such a fool. You might be sold and still help count the money for others." Su Yuan smiled softly, choosing not to respond. As Chen Zui turned to gaze in the direction of the incoming vehicle, Su Yuan lifted her head, boldly observing Chen Zui's silhouette. Perhaps she would never forget an incident from her middle school years. During that particular midterm examination, the entire grade was rearranged in seating, and behind Su Yuan sat a notoriously troublesome girl from the school. During the exam, when Su Yuan refused to let her cheat, she found herself cornered one day after school in a narrow alley. Just as Su Yuan trembled in fear, stealthily retrieving a compass from her backpack, Chen Zui, accompanied by Fan Ming Yuan, burst into the alley, enfolding her in a protective embrace. He then seized the collar of the troublemaker's boyfriend and declared, "She is my sister. Dare to touch her." Chen Zui had matured early. At that time, he stood nearly 6 feet tall, towering over others whose average height was below 5 feet 7, resembling an adult among children. Ultimately, the group retreated in defeat. Once they had vacated the alley, Chen Zui snatched the compass from Su Yuan's tightly clenched hand and led her home. It marked the first time Su Yuan felt the reassuring presence of someone backing her. Before that moment, she had always been alone. From that day forth, Su Yuan accompanied Chen Zui home after school each day. Occasionally, when Su Yuan had duty, Chen Zui would wait for her at the classroom door. Nicknames such as Follower, Shadow, and Little Tail emerged during that time. Yet Su Yuan never felt any embarrassment. Rather, she thought to herself, "If only I could follow my brother for a lifetime." "What are you waiting for? Get in the car," Chen Zui exclaimed, having placed the suitcase in the trunk of the taxi. After inviting Su Yuan to join him, he made a phone call to Fan Mingyuan. Upon reaching the vicinity of the University of Electronic Science and Technology, Jiang Mufan and Fan Mingyuan also boarded the vehicle. Noticing that both carried only a single bag, Chen Zui inquired, "Don't you two have any luggage?" "It's already been sent home," Fan Mingyuan replied. "I forgot you two are wealthy." Fan Mingyuan immediately retorted, "You're the wealthy one now, Chen Zui. I know you attended music classes as a child, and I'm aware of your love for singing, but how did I not realize you could also write songs?" Chen Zui shot back, "I'd tell you everything, as though you were my father?" "I am your father," he quipped, provoking laughter from the group. The two began playfully bickering in the car, prompting Jiang Mufan to roll his eyes. He interjected, pinching each of their arms simultaneously. "Can you both cease this childishness?" Fan Mingyuan rubbed his arm, pouting, "Jiang Mufan, you insufferable pest. Will you outgrow your penchant for pinching? Get lost." Fan Mingyuan glanced at Chen Zui and then at Su Yuan, chuckling. "Why are you two wearing matching outfits today?" Coincidentally, Chen Zui wore the down jacket he had purchased during a shopping trip with Su Yuan. Their jackets were identical in style, one black, one white, creating the appearance of a couple's ensemble. Chen Zui dismissed the matter lightly, but upon hearing this, Su Yuan immediately lowered her head. They had simply gone shopping together, and he had not paid it much mind. Jiang Mufan cleared his throat and feigned seriousness as he remarked, "You must be cautious now. You are a public figure. And Su Yuan, you should also be vigilant. If someone were to capture a candid shot, those idle media would weave all sorts of narratives about you." Su Yuan's head drooped even lower. Observing this, Chen Zui swiftly nudged Jiang Mufan with his elbow and said to Su Yuan, "Don't listen to him. Things will remain as they always have. I am in the entertainment industry and do not need to maintain a single status." "If it weren't for—" Fan Mingyuan interjected. "If it weren't for what?" "Nothing," Chen Zui replied. He had initially wished to say that if it weren't for fearing to cause trouble for her, he would have openly declared her as his girlfriend, which would mitigate many issues. However, upon reflection, he realized that doing so would likely attract a swarm of media reporters to seek out Su Yuan, who detested interacting with strangers. Thus he abandoned that thought. Chen Zui felt it prudent to wait until he could adequately protect those around him before acting freely. For now, it was best to bide his time. Fan Mingyuan had chosen a dining venue on the bustling Jiefeng Road in Hangzhou. The original plan was to stroll through the mall and dine, but carrying luggage proved cumbersome. Thus, Chen Zui led the trio into a nearby upscale hotel. "Hello, we would like to book 2 rooms." "Certainly. Please provide your identification. An electronic version will suffice." Chen Zui, wary that his own ID might be recognized at the front desk, exchanged a glance with Jiang Mufan and Fan Mingyuan as they rummaged through their bags for their IDs. Suddenly, Su Yuan tugged at the hem of Chen Zui's shirt. He glanced down at her. Though she spoke not a word, he discerned her unvoiced intent through her eyes. He then adjusted his request. "Let us take 3 rooms instead, 1 standard room and 2 deluxe rooms." "No problem," came the reply. Su Yuan handed her ID to the front desk attendant. And once the rooms were secured and they received the key cards, the 4 ascended to their rooms to deposit their luggage. Shortly thereafter, they ventured to a large nearby shopping mall. Meanwhile, in the opulent Thompson Riviera of the Magic City, Mi-Fi had just wrapped up an outdoor reality show filming in the Northeast. She was in a rush to board a flight back to the city on the very day of the recording. Her urgency stemmed from the upcoming Saturday, when she would appear as a mysterious guest in the 7th live episode of Peak Showdown. Not only would she sit in the front row as an observer alongside 4 other mentors, but she was also slated to perform an opening act. Mi-Fi had long since selected her song, titled Chai Tu Feng, a poignant piece rooted in ancient Chinese styles. This song drew inspiration from the tale of Lu Yu and Tang Yuan, along with 2 versions of Chai Tu Feng, embodying a deeply melancholic essence. Mi-Fi believed that the hallmark of ancient-style music lay in its softness, contrasting with the hardness characteristic of rap. She believed that performing such a song on that stage would create a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness. Furthermore, with her taking the lead in the opening act and Chen Zui making a grand finale appearance, the 2 of them at either end would effortlessly evoke associations among the audience. In fact, it was Mi-Fei who actively sought out the production team. When they learned of her desire to participate, they were somewhat taken aback, yet promptly acquiesced. After all, Mi-Fei's prominence in the industry guaranteed a substantial increase in viewership. Mi-Fei, why not have a bite to eat? I'm not eating. I'm heading straight to the practice room to rehearse the dance. Li Qin interjected. We've just returned. Is there really any need to rush? The show's popularity is soaring, and he looks incredibly handsome on stage. As a guest, I cannot allow myself to fall behind. Please contact the dance team immediately and have them wait for me in the practice room. Li Qin, puzzled, remarked. I truly cannot comprehend how his follower count is growing so rapidly. Just a few days ago, I saw he had over 7 million followers on Weibo. Is rap really that captivating? You simply do not understand. Mi-Fei replied with a charming smile. He is truly exceptional. Upon arriving in Pengcheng, Chen Zui and his companions, unfamiliar with the surroundings, spent most of their time at the hotel. Time flew by swiftly. On January 19th, Saturday, at 7:30 in the evening, Chen Zui was escorted to a small private lounge backstage. The lounge was modest, furnished with a double sofa, a short coffee table in front of it, a camera positioned nearby, and a 55-inch live broadcast television mounted on the wall. The corners of the room were equipped with GoPro cameras as well. Previously, backstage activities consisted of merely passing the time with mobile games. Now, with the private lounge, Chen Zui plopped down onto the sofa and soon reclined comfortably. The staff outside were diligently preparing everything. Finally, the clock struck 8 and the live broadcast commenced. As host Airpang delivered the opening remarks, an influx of 70 to 80,000 viewers streamed into the live room, with numbers continuously climbing. After the conclusion of the 3rd round of competition, the production team released some merchandise through official channels, including keychains, necklaces adorned with the show's logo, signed t-shirts, and posters. Due to the show's immense popularity, these items sold remarkably well. According to program regulations, half of the revenue from the merchandise would be added to the final prize pool, indicating that the minimum guaranteed prize for the champion had already exceeded 10 million. Now, let us welcome the first mysterious guest of the Ultimate Showdown with thunderous applause and screams. She is the national goddess, Mi-Fei. As the host intentionally built suspense, the stage lights dimmed, and a group swiftly ascended the stage amidst the moment. At the center of the stage stood Mi-Fei, the most popular young female artist in the entertainment industry. She donned a splendid hanfu, featuring a delicate pink chest-length gown underneath, elegantly complemented by a flowing red wide-sleeve cloak. Her long, lustrous black hair was intricately styled into an elegant bun, secured with a crimson hairpin, and a small red mole graced her brow, exuding a celestial aura reminiscent of a fairy descending to the mortal realm. Behind her, a dozen dancers, also clad in hanfu, provided accompaniment. However, in terms of attire, beauty, adornment, and presence, they paled in comparison to the captivating Mi-Fei, the star of the performance. As she graced the stage, the audience erupted with excitement, astonished by her unexpected appearance on the platform of Peak Showdown. In the green room, other rappers expressed their surprise. How could it be her? The mysterious guest is Mi-Fei. She is simply stunning. Yet one individual stood apart, Chen Zui. Upon hearing the host announce Mi-Fei's name, He furrowed his brow and turned away, showing no inclination to witness her performance. On stage, Mi-Fei swiftly began to sing and dance. Having maintained a strict diet for years, her weight hovered just above 90 pounds, and her figure was exquisitely graceful. Coupled with her thorough preparation, her dance was nothing short of remarkable. The lyrics of her song, imbued with profound affection, resonated deeply. Spring remains as before, yet people grow thin. Tear stains reddened the delicate gauze. Each line was steeped in heartfelt longing, adding a touch of tenderness to the stage. As the audience marveled at her beauty, comments flooded in. How enchanting! This is what a fairy looks like. How did Mi-Fei become a guest on Peak Showdown? Truly a visual delight. She's been following this program. She even publicly supported Chen Zui before. Director Chao Jun inadvertently caught a glimpse of a comment and promptly instructed, "Switch to Chen Zui's green room." The live broadcast abruptly shifted, revealing the scene in Chen Zui's resting area to the viewers, eliciting a wave of confusion. What? Mi-Fei is singing and dancing on stage while you're napping in the green room. What a rascal. What is happening? She is Mi-Fei. Is there something wrong with his orientation? What is wrong with Mi-Fei? My brother Zui, doesn't he fancy her? Ha ha ha. Amidst the barrage of questions, neither Chen Zui nor Mi-Fei was aware of the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Fan Mingyuan expressed his bewilderment. What is Chen Zui thinking? Mi-Fei supported him on Weibo, and he ignored her. Now, she is a major star on stage, and he is sleeping in the green room? Jiang Wenhua shrugged innocently. Don't look at me. You two have known him longer. I've only been his roommate for half a year, and many of his actions are beyond my understanding. Su Yuan, timidly, added, I'm just going to the restroom. After Mi-Fei concluded her performance, the audience erupted in applause, celebrating her captivating presence. After the backup dancers departed from the stage, Mi-Fei settled into his designated seat, which was centrally located, even occupying the C position among the regular observation mentors, including Chris, Li Junshun, Zhao Lei, and Chun Xian. No one found this arrangement problematic. Although the domestic entertainment industry does not emphasize seniority as much as the Korean entertainment scene, seating at such events and award ceremonies is typically determined by one's standing in the industry. As long as one possesses significant popularity, they can secure a front row seat and occupy the prominent C position. The second mysterious guest, too, had an impressive background. He initially debuted in South Korea as part of a boy band, and after the group's disbandment, he returned to his homeland to pursue a solo career. With exceptional professional capabilities, he quickly distinguished himself among a plethora of young artists in the domestic entertainment realm, establishing himself as an unequivocal A-list star among male performers. Following the performances of the two mysterious guests, the event transitioned into the formal competition segment. Led by Fan Shang, the rappers appeared in succession, with the number of participants dwindling from 36 to just 10, significantly accelerating the live broadcast's pace. Unbeknownst to them, the clock struck 9:50. As the penultimate contestant concluded their performance, the highly anticipated Chen Zui was set to take the stage. The barrage of comments had previously been rife with critiques. Yet anticipation now filled the air. Finally, his turn has come. The protagonist is about to perform. Wow. The live viewer count has surged past 2 million. Where is he? Indeed, Fan Shang has left the stage, but where is he? Where is he? Dialecta Kuyun, noticing Chen Zui's prolonged absence from the stage, was venting his frustrations in the control room. Just as he was expressing his discontent toward the staff, an assistant urgently pointed to the large screen at center stage and exclaimed, Director Chao, he is up there. Chao Jun glanced at the screen and let out a sigh of relief. Upon taking the stage, Chen Zui held the microphone and offered an apology. Sorry, I had to use the restroom before coming on. The host, accustomed to Chen Zui's antics, chuckled and began interacting with him based on the questions prepared by the production team. Throughout this exchange, Mi-Fei's captivating eyes remained fixated on Chen Zui, not wavering for a moment. The host inquired, feigning ignorance, Did you catch the opening performance? No, Chen Zui replied bluntly, leaving the host momentarily speechless. With an audience of over 1,000 in attendance and more than 200 watching online, a little white lie would have sufficed. Chen Zui explained. I was too tired and worried I wouldn't perform well, so I took a quick nap. The host turned to Miffy, seated among the mentors, and asked, Miffy, are you satisfied with this explanation? You're not upset, are you? Of course not. He is my favorite contestant in the show, Miffy replied. However, she quickly added, but you will watch my replay after the live broadcast, right? After her question, all cameras focused intently on Chen Zui, who stood on stage. Chen Zui was acutely aware that this was one of Miffy's favorite tactics. This statement undoubtedly placed him in a precarious position, should he confess ignorance. It was likely that before the live stream concluded, he would find himself trending online, facing the ire of Miffy's fanbase. To them, he would appear cold-hearted and devoid of emotional intelligence. With a faint smile, Chen Zui mimicked Miffy's earlier tone and replied with 2 words, of course to the audience. This conveyed an affirmative response, while Chen Zui intended it to imply the opposite, of course not. 86, retiring from the circle. So, what song will you be bringing today? Drift. Drift? Chen Zui nodded. Yes, I recently obtained my driver's license, and I found inspiration while practicing. All right, the stage is yours. After the host exited the stage, the accompaniment swiftly began to play. The moment the prelude of the song resonated, it imbued a sense of speed, as if drawing one directly onto the racetrack. Drift is the theme song composed by Jay Cho for the film Initial D, which later inspired a rapper to create Initial T as a homage to the movie. The rendition Chen Zui performed today incorporated more hip-hop elements while remaining rooted in Jay Chou's original version. The title itself is synonymous with racing, and the lyrics brimmed with racing motifs. Throughout the performance, he encountered no mishaps. The chorus of Gotta Drift, Gotta Drift, Gotta Drift became an unforgettable hook, compelling the audience to join in. Indeed, from the inaugural episode to the present, a meticulous analysis of Chen Zui's performances reveals a distinct variance in style with each song. This versatility is precisely what allows him to consistently surprise the audience. Following his performance, the evaluation segment commenced. Miffy unabashedly expressed her admiration, nearly elevating Chen Zui to the heavens with her praise. The comments from the audience were rife with speculation. Her gaze seems off. Could it be that Miffy has developed feelings for Chen Zui? She wasn't this enthusiastic with male artists on other variety shows. I too sense something amiss. Oh no, I fear I might be heartbroken. I oppose their pairing. They are a match made in heaven. What relevance does your objection hold? Once this segment concluded, Chen Zui promptly exited the stage. As the live voting results were announced, he prepared to return to his hotel. He descended the staircase via the emergency exit to the first floor. Just as he reached the entrance, ready to summon a ride on his phone, he was intercepted by someone. Chen Zui, please wait here for a moment. It was none other than Miffy's manager, Li Qin, who seemed to have anticipated Chen Zui's early departure, having arrived well in advance. Chen Zui had no intention of acquiescing to her request and began to stride towards the exit. I said, wait, do you not comprehend? Why should I heed your words? You're Miffy's manager, not mine. Li Qin inhaled deeply and said, Miffy has asked me to stay here with you. She has something to discuss. I have nothing to say to her, Chen Zui retorted. Chen Zui, Li Qin exclaimed loudly, if you dare to step out that door, I will immediately shout for help, and a crowd will gather. Let's see how you escape then. Chen Zui halted his steps. Observing this, Li Qin let out a cold snort, crossing her arms defiantly as she continued, don't think that just because you have millions of fans, you're something special. In this industry, those who climb the ladder swiftly often suffer the most devastating falls. Chen Zui turned to face her, his gaze unwavering. However, the icy stare he directed at her made Li Qin feel uncomfortable all over. She shot back, what are you staring at? You and Miffy are truly a perfect match. What do you mean by that? It means nothing. What does nothing mean? Speak up. Li Qin's face flushed crimson. Having been in the entertainment industry longer than Miffy, even as a manager, newcomers would respectfully address her as Sister Qin. Yet, Chen Zui, far from showing her any respect, spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm, which infuriated her. After a full 20 minutes, Miffy, now dressed in casual attire instead of her traditional hanfu, finally arrived at the exit of the first-floor safety corridor. Spotting Chen Zui, She quickly instructed Li Qin, "You wait outside for a moment. I need to talk to him alone." Li Qin nodded, casting an angry glare at Chen Zui before stepping outside. Miffy approached Chen Zui, lifting her chin as she asked, "Why have you been ignoring my messages?" Chen Zui met her gaze, his expression unchanged. "I simply don't want to respond." Miffy pressed on, "Why don't you want to respond? Are you all insane?" Not wanting to reply means just that. There's no need for further explanation. Do you dislike me? You already know the answer. Both love and hate require reasons. Chen Zui, I'll tell you. I actively sought out the production team to be part of this latest competition. I came because of you. Miffy laid her cards on the table. As the saying goes, a mountain separates a man from a woman in pursuit, but she felt that clarity in communication would be beneficial. Hearing those words, Chen Zui found it amusing. He certainly wouldn't reveal that they had been together in a past life. Instead, he replied in a calm tone, "So what? I don't understand why you treat me this way, but can we at least start as friends? I've been in the industry for many more years than you. I can help you significantly." "No, why not? Don't be foolish. We are adults. There is no such thing as friendship between men and women," Chen Zui stated. "There are plenty of male artists in the industry who adore you, filling an entire classroom. Let us just keep our distance." After saying this, Chen Zui stepped aside, preparing to leave. Miffy clenched her fists as if resolving to take a stand, and said firmly, "Chen Zui, tell me, what would it take for you to be willing to be with me?" Chen Zui faced away from Miffy, a playful smile lingering on his lips. "If you withdraw from the circle, I might consider it." Miffy suddenly looked up, her face a mask of disbelief as she gazed at Chen Zui's back. "What did you say?" "I said, if you withdraw from the circle, I might consider it. If you are unwilling, then forget it. I've said it before. We are not suited for each other. I don't like you, and you don't truly like me either." With that, Chen Zui took his leave. Miffy ultimately refrained from uttering the 3 words Chen Zui had spoken in a previous life. Back then, their roles had reversed. It was Chen Zui who wished to publicly acknowledge their relationship, while Miffy had firmly stated, "Unless you are willing to withdraw from the circle for me, we should not make our relationship public." Li Qin, witnessing Chen Zui's departure, hurried back to the stairway. Upon seeing Miffy standing still, her brow furrowed. She rushed over and asked, "Miffy, what's wrong?" He wants me to withdraw from the circle. He actually wants me to withdraw." Miffy's voice trembled. "I have invested so much effort and dedication to reach this point, and he dares to ask me to withdraw." Sensing Miffy's distress, Li Qin quickly embraced her, offering comforting words. "I've told you before, he's just a lunatic. Don't waste your thoughts on him. He isn't worth it." After a moment of silence, Miffy unexpectedly pushed Li Qin away, inhaling deeply before declaring with reddened eyes, "Am I the kind of person who gives up on what I cannot attain?" Seemingly unsatisfied with her own words, she added, "There is nothing in this world that I cannot possess. But let's have someone capture a few appealing images during tonight's live broadcast and post them on Weibo, featuring him." "Who?" "Chen Zui," Miffy replied coldly. "The more he wishes to avoid seeing me, the more I shall ensure he sees me. First, shall we have dinner?" Chen Zui returned to the hotel. As he passed by Su Yuan's room, he paused and knocked on the door. Having just finished a live broadcast, Su Yuan opened the door, her eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Chen Zui, as if she hadn't anticipated his early return. Noticing her astonishment, Chen Zui chuckled. "What are you daydreaming about?" He stepped inside, and Su Yuan, glancing at the empty corridor, swiftly closed the door behind him. She then opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Chen Zui. "Why are you back so early, brother?" Chen Zui accepted the water and took a hearty gulp before replying, "I would have returned even sooner, but I was delayed by 2 lunatics." "Lunatics?" Chen Zui chose not to engage and shifted the topic. "After the 7th episode, we still have 3 more to record. We'll be filming an extra one the day before New Year's Eve, and we need to stay in the city for another 2 weeks. If you're free tomorrow, I'll take you out for a stroll." Su Yuan inquired, "Where shall we go?" "Anywhere you desire." Chen Zui chuckled. "Oh, I forgot to mention something to you. A few days ago, I ordered 2 televisions online, one 75 inches and the other 65 inches. They should arrive in the next couple of days. I've already informed my mother. One will be installed in our living room, and the other in your and your grandmother's room." "Huh? I told you there would be a television, and there would be a home." Sitting on the sofa, Chen Zui tilted his head to gaze at the astonished Su Yuan. After a long pause, he suddenly added with a smile, Su Yuan, I can't help but think you look particularly beautiful right now, even more so than those celebrities. Su Yuan's cheeks flushed visibly, as if they could drip with water. She lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper, no way. Noticing her once again bowing her head, Chen Zui stood up, gently cupping her face in his hands, and insisted, Don't keep your head down, look at me. Su Yuan slowly lifted her gaze to meet Chen Zui's eyes. Smile. Her ears turned crimson, making it impossible for her to laugh. Chen Zui pressed his thumbs gently on the corners of Su Yuan's mouth, coaxing her lips to curve upwards. Satisfied, he nodded and smiled, before releasing her and playfully patting her head. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Get some rest tonight, and if you need anything, just knock on the door next door. Oh! That evening, at 11:30, the Miffy studio posted a brief message on Weibo. The content was succinct, merely stating, the shining star on stage. Yet, it was accompanied by 9 images, 8 of which showcased Miffy during the show, all meticulously retouched, as the live broadcast had no filters. It is customary for studios to release photos of their artists appearing on programs. However, the crux of the matter lies in the inclusion of a picture of Chen Zui, positioned centrally among the 9 images, which raised eyebrows. That night, numerous fans of Miffy commented on Weibo. Why is there a picture of Chen Zui mixed in? Could it be that Miffy and Chen Zui are really together? Sister, my heart is shattered. Her gaze at Chen Zui is different from how she looks at others. Quick, tell me. It can't be like this. Actually, there's nothing wrong. Chen Zui is handsome and talented. Them together will be a match made in heaven. Best wishes. Chen Zui only learned of this the following morning at 11. And it was not Jiang Wenhua who informed him, but rather Su Fei, who sent him a link, accusing Chen Zui of becoming his rival. Confused, Chen Zui clicked on it, and upon seeing the Weibo post, he was instantly taken aback. He had thought he had firmly rejected that deranged woman the night before. He anticipated she would persist, while others might not grasp Miffy's intentions. Chen Zui was acutely aware. She had instructed the studio to post this Weibo message, thereby securing an escape route for herself. If public opinion were to favor her, she could remain indifferent. If not, she could easily claim that the post was a unilateral decision by the studio, disassociating herself from it. Her motive for having the studio publish the post was, in fact, to entwine her image with that of herself. In any public setting, should anyone dare to speak ill of her, they would inevitably be subject to media speculation. Should Miffy don the guise of a victim, the likelihood of her being maligned and attacked would increase significantly. No one is more adept at manipulating public sentiment than Miffy. Upon entering the entertainment industry, she did not initially land leading roles. In a palace intrigue drama, she portrayed the second female lead. However, following the airing of this drama, the second female lead garnered more fame than the lead. This was due to media reports alleging that the lead had forcefully demanded additional scenes for herself while cutting scenes for the second female lead. Although the lead had indeed approached the producers about altering scenes, the difference between altering and adding scenes was merely a single character, yet it bore a significant distinction. Consequently, the lead never secured another leading role, while Miffy, with her exceptional acting skills, quickly established herself in the industry and consistently landed leading roles thereafter. Jiang Wenhui, after perusing the comments on Chen Zui's post, noticed his expression growing increasingly grim and inquired, What is the matter? Fans are trying to pair you with the national goddess Miffy, and you're not pleased? Should I be pleased? Any normal person would be, Chen Zui retorted, tossing his phone onto the bed with a deep sigh. Let's go find a place for lunch. You all go ahead. I lack an appetite. That's fine. It will save others from recognizing you. I'll bring you back a takeout. Jiang Wenhui stepped out, gathering Fan Mingyuan and Jiang Mufan to accompany him, intending to invite Su Yuan as well. However, upon learning that Chen Zui would not be joining, Su Yuan opted not to go either. After hesitating for a few seconds, she approached the adjacent room and knocked on the door. Chen Zui opened it to find Su Yuan standing outside, and he frowned, asking, Didn't they invite you to join them for lunch? They did, but I didn't go. Jiang Mufan said he would give me a takeout. Oh, why isn't brother going with them? No appetite. Chen Zui picked up his phone again, pondering how to resolve this situation, yet he found no effective solution. Around noon, Jiang Wenhui and the others returned, placing 2 meals in the room. Upon seeing Yuan with Chen Zui, Jiang Wenhui tactfully retreated to play Do Di Zhu with Fan Mingyuan and Jiang Mufan in their room. "It's time to eat, brother. You go ahead." His immediate course of action was to create a larger spectacle to divert the fans' attention. Yet, how should he create such a spectacle? Chen Zui fell into contemplation. Just as he furrowed his brows in deep thought, Yuan reached out, tugging at his sleeve with a pitiful expression, holding a box of rice with a cover. Her eyes seemingly pleading, "Brother, can we eat first?" Chen Zui felt a sudden jolt in his heart. His previously restless thoughts vanished in an instant. Chen Zui had always believed that sulking and refusing to eat only worked on his mother, but to his surprise, he extended his hand to receive the rice dish. Yuan promptly unwrapped the chopsticks and presented them to Chen Zui. Upon witnessing him pick up the chopsticks and begin to eat, a subtle dimple appeared at the corner of her mouth, one that was seldom noticed by others. While many online speculated about the relationship between Miffy and Chen Zui, another matter was simultaneously gaining momentum. Following the conclusion of the 3rd episode of Peak Showdown, half of the contestants were eliminated, including Lu Zhe, who hailed from the island of Taiwan. After his elimination, Lu Zhe returned to his homeland the next day. Being one of the few rap artists from Taiwan, he swiftly made an appearance on a popular local talk show named Home of Happiness, which was known for its peculiar topics and aired at 10 o'clock, also earning the nickname Strange 10 o'clock. During the show, the host prompted Lu Zhe to perform an impromptu freestyle. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Zhe brazenly insulted mainland rap artists, claiming they were all bumpkins and country dogs. He disparaged the mainland's environment as filthy and chaotic, asserting that the people lacked decency. In essence, his freestyle rendered mainland rap utterly worthless. Once this video was uploaded online, it quickly garnered significant attention, prompting numerous rappers to respond with diss tracks. However, these rebuttals lacked any real bite. Lu Zhe, upon hearing them, decided to create a dedicated response track aimed at mainland rappers. This song was even more outrageous, containing lyrics that accused mainland rappers of being overly sensitive, claiming they couldn't handle the truth, and that they merely pretended to be impressive despite their lackluster rap skills. The release of this track caused quite a stir in Taiwan, while mainland rappers seemed to have fallen silent, failing to respond for several consecutive days. Observers of the rap scene grew increasingly frustrated and began to criticize these mainland rappers online. A considerable number of individuals even flocked to Chen Zui's social media account, urging him to take action. However, with an overwhelming influx of private messages, Chen Zui was oblivious to the situation. It wasn't until around 2 in the afternoon, while playing Do Di Zhu with Fan Mingyuan and Jiang Mufan, that Jiang Wenhui noticed his phone incessantly buzzing. He picked it up and discovered it was messages from their class group. Cheng Minggui from the adjacent dormitory was the first to share a video in the group, prompting classmates to engage in discussion about the matter. Jiang Wenhui set down his cards and immediately sought to uncover the details. Once he grasped the entirety of the video, he promptly made his way to the next room. Chen Zui, take a look at this video. As Jiang Wenhui entered the room, he presented Chen Zui with the freestyle from Lu Zhe's Happy Home and the subsequent diss video. After watching it, Chen Zui immediately inquired further. Jiang Wenhui recounted everything he knew, which prompted an unexpected smile from Chen Zui. Eager to understand, Jiang Wenhui pressed, "What makes you laugh?" Chen Zui stood up, saying, "I was contemplating how to divert the attention of the online audience, and this situation presents a perfect opportunity. Give me half an hour. I shall compose a diss track, and then I will head to the recording studio. Do you wish to join me?" Jiang Wenhui responded, "Well, the reception of this song in Taiwan has been quite favorable. If you are to appear." Chen Zui, aware of Jiang Wenhui's concerns, interrupted, "Rest assured, I have it under control." Seeing Chen Zui's confident demeanor, Jiang Wenhui nodded, refraining from further comment. Chen Zui was settled on the sofa, his phone in hand, beginning to craft the lyrics, while Yuan sat quietly beside him, hesitant to intrude. Jiang Wenhui exited the room to search for the recording studio's location using a map application, subsequently ordering a ride share. Half an hour later, Chen Zui emerged from his room. "The car is ready and waiting downstairs," he announced. "I will take Yuan along. You stay at the hotel. After I finish recording, I plan to show her around." Jiang Wenhua cautioned, "Make sure to wear a mask to avoid being recognized." Of course. Upon arriving at the recording studio, Chen Zui dismissed the mixing engineer and took on dual roles, crafting a beat similar to Luge's song on the computer. After spending 20 minutes recording his vocals, he made slight adjustments to the accompaniment, culminating in a complete diss track. Noticing the time was still early, Chen Zui utilized Douyin's official editing software to apply a dialogue template, uploading the song to the platform. "All right, let's go," he declared. After uploading the song, Chen Zui paid it no further mind. Unbeknownst to him, from the very first minute of the video's release on Douyin, it sparked a sensation across the internet. Fans who followed Chen Zui received immediate notifications about the video. Jiang Wenhua, having followed only Chen Zui on Douyin with alerts set, opened the video in his hotel room as soon as it was posted. The song bore no official title, or perhaps it was simply named Dis Luja. It commenced with Chen Zui's words, "I specifically crafted a beat similar to yours for you to hear what flow truly means." Following this introduction, the main content unfolded. "After listening to your song, I truly cannot be bothered to engage with your level. Double rhyme, from your lyrics to your flow. It is utterly devoid of substance. I can hardly muster the effort. Double rhyme, I will annihilate you with explosive power, rendering you a mere triviality, a small fry. Triple rhyme within a line, 5 times, identifying one's own deficiencies and disparities, what constitutes true brilliance in rhyme. In a single line, the rhyme resonates thrice, repeated 4 times. Observe your disarray. In the competition at Pengcheng, all contestants regard you as a mere pushover, with internal rhymes echoing twice. Previously, when adding me on WeChat, your demeanor resembled that of a dog. In total, there are 2 verses, which can be said to encapsulate the entirety of the song in its relentless delivery. In an era where other rap artists dabble in single and double rhymes, the rap scene has never witnessed a diss of such overwhelming intensity. After listening to a segment, Jiang Wenhua paused, raising his gaze to Fan Mingyuan and Jiang Mufan, inquiring, "Has he always been this adept at insults?" Fan Mingyuan, equally astonished, shook his head. "His talent for insults is impressive, but I had no idea he excelled at writing diss tracks as well. My skin is crawling." Furthermore, thousands more were listening, their reactions to this diss surpassing even that of Jiang Wenhua. How does one evaluate this diss? Other rappers' disses resemble standing on one riverbank, pointing across to hurl insults. In contrast, Chen Zui's diss is akin to confronting you directly, swinging a hand to strike your face while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick. Thus, this video spread with astonishing rapidity, garnering an exponential increase in likes. Typically, other videos receive far more likes than comments. Yet this video saw comments nearly match the likes. "Bro, from today onward, you are my brother. Wow, this outweighs that group of useless individuals by 100 tracks. Absolutely insane. I feel trapped in this video." I can already envision Luge's reaction upon hearing this diss. Now, this is what a diss is. This is rap. This flow is ferocious. If you want to battle, gather your pals from the Treasure Island. Your collective length doesn't exceed 8 centimeters. This line is phenomenal. The flow in the latter part of the second verse is something other rappers could never master. After listening, I feel compelled to bow to you. Everyone, stay active. Share this video so Luge and his fans can understand what true rap entails. 89. Investment. The fervor surrounding this diss far exceeded Chen Zui's expectations. Within just one afternoon, the views on this Douyin video surpassed 8 million. Without prior consultation, Penguin Music uploaded the audio of this diss to their platform, creating a promotional banner for Chen Zui, ensuring that anyone who entered Penguin Music would encounter his image. Following the emergence of this diss, those who had previously disparaged Chen Zui online, such as Mao and Lao Dao, hastily deleted their own disses. They have come to realize that Chen Zui is not devoid of the ability to retaliate. He simply chooses not to. He could scarcely fathom the consequences had this song been directed at him. In the words of netizens, this song serves as a response to Luge's track, akin to a nuclear bomb striking an ant. two individuals operating on entirely different planes. That evening, Jiang Wenhua's phone was inundated with calls once more. However, as the new year approached, and with 3 episodes of Peak Showdown left to record before the festivities, Jiang Wenhua opted to decline most requests, suggesting that any remaining matters could be addressed next year. Thus, it continued until Saturday night, when Chen Zui finally took to the stage, igniting a fervor among the audience. Chen Zui! The spectators erupted in frenzied cheers, their excitement reverberating throughout the venue. In the backstage lounge, the 9 rappers present could do nothing but envy the scene unfolding before them. Such popularity suggested that Chen Zui's mere appearance had already determined the outcome of the episode. After watching the live broadcast for a while, Fan Shang abruptly rose and exited the lounge. It took a while for the venue to quiet down. At last, Chen Zui commenced his performance. The song he sang was titled Colt 45, an exceptionally stylish piece of music. While the other contestants in the subsequent episodes leaned towards emotional ballads filled with profound lyrics, Chen Zui's offering stood in stark contrast. The entire composition revolved around the theme of Western cowboys, and upon witnessing the audience's reaction, Chen Zui realized that the episode held no suspense. He was wholly immersed in the joy of performing. With an alluring tone, narrative lyrics, and a languid singing style, the female audience members were utterly captivated. Following his performance, the host took to the stage to announce the voting results, leaving everyone astounded. Chen Zui's vote count had surpassed 10 million. His tally alone exceeded the combined votes of all other contestants. Although disparities had previously existed, none had reached such an extreme. For one individual to receive 10 million votes implies that at least 1 million viewers had cast their votes for Chen Zui. What does this signify? The peak online viewership for the live broadcast was less than 3 million, and many spectators chose to watch without voting. This is simply outrageous. As long as you support Chen Zui, you're one of us. With such vote counts, is there even a need for the remaining 2 episodes? Bro, after the competition, release an album soon. An album must be released, and a concert should follow. Keep it up. I've never followed a star, but today I cast my vote for you. That diss track from a few days ago was exhilarating. Bro, you've already shaken up the rap scene. How about taking on the ancient style next? Meanwhile, in the capital, Zhang Tianyu, who had just completed the second round of rehearsals for the Spring Festival Gala the previous day, was watching this live broadcast from his hotel room. It was only upon his manager's prompting that he began to tune in halfway through the program. As Chen Zui took the stage, the manager remarked, "I inquired with friends in the mainland. He is this year's most popular newcomer, yet he is not signed with an agency, choosing instead to establish his own studio. Why is that?" He expressed concerns about losing his freedom after signing with an agency. During his debut on a high-profile program, he faced suppression due to this apprehension. Nevertheless, he ultimately triumphed. Currently, on this rap-oriented show, the lineup consists of prominent figures in the rap community, yet from the very first episode, he has consistently held the top position, demonstrating a significant lead that has led netizens to label him a genius. Zhang Tianyu remarked with a smile that he could compose the song Hua Xiao Run in just half a day, acknowledging his undeniable talent. The manager inquired, "The second round of rehearsals has concluded, and the director has adjusted your performance slot to nearly midnight, a crucial moment for the Spring Festival Gala. Should we consider offering him a fee?" He noted that the lyrics and melody of the song were entirely crafted by this individual, who even tailored the key specifically for him. "How much do you think I should compensate him?" The manager hesitated to respond. Given Zhang Tianyu's stature, numerous lyricists would gladly compose songs for him without charge. However, in accordance with standard market rates, a lyricist typically charges several thousand yuan for a song, while a renowned lyricist may command tens of thousands. Top-tier lyricists often charge by the word, with fees soaring to thousands or even tens of thousands for a single character. Yet, this song transcends mere commercial value. It fulfills Zhang Tianyu's aspiration of performing on the Spring Festival Gala for the last time and secures the optimal performance slot. From this perspective, the worth of the song cannot be quantified in monetary terms. Zhang Tianyu remarked, "If it were merely about money, it would come across as overly commercial." "What do you mean by that?" The manager probed. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Tianyu replied, "Over the years, I've acquired several properties in mainland China. The one in Hangzhou, situated by the Grand Canal, cost over 30 million. It should have appreciated significantly since then. Upon hearing this, the manager's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, you can't possibly be considering giving him that property. Zhang Tianyu continued. Let him reside there. It's vacant anyway. I plan to hold farewell concerts in Beijing and Shanghai next year and would like to invite him as a guest. Afterward, I can transfer the property to him. The manager urged caution. I still think that as quite extravagant. Several million is no trivial amount. Zhang Tianyu smiled and explained, my accomplishments are largely due to fortune. Apart from singing and acting, I possess little else. For me, purchasing property is an investment. Gifting a property intended for investment is, in itself, also a form of investment. Just look at his stage presence. He hardly resembles a mere 19-year-old newcomer. It's pure talent, an unparalleled talent. I have a premonition that, before long, he will surpass my achievements in the entertainment industry. Gazing at Chen Zui on the live broadcast, Zhang Tianyu continued. Presenting him with this property now would be a significant favor. In a few years, should I give it to him then, it would lose its impact. Moreover, at my age, money, property, and cars are merely material possessions. I have only one daughter, and the savings I've accumulated are sufficient for her to live comfortably for several lifetimes. The agent observed that Zhang Tianyu had resolutely made up his mind, and thus refrained from further comment. After completing the 8th episode, it was already the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month. At this time, in a small county, the atmosphere of the new year would be palpable. However, in Pengcheng, the festive spirit was still absent. The following day, Chen Zui received a personal call from Zhang Tianyu, who informed him that the second round of rehearsals for the Spring Festival Gala had concluded and the program lineup was essentially finalized. After extending his congratulations, Chen Zui engaged in a bit of polite conversation, but Zhang Tianyu quickly shifted the topic, directly inquiring, where do you usually stay while studying at university in Hangzhou? Chen Zui replied that he resided in the dormitory. Zhang Tianyu chuckled. Given your current status, residing in a dormitory is no longer appropriate. I have an apartment in Hangzhou that has remained unoccupied. Please send me your address, and I will mail you the keys. You can stay there temporarily. Chen Zui immediately responded, Brother, that wouldn't be suitable, would it? There's nothing inappropriate about it. You are doing me an immense favor, and I couldn't be more grateful. Zhang Tianyu insisted. Chen Zui had initially planned to rent an apartment upon returning to Hangzhou next year, as continuing to stay in the dormitory was less than ideal. Being gawked at like a spectacle while walking around campus was something he found increasingly intolerable. Seeing Zhang Tianyu's insistence, Chen Zui decided not to decline further and expressed his gratitude before hanging up. Approximately half an hour later, Zhang Tianyu sent Chen Zui the location of the apartment, accompanied by a voice message stating that the property management had a spare key, which he had already arranged for. Chen Zui promptly copied the community name into a map application, and upon viewing the location, he was astounded. The community was named Jiangnanli, situated right next to the Grand Canal, surrounded by museums and commercial areas, truly a prime location. Jiangwenhua. Could you find out the approximate price of properties in Jiangnanli, Hangzhou? Chen Zui asked. Why do you want to know that? Jiang Wenhua replied. Just check it for me. Jiang Wenhua quickly searched and remarked while looking at his phone, a property over 300 square meters just sold last month for 65 million. How much? Chen Zui exclaimed, taken aback, before suddenly bursting into laughter. Observing this, Jiang Wenhua eagerly questioned, What on earth are you asking about? Brother, you has a property in that community and suggested I move there. What? Are you serious? Chen Zui replied joyfully, It's not far from the university. About a 35-minute drive. When I return next year, I'll buy a car, and we can move in together. That sounds wonderful. According to the production team's plan for the program Peak Showdown, after completing the 8th episode, they intended to film the 9th episode on the 28th, the day before the new year, so that all episodes could be recorded before the holiday. Just as the team was diligently preparing for the 9th episode, a phone call directly connected to director Chao Jun. Upon hearing the first words from the other end, his expression immediately turned grave. He conversed with the caller for approximately 15 minutes, and once the call concluded, his countenance reflected profound discontent. "Director Chow, what happened?" "The unruly ones have decided to withdraw from the competition." "What?" the assistant exclaimed, bewildered. "But we are scheduled to record the 9th episode tomorrow night. How can we proceed with 2 fewer participants?" Chow Jun sighed and replied. Their exact words were that they do not wish to be stepping stones for Chen Zui. In such talent shows, the contracts do not stipulate any breach penalties. If individuals in this industry are resolute, no one can sway them. After speaking, Chow Jun swiftly picked up his phone and instructed his assistant, "Please close the door. I need to call Mr. Lee from Penguin Video." "Understood." Before Chow Jun could complete his call, Fan Shang and Ghost from the Unruly Ones simultaneously posted on Weibo, announcing their withdrawal from the program Pinnacle Showdown. As soon as the post went live, viewers of the show began to flood the comment section with their reactions. "Withdrawing outright? Is this a joke? We've recorded 8 episodes. Why quit now before the last 2? What? Withdrawing? What's the situation?" Honestly, if we switch perspectives, withdrawing is quite understandable. In rap competitions, recognition is typically reserved for the champion. Better to leave early than to serve as mere background for Chen Zui. Frankly, withdrawing now is more favorable than doing so earlier. It keeps things interesting. What will happen to the show? Will the 9th episode still be recorded? They'll likely invite other rap artists to join, right? That's impossible. The previous rounds were about elimination and advancement. If new participants join now, it undermines the integrity of the earlier episodes. Meanwhile, in a hotel, the head of the Jiangnan Rap Association, upon seeing the Weibo post, immediately called Fan Shang to confirm the accuracy of the news, leaving him in a state of hesitation. According to the program's rules, the champion was already Chen Zui. Thus, the outcome of the last 2 episodes seemed inconsequential. Staying would merely cast them as supporting characters for Chen Zui. "Old Dao, do you think there's any point in continuing with this show?" "I am uncertain. Perhaps we should withdraw as well?" "If we withdraw, the show will be irreparably halted." The head replied coldly. "The production team has consistently favored Chen Zui. Even if we secured the runner-up position, without Fan Shang and the others, it would be deemed unmerited. Rather than endure that, we might as well withdraw." "If you withdraw, I will too. Should we call the production team?" "Don't bother. Just post on Weibo. Isn't that inappropriate? The production team hasn't compensated us, nor are we liable for breach penalties. What is there to fear?" Subsequently, the head of the Jiangnan Rap Association and Old Dao both posted an official announcement of their withdrawal on Weibo. Other contestants, such as Xiao Longrun, Zhou Linghe, Lumos, and Xiao Linzi, upon witnessing the departure of the 4, reasoned that since they had no hope of winning the championship, and their rankings fell below those of Fan Shang and the others, they too posted their own withdrawal announcements within the ensuing 2 hours. Indeed, prior to the commencement of the program, no one anticipated that a contestant would secure first place in all the initial 8 episodes, thereby prematurely clinching the championship. The continuous withdrawals of participants left the production team utterly bewildered. The higher-ups at Penguin Video were equally perturbed by the unfolding situation. What on earth is happening? Is this immensely popular show really coming to a halt? The relevant leaders hastily convened an emergency meeting to devise a strategy. The situation has arisen. Let us discuss how to proceed. If only 1 or 2 contestants had withdrawn, it might have been manageable, but with so many exiting, the show simply cannot continue. Did you not foresee this predicament? Who could have imagined that Chen Zui would dominate the final episode and secure the championship ahead of time? Perhaps we should reach out to those contestants again. If necessary, we could offer them some financial incentive. However, that seems nearly impossible, as they have already announced their withdrawals on Weibo quite some time ago. So what now? Surely, we cannot declare the program terminated at this juncture. The meeting room fell into a profound silence. While they were anxious, Chen Zui felt an even greater urgency. Damn it, if the show is not recorded, will you still provide the championship prize? The thought of having invested so much effort only to potentially end up empty-handed drove Chen Zui to pace around the hotel before directly instructing Jiang Wenhua to call the production team. The assistant stationed outside the meeting room, upon noticing Jiang Wenhua as call, promptly connected the call. After exchanging a few words, he gently knocked on the glass door of the meeting room and cautiously said, "Director Chow, Chen Zui is on the line and wishes to speak with you. About what? The assistant shook his head, indicating he did not know. Chao Jun glanced at the expressions of the others, realizing that remaining in silence was unproductive. So he took the phone from the assistant. 2 minutes later, Chao Jun placed the phone down with an expression of excitement. Addressing Zhang Weiye and Li Bin, Chen Zui said, what did he say? He said he can single-handedly carry an entire episode. The room exchanged incredulous glances. 91, the Knight of Pinnacles. What does that mean? Chao Jun immediately responded, what he means is, Yuan hesitated, realizing he could not articulate it clearly, and quickly switched the phone to speaker mode, addressing Chen Zui on the line. Chen Zui, we are currently in a meeting. Please reiterate what you just mentioned. Chen Zui's voice resonated through the phone. With all other contestants having withdrawn, under normal circumstances, the show could not possibly continue. Therefore, my proposal is to transform the 9th episode into the final showdown, and I shall undertake the entirety of the live broadcast alone. How could one person possibly manage the entire live broadcast? This is sheer folly. Various voices of skepticism erupted in the meeting room. And Chen Zui, on the other end of the line, promptly replied, apart from this, can you conceive of any other viable solutions in such a short time frame? Chen Zui smiled and said, according to the program rules, I have already become the champion. You can easily announce that, given the circumstances, the production team has made a temporary adjustment to the arrangements, allowing everyone to save face. Your discussions stem merely from concerns about the program's popularity. I am willing to sign a wager agreement with you. In the 9th episode, I will independently complete the entire live broadcast, ensuring that the average number of viewers in the stream does not fall below 5 million, with peak viewership reaching no less than 3 million. However, I do have conditions. Chao Jun was about to speak when Zhang Weiye, the vice president of Penguin Video, raised his hand to interrupt, saying, go ahead. What are your conditions? According to the initial rules of the program, the prize pool funds are to be distributed, with the champion receiving the largest share, while the runner-up and third place also benefit. Yet, since they have all withdrawn, I demand the entire prize pool for myself, along with a 60 share of the merchandise profits. After stating this, Chen Zui added, this is a prerequisite. Once you agree, we can discuss further details. If you do not agree, then that's that. The matters of the program are no longer my concern. But I must caution you that many viewers subscribe to Penguin Video specifically for Peak Showdown. If the program ends abruptly now, you ought to consider whether you can withstand the ensuing backlash. This is my benevolent warning. Zhang Weiye's expression changed, as he had not previously contemplated this aspect. Following the launch of Peak Showdown, Penguin Video had experienced explosive growth in memberships. If the program abruptly concludes, these members are bound to voice their discontent online. This is indeed the crux of the issue. Zhang Weiye feigned calmness and asked, what are your thoughts? Transform the final episode into a concert format. I require a venue that accommodates at least 5,000 people. I will prepare at least 5 new songs, in addition to those previously performed, ensuring that the live broadcast lasts no less than 1.5 hours. Oh, and since the other competitors have withdrawn, the stream's title can also be changed from Rap Peak Showdown to 2019 Rap Peak Night. At this moment, Chao Jun interjected, rap differs significantly from other musical genres. While pop or folk music can be performed for an entire night, a typical rapper can barely sustain their breath after 2 songs. Are you certain you can handle this alone? This is my responsibility. I will stand by my words. You need only focus on the numbers. Chao Jun was rendered speechless. He turned his gaze towards Li Bin and Zhang Weiye. After a few seconds of contemplation, Zhang Weiye responded, Pengqing Bay Sports Center can hold approximately 12,000 attendees. We have 6 days to prepare. Can we manage it? It's a bit rushed, but it should be feasible. Let's secure the venue first, and then instruct the publicity department to prepare a notification. Understood. So, we are indeed proceeding with this? Zhang Weiye inquired. Can you propose a better plan? I, Chen Zui, have placed our entire wager on you alone this time. I can be quite candid in stating that the conditions you have proposed hold little weight for us. As long as you can craft a splendid conclusion for the Pinnacle Showdown, I assure you that you will not be shortchanged. Though I have yet to meet you in person, Your tone reveals that you are indeed the one in charge. Chen Zui quickly responded with a smile. Rest assured, I never embark on endeavors without certainty. I also wish to present myself with a flawless report before the year's end. Since our objectives are aligned, it will be a straightforward matter. Should you have any further requests, do not hesitate to communicate them with the production team. Understood. That evening, the official account of the Pinnacle Showdown released a notification. The content was lengthy, yet could be succinctly summarized in one sentence. Due to Chen Zui having secured the championship ahead of time, the originally planned 10 episodes would be reduced to 9, with a live broadcast scheduled for the evening of February 2nd. A ticket lottery link was simultaneously posted below the Weibo announcement. The audience for the final episode could acquire tickets to the live show through a real-name lottery system. Observant netizens quickly noted that the live broadcast venue had changed to the Pengcheng-based Sports Center. The comments section erupted with discussions. Haven't all the contestants withdrawn? How can the 9th episode still be broadcasted? Chen Zui hasn't withdrawn. Indeed, Chen Zui remains. His presence suffices. Have you noticed? The final episode is to be held at Pengcheng-based Sports Center. Why are tickets still available for the last episode? What on earth is going on? Can a production team clarify a bit more? Chen Zui subsequently retweeted the official Weibo post, adding February 2nd at 8 p.m. Pengcheng-based Sports Center, looking forward to celebrating with you all. What? There really is a 9th episode? I thought the show was over. I just returned home for the new year from Pengcheng. Had I known, I would have delayed my return. Besides you, who else is there? All the other contestants have withdrawn. Are you really going to perform solo? Chen Zui replied, maybe, in just 1 week. Transforming a venue to accommodate over 10,000 attendees would be an arduous task, were it not for the fact that Pengcheng is the home of the Penguins. Chen Zui himself was not idle. He prepared songs while also ensuring that those around him made necessary arrangements in advance. For instance, he contacted Yuan to request a variety of outfits for the final episode, urging them to send them over promptly. He coordinated with the production team to secure dancers and arrange for video content on the big screen. He also had Jiang Mufan book a flight back to Shancheng on the morning of the 29th of the 12th lunar month. In the final week leading up to New Year's Eve, both Chen Zui and the production crew were exceedingly busy. Thus, after a week of relentless efforts, the date finally arrived on February 2nd. Chen Zui had already tested the sound on stage the night prior. However, today,